ポケモンユナイトのアジア頂上決戦、ポケモンユナイトアジアチャンピオンズリーグ2026ファイナルズにようこそ。2023年マレーシアクアラルンプールで始まり、その後2024年タイバンコク、2025年日本東京、そして2026年は日本ここ横浜文体にて戦いが繰り広げられていきます。いよいよ始まっていきますが、本日明日と皆さんと一緒に熱いポケモンバトル見届けていきましょう。本日 MC を担当する岸大我です。よろしくお願いします。そして
はい、アシスタント MC を務めます川出夏美です。よろしくお願いいたします。こちらの配信は日本から世界に向けて配信されています。英語での配信を希望される方は海外キャスターがお送りしているウォッチパーティーのチャンネルもありますので、そちらも合わせてお楽しみください。そして実況解説は、
はい、皆さんおはようございます。おはようございます。おお、声出てますね。おはようございます。配信をご覧の皆さんもおはようございます。本日も実況解説で入らせていただきます篠原光です。いつも通り水上さん、チョモスさん、滝島さん、レフさんもこの会場のあの辺のね、ちょっとライトが強いらへんの位置から実況解説で配信でご覧の皆さん、このオフラインの会場にいらっしゃれない皆さんに向けても全力でお届けしてまいりますので、2日間選手たちの勇姿を一緒に見届けられたらと思います。よろしくお願いします。
お願いします。
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 さてまずはじめに、先日ポケモンセンターで発生した事案につき、ご遺族や関係者の皆様に謹んでお悔やみ申し上げます。本日のイベントについては皆様の安全を最優先に警備体制を強化するなどの対策の上開催をしております。スタッフ一同安心してお楽しみいただけるよう努めてまいります。さてここからは、いよいよ選手も入場するところなんですけれども、篠原さん、
いや
こんな会場の、雰囲気もありますが、
ちょっとまずはこの会場のステージからの景色に感動してます。
でも結構うるっときてますけれども、ただ今大会どういったところを見どころになりそうですか？
いや本当にまずはなんですけれども、冒頭で岸さんもおっしゃったように、この2023年マレーシアクアラルンプール、バンコクっていう本来オンラインでやってた会場なんてなかった時代からやってるんですよ、ACL って。そう、その時代から見てくださってたよっていう方いらっしゃいますか？どのぐらいいらっしゃいます？結構あなたたちはもう珍しい存在です。
そうですね。
そうなんですよ。そうなんだけど、その頃見てくださってた皆さんがいるから、去年の新宿でやったオフラインが、もうパンパンで人が立ち見に次ぐ立ち見、本当にその位置から画面見えてるっていうぐらい行列だったんですけど、それを作り出したのはやっぱこのファンの皆さん自身だと思うので、そうなんか主役は皆さんだと思うんですよね。
全力で今日明日楽しんでいただきたいですね。
いやそうなのよ。何かしこまってるんですか、聞いてください。
だって朝8時9時に集まる e スポーツイベント、僕あんまり見たことないです。大体 e スポーツイベントで昼ぐらいスタートの夜終わり、こんなに朝早くにこれだけのお客さんに来ていただくのってなかなかないんで。
確かにそうね、でも確かにちょっと今ね、選手たちの入場の準備とか準備整えてるそうなので、僕から普段ポケモンユナイトの配信とかをご覧いただいている皆さんに、今回結構大強力なメンバーが新たに加わってこのぐらいやってますので、コミュニティに向けてこの2人も紹介させてもらってもいいですか？
勝手に紹介してるだけですからね。
僕このペライ1枚の台本にこんなくだり全くないですから、まずはですね、日本テレビのアナウンサーで僕の後輩、元々後輩でもあります川出夏美さんです。
よろしくお願いいたします。もうこの日を待ち望んでました私は。個人的にはなんですけれども、元会社の先輩である篠原さんと一緒にまた仕事ができるというのが嬉しかったのと同時に、もう私も去年のポケモンユナイト ACL を配信で見て、いつかポケモンユナイトに関わりたいと思っていたら、今年ついにここに来たということで、
突然現れた人物に対してこいつは何者だっていう雰囲気ありがちなのは僕もよく分かってるんですけれども、結構ね アナウンス部の中でもだいぶこうゲームとかアニメとかそういうコミュニティに深くて、普段はこっそり X とかでコスプレの写真とかを上げて
こっそりね
結構ガチ勢です。
こっそりやってるんだから世界に配信しないでください。
今回の仕事にあたり篠原さんどういうところユナイトって注目したらいいんですかみたいなのをこう教えてくださいみたいな打ち合わせもやったんですけど、その7分の残り時間が大事で5分の折り返しが大事で残り2分が大事でみたいな話をしてた時に、一番最初の質問がちょっと逆転が起きるパターンをいくつか教えてもらっていいですか。
なるほど。
有能な AI チャットかよって思いながら聞いてました。
どこでね有利を作る方が集団戦なんでっていう話ですよね。
結構生半可な覚悟でここに立ってるタイプの生半可な覚悟では立ってないというか、本気でこう望んでくださってますのでよろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。もうこのACL がいかにこう選手たちにとって集大成となる大会なのかっていうのをこう教えていただいたので、今日はもう選手たちの勇姿をね、皆さんと一緒に見届けたいなというふうに思っております。
どうですかヒスト、そのゲーム畑から見てこれだけ前のめりに来てくれる。
いや嬉しいですよ。やっぱりこうね、地上波というちょっとこうある程度こう覆われた中で活動されてる方が
難しいんですよね。そのインターネットのその世界とそのテレビとっていうのをどうこう行き来するかみたいなのはね温度感難しいんですけどね。
今日はちょっとねゲームの世界に足を踏み入れて、
いやありがたいですよ。
もっと羽を伸ばして楽しんでほしいなという。
もう今日はゲーマー精神を出していいってことで
もちろんで
す。
そしてですねポケモンを好きな方にとってはもしかしたら岸さんだってなる方、ゲームが好きな人にとっては岸さんだってなるかもしれないんですが、川出さんにもちょっと紹介させてください。僕が大好きな e スポーツという世界を一番最初に作り始めたキャスター、 e スポーツキャスターの始祖である岸大我さんです。
いやありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
いやもう本当に嬉しいことですよ。
なんかポケモンで例えるならグリーンレッドぐらいの時期からですね。
タイトルですね。
そうですよ。
そのゲーム業界とかこの大会を観戦して楽しもうみたいなその歴史をポケモンに例えると赤緑ぐらいの時から仕事されてると。
151の中には入るかもしれないぐらいな。
いやもう本当にそんな岸さんから見てどうですか。ポケモンユナイト5年目ぐらいに入るんですけど、
いやもう
こんだけ続いてるってそもそも
すごいですよ。だって僕だって最初ポケモンユナイトこうずっとやってシーズン1マスターまでガッと行きました。もう怪力ずっと使ってやってました。そこからねアップデートでいろいろ変わっていろいろ使いましたけど、その後ですね学生大会とかもあって甲子園があって、そのタイミングでオーディションがあって、実況誰がやるかと。でオーディションの審査員として私が担当して、その時まだ日本テレビのアナウンサーであった篠原光がですね、
俺の話か、
締め切り、数分前に応募をしやがってですねもうテレビ局に関係なく個人で
迷いました。
でオーディションに来て、いやこの人はすごいなというところで僕がこれは甲子園にふさわしい
懐かしいですね。
その時に少し実況サポートしながら始まったところがキャリアがスタート。
ちょっとね手前味噌の話になるんですけれども、その当時からその2023年とか2年とかからそのポケモンユナイトっていうゲームがあって、こうリリースされてこうバーって盛り上がって大会をどんどんやっていこうみたいな機運になってた頃だったわけですよ。で今日の見どころにちょっと戻ってくるんですが、2022年にユナイト甲子園っていう高校生大会に出てた選手が何歳だと思います？ちょっと想像してください。2022年に高校生16とか7とか
4年前ですからね。
そうが今4年経ちまして20歳とか21とか2とかに育ってくれてるわけですよ。でもっと言うと甲子園の時に中学生だった選手とかもいたわけ。それが4年経つと16歳になって、そうなると大会に出られると、皆さんがつないでくれたおかげで僕らが見られなかった新しい選手たちがどんどん出てきてますんで、今日初めて見るなっていう若い選手とかに皆さんしか見つけられないスター選手を見つけてほしいなって思いますね。
またねこう日本からよりこう熱を海外に届けて、今はね海外の選手も強かったりしますので、いろいろね世界に波及していけばいいなというところで、
いや確かに
ここ横浜文体から熱気を送りたいなと思ってます。
これちょっとお二人とあと今日 だからアジアチャンピオンズリーグとか大会を初めて見るっていう方にもお伝えしたいんですけど、日本リーグはまずめちゃくちゃ強いんですよ。世界的に見ても世界が憧れる地域なんですが、なぜか世界一には去年なれないかった。
そうなんですよね。
そうでしたね、
絶対勝てるだろうと思ってたの。
でも年々やっぱりずっとこうポケモンユナイトに関わっている篠原さんから見て、年々レベル上がってるなって感じますか？
超上がってる
ね。
そうなんだ。
それこそ今年はそうね、海外の選手が移籍したりっていうところで日本に来たりもしてますので、そういったところでも非常に盛り上がっているこの日本のイベントでもあります。さあということで篠原さん、ここからね実況解説の方に移っていただきますけど、最後に一言お願いします。
はい、それでは皆さんも本当に皆さんが主役の一日ですから、声出すなとも言わないし拍手するなとも言わないし、その周りの迷惑にならない程度に立ち上がるなとも言わないので、好きなように思い出残して帰ってください。よろしくお願いします。
はい、ということで篠原さん、今日実況解説よろしくお願いいたします。
もう最初からなんかシャツ脱いじゃうんじゃないかぐらいありましたけどね。もう
実況始まる前からもう声全力で出してましたけれどもね。
でしたね。
はい、ということで改めてポケモンユナイトは5対5で競うチーム戦略バトルゲームで、宣言時間以内に仲間と協力してより多くのゴールを決めて勝利を目指します。任天堂スイッチ、iOS、Android のクロスプラットフォーム対応となっておりますので、まだプレイしたことないよという方いらっしゃいましたらぜひプレイしてみてください。
はい、そして今年4年目となるポケモンユナイトアジアチャンピオンズリーグ2026ファイナルズは、予選を突破した国内外の合計16チームがアジアの頂点を目指して戦っていきます。前回大会は日本のインソムニアが優勝を果たしました。今年はどのチームがアジア王者となるんでしょうか。なお本大会の上位2チームには先日告知もあった通り、世界大会 WCS2026 へのトラベルアワードが贈られるということで、いち早くもう世界大会に
切符を手にするってことですよね。
楽しみですね。
はい、さあそれではこの会場に集結した16チームをご紹介しましょう。
まずは日本代表、日本リーグ優勝フェンネル、日本リーグ準優勝スカーズ、日本リーグ3位リジェクト、日本リーグ4位エンターフォース36、KO カップポケモンユナイトウィンタートーナメント2026優勝 GMU、 続いて東南アジアから東南アジアリーグ優勝オニックライズ、東南アジアリーグ準優勝フルセンス、東南アジアリーグ3位 T1、ウィンタートーナメント 2026A パックイースト優勝チームネメス、ウィンタートーナメント 2026A パックウエスト優勝ライバル e スポーツ、続いてインドからインドリーグ優勝レコニング e スポーツ、ウィンタートーナメント2026インディア優勝ゴッドライク e スポーツ、続いてはゲストチーム LAIC2025 優勝ディグニタス、LAIC2025 準優勝 CSME スポーツ、LAIC2025 3位フォースゲーミング、新鮮マスターズ2025優勝ダークピーチ、 各チームのキャプテンの皆さんに登場していただきました。会場の皆さん、この舞台に集まった16チームに大きな拍手をお願いいたします。
選手の皆さん、熱いバトルを楽しみにしています。それでは試合に向けて準備をお願いします。
Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, welcome to the Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League 2026 Finals. And I'm with you right now. My name is JJ. With me is Zali right now, and we are currently at the opening act of the opening of the event Pokemon Asia Champions League.
Very exciting year today, JJ. I feel like this is going to be a revolutionary year
それでは
because
ここ
we
で素
have
敵なゲスト
so
にご登場い
many
ただきま
regions
しょう。
participating this
本
year.
大
Like
会の
we
応援リーダ
last
ー、
time,
キスマイ
I
フット
think
2
you
の
and I
宮
we
田俊
remember
也
the
さん
early
です。
times of ACL where it was mostly confined to Asia, but now we've opened the floodgates. Okay, we're letting everybody in, we're letting everybody play. And I feel like the coolest thing about this is that not only do we get interregional play, this is the only
宮
other
田さん、よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
Oh, no, yeah,
本
for sure.
大会の応援リーダーやらせていただいております
There's
キスマイフット
a lot,
2の
right? There's been
宮
a
田
lot
俊
of
也
big
です。
events, here and
よろし
there,
くお願い
but
しま
like
す。
really,
い
this
や、素晴らしい
event
会場で、
every
最初からもうゴーンと盛り上が
what's
りましたけれども、
mostly
はい。
雰囲気いかがですか。
people call,
い
or
や
at least
す
the
ご
trainers call,
くなんか先ほどお話しされていた中にもあった
This is like
この会場に来ている皆さんも主役だよっていう言葉が本当にその通りだなと
I'd say
思
that's
いま
probably
し
a good
て、
comparison. It's like the halfway mark to Worlds to see where everyone is in terms of skill, and it gives us a taste of like what the meta is possibly going to be when we do come up into Worlds. Although I do suspect we're going to be getting some pretty big game changes again leading up to Worlds. So I don't think what we're going to be seeing this weekend is going to be the be-all end-all for 2026. But I think right now we just want to see where everyone is at, right? Because the discussion for Unite is, I mean, for the longest time, everyone says that Japan is the strongest region, they get the most tournaments, they get the most, in some ways you can say they can get the most support because they do have so many events and organizers and all that kind of all that kind of stuff. But I do think we need to show our respects to other regions as well because they don't, even though they don't get as much support as Japan, for example, they're putting in the hours, they're putting in the hours to practice, they're traveling to compete, they've invested into Unite monetarily as well. So that dedication, it makes me think that Japan isn't as far ahead as we actually think this region is. I do think that gap is starting to narrow.
I mean, that's why that is what do you call this? That's why we have this, right? So we know where everyone is at the moment, as you mentioned earlier. But then I guess it's also the proving grounds where Japan can show us whether or not they are actually ahead of everyone else. And as you mentioned, that's why they're playing here as well, because they're investing in it, they're playing, they're practicing and all that, and they wouldn't be here if it weren't for those results.
Yeah. And I think it's not just the results people are really looking for too. You do need that outside recognition. If you have a tournament as big as ACL under your belt, it's much easier to convince an organization to sponsor you, to get outside sponsorships, and then all of a sudden you have a fully fledged esports team, which I think a lot of teams really struggle with in Pokemon Unite because it's not just a case of playing the game. This is a game where not only do you need to be good, but are you good enough to be part of a proper esports organization? And especially for the teams that don't currently wave a banner of any kind, this is the tournament for them to really show their stuff, not only to bring pride home back to their own personal regions, but also to further their own journey within the esports world, which I think Pokemon's been, and it's not just Unite, you know, we have TCG, we have VGC as well, all of these other games, like it's been years, right? The esports scene for Pokemon has been ongoing for years, but it hasn't, I feel, been fully recognized as a proper esport yet. People kind of look at Pokemon and just say like, oh, this is still just a game. Yeah. I don't think people have given Pokemon Unite that same level of respect as other proper esports titles yet, and I do feel like we're starting to make waves and steps in the right direction to actually be properly recognized.
And I mean, it's not just Pokemon as well. A lot of players from other games like the VG, TCG have been getting recognition as well, getting some teams as well. And at the same time, as you mentioned, it's one of the things that most of the teams have struggled with, especially in the early years of Unite. I mean, we were together on the first Asia Champions League in, way back in in Malaysia, where not a lot of teams had sponsors yet. Not a lot of teams had organizations. But then after the years after that, that's when they actually started coming in. And this time, if I'm not mistaken as well, all the teams are under an organization.
They're under an organization here, but I think the battle now is to keep that, right? You need to keep your sponsors so that you have that support going into the world qualifiers, because that's what's going to happen after ACL. After ACL, everyone's going to be wanting to gun for their spot at the World Championship, which unfortunately is going to be limited. Not everyone's going to make it. So, you have to kind of prove to your org, like, do you still have what it takes? Let's say you don't do well at ACL. Did you do well enough to prove to them that we're still contenders to compete at the World Championships later this year?
No, yeah, that is definitely the nature of esports. The trend is always changing. You could always drop off, but then this is still a place for them to, again, as you mentioned, prove themselves that they're still worth it, they're still worth investing on, and they're still a team that could potentially take over the world when we go to the World Championships.
Yeah. So, if anything, this weekend, we are going to be getting a bit of an appetizer of what will be coming to Worlds. But I think we should also just enjoy the weekend. We've got all of the best teams in the world here right now for this particular weekend. We're going to be seeing some really great matches. I think we're going to be seeing some great matches. I think we're maybe going to be seeing some pocket strats that we haven't seen before maybe come out to kind of shine, to tickle our eyeballs, but also maybe develop a new strategy that teams are going to have to look out for going into the World Championship qualifiers, because at a tournament of this caliber, I do suspect there are going to be teams and maybe even players in particular really hoping to showcase a strategy that should be able to bring them that trophy home. But at the same time, I mean, I don't know about you, JJ. Like, would you say like we're going to be seeing some crazy stuff today, or do you think that we're going to be seeing some stock standard Pokemon Unite? Everyone's going to play safe because there's too much on the line.
Well, in directly answering the question, what I'm really interested about right now is the team coming in from the China region. Mainly because we really don't see a lot of them. I mean, we studied, we can study those strategies from Japan, coming in from the West as well, and everywhere else. But for that region in specific, I want to see how they're going to fare off against everyone else. Because again, with what's working already, I don't think they are going to do a lot of, cheese strat here, some pocket strategies here and there. So it's really just that one region that would shake things up. That's what I think at the moment.
All right, so as we get everything locked and loaded here, ladies and gentlemen, in case you're kind of wondering what's actually happening with our match schedule for today, so we are going to be running 2 matches concurrently for our games. Unfortunately, there's too many teams. We can't watch everything, unfortunately, so we are going to have to watch 2 ongoing broadcasts.
And we only have 2 days as well.
We only have 2 days, yeah, that's really unfortunate. So with that in mind, we are going to be jumping into our first game very, very soon. The match we are going to be highlighting on the broadcast for today will be Enter Force 36 versus Onyx Rise. On the sub stage, there's going to be Team Nemesis and Force Gaming. Now, the question I kind of have is, I'm not sure if we're going to be having a B stream or a sub stream that actually is going to showcase that sub stage match. I'd probably have a look around. I mean, I haven't heard anything, so I think in that case, we might just have to wait and see what the results are going to end up being for that particular matchup. But everyone's going to be starting at square one for today.
Oh yeah, I mean, if that comes to, that becomes the case, then we'll just let you know what are the results. And, we do have some graphics as well to show which team wins, which teams is going to be dropped off to the, lower bracket as well, which, by the way, we're going to be playing double elimination brackets as well for the Asia Champions League finals. So as I mentioned earlier, we only have 2 days as well. That's why we're having a main stage and a sub stage, just so we can run everything smoothly, and we can get to finish in schedule.
We gotta finish on time.
Yeah.
We don't want to end too late because we also need to give the teams and players time to get ready for their matches tomorrow.
Yes.
If you have one of those really long play days, like they'll get back to the hotel and then they have to decide, okay, what's more important, sleep or study?
That's true. That's
and
true.
That's a hard question, It's like, okay, what are you willing to sacrifice to go into day number 2? Sleep is important, okay? I will say sleep is important. Obviously, having time to strategize and go through VODs and everything is also very important too. But having a late day, I don't think anyone wants that right now. So we're kind of trying to see if we can stay on schedule for today's matches, which I do feel like we should actually. I don't think we've had any troubles with the broadcast, so fingers crossed, fingers crossed, but we'll let the play day run. We also need to mention, JJ, so not only are we going to be having a competitive matches for today, folks, we also have an exhibition match. So JJ, do you want to give us the rundown of this exhibition match? Because I think we actually saw a image of the exhibition match.
Yeah, so for this exhibition match, actually, this is actually a very important one for for Japan and Pokemon UNITE, because this exhibition match is actually a border or a crossover between the entertainment industry and Pokemon itself. So as you see here right now on the screen, this is Miyata Toshiya-san, which is a member of Kisumai Futsu, which is a top male idol group in Japan. Yes, and that they are also going to go up against Team Takano and Shirazu, which are also influencers and content creators, and of course idols as well. So we have Akira Takano-san, which is a forefront actor, really good as well. So we're going to see that later on at the middle of the day, but for now we are now going to be focusing up to our tournament. As you can see as well, here comes Enter Force 36.
Yes, so our first team of our first matchup of the day. Now, just a quick recap in case you don't know who Enter Force 36 is. This is the Pokemon UNITE ACL Japan 2026 4th place team. Okay, so this is the 4th place team to come in from Japan. And based off of some of the statistics we have here for the team, for their history, they currently only have Pokemon UNITE Championship Series 2025, Japan Championship 5th and 6th place listed. So this team, they haven't really had too many opportunities to place very high in tournaments, unfortunately, but we've seen cases of underdogs just overperforming at tournaments like this. So I think right now we all kind of need to see how this team is going to perform at an international LAN setting, not a local LAN, an international LAN setting.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, this is where they're going to be able to test themselves as well, given that they're not going to go up against just Japanese teams, but also coming in from the Asia in general, and of course, coming in from the West as well, given the how grandeur this tournament is. And here we have as well one of the Southeast Asian favorites, Team Onyx Rise.
I would argue Onyx is probably the favorite to win for not for the whole tournament. Okay, I have other opinions on that, but I think just coming in from APAC, Onyx is the team to go after. So Onyx Rise, for anyone that is very new to competitive Pokemon UNITE, this is a team that is from Indonesia, and they have been together practically forever. Okay, these guys are growing white. They're growing white hairs together. So they are very well versed in how their teammates play. They understand how their teammates think. And I've had an opportunity to talk to these guys at World several times. They're very chill, very nice, really cool people. But they're very open as well. And as soon as you ask them to open their mouth about Pokemon UNITE, you're just like, okay, I think my brain is like coming out of my ears because there's too much information. They're very, very smart players. So if you ever get the chance to meet them or talk to them, they're really, really awesome. And they have some fantastic support as well. I have to mention this too. Onyx, they have a coach that really has helped build this team together because according to the coach previously, Onyx had communication issues. And one of the things that they really worked together as a team was figuring out how do you sort of bridge that disconnect within the team's internal structure through internal communication, and obviously finding out who gets the final say in a lot of these shot calls. And I mean, we've seen Onyx. I mean, you and I, JJ, we've seen Onyx throughout the years. I feel like this team is so sharp that they're practically ready to win something. And I think the question we kind of have here is it going to be ACL this year?
No, yeah, I mean, they, as you mentioned, I just want to add up onto that, you know, we've seen them start off, you know, with the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. They weren't the best at the time, but then they went up quite steadily as well, and now they are considerably the most consistent team in the league, at least for Southeast Asia, or Asia in general, honestly. So it's not really a surprise for them to be here and maybe make some stamping as well.
I'm pretty sure they made a lot of noise already. This is not a team that's coming in their dark horse. No, I'd argue Onyx, they're probably one of the favorites to win ACL this weekend. Because I also know that Onyx, they do manage to get quite a lot of scrims in with the Japanese team. So they're pretty familiar with how the Japanese teams play. The X factors could be the international teams, because we don't know how long this team has had to actually be in Japan and to scrim the international teams, and how compatible their play style is with the current state of Pokemon Unite. Because, ACL, we've got a bit of a different format happening.
No, not only that, but at the same time, as you mentioned, the game style, the gameplay style of both of these regions, the East and the West, are, you know, definitely differs a lot. And I've been saying this since forever. They, how do I say this? The Western teams, they perfect a strategy, whereas in the East, we usually try to experiment a lot, which gives us the chaos. Essentially, what we're saying is the chaos is rising in this region, whereas for them, for the West, it's perfect order.
Perfect order. I don't know if order is a very good thing, but we don't have to worry about foreigners for our first matchup, right? It's Japan versus APAC. And now, I think at this point, we kind of have to consider the compatibility between these two teams. You know, how is Onyx Rise going to sort of deal with Enterforce 36? Is it going to be maybe Enterforce 36 being the ones to maybe cause a bit of a surprise with Onyx Rise? Because, I mean, we don't have this internal info. We don't know if these two teams have scrimmed each other yet. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't. We really don't know. Generally speaking, I have heard really good things about Onyx in their performance against Japanese teams. So we could actually see Enterforce 36 being on the back foot here.
Oh no, yeah, I mean, still, Onyx Rise, this is what I said as well during the Asia Champions League group stages, right? They are one of the most consistent teams and one of that team that can adjust on the fly. So I don't think they would have a hard time going for this time. I mean, sure, maybe the first round, because especially you being the first match as well of the day, obviously you need some sort of like warming up. But the moment that they can get that one game, I think that's all they would need to set and to put their foot on the door.
Yeah. Now, just a quick reminder as well, ladies and gentlemen, we actually have a Twitch chat campaign running right now. So if you are watching the broadcast on Twitch during the ACL finals, if you watch Pokemon Unite on Twitch, you can actually earn an exclusive chat badge. So if that's something that tickles your fancy, then definitely consider heading on over to our Twitch channel so you can get your fancy old little Charizard badge. And it's only going to be... Actually, it's a pretty long period. I'm quite surprised. I thought it was just going to be the weekend. It's going to be from March 27th until March 31st.
It's, I believe this is also the first Pokemon Unite official Twitch badge as well. So that is actually quite fancy. We haven't had that in years. We gotta collect them all. Exactly. But now, of course, we are also going to be giving out away, you know, some of these cosmetics for Pokemon Unite itself. We have the frame, we have the background, and of course we have the sticker as well. This is for today. And for tomorrow, oh my goodness, this is, ooh, I want that. I want that. It's the jersey and the cap.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. So if you want to grab any of these goodies, head on over to the game client, go to events, then Pokemon Unite ACL 2026 spectator event, and then watch and claim. And you should be able to grab your in-game goodies, especially day one. Okay, we're on day one. You're not going to miss out on these yet. Okay, so go claim your stuff, and you should be good until tomorrow, and then you can go claim your rewards for tomorrow. It'll be the same process for tomorrow's games as well. Okay, so don't worry. But you've got up until 8:30 p.m. GMT +8 to claim your sticker, your frame, and your background today.
Yeah, these are actually all of these are cosmetics in game for Pokemon Unite. I just noticed. I was fooled for the day 2. It looked like an actual thing, but it's actually a.
You can dream. You can dream, JJ. You can dream. But yeah, it is in-game cosmetics, so you will be able to wear this in-game. Yes, and you can show people that you're actually a very, very cool Pokemon trainer. So go claim your stuff, guys. We've got our first half today, and don't forget tomorrow we've also got our cap and t-shirt. So go claim it in-game right now before we jump into our first matchup, because we are having our players set up at the moment. So we should be ready to jump into game number 1 any moment now. But JJ, I think we're going to do our classic caster predictions for this. I know some people don't like this, but I'm going to force this upon you anyway. Thoughts on the matchup? Is it 2-0 or 2-1?
Wow. I don't see this game getting in an XO. That's for sure, especially if this is the first match as well. I think both of them are still going to be gauge each other out. So I would say this is going to be a 2-1. But the question is, who's going to win? Honestly, I have to give it to Onyx Rise. They're really strong. I'm not discrediting Enter Force 36, but the way that Onyx Rise just adjusted their opponents on the fly, as I've mentioned, they on the spot, they would know what to do and they would give you an answer back.
Yeah, so I was let's go for Onyx Rise. I think I'm leaning to a 2-0. And the thought process here is that if Onyx Rise take game number 1, I kind of feel like Enter Force are going to struggle in game number 2. Because we've seen Onyx, this is not a team where if they win game number 1, they're just going to play the same thing. They'll actually change it up in game number 2, and then you just don't have time to react, especially if there's anything weird. So that's my thought process right now. I think Onyx should take game number 1, meaning that game 2 should also be theirs. But again, I don't think we should really be underestimating Enter Force 36. This is a team that I would absolutely classify as a dark horse right now. Yes, they're from Japan, but this is not a team everyone's looking at the moment. So because the target's not on their back, I kind of feel like they have a little bit more wiggle room to actually surprise people. And if they can beat Onyx, that's a pretty big surprise.
That is a statement right there. And at the same time, another thing that we have to take into account for is that we are actually implementing a new system for Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals 2026, and that is the global ban pick, meaning whatever Pokemon that they've already chosen for game number 1 are Pokemon that they cannot use going forward.
Yeah, so now we're asking our teams not only qualify for ACL Finals, you're going to have to dig deep. You got to dig really deep into your pool of Pokemon, and hopefully you have enough Pokemon on your list to cover you for 3 games if we have to go the full distance, which can Enter Force bring us to that game number 3? I think that's what we're kind of wondering here at the moment, because I just think with the game format, this could be very punishing to teams that are a little bit, you could say, newer to the Unite scene, because their pools won't be as deep as some of our veterans who've been around for quite a while and actually have played through several methods.
And at the same time, right, like it's going to be punishing for the teams as well that has been trying to be heavily reliant on a singular comp, or maybe have very limited pool of Pokemon that they can use against other teams, because that's what we've been playing at, right, for Pokemon Unite since Well, until quite recently, right? Like, we've always been trying to see the same comps, whatever's working, whatever the meta is. If it gets banned, then they are just going to be changing it up a little bit, but essentially still the same comp. So definitely we're going to be seeing a lot of differences between plays for these teams. But speaking of these teams, we are going to be seeing the bracket. This is a double elimination bracket, as we've mentioned earlier. And here are our first sets of matches for round number 1.
Yeah, so this is the upper bracket, folks. If you're wondering where the lower bracket is, we haven't got anyone down there, so we're not going to show on the screen yet. Yeah, so we are definitely running double elimination. I know someone out there panicking, like, is this a single elimination tournament? My favorite team. No, it's double elimination. So there is going to be a second chance for all of our teams if they do drop out of the upper bracket. But once you do hit that lower bracket, you know the game.
It's
crucial.
crucial.
You can't really afford to lose down there. Otherwise, you get eliminated. So yeah, everyone's starting from scratch. We're back to square one. The only thing that you can't really start from scratch with is your opponent. Okay, and I know some of these teams. Some of these teams are definitely not happy with who they got matched up with because they're just like, oh man, game 1 and I got this team.
Oh yeah. It's you know, it's one of those things that would definitely determine whether or not you'll be able to proceed through the tournament. I mean, I'm pretty sure they already know each other, you know, like most of them already know each other, and you have this, and even if I were in their shoes, I would have an ideal opponent for the first match, which could get my gears running. And if you don't get that, well, you just have to push through.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the bracket here. So, aside Interforce getting Onyx Rise, Fennel and GodLike, that's happening later today. That's match number 4. Unfortunately, we're not going to be covering it on this stream, but that's a rough matchup. That's a rough matchup.
It's a full sense. I'm actually looking forward.
CACM.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to Full Sense and CACM, especially when we knew that Full Sense is one of those teams that really changes up depending on who their opponents are. If you're really strong, then they're really strong. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that they are on the lower side of things, but more so they adjust their play style and they adjust so well as well that they will always be putting you to your toes when you go up against them.
They're like a mudslide. If you don't build a wall big enough for the mudslide, you're in trouble. So I hope CACM know what they're going into because Full Sense is just a chaotic team. I think I said this during our playoffs. This is just a chaotic team where sometimes they just overperform and you're like, who are you again? Are you the same roster? So that's going to be match number 4 for today. So it's going to be quite a while until we actually get there. But aside from that, in case you're wondering what other games are going to be broadcasted on the stream for today, okay? So we're doing Interforce 36 and Onyx Rise right now. For match number 2 on this broadcast, we are going to be watching Rejects versus Dignitas. The match that's not going to be broadcasted will be Reckoning versus Dark Peach. So that's round number 2. Round 3, we'll be watching Scars versus Rival Esports. And then the off-stream match is going to be GNU versus T1. So that's going to be our match schedule for our broadcast as we are not able to catch all of the matches. But yeah, very, very quick flow here, JJ. Picks and bans, I mean, it's pretty standard across the board here for Pokemon UNITE in terms of our picks and bans. But just give any of our newer viewers a quick rundown. How do we kind of do things here for Pokemon UNITE?
Yeah, so for the first team, which are on the left side, you get to get the first ban, right? And then the second one will get the two bans, and then 2 bans on the next, the other one, and another last one. And then the pick is off the same. The first one gets the first pick, then 2, then 2, then 2, and so on and so forth. And this is what we're talking about earlier as well. This is specific ruling for Pokemon Unite Asian Champions League 2026, which is going to be the global ban. So as you can see here, all the Pokemon that has been used and selected actually, so not just used but rather selected, so that includes the bans as well. They cannot use that anymore moving forward through the matches. So if they ban out like these 5 Pokemon, play these 5 Pokemon, ban these 3 Pokemon, it's oh, look at Kodo and Choco's photos. They're oh, the heart is not complete. Anyway, going back, it's not they're not gonna be able to use that anymore to the next games.
Yeah. All right, folks, we're getting ready for the matchup. As we can see, the teams are ready to go, JJ. So just a quick rundown of who is who. We have Koda, Chokol, ISKW, Nomu, and Resta. And then we do have a reserve in play just in case anything happens. It's Dora Pin.
Oh yeah. It's quite I really miss these these offline matches, because man, the last time we've been here was like 2021 in Malaysia. But speaking of which, though, Onyx Rise is still up here. You know, we have Eeyore, AXQ, Cell, Ilona, Zoe, and Jagods, which is their reserve. I think everyone does have reserves for this tournament, and again, they have been playing since day 0. It wasn't Rise. They were comprised of a lot of teams, but this is their ultimate team, which has been playing since their pro careers.
Yes.
Right? So starting 2022, this has been the one that stuck out until today.
And I do recall in a conversation I had with somebody, so Dragod, although he's listed as a reserve here, he primarily plays as like the coach for the team, like the analyst. So he's actually been able to provide a lot of extra insight for the team. And I mean, he's been with the team since the beginning of the year, and I kind of feel like we're seeing the impact of Dragods and what he actually brings to the table for the team, because I think Onyx last year, like, they were good too. This was a really great team, but there were definitely times where you could see Onyx Rise kind of struggling with certain aspects of the game, whether it be mismanaging the last 2 minutes, not prioritizing the final objective, if it's a race between 2 teams, making the decision of whether you try to go for a back cap or not. That was always something that Onyx has really struggled with, but I kind of feel like for this year, we haven't seen that with this team. They've actually found all of the solutions to all these issues that they had previously, and I kind of feel like it might be the Dragods effect, where, you know, having that external point of view, right? Someone watching through the caster slash the viewer's perspective,
audience,
that he brings a new perspective to the team, and they realize, okay, so even though, like, okay, let's be realistic, okay? Playing Pokemon Unite is vastly different compared to watching it, but being able to have access to both point of views, I think that's how you get better as a Pokemon Unite player, because you need to understand what is going to be the best course of action for you. And sometimes you only realize that watching the VOD, not from actually playing the game.
No, yeah, I mean, that's the same difference between when we're actually casting, as we are on the caster's desk. When we're casting the game, obviously we do have a different what do you call this, mindset and a different thinking of what's happening as well, and it differs with the players and of course with the coaches as well, which is, as you mentioned, going to be giving them more insight as to what they're lacking, what they're what do you call this, what they're thinking of as well, and how they're going to be able to, you know, fix that. And with Onyx Rise, especially for especially for the Asia Champions League, the group stages, they were just a different beast.
No, I don't think anyone could really go against that line of thinking right now. So I guess now we just have to see how much has all of this refinement really come into play for this team. You know, what kind of Onyx are we going to be seeing this morning? First game, first match of the day. Everyone is basically watching Onyx Rise.
We are watching Onyx Rise.
Hey, all of us are watching Onyx Rise. But look, it's not just Onyx Rise. We of course need to also take into account, like, Enter Force 36. I want to know what's going through this team's brain right now, because you've got a really tough matchup for your first game in the upper bracket. Like, yes, okay, fine, you could technically, on a technical standpoint, you can lose this game. Ideally, you don't, because you want to maintain those 2 lives. So what are you really thinking about preparing for this matchup up against Onyx Rise? You know, is it a case of, like, okay, have you done your research? Have you found out what Pokemon that you should be targeting in the picks and bans? Is it maybe a gameplay strategy where it's a case of, like, okay, let's not focus so much on the Pokemon, we need to focus on the laning stage? Because based off of information that we do know about Onyx Rise, okay, this team plays hard and fast from the get-go. Like from minute one, they are in your face, in your lanes, dunking, scoring, and we've even seen cases of invades happen as well. So I think if you're Enter Force 36, how do you outpace that? How do you outplay ONIC in the laning stage to give you that chance to actually beat them in the mid game?
No, yeah, I mean, that's it's very actually well put. Description of ONIC Rise, once they snowball the early game, it's once they get the early game, they will just snowball until the late game, and they would probably most probably get the late game as well. That's one of the things that you need to stop ONIC Rise off. That is the early game, getting in the early invade as well, because after that it's just, well, the open road for ONIC Rise. So yes, I do agree that the question lies down towards Enter Force, because if they cannot use the Force against them, yeah, man, it's just, look, man,
it's hard. This first game is rough. I mean, for a lot of the teams coming into today, all of their games are going to be rough. But I do think that, you know, Enter Force, they're walking into the lion's den. You know, so I hope they're prepared for this matchup. I hope they've done their homework. I think, if anything, I hope that they manage to get some scrims in with ONIC, because watching a team isn't the same as actually playing against them. Because once you play against a team, at least you get an actual feel of the speed that they play, the priorities they decide to go after in those team fights, objectives as well. So yeah, Enter Force, if they've done everything right, I do think that they can take a game off of ONIC. The ideal case is they take game one, because at least they have that secondary life for game number two. Let's say things switch up a little bit, maybe they drop game number two, they've still got game three.
No, yeah, that's why I said when you asked me for my prediction, I think it's going to be 2-1 against that of ONIC Rise, mainly because we really don't have a clear picture of what's going to happen, whether or not Enter Force will be able to, you know, fare up against ONIC Rise. But then, you know, ONIC Rise is this team that could adjust on the fly. So it's still the first game. Everyone still needs to warm up. So at some point, right? They still need to warm up. So I personally am not confident of what's going to happen in game number one, but definitely game number two is going to be decisive.
Yeah, game number two, I think that's where we see the full strength of both of these teams. Because at least they've had that game against each other on the stage, at the competition. Like, they know how things are going to feel. But yeah, you can see right now, we're just having a look at ONIC. You know, the team's feeling pretty chill. This is classic ONIC. They do not look shaken at all. They've been at so many lands as well, so this is not something that the team is really worried about anymore. Because I always like to, I love to bring up the idea of stage jitters for players, especially for players that are more used to playing online rather than LAN, because that does impact your play. That nervousness, the nervousness, the adrenaline, all of that can either lock a player up, it can have you hesitate during a split second, it can make you do things that you don't normally do because you're just not in a comfortable or familiar environment. But you know, as I said, right, ONIC, they have done this so many times that I don't think it really phases them.
The jump scare, bro.
Love it. Look, I mean, just stare into the camera and show everyone who's boss. Okay, this is a great way to show people you're not shaken either. Okay, so great. They're fine. Enter Force 36, they're fine.
That alone says a lot about it. I mean, like, look, if they can have fun while preparing for the first match, then that only means that they are ready. They're ready for whatever's going to happen or whatever's going to be going to start off with, and that means they're not going to be phased off with whatever. You know, whatever happens, and they will get warmed up.
Everyone's getting warmed up. Just gotta stay warm. I know normally these stages, like, they get very cold, especially at competitions like this. Like, the equipment has to stay cold, so the aircon's like blowing in everyone's face. So you can see why everyone's like jacketed up. Everyone's got jackets, they've got jumpers, they're all zipped up, socks as well. So yeah, especially during like long gaps like this, it's very important to stay warm.
No, yeah, I mean the phones, especially the phones, because most of the thing is one of the biggest difference between the East and the West is that most Eastern players, like the Asia region, we mostly play on mobile smartphones, right? Whereas for those in the Western region of the world, they mostly play on the Nintendo Switch 2. Now, the Nintendo Switch or the Nintendo Switch 2, right? Now they have docks. They're ready for the docks of those devices. But then for mobile devices, especially playing games for long periods of times, it is gonna be prone to overheating. Or it doesn't have any exhaust like the Nintendo Switch, so it really has to be cold inside a venue to help mitigate that problem. Because if your phone overheats, and this is outside of Pokemon Unite, if your smartphone overheats, then you'll have some problems in game, possibly some lags or some slowdowns with your performances.
I can't read that, JJ. Can you see that?
It's
oh no! Oh,
E36
hashtag
win.
yes,
Yep.
hashtag E36 win.
There you go. The ink wasn't.
Yeah, someone's gonna give him a permanent marker, please. Permanent marker, okay? Classes are not helping out here.
It's
okay.
kind of hard to read, but look, hey, they actually don't. They aren't playing on, or at least, I mean, yeah, okay, yeah. I guess you do have the option to play dock mode or on handheld mode for the Nintendo Switch. As we saw there, they want to play on handheld mode instead. But then they do have the equipment as well to play on, you know, what do you call this, like the dock mode, which we are seeing right now at the very end of the side. The Nintendo Switch is docked right there, and it's quite better to use. I think it's quite better to use a Nintendo Switch 2 as well if you have the access for it, mainly because you don't get any depths anymore for the game. It's just consistent 60 FPS.
Perfect gameplay. I mean, you don't really want to be limited by your hardware, especially at a tournament such as this. So, yeah, I can see why.
It's one of the things, right, for the Switch, where especially if there's a lot of things happening in the screen, if you're using the first edition of the Nintendo Switch, then you might experience some lags as well, going to dipping down to like 45 frames. So that could be a potential issue, especially for clashes. So that Nintendo Switch 2 removes that problem.
I love how we saw Dragos leaning over Eeyore just now. I was trying to read the sheet of paper in front of him to see if maybe there was like some notes, you know, we could have seen, you know, just to give us a heads up of what's happening. Unfortunately, the sheet was like white, so I couldn't read it. But if anyone in the audience managed to read it, you know, you might be in for some secret strats coming into this first matchup. And we do apologize for the delay, folks. We are just trying to sort things out here with the players, but I do think we're almost ready to go. We're just trying to finalize everything with our coaches, our admins, and also our technical team as well, just to make sure we don't start the game and all of a sudden someone's phone decides to, you know, pretend to be a Magikarp and start flopping on the floor. So we should be good to go soon. But let us know in the comments, who do you think is going to be taking game number 1? Do you think it's going to be Onyx Rise to secure this first matchup, or could we maybe see a bit of a surprise coming in from our Japanese team and actually have Enterforce 36 take this first game?
That is so. Yeah, I want to say something, but he keeps on looking at the camera. I can't get it there. You know, it's actually quite an interesting, really difficult thing to look up into. But while we're waiting, let's take a look at what's with them at the moment. You know, like they are apparently. Okay, never mind. Actually, I was about to say something. They are about 18 to 25 years old. There you go. I was gonna say something about them, but no, we're gonna go ahead into the game. And yes, it's one of the tournaments where we are going to be having 3 bands of Pokemon. So we're gonna be starting. Oh, actually, Machamp. It's a Pokemon that we haven't seen in quite a while. So it's Machamp and the Sirknight.
Yes. Okay. So, do you think we're gonna be seeing Surfetch this weekend? I kind of feel like this might be an insta-bat along. Obviously, Mega Charizard Y as well. You can't let the Mega Charizard Y through as well, JJ.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, it's one of the strongest team in the meta. I mean, in this kind of gameplay, I'd say.
Alright, so Serena ends up being the final ban for Onyx Rise, which I do think is rather interesting. And Hooper's the final ban too. So respects for the Hooper ban, because we've seen in the past what Onyx Rise is capable of actually doing with the Hooper as well. But first pick is going to be going to Onyx Rise, it looks like, or is it E36? I'm pretty sure E36 is supposed to go first. Okay. Am I tripping?
Oh. It should be, yeah, it should be the left.
Oh, it is actually first pick for Onyx Rise. Okay, so a bit of a difference to the visual formatting. It's okay. Openings.
Yeah, they did get the first ban too, no? With the champ?
Did they? Oh yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. My bad. Okay, so that was a bit of a misplay by us. It's okay. Let's focus on the picks though in the meantime, JJ. So opening by E26, I do like how they've opened this. Eldegoss, fantastic support, very universal, great in lanes, provides healing as well. Paired up with the Blastoise, I do think is still one of the strongest defenders in all of Pokemon Unite. Really just does so much for the team. But I think Onyx, they have a really strong opening as well. They actually managed to pick up the Ceruledge for Cell, and we've seen what Cell is capable of pulling off with the Ceruledge as well. And keep in mind right now, before the second phase of hits for E36, there wasn't really anything that was going to be able to lock Cell down. We do have the Mega Charizard X, however, for ISKW, which can be a threat. But is it only going to be Cell, or are we really going to be seeing a Cramorant pick here by Zoe for this final pick?
Yeah, so yeah, ISKW, Ishikawa, there you go, is with the Mega Charizard X, it's one of your choices if the Mega Charizard Y is not available. But now starting off with Onyx Rise, this is going to be the full comp. We have the Zacian, we have the Stopper, that is the Psyduck. One of the strongest, I think, attacker for me at least is going to be the Ceruledge. And of course we have some sort of walling coming in from the side of you know, the Lapras, and of course who could forget this AXQ.
Okay, hang on. It's an AXQ Cramorant. I'm actually so excited to see this because we know what AXQ is capable of with, especially playing any kind of attacker. Cramorant is just a different breed of attacker. Okay, he's a bit of a funny bird. So I am keen to see what AXQ is going to be able to do with this Cramorant coming into game number 1, because it also depends on the build that he decides to go for, right? Like what kind of Cram are we going to be seeing? But overall, just having a look at all the Pokemon available for both sides, we have a very strong front line for E36. They've got Blastoise and Trevenant. So for Onyx Rise, they're either going to have to decide whether they want to sort of chip away at this front line, or if they can maybe somehow bypass the front line and just dip in and cut into E36's backlines instead, which they do have options, right? They have Ceruledge that can go into the backlines. They also have the Cramorant that, depending on the build, can also cut through the back.
That was quick. I'm not used to seeing the game immediately, like after choosing Pokemon, to be this quick. Like it's just amazing. And anyway, going back into the game, we are now here, game number 1. Enter 436 versus Onyx Rise. Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, this is the first match of the Asia Champions League Finals 2026.
Yes, very exciting times here, folks, because the first game of the day is also going to set the tone for the rest of the day as well, especially with the kind of Pokemon being chosen. And Nick Cram making his appearance in game number 1. This could foreshadow a lot more Cram for the rest of the day. But you can see right now happening in both top and bottom lanes that both Onyx and E36 are really going at each other, trying to assert their dominance in those lanes. So far, it's rather even across the board. It's really going to come down to the rotations from the central laners for both teams. And I think if you were going to compare the two teams, a Ceruledge is probably going to be the stronger roamer in the meantime. And I guess we also have to talk about Eeyore. Eeyore is playing that Zacian this game, and Zacian is generally strong for most of the game too. So this top lane, with both the Ceruledge and a Zacian up here, they're going to really struggle to defend this goal zone.
Oh no, yeah, and this is what we're talking about earlier as well. The moment that Onyx Rise gets in their early game, then that could lead to them snowballing. But I do applaud Enter 436 to have been stopping them from stopping Onyx Rise from having that happen. Right? Cell wasn't able to invade as much as they wanted to. They were trying earlier, but Enter Force was ready for them.
Yeah, Interforce is ready. This, again, is probably going to come down to the homework. They know how fast and how hard and fast Onyx like to play. So the reactions so far to all of this aggression has been on point for E36. So this mid-game, they have a very good chance of being able to take over the game themselves. It's really going to come down to that first major team fight. Who can they take down and how much experience can they actually put on their Pokemon to create that experience gap between the two teams? We do have a bit of a fight here for the Regidrago here. Cell sitting on the side looking for something, but we do have the Charizard there to kind of threaten, and you can see both teams. It looks like E36, they're going to just give that away, thinking it wasn't worth it.
That's actually quite amazing. You know, like with the Cramorant as well, HQ bought in some time, making sure that their team can get in the Regidrago. Buying some time with that score, sure, they might have been taken off, but like, it's one of those things that they really, the micro decisions they can do to get more resources away from their team, and that would allow them to be up ahead, going towards the first set of objective, which is going to be up in just a few seconds as well.
Yeah, just a few seconds as well. Also slowing down Axq's Cramorant as well. I do think we have to mention that too. The fact that he got knocked out after that backup, I suppose, by E36. Fantastic play. Down bottom though, we're seeing a 25 scoreline being secured by the Espeon, 13 by the Eldegoss as well. So big scores coming in for E36 down there, because you can see right now Onyx focusing more so in that top lane instead. They're going to try and break the goal zones themselves. They have enough points to do so if they don't want to go for a big overcap, but it looks like they actually want to save that to try and be as efficient as possible. Down bottom though,
there you go.
By E36, and they do take it. So tier 1 down bottom is gone, but I think for Onyx, they will counter this, and they're going to get rid of that top tier 1 as well. Oh, it's gone.
And they did.
Gone.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
But with that being said, though, at least E36 is going to be able to take down the Regidrago down bottom as well, which puts them in a more even spot for both of these teams. Sure, there might be like 6 points ahead, but like that's not really anything as of the moment. But right now we're going to be seeing some push down bottom here. E36 trying to force it down. Beautiful coming in from that of the Tramp, and now look at the push right there, just to make sure that they can put down this Regidrago. They're going to be able to take down the Trevenant though. They're going to be able to have one more. Yes, they will. It's going to be the Mega Charizard X going down as well. 2 for none is going to be played again. They'll make that 2, make that 3. That is Onyx Rise adjusting on the fly.
Adjusting on the fly, and they found that opportunity to dive really deep into E36 as well. Like, I think the moment their team started to back up, you can see Onyx, they just decided to go all in, and it paid off for them, right? They didn't really receive any damage from the Regidrago. They got some experience as well, and they also pulled that Blastoise away from that central area jungle as well. So that's going to sort of slow him down in that experience department. Speaking of experience, JJ, right now we do have Onyx leading only because of Cell. Cell's hit that level 11. Axq's just hit level 10. So Onyx, they are leading in the experience macro department, but the gap is still small enough that E36, all it takes is for one team fight to turn things around.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's still not there yet, but it's slowly going up is how I would put it. But right now, let's see how they're going to be able to ensure that they can, you know, widen this gap that they're trying to get up against that of Interforce. As you can see, you know, Onyx Rise, as you mentioned, only one mistake is all that's needed for them to catch up against Onyx Rise.
So we do have the Regidrago down bottom. Onyx really want this themselves. They can start putting pressure on that bottom tier 1. Blastoise isn't here though, so E36 will be fighting without one of their defenders for now. We do have Eeyore trying to threaten there with the Zacian. Doing a little bit of damage so far, not enough. Trevenant though managing to connect on multiple Pokemon with the Horn Leeches. Also using the Unite on the Espeon, but is it really enough to fend them off? I mean, Unites are being used, but no full commitment. But down bottom, though, it looks like we are going to be seeing the Trevenant go for a big dive. Eeyore will be the first one to go down off screen. And now E36, is this the sign to go? The health bars are quite low, though. So aside from that 1 KO, I don't think E36 can get anything else out of this.
This is a very good response coming in from that of Onyx Rise. Sure, they were already down 1. And if they do want to maintain this lead, it's not a lot, but it's still a lead nonetheless. If they do want to, maintain this, then they should, reduce the casualties as much as possible, which is what they did immediately, knowing the fact that, okay, you know what, if we do push this through, then we're gonna get taken off. So what they did is just disengage immediately.
Immediate disengage. Oh, the steal! The Charizard going in for the steal on the Regidrago. That's huge too, because you've also denied that experience to the other side. I also wanted to quickly make a mention, right? The experience distribution for Enterforce, it's very top heavy. It's very Blastoise and Charizard centric. So going into the late game, we can absolutely say that Charizard and Blastoise will be the pillars for this team. They're just going to have Espeon, Eldegoss, and that Trevenant come in as that backup to create the space for Blastoise and Charizard to do their thing. I think Onic, if they haven't identified this, then they could be in quite a bit of trouble because, yeah, you can focus down on the backline supports, but if you don't get rid of that firepower, I actually think they're going to be able to out-damage them going into that late game. Now, Espeon is very low. Thankfully, we'll be able to get out thanks to that little boost of speed, thanks to the stored power. And Blastoise coming in with a rapid spin, still taking big damage. I'm a bit hesitant of that Blastoise playing so deep this late into the game because all it takes is one wrong move for him to be knocked out, and all of a sudden that puts all the pressure, all the weight on the Charizard X.
Look at this. Onic Rise currently spread it out a little bit, and a little bit of a chip damage towards that of Onic Rise, whereas Enter Force does have most of their HPs, and they're definitely on the detriment as of the moment. And look at that, Lapras with the Lapras Express just to be able to get away. And look at that, Saya is gonna be popped up as well. Here comes the Surf, Lapras Express, not quite a lot. Here comes the healing as well. Look at that, Hydro Typhoon, not gonna do a lot though. Lapras still lives on another day. And look at this, Mega Charizard is coming up as well. That's going to be the Mega Charizard X going down first. And the Eldegoss, no more support for Enter Force. No Mega 3, and now the Blastoise is down low. Are they going to be able to survive? They'll be able to take on one in the process. It's going to be a 3 for 3. So this means they would still get in some refreshments. And I'm not entirely sure that they're going to be able to take this round.
Can they take it in time? Espeon's here. I don't know. I mean, we could be in for a bit of a cheeky steal, but no, the Cerule Edge will get it though. So Onic Rise, they get themselves the Groudon buff. The team is back as well. And now it's going to be a game of defense here for Enterforce 36. They have to somehow defend their goals for the last 40 seconds. Oh, Onic Rise, what's the plan here? Are they going to go for the split? Are they going to group up? It looks like we're going to be going for a 3-2 split. Oh no, Cramorant's going down bottom. It's a 4-1 split. But the thing is, there's still some back half as well. There goes the, there we go, the back half. The Espeon, back half in 100, never mind, actually stops it. And they're going to be able to put down a hundo down bottom. And another one here, everyone's coming through. There you have it, 253 is going to be the score of the game here. You're going to put one more, and Lapras defending the top path. Even if they do allow the hundo up top, they're still going to be able to take in game number 1 on it, guys. That was quite close, but they are going to be the first winners of this first match of the day. Here comes the score. Let's take a look. They were able to catch up 483 to 155. That is quite a close match. So it was a great call coming out from Onic Rise to identify that, okay, yes, both teams have only 2 Pokemon remaining, but they also knew that the Blastoise was too low to be able to compete and even do anything to try and go for that Groudon steal. So the fact that they went for the snipe, you only really had to worry about Espeon, but it's stored power Espeon. This is not an Espeon that you're really going to worry about going for those steals unless you make a major mishap. So great call from Onic to deny that from E36. And unfortunately for E36, the Groudon buff is very punishing. You lose that in a game, it is very, very difficult to slow down a push coming in from a team that's just literally going to barrel down your face to score those points. No, yeah, I totally agree with you as well. And I do like to appreciate the fact that I would like to point out as well that the Onic Rise, they were already in the detriment going into that because the pet, the boss pit, that is the Groudon pit, going to that match as well. They were on the detriment, but they were able to see that opening that they need. You know, they have chip damages already,
everything's on full HP for Enter Force, but the moment that they overextended just a tiny little bit at that last moment, that's when they punish Enter Force, made sure that they are scattered around, and from there on out, take them on one by one. And they were able to buy in some time for themselves as well, taking down 3 into Enter Force, but at the same time, we cannot dismiss the fact that Enter Force was able to put in the force against them as well, taking down 3, but most of the attackers still alive into the side of Onyx Rise, allowing them to take down the ground off.
Yeah, I think we also need to kind of break down the drafts as well, because I think the Enter Force draft, the concept was good. The concept was very good. It was just going into that late game, I think we did see the weakness of this lineup being that they don't, especially with the builds as well, you have to take into consider the moves picked. They didn't really pick a lineup that would threaten an instant KO on anybody. Like, they were great at doing that progressive chip damage, slowly whittle down your opponents whilst also taking damage yourself. But I feel like they just didn't have enough damage in the tank to actually be able to finish anyone on the side of Onyx off. And keep in mind, right, Onyx, they're running a lot of Pokemon that also have their own self-sustain, their own lifesteal. So they're also healing themselves up. And ultimately, what it came down to was just who was able to heal more outside of that fight. And Onyx, because they just had so many Pokemon with great self-sustain, that they ended up being the team to come out as the winners, because the gas for Enter Force, they just ran out.
No, yeah, and at the same time, right, like, it's it just had a little bit of fun forward. This is what I'm talking about, right? Like, they have had some chip damage all over in comparison to Enter Force, but they were still able to use that for themselves. Here you go. Look at them. We are doing some drawings right there. It's a little bit too far away. Yeah, a little bit too far away. Thank you, Danielle. When they use a rapid spin, so they are currently on the down low on cooldown, making themselves ready to attack once again. But from there on out, look at this. Here comes the overextension from the Blastoise that got punished here by Onyx Rise. Sure, there was some the follow-up coming from the Charizard, but they went up a little bit more outside of the team fight, allowing them to punish. Look at this Nomu right there going in for the curse, and there's a Chokol as well, almost down here coming from the Sai.
Yeah, Chokol right here, like, he actually tried to go for a Hydro Typhoon. The only problem is that Onyx read this. Like, they know they were grouped up. They were baiting for it. They were baiting for the Typhoon. It only connected onto 2 Pokemon. I think it was only Iluna and Zoe. Cell actually slipped away. So, unfortunately for Enter Force, one of the key moves for this team was actually that Hydro Typhoon connecting. It just didn't connect on the Pokemon that they wanted it to connect onto. And so they lost a huge opening to get a knockout on Cell, on Eeyore, on one of the major damage-dealing Pokemon that threatened basically the rest of the E-Force lineup. And, I mean, you can see this here as well, right?
4.
Cell with the huge damage with the team.
And the thing is, it's quite interesting that we get to see these very, very slow down moments, because the first time that we saw Cell use its Unite move, right? Use her Unite move. There were only 3 on the line of the Unite move, but then they predicted that there's going to be another one, seeing from the map as well. With the map awareness, the spatial awareness of Cell, they knew that someone's going to go outside of the tall grass and make sure that 4 Pokemon will get hit by Unite move.
Yeah, so this is just... I think it's already an example of the experience between these two teams. Like, you can see Onyx thinking ahead, and this is not to diss E36, but E36 are definitely thinking in the moment. They're trying to find the moment to use their moves and their unites, but they aren't really thinking, okay, where's Eeyore going to be in a few seconds from now? Where would I want to be if I'm Axe-Q? Oh, that was so close. Like, look at that.
Almost
so
gets the
close
KO.
to getting Eeyore. Yeah, it was a sliver of health. So this is coming back to the whole self-sustain. This team has enough self-sustain to outlast all of that damage.
Oh, look at Cell.
And Enter Force just slowly melting away.
Wow, these are the things that we really don't see quite close if we don't have access to the slow-mo moments of these replay of the matches. So now we get to see a clearer picture of what actually had happened. So this is when everyone was trying to get a refresh, and Kota here tries to get in, but then again, it's not going to be fast enough for them to seal away. Not with two attackers into the side of, Onyx Rise, just dishing out the HP of the Groudon. With that being said, though, the next sets of games is going to be quite different, mainly because of the fact that all of the Pokemon, and I guess that's why they went in for this competition as well, is because they are saving up more of their comps for later, because again, the Pokemon that has been used here cannot be used for game number 2. So that's 10 Pokemon already out.
10 Pokemon out, 10 more Pokemon in. You know, what's going to be coming into game number 2? There's still a lot of options. So that's not to say that the teams are not going to have access to some of these stronger Pokemon. I think with every round, like sometimes you just got to give, right? Something's got to give. So going into this next game, what's going to be able to slip through? You know, and what do you want to slip through? Because I think at some point you have to make sacrifices and say like,
oh,
okay,
yeah.
we're gonna run out of Pokemon eventually, and we need something. So if our opponents get first pick, what can we sort of slide under the table so we get that next?
No, yeah, I mean, I guess one of the biggest thing is that there's not a lot of supporters in the game as of the moment, even at the state of the game as of the moment. So perhaps what I'm looking at is they're going to be using a lot of their defenders to be their supporters. So, we do have the likes of the Lapras, right? Labrador to use. We have Grident, we do have Ho-Oh as well, which could provide a lot of sustainability towards the game. So as we can see here as well on the graphics of the game, we can see that these Pokemon cannot be used anymore. So we do have the Grident, we do have the Crustle, the Goodra is there still, Ho-Oh could be a supporter as well, Snorlax is still open, and still a lot more options for them. So look at this right now. We're going to be seeing the first pick right now is going to the side of Enter Force 36 finally. We're not going to get cut off anymore, generally. So the next the first ban is quite interesting. They banned out the Zacian, but it's okay. You know what? This is actually a strategy as well. Mainly because if you ban out a previously used Pokemon, then that means you have more options of
They're
Pokemon.
just letting everything through. Yeah,
yes.
Just let everything through. Let it through, because we have to also remember E36, they get first pick, they only get to pick 1.
Yes.
Onyx can pick 2. So, here's the question. What is E36 going to get? They better make this first pick count, because these next 2 Pokemon from Onyx are going to be pretty nasty.
There you go.
It's... Oh, okay, this is... I don't know about you, JJ.
I love
you
this
like
Pokemon.
this as a first pick? Okay.
Yeah, I love this Pokemon.
If you love this Pokemon,
I love this
great.
Pokemon. Yeah.
I don't know if this is a Pokemon that you want to grab first pick. I have not been convinced with the Mega Lucario, but maybe I'm going to be proven wrong. But we're going to have Delmos for Eeyore? Oh man, okay, we're gonna go back to the Marchand. Alright. I thought we were gonna have a fun moment. I thought it was gonna be a fun moment. I thought we were gonna have some Delmais. But no, Marchand and Mew opening coming in for Onyx, which is fine. But the counter picks, I have to say, are pretty interesting for E36. So Garchomp and Clefable. Clefable's fine. You have your supporter. You're going to have that Moonlight for your healing. The Garchomp is a really cool way to deal with a Marchand. Because if you're a Marchand, you don't want to be anywhere near a Garchomp. That's just going to be ripping into you with those really fast and dangerous basic attacks.
And, you know, this is one of the Pokemon that we had not yet seen. So just to retract myself, the Pokemon, the global ban is only for themselves, rather. So that's why we get to see the Zacian bans as well. So it's only them that they that cannot use the Pokemon that they've already used for themselves. So that's why, you know, the Zacian can still be used by Enter 36 actually. And
Trevenant gets picked up by Onyx.
Yeah, there you go. So it's only for themselves.
Okay, so we do have a finalized draft here for both of our teams. Lots of all-rounders in this particular game. We have 5 on the screen. So Machamp, Mew, Blaziken, Trevenant, and Alcremie for Onyx Rise. And then we have the Urshifu, the Garchomp, the Clefable, the Psyduck, and the Mega Lucario for E36. Looking at both of these lineups, there's going to be a huge fight for Secure because... okay, here's the question. What kind of Urshifu is this? Is this a dark Urshifu or is this a water Urshifu?
Oh yeah, that is true. I think with this kind of composition...
I feel like there's an argument for a dark Urshifu because you might need the securing power.
No, yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, there's the Mega Lucario anyway. That could be what they are going to be using for securing, which could allow them to flexibly go to the Water Bear. But then, if you do want to just pressure up Onyx Rise, then the, what do you call this? I think the Water Bear is still a much viable option towards that if they do want to get most of the team fights, especially that it can actually go in. Because the Dark Bear, sure, you might be able to get in some of the objectives, but then the Lucario also do have Power Up Punch for that.
I mean, okay, there is also an argument, like, it never hurts to have more than one securing Pokemon too, right?
That's true.
Because you're also... Because it's not just the Blaziken that you have to worry about on the other side. Mew is also a potential Pokemon that can go for the secure, and even under certain circumstances, Machamp can also do that too. So I think it's gonna be a Dark Bear. We'll find out in just a second. Down bottom though, not looking too happy here for this poor little Clefairy. Does evolve, but will be going down though. So Axeq is gonna get a nice little boost of experience there.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's one of the things that the Onyx Rise is trying to do. Game number 1, Ishikawa going to be able to take down the Punchump as well. And, I mean, at least they have the lead in terms of the XP as of the moment. For the core here for Onyx Rise, that's what's important for them. And if you cannot stop that, you cannot deny that, then you'd have a hard time. But going back, though, Enter Force, trying to put in some... pushes here, and it is going to be the Water Bear for Ishikawa.
Okay, so Water Bear is pretty interesting because it does allow you the possibility to also dive into the back lines. You're very elusive as well, so if you don't have any hard lockdown, Water Bear is really, really difficult to catch too. So maybe this Water Bear could be a solution to really just sort of break this mojo that Onyx Rise has coming into game number 2. Because right now, Onyx, I think, just looking at the lineup, to me, this is very team fight objective focused. They have the control from the Trevenant, they have the sustain from the Alcremie, and then you have your secure ability in both your Mew and your Blaziken. And of course, you have that support coming in from the Machamp because he's going to be there to also potentially help set up for the team.
I mean, for the side of Enter Force, right, they are more of team fight heavy. And even with these Pokemon, right, even with these Pokemon coming in for the side of Onyx Rise, at least they do have the option to actually go in. Even if, say, for example, the Mew is a more of a mid-range attacker, it's they can still go through. They can still go through with the Water Bear. They do have the Bruiser that is the, what do you call it, the Garchomp and the Mega Lucario. Both of them, right, could still force in the issue against them.
It could. I think we also have to talk about the Garchomp factor because Enter Force, they're fighting with only 4 players. They still have their Garchomp in that top lane, has not fully evolved. They're about to lose their Urshifu, who will be going down to the Mew, so that's more experienced Axeq. They're going to try and make something happen there with the Mega Lucario, but with such a huge numbers disadvantage, I just don't see them being able to win this fight. And especially with the Reggie Alecki down here as well, this is a huge objective that you want to deny if you're Enter Force, but they're being pushed away. Onyx moving forward as a team. Clefable's going to try and come in for the steal. Bit difficult, and we do have Lucario coming from the back line, so Mega Lucario, they're coming with Power Punch. The healing is there, Moonlight deployed. Lucario, though, will not get the steal. Blaziken gets that final secure, and unfortunately, that Mega Lucario is going to go down as well.
And it's just as if we are having some issues right now, getting to fix that right there. I don't think it's a power up punch. Yeah, I don't think it's a power up punch anymore. It's more a jab now. That's what we're gonna call it now. It's more a jab, putting down 3 energies to your bench.
So just Just a quick update, just based off of the video feed that we saw, I do believe Cell might be having issues with his device. I mean, he was pointing to his phone, so it might be him.
Yep.
So we do apologize for the pause, folks. We're just going to have this quickly sorted out by our technicians on stage. Hopefully it's nothing major. It should be pretty minor. The team fight ended as well, so it's not going to be any awkward team fight shenanigans after all of this. But yeah, just a minor technical issue, but for the sake of competitive integrity, we're going to try and get that sorted as quick as possible. JJ, we're going to discuss about the state of the game so far. Okay, how are things looking for E36? Like, what kind of a position are they currently in to maybe take this game? Because up until this point, they have been functioning as a 4-man roster because Garchomp is simply not ready. Timings-wise, are they still on track to be able to hit their timing, or are they maybe starting to run a bit too late?
Number one, first off, I'd like to applaud the technical team as well, that they were not pausing mid-fight, because that's really crucial and could change this entire state of the game. Number two, I'd say that they are still in time. You know, especially with Garchomp, the moment that Garchomp gets in, because it's one of those Pokemon that can secure objectives that can be left alone in just a bit. So 4-man team right now for Team Enter Force 36 is all that's fine. Mainly because of the fact that even if they are only 4 Pokemon are online as of the moment, they can still go up against Onyx Rice. And you know, we already saw the team fight that happened, you know, coming in the previous team fight, right? That they can still go toe to toe against them, and it would only, you know, the what do you call this? They will tip the scales the moment that Garchomp gets online.
Okay, I would love to have that wishful thinking. I think the only thing holding me back from having that confidence in the Garchomp is that first livid outrage.
Right.
Does it hit or does it miss? Because we've seen in the past teams have their Garchomps come online at the right time.
Right.
They had that first 5-man team fight. The livid outrage completely whiffs. It doesn't hit any Pokemon. It doesn't hit any objectives. They don't get any major advancements in their team fights. Garchomp, unless he's got an extra level after getting his Unite move, is in a really weird growth spot because he doesn't hit as hard as he wants yet.
Yes.
So I think it's now going to come down to E36. Like, how quickly do they decide to incorporate Garchomp into their lineup? Do they try and use him to get that first livid outrage out ASAP to have another one ready for the last 2-minute stretch? Or do they wait? They wait for him to mature, they turn that grape juice into wine, and then they have that team fight.
No, it's more of a, all I'm saying is that even without Garchomp online, they can still go toe and toe against that of Onyx Rice, right? But what more if they do have the Garchomp? Not to say that they are heavily relying, or they should heavily rely on the Garchomp, but more so, you know, the prowess that Enter Force does have right now would greatly increase with the help of the Garchomp. And at the same time, you know, we do have, as I mentioned, the objective prowess of this Garchomp is definitely notable as well.
Yeah, I don't want to count out the Garchomp at all, because we've seen miracles happen with this particular Pokemon. It's just the piloting of the player and how well they can really utilize this very dangerous presence of a Garchomp. Because on top of Garchomp just being able to hit hard if he does land his moves, it's a really interesting Pokemon because it adds an extra layer of mind games to your Pokemon Unite matches. It's in a similar vein, I feel, to... Oh my gosh, let me think. Who else is it kind of similar to? I can't remember off the top of my head. But essentially what I'm trying to get here is that Garchomp is a Pokemon that you want to play keep away, right? You don't want to go anywhere near that Garchomp. But at the same time, you also need to deal with this Pokemon. So, like, if he's sitting on top of the final objective, you can't avoid the final objective. You're going to have to deal with the Garchomp. And so, the mind games of hesitation, because there's a Garchomp where you don't want it to be, it can mess up with your game plans because you suddenly can't execute your strategy because everyone's not in the correct place, or the Garchomp is where it's not supposed to be and will KO you if you go anywhere near it. Like, that's the really cool thing about the Garchomp. Like, it just messes with you, especially in those very tense moments where decisions are made in a fraction of a second. But again, that mind game only applies if the Garchomp keeps up with the state of the game. During the final 2 minutes, it's got to be level 12, level 13 to be at, I want to say, maximum potential. 14, 15 is a bonus. But if you can get it to level 12, level 13, that's when teams kind of hesitate and say, like, okay, you don't mess with the Garchomp. There's a little bit of outrage. Its basic attacks hurt. You can't sit there and tank it. So you're going to have to deal with it at some point. So if E36 can find a solution to get that Garchomp and to keep him where he needs to be, Onyx could be shaken. This is a team that can be shaken. They're still human. They still feel things. They still feel hesitation. They still feel fear. So this Garchomp, get big. Get fat, boy.
No, I totally understand it. I totally agree with you as well, knowing that I've used the Garchomp as well for quite a while. It's really a double-edged sword. It could make or break the team.
Yes.
But again, as I've been saying earlier, I do like that Enter Force can still go up against Onyx Rise despite not having the Garchomp. So the Garchomp really is more of an addition to their overall prowess now. But the thing is, Onyx Rise isn't fully online yet either. So that could be a potential difference between the two. Onyx Rise, though, slowly getting in as, you know, it's more of a race between would Onyx Rise be able to go online quicker than the Garchomp, because the Garchomp, as you have mentioned, live in outrage and all of its move with the cleaving effect, everyone's gonna get hit with its basic attack and getting their attacks as well, making sure that it attacks, its basic attack is as fast as possible, will do a lot of damage against Onyx Rise. And it's just that, really, you know. It's going to make or break the team, whether or not it's going to be able to get its you know, prowess as early as possible, as you have mentioned.
Yeah. So hopefully this tech issue isn't going to cause too many problems for our team. I'm pretty sure we're almost ready to go here. So let's have a look here. This is E36. I mean, E36 are vibing. They're fine. They're just waiting for the games to start. So it's all good. I think it's just Cell. Yeah, I think it was just Cell that had the issue, unless maybe there's some other issue that we're not aware of, because unfortunately, we're not updated as to what is actually happening in these matches. So we actually don't know what the actual problem is. But yeah, game number 2, I'd say, is it evenish? I'd say it's even. I don't want to say it's Onyx favored yet, because I feel like there's still a way for E36 to come back.
No, yeah, I totally agree. And again, it's just the early game. We haven't even reached the first major objective of the game of match number 2 just yet. So it's really too early for us to tell. But well, there's not really a lot to tell as of the moment, because they're still trying to get some of the resources as well. But as we can see here as well on the screen at the back, I'll just take a look at my back. So if you can see here, ladies and gentlemen, it's they're still trying to set up their thing, you know. It's making sure that everything is working, and yeah, just do your thing. Yeah.
I mean, we're doing our thing too, I suppose. Just getting ready for this big matchup. But I guess this is a really good time to remind all of you at home, you know, since we are having a little bit of a break, if you need to do anything, if you got to go to the toilet, snacks, drinks, if you got to go
for it,
do some chores. Now's probably the best time to do so, as we do try to sort of jump into this game. I don't know. You want to fold laundry? I fold laundry watching Pokemon UNITE. I'm not joking. I actually do fold laundry watching Pokemon UNITE, because, like, I don't want to do chores watching nothing. At least I occupy my brain with something, you know. So it's Pokemon UNITE. So yeah, the UCS.
Might as well be
thank you. You're doing my laundry for me. Anyway.
Here we go. Going right into the game.
We're back! Good. Okay, this is awesome. So, fights just happened. We just had the Lucario go down because the Lucario did try to go for a contest with the bottom objective. So, Garchomp is level 9. We're on point. We're on key here, JJ. Now, the thing is, how much impact is this Garchomp going to have in this game now?
Now, one of the usual things that happens is that, you know, they usually remove or at least isolate that Garchomp, allowing it to get as much XP as possible, maximize it, and get the objective for itself. As we can see as well, it's a 2v1, and the Machamp is still not a Machamp at this moment. They're not going to be able to seal away this red steel. away from that of Inner Force, which would obviously allow them to get as much attacking power. Look at that right now. Even despite having the advantage down bottom, they will still have enough of firepower to push away Onyx Rise.
It's a really good buff as well to grab in that top lane, so that's gonna scare off Onyx for a little while, which is exactly what Enter Force need at this point of time. They just need space. They need Onyx to leave them alone, to let them continue to grow their little garden of Garchomps, because that Garchomp, he's getting big. He's level 11, and we're 5 minutes into the game, so I have to say props to Enter Force being able to not only hold the fort down whilst also trying to manage their Garchomp, but they're doing an amazing job juggling the experience distribution.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, they've already been able to go toe-to-toe against that of Onyx Rise with only 4 Pokemon online. What more if they do have the Garchomp? And now that's currently at level 11, 5-minute mark, is going to do a lot. And here you got me. Coming in with that of a pick up, that is the Psyduck, which actually is a very good target coming in from that of Onyx Rise, given that it is going to be the one that would disrupt them along the way. Because it is out means that they would be able to do more of the damage. But look at that right now. Flowing Fist was being used, immediately going to be able to take down a Machamp as well. But that goes in for a 1-for-1 trade in favor of no one as of the moment. But down low is going to be the Trevenant, gets in some sustains as well. But here comes the Garchomp. Follow me, coming in for the Fable.
They do have the healing from that Moonlight, so we should be able to get that health back here on the side of Enter Force. Onyx Rise trying to play very fast forward, but no, I think they played too far forward. They've lost the Trevenant already, and the Regieleki gets secured by Onyx Rise regardless. The Blaziken coming in clutch with that final last hit. And this bottom push, you know, I thought this could have been Enter Force's match, but just a fraction of a second was all it took for Onyx Rise to take down their priority target.
Wow, it is. I do have to agree with you. I thought with how much Inner Force was already leading, I really thought that they were going to be able to win that team fight down bottom. But Onyx Rise was able to, you know, prolong that team fight so much that they would be able to respond down bottom.
Up top, we do have our objective. I can't see what Reggie that is. It's Reggie Steel. That's a very important Reggie here for either side, because that's going to be a boost of a damage boost for both teams. We do get a knockout though onto the Urshifu. So that's going to be no Urshifu. And the Mew gets a secure there for Onyx Rise. The steals have been outrageous for this team. Both objectives so far have been taken. And Enter Force, I mean, they are basically doing the heavy lifting when they start these objectives, but Onyx, every single time, just stealing every ounce of comeback potential away.
There you go. 251 to 166 is the score of the game, and in just 30 seconds, we're going to be able to see the boss pit. I believe this is going to be the Groudon pit once again. Yeah, it is going to be the Groudon pit once again. And man, Onyx Rise was is closing in into that of Onyx Force 36.
But you know what's insane though? Even though Onyx Rise have been the ones to win the majority of these fights these last couple of minutes, the experience. Oh, wait a minute. Huge limit outrage coming in from that Garchomp, but they're healing from the Alcremie, just doing too much, negating all the damage from that Garchomp's limit outrage. The team has to back up. They need to heal up as well. They need that Moonlight. Oh, beautiful jump on from the Mega Lucario, gets the Mew, looking for more eject buttons being used. Onyx Rise, the team is scattered. Up top, we do have the Marchap running away from a Psyduck. The fight continues in that middle lane there. The Trevenant having to use the Unite
here
move.
comes the
We've got
Water
the Groudon is there. Who gets the final secure? It's the Blaziken yet again. Oh my gosh, Onyx Rise. Time after time after time. They have proven that this team is capable of multitasking not just their opponents, but also the objective.
Oh my goodness. I have no words for Onyx Rise right now. They, as I mentioned earlier, I didn't believe this as much, but they have adjusted on the fly. And as you mentioned, multitasking their opponents and the objectives and everything else, despite getting KO'd it didn't matter because they were able to buy so much time for themselves that it was quite a risky type of thing though. It could have went either way, but the thing is that they were able to get that boss pit, the boss, the Groudon, which allowed them to just punish Enter Force.
I can't wait to see the replays for this because that was a very complicated game of Ring Around the Rosie around that Groudon pit, because originally, right, we thought Enterforce was going to be the ones to come in to rip through Onyx Rise and really split the team. The team was split, but then they somehow managed to still maneuver their way back into that pit, and they still had Unite moves. They had that Phantom Forest coming in to lock down Enterforce, whilst Onyx Rise, they focused down on that objective. That is not something you see from any team. That is from a team that, like, look at Eon. Like, even he's like, guys, that was a little bit too close. Like, even Onyx realized how dangerous that game was, but they danced that dance of tango beautifully.
And that is going to be the first match of the finals, ladies and gentlemen, all traditional alike. That is Onyx Rise taking in 2-0 for the first match.
What an insane first match as well. Like, I know it's a 2-0. Someone's going to say, oh, but it was a 2-0 game. E36.
It wasn't close,
They did really well. I'm actually looking at E36, and I think if they didn't have Onyx Rise as their first opponent, I actually think they could have probably won against a lot of the teams competing today. So,
さあそれではお肉ライブの皆様ステージ前方にお越しください
keep an eye out on this team in the lower bracket.
They
I think that's what we need
should.
to do. Keep an eye out on this team in the lower bracket. Let's see how far they can go, because the chance of a rematch, very possible.
It is definitely very possible. I do have to retract myself. I didn't mean to say that it was not a close match, but it was rather a close match at all. And as you mentioned, and I think we can both agree as well, that they didn't really see that happening. That it was so close that they were just so relieved that they actually won that match, especially the last match.
改めましてアッパーファースト勝利はお肉ライブ
We're going to see a little bit of an interview with them, obviously coming in with a translator, so we'll be able to understand what they are going to be, going to be asked of.
I don't know if we're going to get an English interview, so we'll have to find out in a second, because it could also be an Indonesian interview, so my Indonesian might have to be tested.
Oh, yeah, yep.
We'll see. I kind of hope I don't need to do a translation job, because I wasn't hired to do this. So I didn't do it. So that was our first game of the day, ladies. I was going to say night because we're so used to casting Pokemon Unite at night time, but it's early in the morning here. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. First match of the day done. We've still got plenty more to go for the rest of the day. And just again, a quick recap of our next matchup for this stream in particular. So after a break, we're going to be jumping into Reject versus Dignitas on this broadcast. So that's going to be our next matchup after this one. But let's focus a little bit more on Enterforce and Onyx Rise before we jump over to our next matchup, because this matchup, I feel like we are getting a bit of a taste of what we're going to be seeing today, because we also have to remember the draft format is different compared to classic Pokemon Unite. Classic Pokemon Unite, you can pick whatever you want for every single game, aside from the ones that get banned by your opponent and the ones that you ban.
Yes.
At ACL, we've changed things up a little bit, and we've asked the teams to basically show us how many Pokemon can you play. So we have the pick ban format, run as is. And you can tell, like, Onyx, they have no problems. They play a lot of Pokemon. Enterforce, okay, yes, some people might look at this lineup and say, like, oh, it's a little bit wonky, but they made it work. Okay, they made it work in a lot of these situations. It was just, I do think it was a case of, we have to consider their opponents and the circumstances that this team was in. Like, this was the Livid Outrage that was supposed to be the game-winning play.
It was supposed to be.
The mistake was that their opponent was Onyx Rise. They were prepared for this.
And at the same time,
they were in a choke point. And also Al Creamy. Let's not mention. Let's not forget Al Creamy.
I have to mention that Livid Outrage was beautiful. I think that this is the only place and the only time that this Livid Outrage would have been in its peak. The problem was not only that Creamy was there, but there was no follow-up damage. The Lucario was just coming back up from their base.
Yeah. No, I have to agree. It was just a wonky fight after after it was said and done, right? Like after the Livid Outrage, things just really went sideways for Enterforce. I mean, look, the Mega Lucario, this is where we did see a little bit of a change, right? The Mega Lucario sort of came in, the team was trying to back out, they were trying to save their Garchomp, and we did see that first knockout, okay? Mega Lucario came in, chased off Eeyore, and the Mew, I think this is where Mew gets knocked out. Yes, okay, this is where Axew got knocked out. So this is where we, as casters as well, we kind of looked at this and thought, oh, wait a minute, this is a very concerning position to be in because you've lost Axew. You still have Eeyore, you still have Cell, that's fine, but you need that Mew as that long-range damage dealer. But they also realized they had space to move. So Zoe, who was playing very far back behind his team, Eeyore splitting in the opposite direction actually created space for Onyx to reposition, which is very smart. I think Eeyore knew, like, right now, in this moment, he was going to provide no utility to the team. So he split to try to bring attention away. And of course, we still had the Mega Lucario chasing after the rest of the team, but there's no backup here for the Mega Lucario. And all of a sudden, the split from Onyx, it happens. They get the split. They manage to successfully get away. And they regroup around the Groudon pit. And this is where we see the turnaround. We see the Wood Hammer. We see the Horn Leech. The Phantom Forest is going to come out in any moment. I think it connects onto all three Pokemon as well. That opening was where Onyx just decided, this is our Groudon. We have Blaziken. And Cell just comes in clutch, finishes everything up. And look at that again. Trevenant, the Horn Leech, the Wood Hammers just destroying Enterforce because they have no way to cancel this out. Like Illuna doing work behind the Groudon.
And at the same time, right, like it's
these micro plays, JJ. These micro plays do so much.
The hindrance resistance means that, you know, unlike other statuses, you won't be able to actually stop it. Not with a stun, not with a knockoff. It didn't matter at all. You know, the moment that they were able to charge up that overheat, it was done. And as you mentioned, the moment that they were able to see, you know, the Horn Leech to stop down Enterforce from doing any more damage, just to not, you know, get that overheat off of timing, was just magnificent.
Yeah. So Onyx looking brilliant as ever, but I think we also did sort of expect this from the team. They are, again, one of the favorites to win all of ACL. It's just a matter of, can they compete with the top Japanese teams? That has always been the question, especially with the Asia region, because Japan, they're almost in a league of their own, but Onyx are kind of in that league. They play with a lot of the Japanese teams, so they're looking good for game number 1. But I'm pretty sure we all want to know how the other teams are going to be doing in their first round of matches. So again, just a quick recap for game number 2 on this broadcast. We're going to be broadcasting Reject versus Dignitas. Okay, so yeah, so really exciting match coming up very, very soon. So just a quick recap here. So Reject is the 3rd place team from the Pokemon UNITE Japan League. Okay, so this is the 3rd place team. And for Dignitas, they managed to get their qualification slot through the Pokemon Unite LAIC as the 1st place team. So this is the team that won LAIC. And this match, I feel, is going to give us a pretty good glimpse into the state of the East versus West situation. Is the best team from LAIC going to, in theory, sweep Reject? I think that's what a lot of people are expecting, but is that going to be the case?
No, yeah, that is actually a very interesting topic to delve into, mainly because of the fact that if Dignitas would be able to, well, not sweep, but rather, I guess, win spectacularly against that of Team Reject, then that says a lot with the East and West kind of position that they are on right now, and would definitely say that there's going to be a high chance that they would be able to win Asia Champions League 2026. But then, of course, Reject is one of those teams that has been quite familiar with everyone in Pokemon Unite, especially in the Asia region, that they are not rejects at all. They are the opposite of rejects. And they're just really strong, you know?
They're just really strong. I mean, yeah, I think that's a pretty good description. But no, I mean, for both teams, honestly, both teams are very, very strong. So Yeah, we're just going to have our teams, I guess, get their devices ready on the main stage because we are playing these games on the main stage, so setup is a little bit slow. So we do apologize if there is a little bit of a delay coming into our next matchup, folks, but we just want to make sure everyone's devices are working accordingly, especially our mobile players, because mobile has been the device that can be a little bit moody on the main stage. I mean, it's not just here. Any LAN event, mobile phones can be a little moody. At Switch 2s, they are Gucci, okay? If you're on the Switch 2,
you're good.
You're going to be completely fine. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah,
but
Pokemon's going to be like... Yeah, Switch 2. Good.
Switch 2. But I'm kind of interested to see what this entails for our second game.
アッパーファースト、選手の入場です。はじめに登場するのは日本リーグ3位
this might be the team introduction for the next game.
Here we go.
There we go, Rejects. Gonna start with Rejects, folks. So, in case you didn't know, we just said this, in case you just missed the broadcast announcement. So, Rejects is the third place team from the Pokemon UNITE Asia Japan League. And the players on the roster include Shigenaki, Charu, Caminero, Kaipo, Kusamushi, and Okamoto. Wait, did I read the right?
Haruto!
Yes. Oh wait, no, I read the wrong team. Sorry. It's PUI, Haruto, Overlord, Pavone, Satake, and Yuminara. Sorry, folks, I read the document wrong.
There you go. One of them, 1-on-1. One by one, they are coming in, and the player that they actually imported is Overlord, which is arguably one of the
huge import. I think a lot of people looked at this and thought, okay, is this going to be the import of the century? I mean, I don't know if Unite's going to be around for a century, but is it going to be the import of the century? I mean, thoughts for you, JJ. You know, what do you kind of think Overlord sort of brought to the table here?
He's half Filipino. He's my prime, you know? Oh, sorry. No, I think being one of the back-to-back champions for Pokemon World Championships is they have a lot in store to show us what they can do, especially elevate the elevate the level of playing field for the entire world, especially that they are now playing for a Japanese team. But speaking of which, before we delve more into that, we're going to be seeing Dignitas right now against that of one of the again, I think this is more of a callback for Overlord as well, knowing that, hey, look, they want IC, but hey, I am from the previous Luminosity back-to-back champions for the World Championship Series for TPTI.
Yeah, just a quick recap on the players of the roster. It's Zugrug, Inda, Otter, Toonslim, Zealot, and Tans. If you've watched any sort of competitive Pokemon Unite, you know who these guys are. They have played Unite for forever, and they are pretty dang good at the game as well. So this is a pretty exciting matchup for me. I think a lot of players internationally as well, viewers internationally, because again, I think I literally said this not too long ago. How well is Dignitas going to fare up against the third place Japanese team? Because this is essentially a East versus West matchup. There's always been the question of, is Japan really as good as they are? Or maybe the skill gap between regions is a lot smaller than it actually is. Is maybe this team actually good? Or are they overrated? Like, there are so many questions surrounding these teams. And really, you can only answer these questions if you put these two elements together, which is, for us, a best-of-3 matchup, which is the most exciting way to sort of tell these stories and to really, I guess, provide clarity on where everyone really is in the Pokemon Unite scene.
No, yeah, and here we have it. You know, oh, it looks like...
Is that first pick?
Yeah, they're choosing first pick right now. It is going to be Team Reject getting that one. And as you have mentioned as well, you know, Zugrug in their Toonslim is those homegrown names in Pokemon Unite. If you've been following Pokemon Unite, especially at the first years of Pokemon Unite, those names should ring a bell with you, and they are one of the top players as well for the Western region. I mean, it's not a surprise that they are the first placers for LAIC.
Yeah, so, I mean, they won LAIC for a region. I managed to catch the finals for that, and they just... It was nice. You know, I looked at that and I thought, man, I can't wait to see these guys play at ACL. So obviously the moment is finally here, and we will be getting this first matchup. And only one team can win, which is the very, very unfortunate thing of competition, right? You can only have one team win, especially if it's a head-to-head matchup. And the expectation here is really, who are people expecting to win? Because if you just base off of the general, like, I guess, hierarchy of how everyone's qualified, I think people would expect Dignitas to win because they won a championship title, which is LAIC. Now the problem is their opponent is from the Japanese region, which is one of the most competitive regions in all of Pokemon Unite, and in some regards you can say it's probably one of the most refined regions because they play so much Unite. And I think it has to be said, Overlord I think also does play a factor into this, because Overlord, before the rejects, he didn't play in Japan.
Yes.
He did not play in Japan. He played over with Luminosity for the longest time. I think we've all I think at this point, if you watch Pokemon Unite, you don't know who Overlord is, then you haven't watched Pokemon Unite, frankly.
That's true. That's true.
So I think Overlord also is going to play a pretty big factor in this particular matchup. But the thing is, we don't know how much of a factor Overlord himself is going to play, or if maybe it ends up being his influence, you know, the information that he can bring to his teammates on who these players are, because being on Luminosity for Overlord, you know, he's played against I think practically the entire roster of Dignitas before. Maybe not together, you know, maybe as fragmented members of other teams, but that is still very important personal knowledge to have, especially at a LAN event.
No, yeah, I mean, it's quite similar to, you know, the insights that the Slash were able to give the team that they are with, you know, right now for the Taiwan and Hong Kong regions. But then it's these imports that provides them more of strategies, you know, coming in from, you know, as you mentioned, they weren't playing in the Asia region. They can provide these more, I wouldn't say more, but more so additional colorful strategies that could flesh out what's already strong with the Asia region. In this case, Japan, you know, Southeast Asia, Philippines, Southeast Asia, across the board, really. So they are just going to give sure that we can maximize everything as well, going into competitions at these levels.
Yeah. So I think now at this point in time, we just got to wait for the game to start. We've got to see the drafts. We need to see the play styles. Is game number 1 going to be a good example of what these two teams can bring to the table? Probably not. I think it's really game 2 where we can maybe finalize our verdict on how these teams are form-wise, I guess, coming into the competition. But yeah, game number 1 is going to be a huge advantage to whoever wins that matchup, because obviously you get that second life, you know, you lose game number 2. It's okay, you've got game number 3, you know, that backup is sometimes handy. Not every team can capitalize on that advantage, unfortunately, but if you can win that game number 1, it's a slightly smoother sailing for that game number 2 win. But generally speaking, I think you can also say that normally a team that wins that first game, they tend to have the momentum to win the second game as well.
Right.
I can't really use Onic as an example for this though, because Onic is, I feel, on a different level. And the two teams that we're seeing today, I think these two teams, this is just a prediction, I think these two teams are closer in skill than we give them credit for.
Do you think?
I think so. Because we have to also consider the fact that, like, yes, Dignitas, lots of very big names, great names in the Pokemon Unite scene. But we also need to consider that, okay, we still have players from Japan, and these are not just any players, okay? Like, I know everyone's looking at Overlord, you know, he's the guy that everybody knows, but you have to remember, like, there's more players than Overlord on this team.
That's true.
Okay? And for him to play with this lineup, like, you need to have the confidence to be like, okay, I have the confidence to play with this team in this tournament because I think we can win. And looking at the lineups, okay, is PUI, Haruto, Pavone, Satake.
Yes, they are already.
These are not nobodies, guys.
Yes.
These are known names in Japan.
They are already, what do you call this, stars. The all-stars of Japan, I'd say so myself. And to put another one, albeit not off, you know, the Asia region, it could make or break a team, really. If it already works and you put in another one, it's just going to be, you know, it really would depend on how you're going to be able to synergize with the already existing teams that already works.
Yeah, I mean this lineup works already, so I guess who has the better synergy coming into this best of 3, eh? So yeah, I think this is going to be a close matchup. Compared to our last best of 3, I think it's going to be 2-1. I do think we're going to go for a full 3 games. In terms of winner, though, that one's a tough one.
You know, quite frankly, I think we're going to be able to see I think we're going to be seeing a 2-0. I think the first game, I think it's going to be a 2-0. I think the first team.
Rejects.
It's
Are you about to say
hard.
Dignitas?
I would.
You can't just say 2-0 and not pick a team. You got to pick a team.
No. Yeah. I want to see. I want to see how Dignitas is going to go and fare. But like, obviously, including other factors, external factors such as the flights and all that. Obviously, Reject has been sitting quite comfortably as well.
They
from
live
where they're
here,
at.
JJ. What do you mean? They live here.
No, exactly.
travel time.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, right? That's what I'm saying. So they are quite waiting comfortably as well. So those are some of the factors that Dignitas might have some troubles with. But at the same time, right? Like they are always in this kind of position. They're not new to these stages. But the thing is, Reject has shown us how much they are great, right? How good they are at, despite being faced off with anyone. And Dignitas, this is more of a sure they have been able to play in different stages, but like it's not all the time that they get to play a team from Asia. And Reject, they are rejecting these idealisms.
So your prediction is what? 2-0 who? Come on.
Oh wow! I just went there.
Pick one. No, you don't get to go for like a long spiel and not pick a team. Pick one. Pick. Come on, chop.
Reject.
Okay.
Reject. Yeah.
So, I actually am swinging in the opposite direction. I said 2-1 for my prediction. I do think these two teams, they are much closer in skill than we give them credit for. But I'm actually leaning towards Dignitas.
Oh wow!
I'm leaning towards Dignitas mainly for the reason that this team, okay, a lot of the players on Dignitas, like we've seen them compete in so many tournaments, it's not funny. But they haven't won anything as big as ACL. I'm hyping up the tournament, but the ACL is kind of a big deal now. They haven't won anything as big as ACL. So to go for the full commitment, to compete for the entire season, and to also add ACL to their travel roster as well. They won LAIC, they proved that they're capable of winning a tier 1 tournament. I think Dignitas are actually better than Reject here. I think they're more hungry, I think they're more motivated, they have more to lose here compared to Reject. Dignitas 2-1.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, like the external factors coming into play. It's not just the game itself, obviously it's not just their skill levels, but these external factors such as their motivation as well comes into play, their comfortability as well. Everything's right there that we have to consider as well. But I do have to agree with you. I'd say Dignitas is more hungry, especially after the win with LAIC. Obviously, they do want to win more. ACL is going to be just a stepping stone as well, going into Worlds. But that goes to the same goes for Reject as well, and anyone in Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League.
Yeah, I mean it goes for everybody. Everyone's competing here to prove that they are world quality. I mean, you want to win as well, so it's a pretty big deal. So, look, I just want good games. I think we all want good games. I think the players want to play their best as well. They want to show us their absolute best ability as a player for their team, for their region, for their role. So, we just let the players sort of do the talking. I do believe we're still waiting for some setups here because we're seeing Dignitas kind of work with I'm not sure if that's our head of technical engineering. It might be one of our head admins, but they're just trying to finish setting everything up. But hopefully it should be starting pretty soon.
Yeah.
Let us know to all of our viewers at home, regardless of where you're watching the broadcast, who do you think is actually going to win this matchup? Is it a 2-0? Is it a 2-1? And who do you think is going to win that matchup? Let us know in the comments so that we can see everyone else's prediction, because I do like seeing the audience's predictions as well, because everyone's going to have their own opinions on teams and regions and tournaments, and I kind of want to see if everyone also leans towards 2-0 or 2-1. Because I feel like, personal opinion, I think a lot of people are thinking it's 2-0 as well, JJ.
But the question is, right? The question is whether which team they are actually leaning on towards. I mean, we are on the Asia broadcast, so we might be able to see some. We might be able to see more of rejects here. But at the same time, we do have the other international broadcast as well, which is actually streaming not the main stage, but rather the sub stage. So that is something they can look forward to as well. If they do want to get if they do want to be updated for both of the matches going on. But as of right now, as we've said, who do you think is going to be winning here? Reject or Dignitas? Let us know in the comments, and let us know why you think that is.
Yeah, just share us your thoughts. Just keep us all entertained as we get ready for this next matchup. But I do believe we actually got an update from our B stream, in case you guys are wondering what happened over there. So Nemesis ended up winning their first match of the day.
Oh, it's blue.
It's a green screen.
It's a green screen. No.
Do you not know the color of your flag?
No, this is blue because my background is blue. My background is blue.
Okay.
This is blue. This is blue.
Issue.
This is blue.
Okay. It's okay. We have fun on the broadcast too. Okay, it's not just the other stream. Okay, we can have fun too. Okay, so. All right. Reject and Dignitas. Now, I guess what else is there really left to say about these two teams? I guess just going off of the notes that we have here for these two teams. So for Rejects, in case anyone is wondering about past records for Reject. So the first record we have is the Pokemon UNITE World Championships 2025, 9th to 16th place. The second record we have here is the Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League 2025 Japan League, where they finished in 5th and 6th place. So that's the records that we currently have listed for Rejects. As for Dignitas, what they have currently listed is the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series 2026 AOS Cup. They came in 5th and 8th place. We're going to ignore that because they won LAIC. That's more important. So
the
other statistic is a non-factor.
I do have to note down as well that one of the players for Reject as well is Yuminyan, which is actually the one of the winners for the World Championship Series 2024 from Fennel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we have a little bit of Fennel magic coming in as well, even though, we have actual Fennel today.
But it's all I'm saying is that this team is, as I mentioned earlier, is an all-star team, I'd say, for Japan, and man, I'm just so excited for the Asian champions, the ASEAN games as well. It's gonna be weird. It's gonna be weirdly, but in a positive way.
It's a good way. That's why I'm excited. Okay, so. We have those statistics listed for our two teams. Just trying to see, is there anything else that we can kind of talk about whilst we sort of have our tech team do their thing in the background? Because I can still see them kind of walking around, making sure everybody is settled down. So we still have Dignitas, I think, being settled in. I want to say Reject. Oh no, I think Reject is also getting something done as well. Players are standing up okay, so they're probably having to play a little bit with the hardware on the desk. So again, folks, we do apologize for the technical issues. Just when we're doing stuff on stage, we just want to make sure everyone's got a good experience. We don't want to have anyone at a disadvantage here. So just for competitive integrity, just got to make sure everyone is set up and good to go. But I don't see the tech guy there anymore, so maybe Rejects are okay. It looks like Rejects might be set up. So we're just waiting for Dignitas to finalize their setup, and then we should be good to go, folks. So thank you all so much for being patient. To all of our Pokemon trainers from wherever you are watching this broadcast. I know everyone within our region, it's still early in the morning for us. I know for some of you guys over on the west, it's the middle of the night. It's early in the morning. If you've decided to stick it out with us to watch the Asia Champions League, thank you all so much. The players, the production, the casters as well. We do appreciate having you all here as well, because today's games, I mean, game number 1 today was great. So the fact that game number 1 was great, I have high expectations for game number 2 today.
I mean, I do too. Just to give a bit of a, I just want to give a bit of a, I guess an explanation of sorts towards the players, towards the viewers as well. Why we're taking this long for the, the main stage is because they are using the same, devices as well. So they need to log out, log in. They need to, to switch things up. Other accounts for the game when they're on the main stage. So we still need to have this ready, and once it's done, they're going to be doing in the lobby and start the game from there on out.
Yep. Alrighty, folks. Hang on, JJ, let me just have a look at our schedule for the rest of today's matches, just to give everyone a quick rundown as well. So in case anyone's just tuned in and you're wondering what happened to our B stage stream, so it was Team Nemesis versus Force Gaming, and Team Nemesis ended up winning that first matchup. So another APAC team is going to be going through the upper bracket as well. Actually, very good day for APAC, right? Because we've got 2 APAC teams already going through in our upper bracket matches. Second round, we're not quite sure yet. We're still waiting for this matchup to start. The other match that's going to be happening on the B stream is Reckoning Esports versus Dark Peach. That is the other match happening on our B stream. I do believe that one is also being set up as well. So we're just kind of waiting around to see what happens with that broadcast. But stick around with us, because I do believe we're almost ready here with Reject and Dignitas. And we also made a prediction. I made a prediction 2-1 in favor of Dignitas, and JJ's decided to go for a full commitment 2 over Reject. So go throw some eggs at him. Thank you very much.
Why the drive-by? Why the drive-by?
Gotta keep things spicy, okay? Gotta keep things spicy. Gotta keep the broadcast fun.
Okay. With me on expense? Okay. Okay, well,
good.
With that being said, though, I think they are now getting set up as well into this. I mean, again, just want to reiterate that we have the Philippines up, Southeast Asia for Asia Champions League is getting fun. We are trying to get all of them Asian teams as well up and running for them to protect their homeland. Just like last year, the winner for last year's ACL was not a team from from Asia. So I think this is quite the stage for them to take back the crown as well.
Take back the crown, take back their dignity, and hopefully
Dignitas.
take the game.
Dignitas.
I think just getting into the game would be a fantastic start here for everybody so far.
Oh yeah.
I think that's what everyone wants. Usually these kind of stage hiccups, they normally happen for the first couple games of the day. Usually after this, usually just based off of experience.
It's the keyword, right? It's a keyword.
It should be smoother than this. Normally it's just a couple of technical hiccups. So yeah, hopefully everything is fine. But we know that rejects are good to go. We're just waiting for Dignitas, it looks like. If they just angle that camera a little bit more to the right, we might be able to see what happens. No? Okay, well no, we're just gonna focus on rejects. Oh good. We've got some fun players on the stage too.
And I would like to also see, we have been seeing all the players as well, but I would personally like to see more of the stadium as well, to see the audiences. We saw a glimpse of the stadium as well, where it's almost full, I think, or I think it's actually full, filled up with Pokemon UNITE fans. Not only with that, but also team fans.
Team fans. I mean, you gotta support your favorite teams.
That's
and I'm
true.
pretty sure a lot of the supporters there, they're not just coming in for one team. There's normally for events like this, you get people coming in with like 3 flags. They got 3 teams just in case like one is gone. They're just like, it's okay, I still got 2 more in the race.
There's
you kind of have to do that. But we are jumping into the game, ladies and gentlemen. JJ, we are in game number 1 for our second upper bracket match of the day. We have Reject playing up against Dignitas.
Here you go, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. We're going to be seeing the first set of bans here. Coming from the side of Reject, of course, that's going to be the Machamp and the Garchomp. Quite surprisingly that we're going to be seeing a lot of the pick rates here for the Garchomp, not only into the bans, but also in the usage rates. And at the same time, we have the Sir Fetch. Actually, I have to correct myself. It's not Sir Knight. Sir Knight is the Japanese name of Gardevoir. It is Sir Fetch. There you go. That is getting banned right there. And at the same time, we have the Zacian and the Conky as well.
Yes. So last ban here for Dignitas, and it's going to be the Snorlax. Okay, so getting rid of a defender for our first game of the day. And opening pick, is it really going to be... Okay, I thought it was going to be Mew, but instead, we're going to be going for the Mega Charizard Y, as this was available, it was not banned, so I hope for Dignitas' sake they have a solution for this. Not to say that Mega Charizard Y I feel like is unbeatable, right? This Pokemon absolutely is beatable. They just have to figure out a way to get on top of that Mega Charizard Y and to either effectively just eliminate him before he becomes a factor, or alternatively, the solution we saw during the group stage, just out-survive it, because Mega Charizard Y does big damage, but it's not burst damage, it's that's progressive burn. So it's not something that is uncounterable.
I am quite interested as well, you know, for their picks as well. Here we have the Miraidon going to Peewee and Satake into the Mega Charizard Y. It's already a good first 2 picks. Overlord has been hovering into their favorite H-Slash, but they're not going to go in for the H-Slash, unfortunately. Going in for the Delmice instead. Haruto with the bear. We still don't know whether it's going to be the water bear or the dark bear, but still, this is looking pretty spicy for a lineup for Team Rejects. I think it's not only is it balanced out, but the prowess that it can give up against, give down towards that of Dignitas is going to be a lot, especially that the current lineup of Dignitas right now does not have a lot of attacking prowess. Sure, there is the Mew, and of course the burst damage coming in from that of the Talonflame.
Yeah.
But the question is, would they be able to push through with the defenses and attacks coming in from that of Rejects? Because again, if we're just gonna comparing attack prowesses, right, I would really have to give it to Reject. But the thing is, the mobility is on the side of Team Dignitas.
You think so?
I think so, yeah. They do have a lot of space to work on, especially that Mew could be an attacker, could attack from the from the back lane, so we do have the Blasters as well that could push away Pokemon into the side of Team Reject, and at the same time there is the very mobile Talonflame that's going in and out of the team fight, pushing down some damage as well. The Psyduck can be a disruption as well as the side of Rejects.
Okay, I mean, I kind of get the idea. Okay, but unless Dignitas are very careful with the ability to maneuver their opponents, to displace them, I don't know if that alone is going to be enough to help guarantee them that game, because they're also going up against a lot of firepower and a lot of sustain on the other side, right? So they need to be very selective on who they target so that they can actually guarantee those knockouts and actually really cut into Reject's lineup, because you have to also remember there's a Vaporeon on the other side, so they actually have natural sustain, whereas you have a look at Dignitas, they've decided to go for self-sustain lineup. So every Pokemon on this team is going to have, it's all on you, basically.
No,
right?
I agree. And at the same time, you know, going back to Reject, there's a lot of firepower, but Dignitas knows this, was able to foresee this, and make sure that they are not going to be able to get their, their Pokemon online as early as possible. But then they are getting overwhelmed here down bottom, making sure, oh wow, they were able to steal everything. No resources for Team Dignitas for that match right there.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit painful, because the Japanese teams, they love to hog all of the resources, the experience, the buffs, and if you're Dignitas, especially with the lineup that they're running, they need to keep up. You can't afford to let a team that's running that Mega Charizard Y and the Miraidon run away with the experience game. And right now, Dignitas, they've been on the receiving end of a lot of pressure. And I'm scared it's to the point where it's really slowing down the early game, and it's going to hinder their presence in that mid game. Especially considering that like you're looking at some really heavy mid to late game heavy hitters on the other side. And then for Dignitas, I hate to be that person, their lineup is more built for that early game, right? Like more built for the early game, for backcapping, for a bit of a cheekier play style, which there's nothing wrong with that at all. But you need to have an answer for a team that really just wants to get in your face eventually.
No, that's true. That's what I'm talking about, right? That's what I'm talking about earlier. The firepower coming from that of the rejects, the prowess that they have, is a little bit too much for the lineup team that has to be able to take. So all I'm saying is if they can space themselves right against that reject, maybe, but they still don't have that definitive way of actually taking out reject, especially if reject decides to force down the issue against them. And here we have it. Here comes the fly, tries to get out immediately because they know for a fact that if they do go inside reject, they're gonna get demolished in an instant.
I'm just looking at the standoff between the two teams, and you're just seeing rejects sit there with like practically full health at all times. And for Dignitas, the teams are getting chipped. So if a fight does end up breaking out for Dignitas, like they're going to be going at a health disadvantage, which is quite devastating, especially in game one of their very first game of the day. Like again, this really comes back to the idea that like you run a lineup like this, you need to dominate that early game, and that's not what's happening. It's actually Reject taking full control of the match. They've got that bottom Reggie Alecki wanting to go in for that tier 1 tower. Sorry, the tier 1 gold zone. You've got Blastoise running away. The Psyduck can't do anything, so that's a free score. There's that a 19-point overdunk as well. Yep. Rejects, they are preparing to effectively just run over Dignitas.
No, yeah, that is what we are scared of for Dignitas. The moment that Reject gets their Pokemon online, even without their Unite moves, the moment that they have a little bit of an advantage in terms of their resources, is going to be very hard for them to stop Reject. But here we have it. Reject slowly but surely trying to, you know, rotate up and down. But there it goes! Hitting a wall right there for the Flame Sweep, unfortunately going to be able to be taken out, and there you have it. At least Dignitas is able to take down the Mega Charizard Y right there. 1-for-1 trade for both of the teams.
That's what I'm looking for this team, and I get another one as well. Actually, this is what I wanted to see from Dignitas. I wanted to see this team really just start to move together as a unit, and it really looks like that once the Blastoise came online, you know, Zagrug leading the charge of the team, they feel way more confident making these moves happen. And Rejects maybe seeing how passive Dignitas were in the early game, thinking like, oh, there's no way this team does anything. And maybe falling for a little bit of a mental play, right? Just, oh, we were too passive here. So now we've given away a couple of eliminations. That's experience given away to the other side. And speaking of the experience game, Dignitas are actually leading with their 2 core Pokemon in the experience department. So this is what I'm looking for the team. I need Dignitas, if they're going to win this game, to keep this going. They've got to keep the pressure up. They've got to keep hogging those levels, and they need to choke. They've got to choke Reject out of the map, because if you keep letting Reject collect this experience, even though you started to speed things up a little bit, I still think Dignitas are going to be outscaled.
No, that is totally true. I agree with you. I mean, especially, I am going to be repeating myself here, but the attack prowess here for the attack prowess here coming from Reject is just a little bit too high for them to be able to attack, especially with how squishy the Pokemon is into the side of Team Dignitas. The only one being able to actually, you know, dish out the damage for themselves is most possibly just the Blastoise.
Yeah, I have concerns, JJ. I have concerns for this particular matchup, but look, I want to let the teams prove me wrong. I want them to prove me wrong. I want them to make me eat my words, and basically to prove that their lineup is going to work. It's going to work. It's not going to be a problem, but we're going to have to wait for the game to start for that to happen. Now, speaking of, I do want to talk a bit about an X-Factor pick that we are seeing in this matchup, right? We saw the Delmise. The Delmise got picked up But so far, we're not really seeing too much happening with this Delmai's pick. It's kind of existed. I'm not sure if I saw this wrong. I swore I saw a seaweed snare, but maybe I actually saw anchor shot instead. But aside from that, yeah, the Delmai's kind of just been vibing. For this Pokemon, actually, in the current meta, do you actually think Delmai's is going to be a mainstay in our picks today?
I totally think that Delmas is going to be a mainstay for for the tournament, mainly because of the fact that it's we are having a global ban system, and it's Delmice's utility is I'd say one of the best in the games. It's just that there are much more viable Pokemon as a whole than that of Delmice, especially if this is the kind of Pokemon, this is the kind of composition where you want to force into issue, but then if they are a little bit too wary of you, then at least Delmice can hook them up towards you. That's what I think.
So that's basically the job for the Delmais, just basically hook people in and hope the rest of your team is going to be able to finish them off. I mean, it's very possible with the lineup that they've actually drafted around the Delmais too. So I think the question is, can they actually get those shots to land? Because every time the shot misses, that's value gone from this Pokemon. Like this Pokemon, unfortunately, the value of this Pokemon really depends on the aim ability of the player behind it. So maybe in one of these team fights, we will see the value of this Delmais. But so far, Delmais has been kind of cruising along. He's there, but he's also not there. Maybe on purpose, it's like, oh, it's just a Delmais, not really doing anything. We kind of ignore him. Oh, wait, oops.
No,
I'm back
exactly.
at the Pokemon Center.
I mean, it's not sure. Like the Delmas might not be able to do a lot on team fights, but to initiate the team fights, or if you're trying to get away from reject, man, you're not gonna get rejected. You're gonna get accepted in.
Yeah. We are back into the game here, folks, so thank you all so much for being patient with us. We are still in game number 1 too, so there is no shenanigans, there is no point leads from these teams. The only thing happening is that we are seeing a big group up here for both of our teams. We have both Dignitas and Rejects grouping up for that top lane. The only thing missing though is that the Talon's lane is down bottom, so it's going to be a 4 versus 5 battle. Dignitas do decide to start something here for this red Reebok, which is going to be the objective. Oh, they're going to pull in! Oh,
that's what I'm talking about!
They did get the knockout though, that's pretty big. So the knockout's not there, Psyduck's still alive, Dignitas going to be committed for the fight as well. Vaporeon does end up getting the Regirock instead, and we lose the Mew, we lose the Blastoise. It looked like it was supposed to be Dignitas' fight, but again, Rejects just far too healthy.
That's what I'm talking about. The hook coming in from Delmais is going to initiate a team fight. Sure, they might not be able to take down the Psyduck, but at least they were able to force the Unite move, Sai coming in from that of the Psyduck. And that alone is already a huge win for them, allowing them to take down 2 in the process. That's going to be the Delmais down though, but a request is going to be popped up as well. As we do see, I'm not entirely sure who that one Pokemon is, one trainer is, but they are down and the low.
Yeah, super low. Not the best fight there for Dignitas. I actually thought Dignitas would be able to turn it around with just how things kind of played out. The fact that the Psyduck survived, which a miracle itself. You would think a Psyduck would go down, but deceptively tanky Pokemon, I know. But yeah, I thought the fact that some big moves were used on that Psyduck, maybe Dignitas could use this opportunity to come in and clean up. But we are again seeing the issue of this lineup overall. Like, you're going up against a Vaporeon who is just out healing practically half the damage that your team is dealing out, and if it's healing the damage, you're not going to get knockouts. You've got to bring someone back. You've got to bring someone from 100 to 0. How do you do that when you have a damage issue? Because that's practically the issue that we're sort of running into here with Dignitas. Like, they've got a lot of control. Okay, don't get me wrong. They have a lot of control. Lots of crowd control, lots of disables, lots of ways to hinder their opponents. But the end game for a lot of these team fights, you've got to take out your opponent, or you've got to take out the objective. If the opponent's going to do that every single time, then what are you doing? You're just buying time for your opponent to take the objective or get the knockouts?
No, that is a question, right? That is definitely the question right now in the state of the game. But like, it's still quite a mess here as well. Given that we are seeing a lot of technical pause. Oh, they are restarting the game, I think. Oh no, they're using a switch. They're using a switch. But we are just waiting again for the thing here.
Yeah, as there's not really much to say here, unfortunately. Just
yeah.
waiting for this technical issue to be sorted here, folks. We do apologize. We would love to, I guess, go on a tangent, but this game could start any moment too. So just gonna have to hang in tight. But I mean, if we're gonna go on a tangent, drafts. I think I have a lot to say about the drafts. I'm just leaning towards Reject right now. Their lineup much more forgiving compared to Dignitas in terms of what they have. Like, they have healing, they have a proper frontliner, they have crowd control, they have damage, they have sustained damage as well. They have enough mobility.
Yep.
Whereas, like, you have a lot of things, and you also are missing things on Dignitas' lineup. Like, the damage department is missing. They have more than enough crowd control. I think that goes without saying. More than enough crowd control. They're missing damage. They've got a lot of mobility, but I feel like they are still missing out on like utility in the case of, like, either a healer or some kind of extra kind of disable to set up for your progressive damage. So yeah, you just have an excess of disables and mobility, but you're lacking in sustain and damage, and it's hurting them. I think we've seen 2 team fights now where it's really hurt Dignitas, especially when they go into these, like, head-on clashes with rejects.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna be seeing more of that as well as we head into the match. Right there, gonna be able to take down the Vaporeon, which is their support defender into the side of Reject here, but still, they are still in the lead. Nonetheless, gonna be able to take down this Mew. There we go. And the hook is definitely something to look up forward to against that of Dignitas, because if you're not wary about the Dynamite, it may not have as much of the firepower as it wants to have, but it being able to initialize literally all the team fights is all Reject needs from the Dynamite.
Oh, we do have a bit of a catch there. Oh, even using the Unite move as well. The Psyduck is gone. Oh, the Psyduck hate is real. So, yeah, Rejects, they want to go in for the fight. There's no Psyduck. Unfortunately, the Blastoise is slowly burning down to that Mega Charizard. We have the score coming in from the Mega Charizard. The Surf comes in a bit too late.
Oh, here comes the
and they get the pullback. Oh, they're going to be able to get a knockout. Oh, the Blastoise getting caught. This is the thing that's very fun about Dynamite. You sort of forget that there's a Pokemon in this game that can hook you in.
Oh yeah,
I mean, to remember.
We're trying to hook everyone in, you know what I mean? We're trying to hook. Hey man, like, play Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, so Dignitas, they're gonna have to keep that in the back of their mind. If they see that Delmires, or even they don't even have to see the Delmires, they have to always anticipate
the
pull coming in, right? Yeah, the anchor shots. Just you have to respect the anchor shot. Always respect the Delmires if he's anywhere near those objectives. Now, right now, we do have Reject kind of camping out this bottom section. They're trying to block off Dignitas from going towards that area. They're about to walk in. The Blastoise is there. The disables, there's too much. Blastoise is gone. Doesn't even get to use the Hydro Typhoon. They do get a counter knockout, though. There goes the Urshifu. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. The pullback is there. Oh, no, they caught the Psyduck. They can't afford to lose that. It's being thrown in the air by that Mega Charizard, but super low. Psyduck is down. Charizard is super low, but we do have the Vaporeon there for the heal. Right, the damage is there. Talonflame 2 coming in clutch for the team getting the knockout.
Overlord's gonna be the only one left here for Team Reject, and just like that, Dignitas was able to take down most of them. Gonna be able to take down this Rex as well away from Reject. Dignitas. Oh wow.
That was
gonna be putting some scores.
Insane. JJ.
It was.
What we wanted. It looked like it was Reject kind of playing there with Dignitas, you know, coming in for the hook shots, coming in for the hooks, trying to just pick someone off. But in the end, the damage from the Talonflame, the Blastoise as well, coming in for those permastuns, like this lineup, they found the moment. This lineup needed so much technical depth, technical knowledge from its players, and if there was anybody that had the knowledge to execute this, it's Dignitas. Oh
Yes.
my gosh, Rejects. If I was Rejects as coach, if I was a player on Rejects, I'd be thinking, oh guys, we just threw it away. We had that game, we just threw it away because they also were the ones sitting in the bush.
Oh, there's still 30 more seconds though. We have to take note of that. Oh, 100 points went up, unfortunately, with a ground and buff as well. And here you have it. It looks like 20 seconds. Are they going to be able to do something here? They are not going to be able to do that. That's going to be 2 down into the side of Reject. That's 3. And I think this is going to be the game here for Dignitas. Man,
Beautiful.
it's a beautiful game. Sure, they don't have much of the firepower than that Reject, but they were able to maneuver themselves quite well. They were already on the losing end going into the Groudon pit, but unfortunately for Reject, Dignitas saw a way out, taking them out one by one. And you have to respect Dignitas, what they did before that the Groudon coming up.
What they did before the Groudon coming up, do I want to say this? I kind of think in the moment too, when we had that bush check by the Blastoise from Dignitas, I think Rejects got a little overconfident. Like they won a lot of the fights leading up to this, and they probably thought that they were going to be able to easily clean up Dignitas coming into this final moment. But then Dignitas just turn it on their head. They say, no, we do have the firepower, we do have the damage, we have Unite moves available. It's not us trapped with you, you're trapped with us.
With us. No,
and
exactly.
Especially Toon on the talent. He played such a pivotal role because he effectively was the main damage dealer for the team, right? And he came in with the beautiful flies, the big damage, popped those Reject Pokemon like balloons at probably the most crucial time in the game. And basically gave them that chance to come back and clean up this end game. So Rejects, they played good up until this point, but they needed to play that late game cleaner. I think if anything, that was probably the messiest late game that we kind of saw from Rejects.
No, yeah, I totally have to agree, but like, it's one of the messiest, I'd say, of all Unite that I've seen thus far. It's one of those times where you're almost there, that you have the win removed from your grasp. Like, you're already there, right? Like, you're about to, you have the lead, you have everything. I mean, as you can see, like, thank you, Danielle, for, you know, circling them up with your mind.
My mind.
Yep. But all I'm saying is that you're already on the advantage. You already have the Blastoise out as well. You have all the advantages in the world, but as you have mentioned, it is one of those moments where they got a little bit too overconfident, getting in. Look at that Trick Room as well, and they're going to be able to get Satake out as well. There's Solar Beam, that's what I'm talking about earlier as well, with that of the wall. Oh my goodness. It's they had a little bit of misstep right there, unfortunately for them, and they just saw this and punished Reject off of that.
Yeah, I think we also need to sort of talk about this Mimikyu, right? Because we didn't really see Mimikyu do a lot of like very flashy plays in this particular game, but that Trick Room timing, he caught the Urshifu on the edge of that Trick Room radius. If that didn't connect, I don't think Dignitas would have actually won that game. So again, plays coming down to experience, really going in favor of Dignitas here. And we are seeing a bit of a group up here, right? We're seeing the group up here for Rejects. The fly is there, the connections are there. Mimikyu follow through as well, dishing out so much damage to that Mega Charizard Y and the Miraidon as well. They're practically on top of the two attackers. And then all of a sudden, like, yeah, you have a Vaporeon, but what can Vaporeon do here when your two main damage dealers are so low? Like, it forced the Charizard to use the Seismic Slam. Like, that is completely understandable. But this is where the mobility kicks in, right? We said that there was a lot of mobility on the other side. Dignitas, they want to chase. This was the perfect fight for them. Like, their opponents are low health. They're trying to escape. They're trying to create that distance. Dignitas' lineup is built for this. It was just getting that preliminary kickstart to the fight that mattered, which is where the Mimikyu came in so clutch for the team with that Trick Room.
No, that is true, because the thing is, if they weren't able to take down, you know, this Dark Bear at the very start, I think that would have went a little bit differently, especially as you mentioned, the Trick Room not allowing the Urshifu to actually escape, you know, the Solar Beam, because they were already on that moment of trying to evade the solar beam, but that hitting the very tip, right? The very tip of that trick room, hitting that Urshifu did not allow it to get away, especially the slow down effect here, debuff coming in from that one.
Yeah, it was insane to watch. So rejects, there are things that I think the team doesn't really need to change. I think their drafting is fine. The drafting is fine. The general execution is pretty good as well. I think they just kind of need to keep their eyes wide open around Dignitas. Like, yes, you might be winning the game, but just because you are winning, it doesn't mean you've won the game.
That
you
is
win
true.
the game once you've actually won the game. So they can't, moving forward, they can't afford to underestimate Dignitas. They've got one game left. If they lose this, that's it. Lower bracket rejects. That's going to be a hard road.
And at the same time, you know, it is rejects at all. It is one of the top teams as well. And to start off the day going into the lower bracket, just like, you know, the teams that has been taken out already, it is quite a damage towards, you know, the morale of the team. And right now, I think we're going to be able to see some more of Dignitas here. Getting in the first match, right? Getting in the first game here definitely is going to boost themselves and allow them to be more confident going into game number 2. And as we mentioned, we cannot dismiss the fact that Dignitas is one of these what's the right term here? Those that are not new to these kinds of stages, and this might just be the stage that they're looking for to finally get a win.
Look, it's still a tough road for both of these teams, right? We're still looking at a Reject versus Dignitas matchup. It's not over yet. Dignitas won one game. Rejects are not out yet. They need to win 2 games back to back. So I think we also, as viewers, we kind of need to reel it back. You know, no one's won the game yet, but Dignitas are showing signs of life, even though they looked very shaky in that early game. Like early game, 100%, the team, I think they looked a little... They weren't fully confident. I think they were also just trying to get a feel of Rejects' general play style, especially with the kind of lineup that they were running. And yeah, there were a few moments, I think, where they just got picked off one too many times. But this is where I said, before this match even started, Game 2 is where we are going to see these teams play their game. This is going to be where they are in the Pokemon UNITE hierarchy. Are these teams as close in skill level to each other as I think they are? Because I think these two teams, they are more equal in skill than we give them credit for. There's no team in this matchup that is like way better than the other mechanically, right? Like both teams are making mistakes. Both teams are having their wins. Both teams are having their losses. Normally, if teams are equally trading, normally means that, yeah, these guys... they are
on equal footing
where they need to be. Yeah, they can both win. There's no team here where I'm just like, oh yeah, it's definitely Dignitas' game. Oh yeah, it's definitely Rejects' game. It really isn't anybody's game right now.
No, yeah, and here you have it. You know, it's going into game number 2. As we mentioned, at the very least, you know, Reject, I don't think they are going to be able to go in for a really firepower heavy composition, given that they've already used quite a lot for their you know, for their first game. But going to game number 2, obviously we're gonna be seeing a huge change for their composition as well. Would they be able to go in for a more sustainable more sustaining, what I call this what's the term here, composition? Yeah, sustainable comp, or would they be able to do more of those, hey, let's slap them in the faces kind of composition?
I think, I'm just trying to think. I think moving forward, Rejects are going to start playing hard. We're not going to get fun picks like Delmires anymore. We're going to be seeing the heavy hitters. That's what I think. Dignitas, I think at this point, they just want to continue things as is. They want to continue things as is. They don't want much to change. They just want to win this game 2-0 and be happy with it. Now, the question is Rejects going to let them? And Zacian ends up being the first pick. So you can already tell right off the bat, right? Rejects, they want to win this game. They're not. They're going in heavy with the Sword Dog. But at the other end, we're seeing some really strong picks coming out from Dignitas as well. Hooper and Umbreon looking to be the first 2 picks for this team, which Probably. Oh, it's Cranberry instead. They don't actually decide to go for the Hooper. That is an interesting choice. I actually thought they would have prioritized the Hooper instead. Maybe they want to keep their cards a little bit closer to their chest. That's the only thing I can think of here.
Hovering into the Lucario, they're playing more of a support, a flex for this team instead of like the central area player, which they have been playing central area for, before going into recheck. So it's quite interesting to see how they are actually blending in as well into the team, right? So it's not like there's a lot of like import could really synergize a lot with teams. So this being the case here for Overlord is actually quite an amazing sight to see. Going back though, into the side of the other one, we do have what do you call this? Wow. Okay.
That was such a fast pick as well. They were hovering over it. They said, Toon, it's time to do your thing. Greninja is back, baby, and I am very much pleased about this.
I was about to say, the Umbreon, the Cramorant, the Wigglytuff, which I haven't seen quite a lot. The Mega Gyarados is one of those really huge stoppers in the game. Really strong Pokemon at the same time, but Greninja is something that we haven't seen in a few years. So
I'd say Greninja only really was viable for like maybe the first year of Unite?
The first year, yeah.
Yeah, and then after that, he just kind of fell off, unfortunately, because that was kind of the state of attackers in general, right? Attackers, I think, haven't really had the best cards dealt with all these patch updates and new Pokemon, so this is going to be a very interesting matchup, for sure. We do need to talk about the state of the Greninja and why this got picked, though, because the Greninja wasn't picked for no reason at all. Greninja actually received a couple of buffs. So it was... Hang on, have a look at my notes here. So Greninja got a update on the 5th of March. This was during the Long Range Tactics update. And so what Greninja ended up getting was he got buffs to his health, his special defense, his auto attack also got buffed as well by 10%. His bubble unfortunately got nerfed, but Smokescreen ended up getting buffed with a 1-second reduction in cooldown and an extra 20% movement speed boost. So they are trying to make Greninja scale better. Not just work again. I feel like they're trying to make this Pokemon scale better, because one of the issues with Greninja is that normally he will struggle in lane and then he just sort of fails to scale as the game progresses. So I think the solution for the Unite team has been to just help this Pokemon do what it is supposed to do, which in the grand scheme of things, Pokemon Unite, attackers are supposed to be built for that late game. Like, yeah, they do damage, but they're not meant to be strong in the early game. They're meant to have their presence in that late game. But maybe for the longest time, maybe the early game was just too weak for the Greninja. And so obviously that was probably one of the mindsets that they had, having to buff up that Pokemon. And on top of that, the special defense buff is huge. Like, for example, at level 10, he only used to have 83 special defense. Now it's 143. So Greninja is actually quite resistant to a lot of special attackers. Yeah.
No, I mean, again, Greninja is one of those Pokemon for, before the patch, has had one of the lowest HP in the game, along with, I believe, the Talonflame with only 5,250 total HP before modifiers. So definitely, it really needed that buff to last longer. Sure, it might have the damage. Well, honestly, it did get nerfed from a lot of patches, but the way for you to make Greninja viable is such a hard one to do, especially that there are a lot more Pokemon coming in and you don't want to overbuff Greninja that it's going to overshadow everything.
Yeah. All right, we have already sort of gone through our first 2 minutes of the game so far, and laning stage looking pretty even. We do have our Charizard fully leveled up in that bottom lane. Still waiting for that Mega Charizard X to really come online though. So this is Mega Charizard X, folks, not Mega Charizard Y. as a reminder, we did use Y in that previous game by Rejects. We have a bit of a team fight happening here though. Rejects quite low in the middle of that fight. Dignitas wanting to get on top of them. Charizard's still quite far forward. We do have the Snorlax coming in to try and do something. But the heavy slam didn't really connect onto anybody. And this fight might continue in that bottom lane. Very low health bars across the board though.
It's all fine right now. All games are fine at the moment. At the very least, you know, both of these teams are not giving excess resources toward each other. They are making sure, hey, you know what, if we're not going to be able to get anything, let's just disengage and not overextend. But as I say that, we're going to be able to see a Sing here. But actually, very good decision to go in for the rest. But unfortunately, not going to be enough to sustain itself, and that it's going to go down into the hands of Dignitas. And of course, Wigglytuff is going to be up there as well, slapping them. Tummy.
I also want to throw this in there as well, in case anyone did not notice. This is Psyshock Espeon. This is not stored power. So this is a very deadly Espeon build if Espeon is able to land its Psyshocks, right? Because you get the damage.
And all of it as well.
Yeah, you get the damage, you also get the stun too. So if Dignitas are not careful with their positioning, they could be in for quite a bit of hurt. So this is probably why there's so much setup on the side of Rejects, because they have the Mega Charizard X, the Trevenant, and the Snorlax to help set up for that Espeon to come in for cleanup.
Yeah, just to line things up, like coming in with, well, it's not the Wood Hammer, but instead of the Horn Leech and the Curse, going into the Heavy Slam to knock things off and allowing, honestly, there you go, Psychic Solaire. That's what we're talking about, the setup, everything lining them up, and from there on out, allowing that Espeon to, you know, finish the job as well. And look at this right now, Mega Charizard X going into that of the Umbreon. Unfortunately, not going to be a lot here. Here comes the Sing, putting it to sleep. But are they going to be able to answer back? No, Milo is going to be popped up here, going to be able to get a... wow, that is a waste. They could have been able to take it. Yes, sir.
Really hesitated to try and go for the Wigglytuff. We do have the Trevenant thinking he might be able to do something. 4-man Wood Hammer going to connect onto 3 again. Just wasting a lot of time here. So, I mean, Trevenant probably knew they were going to go down anyway, so he didn't really have too many options. But it does waste Dignitas' time, because they could have actually started roaming around the map, either looking for experience or looking for some Pokemon to maybe go for a knockout on. But right now you can see Rejects, they're taking this game really seriously with how they're sort of playing around with the map. They're trying to choke Dignitas out, they're trying to waste their time, they're setting up for that Espeon. There's a lot going here for Rejects, but again, it does not mean Dignitas is out of this game. Dignitas, they have a lot of ways to actually win this fight, especially if Rejects fails the initiation. If they fail the initiation, if they start running, you're not escaping Greninja, you're not escaping Cramorant, heck, you're not even escaping a Wigglytuff. There are so many Pokemon that can actually pursue you if you do decide to retreat from a fight. So this Registeel, it's all or nothing on the line here. And with the Trevenant gone, Rejects, they've lost one of their major initiators. It's actually looking to try and go for the steal, but no, Dignitas are far too quick for that waterfall forward as well. Catching out the Sword Dog, and there we go. Another knockout for the team, and
Heavy Slam.
They're going to try and keep pushing forward. Yeah, the block is there. Gyarados trying to push them off that goal zone. Snorlax, they're going in for that power nap. The stuns isn't going to be enough. The setup is there. They do catch a few Pokemon, but their health bars are just too full.
It's
not
too
enough damage. And now it's Rejects running away from Dignitas.
Oh my goodness, Dignitas is still not done yet as they want to push through. And just like that, they're going to be able to take them forward in the process. Rejects, allowing Dignitas to finally destroy the first tier score goal up top and refresh themselves. Getting ready right now for the major objectives. That is the final stretch in just a bit, but we are definitely going to be seeing more of an action here, more of actions down bottom here, as they are going to be trying to secure their Regieleki right now. The question is, would Dignitas actually try to steal this one away, or just stop them from pushing through? And there you have it, Reject going to be able to secure the Regieleki, but the question is, would they be able to push through down bottom? Here comes a little bit of refresh here for Dignitas to be ready for that Regieleki.
Yeah, so for Rejects, like, this is the second time that they've done this. This team tends to prioritize their position over trying to really push heavily in these objectives. I think it's just because they're also a little bit scared after what happened in that previous matchup. But they just decide to fight into Dignitas this late into the game. You can't really afford to have any of those fights that go in a catastrophic direction. So you can see that they're actually trying to stay grouped up as much as possible, because if anything happens, at least they're going to have somebody there to back them up.
That's true.
Up top though, we do have a Reggie spawning in about 9 seconds. I think depending on what this is, maybe Dignitas might even just leave this.
If this is a Registeel, Dignitas, okay, it's a Regice, yep. If it were a Registeel, then it would have been a huge problem for Reject, especially that Greninja is now at level 14. If you didn't notice, level 13 as well for the Gyarados. But here comes the team fight before the Groudon comes up. Here comes the Water Bird Shuriken gonna be popped up as well. Low HP into the side of Reject. That's going to be the Espeon out, and of course the Trevor as well. The Mega Charge is gonna be going down. The Snorlax is down as well, and Zacian is forced to get away. But no, you're not going anywhere, as Dignitas is going to be able to secure the KO once again, putting down the Scorch right now. Here comes the fear from that of Dignitas. They are not the winners of LAIC for no reason, and we are seeing the progress, the results of those practices bringing down to Asia. Dignitas right now getting in the Groudon. 420 is a score to 176. Dignitas leading the game as of the moment. Still a minute left in the game.
Beautiful scoreline, 420. But I think this is what a lot of people were expecting from Dignitas to begin with. This is the winner of LAIC. They're playing up against the 3rd place team in Japan. I think it just makes sense that, you know, if this is one of the best teams in the entire world, which is you earn that classification if you win LAIC, that you would expect this level of play from this team. And, you know, Dignitas, I think they had a couple of us sort of like clenching our chairs thinking, oh gosh, wait a minute, what has happened here? But every single time, especially in the situations where it matters the most, they have been able to make the comeback happen. They made the comeback happen, they've been able to respond accordingly, and it just seems like Rejects, you know, as great as they look in that early game, when it comes to the last 2-minute stretch, the team just flails. They flail around, and no matter what they do, nothing seems to work.
Dark Slayer. Oh, the Snorlax is going to be down right there. 18 more seconds. I don't think they're going to be able to put down the scores. That is going to be 15 down into the side of the Espeon. And just like that, Dignitas going to be able to stop Reject and rejects them from proceeding to the upper bracket. Dignitas winning 2-0 against Reject.
2-0, and they also lock their spot in that upper bracket as well. So I think we're all kind of keen to see who Dignitas' next opponent is going to be, because we don't have access to that information. We don't know how the seedings are. I mean, this is a guess. I don't think they're playing Onyx, right? I have no idea who they'd be playing, because we know Nemesis made it through.
Yep.
Onyx made it through. Dignitas have just made it through. Let me see on the other.
We need a refresh of the what do you call this, the brackets.
I don't think the other B stream is done with their matches yet. So we've only got 3 teams basically have confirmed their spots.
So it is going to be Nemesis going up against Onyx Rise. So definitely whoever is going to be winning Reckoning Esports and Dark Peach is going to go up against Dignitas. There you go.
Oh, okay, I see. All right, so that's not going to be a fun match for whoever wins that, unfortunately.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. So congratulations to Dignitas. Also to my Dignitas fans out there, because I know Dignitas, they have a lot of supporters out there. So to see them moving on into the upper bracket, it was expected, but also exciting to see how this team and how far they can potentially go here at the Asian Champions League.
さあ次のメインステージの試合はスカーズ vs ライバル e スポーツの試合です。この後
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, it's really interesting how they were able to dominate that one as well. And it's just really fascinating to see that we were able to finally get our first glimpse into the East and West kind of gameplay with Dignitas and Reject as well. And it's to me, I am just ready to see more of what's going to happen for the next sets of matches, especially that we do have Scars and Rival Esports as the next one. So this is something that is going to be interesting to watch once again.
I think it will be interesting. So just a quick recap for our viewers at home. So Scars and Rival Esports. So Rival Esports is probably going to be the most familiar name to anyone out there that has kept up with the Pokemon UNITE esports scene. So Rival Esports, they qualified through the APAC West Winter Tournament. And for more context, if I say their names, you might know who they are. The roster is occupied by Yang, HT, Ice, Rhyme, Yamu, and Bochi. And if those names still don't ring a bell, then Paper Rex might ring a bell.
Yeah, it is a team that they were under previously, but now it is going to be they are now under Rival Esports. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, before we head into that, it is going to let's take a look at what happened actually going into the final team fight right there.
Yeah, so this was right before the Cataclysm. Is that how we're going to describe this team fight, the Cataclysm? So right off the bat, it does look like it starts out pretty even with Trevenant and that Cramorant quite low on health. But after that, you can just see Dignitas running over Rejects. Like, their health bars are not moving. Rejects are trying to escape. They don't have their Unite moves because they've already used all of their Unite moves. The Psychic Solaire, the Phantom Forest, the Charizard X Unite move as well. So they basically have nothing left in the tank. But the thing is, Dignitas' lineup doesn't rely on Unites. Their lineup relies on just raw brawl. They want to get in your face, they want to do that damage, and unfortunately for Rejects, their Pokemon don't really roll that way because Espeon, it's a Pokemon that wants to sit far away, relies on a lot of its moves, doesn't really do basic attacks. The Mega Charizard X, I mean, he kind of fits in this play style. He just melted so fast that he just didn't feel confident actually playing in the middle of all of this melee raw damage coming up from Dignitas. And then we had the Zacian, which I think Zacian was also quite confused because he was thinking to himself, like, how do I even contribute to the team here? Because you either have to focus on securing the objective on the Groudon, or I have to fight for the team. So it's like it's a lose-lose situation for the Zacian because he can't multitask. He has to pick something.
That's true. But the thing is, either way of the options is going to put them not in a good spot, mainly because of the fact that even if they were able to seal away the Groudon, the mere fact that 3 of them are out of the game as of the moment, as that happens, they won't be able to benefit from the buff that they're going to be able to get from the Groudon. And the same thing would happen. Dignitas would just ignore them and put down their scores.
Yeah. So I think a lot of lessons to learn here for Reject. Even though this team did look pretty strong out of the gate, they have a lot of things that they're going to have to sort of reconsider, and they have to apply that knowledge pretty quickly, especially going in through the lower bracket run. As for Dignitas, I can't say they played perfect. I think there were definitely moments where the team looked a little shaky, that I think if they were up against a different opponent, that maybe these gaps would have been invaded by a different team. But Rejects just wasn't really the team to sort of do that at this point of time. So Dignitas are good, but I think we need to see a little bit more of Dignitas before I can say that I'm fully confident in this team for the remainder of the tournament. But they're looking good. They're definitely looking good.
No, yeah, but then again, we do have them, Team Rejects now down. So we do have at least 3 more teams, 3 teams as of the moment that is currently down in the lower bracket, which I believe we're going to be able to see them later today as well. Right now, it is just Onyx Rise and Nemesis, right? We have Dignitas as well. So Rejects, what do you call this? The Enter Force is down as well right there. And of course, it's we're going to be able to see them later down the line later today as well. So right now we are just going to be setting up as well for Scars and Rival Esports as we go for the third match of the day.
Yep. And our B stream matchup is going to be
一緒に遊ぶからシャボークロ
versus Team
追いついてみ
Okay, so just a heads up, in case you're wondering what the other matchup is. If you are a fan of either of these teams, I do believe our secondary stream will be broadcasting this matchup, so we do recommend you go check that out. For YouTube, I don't know about Twitch. I know on YouTube it'll be on the official Pokemon UNITE channel, I believe, for that match. So go over there if you want to watch that matchup. Otherwise, stick with us. We got Scars and Rival Esports coming up real soon.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think I'll be going there in just a bit, especially that it is Rakuten Esports going up against Dark Peach, because Dark Peach is one of those teams coming from the China region, which we haven't really seen a lot of. So it's really going to be interesting how they're going to be, how they're faring off against everyone else into this, into this tournament.
So far, JJ, I want to ask your opinion on this. Just, it's only been 2 best of 3 so far. We only watched 2 matchups technically. But is there anything that you feel like is kind of standing out in today's games? Like, are we starting to see any highlight Pokemon? Are we starting to see any highlight plays? Like, is there anything that we can sort of identify as the ACL meta?
I mean, as of the moment, all I can say is that what's standing out for me is that there's still no plays or Pokemon that actually stands out, which is actually a good thing for the tournament, because at least we get to see all these different strategies and not just one. You know, we've had a patch where everyone is just doing the same thing, everyone's picking the same thing, but in this kind of format and in this kind of competition, we get to see everyone be maximized to their fullest strength, where they are playing literally almost everyone and well, catching up to each other. So that's what I really like about the game. It's more of an indirect answer to your question, but it's more of that's what's actually standing out to me, that they can play this well with different kind of situations that they are currently in.
Yeah, different situations, different devices. We also have to talk about that, right? Because we have some players on the Switch, some players on mobile as well. I am kind of curious, like, okay, I don't know if this is a pretty good topic to sort of bring up on podcast, but like device race for Pokemon UNITE, because this has always been a discussion amongst the community, and I find it's so fascinating because I feel like to a certain degree there are definitely devices that play certain Pokemon better, right? Anything that requires aiming,
I agree.
Personal choice, anything that requires aiming, I have to play mobile. I can't do the Switch.
I agree.
I just can't.
I agree.
But there are players out there that have adapted to that, and they play the Switch and they also play stuff that aims. So I am very jealous, very jealous of that skill. But is that something that players are sort of falling back to as well? Like, do they also think that, like, okay, if I just get used to it, it's okay? Or is mobile just still the device to play if you want to aim stuff?
I mean, at the end of the day, right, it's more of a preferential to whether you want to use the Switch or you want to use the mobile device. But I do have to agree with your sentiment, because I do share the same sentiment, where there are definitely Pokemon that plays better on different devices. I mean, for example, if you're playing like Lucario with the power-up punch, I want to play more on the Switch. You know, but otherwise, if I'm playing a different kind of like composition or a different like skill set, I would want to play more on the mobile devices. But speaking of which, though, we want to hear your opinions. But while we do that, you know, put it down in the comments whether you are playing on a mobile device or you're playing on the Switch. We want to know that. We want to read that, and that's why we are going to do just that. So put it down in the comments, and as we go through that, we're just going to have a little bit of a break, and we'll be reading your comments. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. All trainers alike. We'll be right back. More Pokemon UNITE action only here at Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League 2026 Finals.
back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, and this is the finals. My name is Mickey Eels with Danley, and we've seen a lot of games. Well, not quite a lot, but we've seen a full pack action of Pokemon Unite for the past 2 series that we've witnessed here in the broadcast.
Yeah, so we've had 2 games so far. We have basically locked in, I think, 3 teams in the upper bracket at the moment. We still have another game currently happening. And I think, is this worth mentioning? I kind of feel like it's an achievement. So Dark Peach, which is from our China region, they actually managed to get their first win over, I think it's Reckoning?
Yeah.
Is it Reckoning Esports? Yeah, so they got their first win. I think that match is still happening, so it's not over yet. India still is in the running to stay in the upper bracket, but I do think that was something worth mentioning because a lot of people from the community have also kind of wondered, like, how would China's entry into the scene impact Pokemon Unite? Because we know China as a region in esports in general, like when they get into esports, they take it very seriously. And so I think we're kind of looking at this and thinking, is it going to be the same case for Pokemon Unite, or is it going to be a little bit slower? It's hard to say because unfortunately we don't get to watch matches, but I thought it was a nice mention to sort of bring up on that broadcast before we do get ready for the game that is going to be broadcast on this stream, which is Scars versus Rival Esports.
Absolutely excited for both matches, but you know, we've been talking about the China region, and if you're going to take a look back on the last year's ACL finals, they were really overpowered by the different kind of regions that participated in the tournament, but right now they are showing it off really hard. But of course, quick update on our finals tournament double elimination bracket. This is just the upper bracket, by the way. So Dark Peach, Reckoning Esports still ongoing, but we do have our next set of matches already for Onyx and Team Nemesis. Dignitas still waiting for that other
That's
side as well.
I thought Onyx Rise and Nemesis were going to be like opposite sides of the bracket. Oh my gosh, so we have an Apex showdown.
And
Pain.
and for the record, you know, they have been going head to head for so many years already in the scene, and Onyx Rise majority of the time dominates them.
Yes, so statistically speaking, not a very good matchup for Nemesis. But look, we are at a LAN event. Things can be different. We probably have a different meta as well. So we're going to talk about that matchup when it's time, okay? But it's not time. These guys are going to probably have to start doing their homework. But let's focus on the match at hand. Scars versus Rival Esports. On the other side, this game is also going to happen at the same time. GMU and T1. We'll keep you guys updated when that match does end up finishing, because whoever wins from that matchup will be the opponent for the winner of this best of 3.
Yes, and a little bit of a background, of course, for everyone who hasn't been tuning into Pokemon Unite Esports, that Scars is actually the second placer team in the ACL Japan. So, you know, a lot of expectations has been into it, especially that they were actually from 5th to 6th place way back in their World Championship qualifiers. And, you know, hopping in from 5th to 6th to 2nd placer in ACL Japan is actually a huge achievement for the team, showing off that they're one of the best, not just in their region, but actually in the future in the world.
Yep, and just a quick rundown of who is on the Scars lineup. We have Shigenaki, who is the team captain, Charu, Caminero, Capio, and Kusamushi. I hope I got the pronunciations right, because I'm always very, very shaky with these Japanese names, but they're very cool names. They have a substitute as well for the team, which is Okamoto. So, I believe we're going to introduce them right now, so you will be able to see these players in person. But their profile pictures are very cool. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah. Also, we got Scars first at the introduction here.
Caminero, Capio, Kusamushi, Okamoto, Shigenaki. There we go. Look at that.
Wow.
I'd be scared. If I'm Rival, I'm like, oh wait. I don't want to be here anymore.
they just have this kind of intense aura that they're trying to show up, especially with that scene that they just tried to show off here in the tournament. You know, just gives a huge amount of pressure, especially for Rival Esports. You know, this one is very well known as well in the Pokemon Unite scene. Sometimes they are really shaky, but there's just a strong team as well. But against Scars, has been putting a lot of pressure, and being able to make it at the 2nd place of ACL Japan, that could be different. That could be a different story for today.
It could be. I think the upset for this matchup would be if Rival. Okay, I love Rivals. Okay, I know the boys. They're great. They're really lovely people in real life as well. The thing is, I don't know if this team is ready to take on Scars. Scars is
対するはウィンタートーナメント
I think
2026
just
APAC ウエスト優
dangerous
勝
is really the only way we can kind of
from
describe this team at the
Singapore.
moment with how well that they've played up until this point. And the aura that they're exuding is very scary. But reminder, we have Yang, HT, Yamu, Rhyme, Ice, and Bocchi on the rival esports lineup. Bocchi is going to be the stand-in for the team. I believe he also plays a bit of a coachy role for the team as well. So he's also there to provide support. But we do have rival esports about to walk onto the stage. I've known these guys for forever. I think you would have as well, Piggy. Like these guys have played Pokemon Unite for years. So this is not to say that rival esports have no chance. They have the experience under their belt. They have the pool of Pokemon under their belt as well. I think it's just compared to Japan this year with the amount of events and tournaments and scrims, Japan has had so much more time this year to practice. And unfortunately for Rival, they have looked shaky this season. They haven't looked their best. And I think that's what's really holding me back from giving them my full support coming into this best of 3, because there are definitely days where you see Rival and you say, dang, that's a world-class team right there. That's a team that could have been world champion. But this season, I feel like, I'm not sure if it's a case of maybe some kind of internal conflict, maybe there's some kind of communication problems, maybe they haven't actually figured out their proper personal meta for this season. Like something's missing from Rival, and they're still trying to find it when we were playing the winter tournament, when we were playing the ACL group stage. So I'm hoping for this game number 1, like this team has found whatever it was that they had lost during the off season, because if they can figure out what has been bothering them all season, Scars are in trouble.
Yeah, I mean,
they're in big trouble.
Yeah, they just have to figure it out, you know, make their way out of that kind of problem that the team is actually experiencing nowadays. And I heavily agree that, you know, this team's a little bit of a struggles lately in their recent tournaments, despite getting that last slot for the APAC Winter Tournament in the West. So, a huge challenge for this team. But if they manage to adjust accordingly, that was like almost 2 months right after the winter tournament. I do believe that they have prepared for this kind of stage. But the fact that Scars is at their home ground, they are at Japan competing in the region as well. Definitely, there's a ton of pressure as well lying at the backs of rival esports, knowing that the supporters would heavily have to cheer on for Scars.
Yeah, Look, if there's anyone that's going to be getting the home ground buff, it's Scars.
Yeah.
Okay? Japan love their Pokemon Unite team. So, yeah, I hope Rivals are okay with maybe not hearing anything from the crowd. They're probably going to hear our support from online. They just won't see it. But, yeah, this is going to be a pretty uphill battle for Rival, unless they found their secret weapon, which I hope they have. Because the last place you want to be when you're not feeling 100% ready is at the LAN event. You don't want to find yourself at the LAN, you want to find yourself before the LAN.
Yeah, I mean, that is the ideal setup. But again, hey, it was absolutely almost 2 months. They had a lot of time to prepare for the tournament. You know, even though there has been a change in the meta, in the patches left and right, definitely this kind of team who has been together for quite some years already, this won't be tough for them.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough. So, predictions. Let's do this. Are we looking at a 2-0 or are we looking at a 2-1, and who is taking the match after your scoreline?
I mean, personally, I think that Scars actually does have a lot of momentum here heading towards their series. I mean, you know, they did well in their Japan League, being able to get that second place spot just next to Fennel, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, just being able to get that achievement, they had more preparation. They were able to study more of the teams competing all across Asia, and not just that, from the LAIC as well. So, you know, having that more time to prepare for this tournament and being able to go in with that such kind of confidence, definitely they would come in strong. But I'm not denying the fact that Rivals doesn't have a chance. It's just they were a little bit unstable for the past couple of tournaments that they were joining in.
2 months ago. I'm hoping the mention of the 2 months ago is going to be significant here. I don't want to see that same level of discomfort for Rival Esports because they've come a long way. They've flown to so many tournaments, and really this team is waiting for their big breakout as well. They want to be a team that everyone looks at and says like, that's Rival Esports. They have the hours, they have the time, they have the skill, they have the intelligence.
Yeah.
It's just bringing everything together at the right moment of their competitive's career. That's always been the struggle, it seems. Like, it never seems to come at the times they need it the most. And I wonder if it's also just nerves. Because competing, it's not a case of like, oh, you compete enough, you just get over it. Just personal discussion here. I was an athlete when I was younger. And no matter how many events I went to as an athlete, like there would be thousands of people watching you. No matter how many events I had done, every event I would be so nervous. I'd be so nervous, my legs would be shaking, my head would be all over the place. You would never find that moment of focus until you're actually doing the thing, which in my case was swimming. So until I hit the water, I was a nervous wreck. So for the case of these Unite players, like I kind of feel like that is probably the same thing for them. Like when they're just sitting around, like they have the tech team working around them, they have the admins checking that they're okay, that maybe someone's mind is not where it's supposed to be. Maybe somebody is thinking of a catastrophic scenario and it's like messing with them going into the drafts. Maybe they're thinking back to like last year where they were not happy with their performance. Like ideally, you don't want to be in that mindset at all from start to finish. Like even before the draft, you need to have the proper mindset, the positivity, confidence in your team, confidence in yourself, and knowing that today's the day, you're going to win, you're gonna hit the right buttons at the right time.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's always just been like for Rival Esports, for me, just seeing this team, I think for somebody that has wanted to see them succeed so much, there's always something that's not aligning.
I mean, hey, there's just pros and cons depending on when you get into the zone. When you're playing tournaments, when you're playing, you know, such events such as Pokemon UNITE ACL Finals. And I do feel like Rival Esports is somewhat similar on the analogy that you experienced before when you were playing as an athlete. Despite them being shaky, they get into the zone for quite some time, and getting into that kind of zone makes them such a strong team. So we're just hoping that this team gets into the zone as early as possible, because if they don't, then definitely Scars has a huge advantage to take over that kind of misplays, the unfocused Rival Esports, and just be able to sweep them away. But again, Rival Esports, they are a tough team. They have been together for years already, and they were once one of the strongest teams in APAC. So this is just a challenge. This is just a hurdle that they have to overcome.
I mean, they're still one of the best teams within APAC, don't get me wrong. This is not to say that Rivals, they are not a team to look out for. They absolutely are. But I think they're probably outshadowed by some of the other teams at the tournament here today, for sure. Like, I think, for example, Dignitas, you've got tournament winners here. You have the regional champions as well. So yeah, there's a lot of eyeballs all over the place, and maybe this is where Rivals could get comfortable, you know, like they realize that, okay, we're not the team that everyone's kind of looking at, you know, we can kind of fly under the radar for the first couple rounds. And we even have Slash here as well. So if I recall correctly, so Slash is actually here to support the team, which if there's a guy that you want to have behind your back, it's Slash. Okay, so he's about to slash some hearts, maybe Scar hearts, not Rival hearts. But this guy, he's got the knowledge, he's got the support. I think if there's somebody that could give Rival the support that they need to play their best today, it's Slash. So hopefully he's going to be what the team needs to find their success, which is their first obstacle. They got to beat Scar. And Scar is one heck of an opponent for your first game today.
Yeah, absolutely. And you talked about Slash since the moment that you pointed out. You know, Slash is just more than capable to coach this team, you know, being a world champion multiple times. You know, those tons of experience that he actually gained from playing, being able to pour it into coaching on a different region. So it just goes to show that there's a lot of there's just a lot of things that he can impart into the team, be able to shake things up. You know, just like what JJ said a while ago, this could be the chaos that it is about to rise for the side of Rival Esports.
Yeah. So we have Yang on the screen right there. I wish I could read Japanese for you folks. Unfortunately, I'm not qualified in that regard. So
maybe JJ is.
Maybe I don't think JJ is. I think he's even less qualified. So we're not going to bother bringing that back. So, but we have had some pretty. I think every tournament we have, like generally we have quotes for the players. I'm going to try and do some digging and see if I can actually find these quotes. I remember hearing that we're supposed to get translations somewhere. I am going to do some digging. It's all on you, Pika. It's all on you. Spotlight's on you.
No, I mean, I don't even understand the code because I can't read Japanese written figure. So definitely not me the best, person to ask it. But once I hear someone speaking Japanese, I kind of get the idea, just like what JJ is trying to analyze a while ago. But the full context, something's missing. I don't get it too much.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah, it's fine. It's part of being not as Japanese.
The disadvantage.
Oh, yeah, kind of disadvantage. That's how I put it.
Yeah, disadvantage. The non-Japan buff. Sad times.
Yeah.
Sad times. It's okay. Born wrong place, wrong time, apparently. But we are still waiting for our teams to get set up. Looking at Scar's perspective, I'm pretty sure they're done. I'm not seeing anyone from the tech team over here. I don't think there was anyone from the tech team on the other side. I think it was just the coaches. I just saw Bocce and Slash leaning over the team's shoulders. So we might be good to go in just a moment here, folks. So assuming we are probably correct, let us know in the comments. Who do you think is going to be winning our first game of this best of 3? Do you think it's going to be Scars, or is Rival Esports going to snatch away this first game of this first best of 3? Because yes, it is a best of 3, so these teams are going to have to win 2 games if they're going to take the set and keep their tournament dream alive in the upper bracket, because the loser of this match is going to be pushed down into the lower bracket.
Yeah, and it's been a while, so Rival definitely has something up on their sleeve, but do have a copy here. I have done a little bit of a research regarding the Japanese teams competing here in the tournament as well, and we also have highlighted what kind of play styles they actually do have, or what they could actually offer here in the table, or in the tournament rather. So I'm just gonna take a look back on what kind of team actually is Scar depending on their play style, because according to the data that I got, they are a unique team that disrupts their opponents with unconventional composition. So, just from hearing that words, Pokemons that comes into my mind are like Sableye, Dodrio, and all those other Pokemons who just messes up, the gameplay. But, just being able to determine that, Natalie, what do you think? Do we have the same kind of sentiments, or maybe you have that kind of different mindset, or how you view Scars?
I think we're just going to let Scars do the talking here, because the draft is ready.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's time. I think, assuming is that a description? Is that what you were calling them? That was your description of Scars' playstyle? So, assuming you are right, I am expecting... Oh, I'm just thinking, hang on, I'm thinking back to Rivals playstyle as well. So generally speaking, Rivals doesn't do well against teams that don't play standard. So this could be a very incompatible matchup. Let's see what we pick first before we make up our minds. The Gengar ban obviously is targeted. You don't simply ban Gengar. So just that should be enough for our viewers to kind of see oh, that's the kind of team Scars is. They play Gengar, which is not normal. So Feshta's gone, and Blastoise is going to be the final ban for these 2 teams as well. So pick time for Scars. They're going to have the first pick of this best of 3. What is on the table? It's going to be the Zacian for their first pick. So strong pick, Sword Dog, very strong top lane, assuming that Zacian is going to be heading up into the top lane. So for Rivals, they're going to have to try and figure out a good matchup for that top lane, because it's either you're going to come out even, or you really need to beat down the Zacian, because Zacian is not a Pokemon that you want to just sort of have free reign in that top lane. And actually, interesting choice here. So Yang's going to be going for that Hooper, and then Ice has picked up that Mew, which I think Rivals are going for a flex here. They try and keep their options open. They're going to flex. They pick Mew for Ice, but they might swap that out and put Rhyme on that instead.
All right, I think the analogy on what I did against Scar is really taking it into effect, you know, when it comes to disrupting their opponents, because they do have Umbreon and Dodrio already on their second set of picks, so which is actually good.
Oh my gosh,
no, Natalie! I just said it, Natalie, come on! My predictions are taking into effect.
Okay, so we do have a lot of disruption. I think disruption is not even enough of a word anymore. We need like something bigger. But that's a lot. So you've got to worry about a roaming Dodrio. You have to also worry about a Sableye that's not only roaming but providing vision for the team. You have a Zacian that's going to be a menace in the top lane. You have a
Meowth. Okay. Wait, is this a way to counter the unconventional and disrupting playstyle of Scars by having Meowth?
Hey, stop. Is this actually a HT Meowth? This is HT. This is a central lane Meowth.
Yes, it is.
The last time we saw... So I was confused at first, because the last time we saw Meowth, it was Ice playing it, and he was actually playing a roaming Meowth that invaded the central area. I mean, you remember, I think we were casting it together.
We casted that one
together.
That
was the last time I saw that. So now HT is going to be taking the reins of this Meowth, going up against Sableye and Dodrio.
I mean...
I have mixed feelings of everything. I thought I knew this game.
You know, here's the thing. Like, I think I saw Slash trying to dictate the draft as well into this matchup. And, you know, just take a look at the lineup of Scars. They want to disrupt their opponent. But at the same time, Rivals is trying to negate that disruption by having the slow grow, giving some refresh with the Hoopa. So, you know, it's all about negations. It's all about timing that Rival Esports does need to do in this kind of set of matchup in order for them to negate the prowess of Scars.
Yeah. All right, Pika, we are jumping into game 1 of this best of 3. I mean, if you want a chaotic opening, I think this is as chaotic as it gets with the Pokemon that have appeared. But anyone that may have been late to the show, we have our very first Meowth, Dodrio, and Sableye on broadcast. And the Dodrio and Sableye are going to be on the side of Scars, whereas Meowth is going to be on the side of Rival Esports. So what kind of chaos are we going to see? We're going to be seeing a lot of it. But is it going to be leaning towards one team, or are we going to be in for something a little more even? Because we actually have a bit of a punish happen. The Sableye getting punished.
I think they're requesting for a pause at the side of Scars. Not quite sure what happened though, but maybe there's some kind of a hardware issue that happened along the process. That's why they just stopped moving along it. So just have to, you know, bear with it, take a little bit of a pause here. But I'm seeing quite the composition already. I see the motive from both sides of the team here, Daniel. It's just being able to disrupt your opponent and heavily rely on your speedsters or your central laners being able to do the better ambush, just so that you can overtake the lead as quick as possible and let the other supporters do its job, disrupt everything, shake things up, and everything will boil down into their own favor.
Yeah, it's just not a great way to sort of start the match, have one knockout, and then have an immediate pause after. That does not feel good at all, but that should be sorted pretty quick. I mean, you made the assumption it was Scars, right?
Yeah,
so maybe just a bit of a network issue, it looks like. It's okay. Hopefully it does get sorted out pretty soon. I guess since we do have a little bit of extra time, though, I guess we do need to start talking about the draft, right? The drafts, the execution, what are these drafts meant to do for their teams? Let's start with Scar, because they decided to be the first ones to open Pandora's box today. What's the plan here for Scars?
You know, there's just a lot of things that they could actually do. You know, Dodrio could go for some sneak goals, same thing with the Sableye, and they just have a great amount of support to back them up, just so that the other Pokemon can move freely the way they are, and that is because of the Umbreon. The Umbreon, despite of the moveset that it picks, it could actually jail everyone down, or I should say, be able to hinder their opponents from pushing it forward. So, with this kind of ability, with a Sableye and Dodrio, definitely they could disrupt the playstyle by sneaking in some goals, being able to provide unexpected ambush as a unit. But you know what's scary about the part of the composition of Scars is, what if they are not together as a unit? How could they be able to deal with a team fight? That is how Rival Esports is going to tackle this, Daniel.
So the ultimate goal for Scars, I feel like, is to never fight together. I don't think that is how this team is supposed to function. They're meant to be separate, they're meant to do their own thing, they're supposed to force rival esports' attention all across the map. I think that is ultimately how this team wants to play, and it's really going to be a challenge for Rival because they now have to decide, like, okay, when is it the best time to pursue the Dodrio? When should we be stopping the Sableye from scoring? When can we fight together as a team? Because we've seen in the past teams come up with like several solutions. The first one is just group up because your team fight is just generally better. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, which is tragic because it should always work. You know, your lineup should always be better than the roaming team. But sometimes things just don't work out the way that they do. The alternative plan other teams do decide to go for is they just backcap themselves. They say that, oh, you want to play a game of backcap? We'll just backcap too, and we'll out backcap you. And again, this second strategy also depends on what your opponent has for their secondary Pokemon. Like, do they have Pokemon that are very quick, very agile, can get across the map pretty quickly, get those Eos energy quick as well to quickly deposit into the goal zones? Yeah, that kind of thing. Now, the thing is, we did see the lineup for Rival Esports, and you could tell this lineup is more so built for team fight, but they have the Meowth as well. They have the Meowth, and they have the added bonus of the Hooper. I feel like this Hooper pick alone might be what saves Rival Esports from backcap shenanigans, because you know what Hooper can do? Hyperspace Hole or Unite, bring the whole team into the enemy home goal zone, and you just do a big team dunk.
Yeah, since here's the thing, team fight wise, definitely Scars is a bit of a disadvantage. That's how I saw it. That's how you see it, and that's how I try to pivot it into it as well. Because I said a while ago that they need to be as a unit if they want to win team fights. But definitely that's not the kind of ideal setup. Because yes, you're going in as a unit, but you only get 1 to 2 KOs, and that's it for Scars. But if you try to go head-to-head on a 5v5, definitely would be a huge disadvantage, knowing that there are tons of refreshers and shut down with the slow beam of the Slowbro. And knowing that there's enough backup and firepower with the Mew and the Mega Lucario, that is really one of the toughest matchup that Scars is actually about to face, despite having that Zacian available for your team. So it's just a matter of being able to disrupt your opponents, just like how Blacklist International played last ACL C-League. I don't know if you kind of remember that, but they are really well known of running the same composition with Dodrio, with Sableye. So I'm seeing a little bit of a picture on what Scars is actually trying to do now. It's all about backups, it's all about disrupting your opponents, providing the vision that they need, and pickoffs in order to get the ideal scores into their favor.
Yeah, so hopefully Rival Esports, they have enough to sort of respond to this very punishing draft that's decided to make its appearance, make its debut on the broadcast here for Scars. It looks like we are just trying to sort out a connection issue with one of the players' devices. That's a mobile phone, isn't it?
I think, yeah, as far as I can tell. For the configuration.
Yeah, so looks like it's just going to be one mobile device, but hopefully it's sorted out soon, folks. Just as always, thank you for joining us for the broadcast. We are trying to get this sorted as quick as possible, but hopefully we should be able to jump into the game any moment now.
Any moment, that would be soon. But I think I overheard your conversation a while ago with JJ, when you're debating what to use when it comes to Switch or a mobile phone. And
yes,
I definitely see you guys are on the same boat. You do prefer Switch, but I think I'd have to go.
No, I'm a mobile girly. I'm a mobile girly.
All right. I think it's us who are on the same boat, and JJ is up there alone enjoying his Switch too. And I do get it. I think all of us have the same sentiments, but it's just a matter of preference as well, and the amount of flexibility that a mobile device could actually give you in terms of aiming your moves and be able to use that flexibility. It's just a matter of preference. And I myself, if I am using a Switch, I usually do go by playing with my the Pro Controller, because I'm not used in playing it handheld with the default
yeah.
controller. I want a pro controller just to get the feeling of my hands and be able to have the comfort of being able to play a much more better facing. I don't know, for some reason when I play via handheld, I'm that kind of bad in ranked games, but once I got a pro controller, it seems like I'm playing on mobile. I don't know why, but it works.
Look, if it works, it works. That's all that really matters at this point in time. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be the same with the Switch. Like normally, I don't play handheld. I'd rather use my pro controller. So it's again personal choice.
Right.
But I think it's also just what you're used to, like what you grew up with. Like mobile games, I think I'm more used to just playing on mobile. Switch is fine. Switch is like fine for me in most cases. But for Unite definitely felt more like a mobile game for me personally. So yeah, mobile and I in Unite, we have a very interesting relationship.
Yeah.
So it's all good. All right, so I think we have our players kind of testing out the signal just to see if everything is okay. But I think aside from that, we should be good to go any moment, folks. So thank you for your patience. And if you want to join the discussion about Switch or Switch or mobile, let us know. Are you a Switch user or are you a mobile user? Which one is more comfortable for you?
Join the discussion, join the debate, everyone, and we'll see if how many fans out there are gonna side with JJ using the Switch more than the mobile, because both of us, me and Danley, would have to go for the mobile rather than the Switch. But hey, I mean, there's just pros and cons with using those kind of devices. But let's just wait for a bit here while they are actually resolving the issue when it comes to here on the land stage. So we haven't seen that much yet on the game. Not more than 1 minute has elapsed in the game. So definitely, yes, that kind of KO would somewhat give an advantage to rival esports. But, it's very much manageable. You could just claw your way back because it's not more than 1 minute that has passed.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward. I wonder if they're going to consider maybe just remaking the entire thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It's hard though, because like the KO, like Rival already got the KO on the Sableye, so it's a bit hard to simply agree to a remake as well.
But I think as far as I can tell, I don't know if I'm refreshing it back into my memory correctly. I think Scars was actually requesting for a pause before the KO actually had happened. So let's just wait for our tournament marshals for them to determine what is going to be the call here, because that kind of KO would somewhat give a little bit of a leeway or a little bit of advantage towards the side of rival esports. It was just, I think, some kind of miscommunication, and they were not able to raise it as fast as they can because they just stopped all the way on their track in the map. That is what we saw a while ago in the gameplay.
Yeah, they stopped it pretty quick, like right after the KO, I think was happened. So yeah, players feeling a bit sleepy themselves. They're just like, all right guys, I want to play. I was like, come on, I want to play. I just want to play this game.
Yeah,
what's going on? I feel kind of bad for the players though, because like when stuff like this happens, it does take you out of the game.
Oh yeah,
especially with your mindset, and you kind of like when you unpause, it's jarring because you just suddenly have to get right back into it. Not everyone is capable of doing that. I totally understand. But it's like an even bigger deal when you're playing on the main stage, because you're just kind of expected to like jump right back into the game, which is hard. It's a skill. It's a skill that you have to practice and hone. So hopefully it's not too big of a deal for our players. But yeah, I know personally, like the sentiment for pauses during Unite, it's not the best. Players don't like pausing. They'd rather just finish the game and move on to the next one.
I'm trying to look for some updates as well on the substage. Where do I get the update? I'm trying to check if there is a little bit of an update on the substage, because I'm quite curious, because you mentioned that there was actually a game 1 winner already a while ago in the matchup.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Dark Peach.
Yeah, Dark Peach, right?
Dark Peach, and was it Reckoning? Dark Peach and Reckoning?
Yeah.
Did I get that right? Yeah.
Yeah, and in order to have everyone catch up onto the Pokemon Unite esports scene, Reckoning Esports is actually a team from the India region, wherein they were able to get that one and only slot from the ACL India League. So they were the qualified team to do that. And for the India Winter, they also have GodLike Esports, who was actually the champion last year for their India ACL as well. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh,
so
wow.
definitely there's a lot of expectations as well for this region, but goes to show the China region as well is more than competitive enough for them to join the action here in ACL.
I love that there's still like smiles across Rival Esports' faces. Like they know this is a problem, they know it's not fun, but they're still happy.
Yeah,
that's what I like to see. Like the last thing I want to see is like from players just being, I think, completely messed up. Like this isn't a fun situation for them either. As we are going to try to get this sorted, folks, we do apologize for the extended delay. We do have a Twitch chat badge campaign happening right now. So if you watch the Pokemon Unite stream on Twitch, you can actually earn an exclusive chat badge, which is the Charizard that you see to your left. So if you want to get a chat badge on Twitch, watch the stream on Twitch, and make sure you watch it either today or tomorrow. And if you do, you'll get the badge and you get to keep it. It's free. It's from us to you for supporting all of our Pokemon Unite broadcasts. So head on over to Twitch if you'd like a very cute, very adorable Charizard badge.
Yeah, and despite, ACL will just run actually today and tomorrow, the campaign is available up to the 31st of March. So make sure to get the opportunity to get that Charizard badge. But hey, Natalie, we are back here in the Sky Ruins to determine who is going to be victorious in Game 1 between Scars and Rival Esports.
All right, so minus the minor hiccup happening on the side of Scars with that first knockout onto the Sableye, we do have an invade happening. They're going to try and cut off the Meowth, and I think as soon as Meowth sees hey, she's like, wait a minute, guys, there's like 2 people in my central area. Can I get some help here? And right away, this is a Rival Esports classic. They'll always bring the Hooper in to provide the support. So the Hyperspace Hole is there to get the Meowth out. We do have Lucario coming in as well to scare off the Dodrio, and we have another pause. Oof, I wonder what happened.
Oh no. I think everyone was like, I just want to play, come on, I kind of saw the reaction between Rival Esports, but just initially seeing things on the matchup that happened in that little bit of 15 to 30 seconds as far as I can tell in the central area, I think Scars is trying to focus on getting those XPs at the side of Rival Esports, and that is just a way for them to disrupt the chemistry and be able to shake things up on the side of Rival Esports. Like, there's just a lot of things that's happening around the map, and definitely it will be tough for a team to resolve multiple problems on one big timing. So that is actually the biggest hurdle that Rival Esports has to actually deal with up against Scars.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with that. So, I mean, okay, what's the alternative then? Like, what do you do instead, Pika?
It's really tough to tell us. I mean, I think the best way possible is get an assistance from the Hoopa, since I feel like Hoopa is one of the best Pokemon out of the 5 Pokemons that that Rival has, because this one offers a flexibility for you to relocate and rotate all around the map, compared to a Slowbro that, yes, it might be able to give some damage and crowd control, but the amount of flexibility and reinforcements that you could actually send in, I feel like it's just the Hoopa who could babysit the Meowth just to be able for it to claw its way back, get some XPs, and be able to punish Scars hard in the upcoming team fights. But how about you? What do you think?
I think, gosh, I don't know what to think at this point in time, because like the pauses are messing with us, the pauses are messing with the players. We've got like 2 minutes of gameplay. Not even 2 minutes. I think we've got like 30 seconds of gameplay, so we can't even see like what's the strategy that both teams are trying to employ too, because we also need to figure out like, okay, how are these guys wanting to play, and how well is that going to translate into this upcoming game? Because I do like the aggression, right? Like we did see the aggression coming from the Dodrio and the Sableye. Makes sense. That's just how the lineup is supposed to function. You go for those cute little pickoffs. The response has been good so far, right? Like we saw the response with the Hooper coming in to save HT's Meowth. I don't know if Hooper's going to get knocked out. I think Hooper got away, just got free on the boost zone. So Hooper should be fine. I think the goal here for Scars to really take over this game is that they are going to have to work extra hard to take control of this early game, especially with how things are just not going their way. Ideal situation would have been that originally they didn't lose the Sableye, and that in that little skirmish just now they should have gotten the knockout onto HT, or they should have stolen his buff. So because we didn't really get much of anything, the team's kind of in a standstill. Like, they're not moving forward, they're not moving back either, but they're not really achieving anything that's going to help them go into the next stage of the game. So yeah, I think Doju and Sableye, we're going to be seeing a lot more movement between these two Pokemon, either to deny experience or maybe just to outnumber a lane to grab a knockout. But if Scars aren't the ones to be hanging onto this steering wheel for dying life in this matchup, Rivals should take this game because they have the superior team fight, they have the superior counterplays, they have the Hooper, which I mentioned it before. Hooper, I think, is the reason why Rival Esports should beat this lineup, because they should always be at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, they just have to control the tempo of the game. I know, it's just a simple word, but really difficult for you to be able to convert it, knowing that the disruption capability of Scars is really strong, and controlling the tempo in that kind of playstyle makes it really difficult. But as Rival Esports, definitely do not doubt them. So, they are coming in here prepared. That is the best way that we do hope here for Rival Esports, for them to be able to snatch that victory up against Scars. So just have to wait momentarily before this game resumes. But on the other side as well, from the sub-stage, the game 2 is just about to start between Dark Pitch and Reckoning Esports. So let's just have to wait for the results as well in the sub-stage, because as far as I can tell, that it is actually live streamed as well at the Pokemon Unite channel of Japan region. So make sure to check it out if you're interested to see the matchup between Reckoning Esports and Dark Peach, because that is going to be a lot of action as well. But if you want to stay tuned in Scars and Rival Esports, then I do suggest to stick with us with me and Dowley and have some champion time here.
Have a champion time? We're having a chatting time. I'm going to say
chatting
that.
Chatting
time.
Yeah,
I ran out of tea though, so I don't have any more tea to spill. I'd rather spill this tea in my mouth at the moment though, because it's been, I think for the players on stage, like for them, they're just like, oh my gosh, we just want to get into the game. Look at Ice, okay?
Yeah.
One of the things I love about Rival is that they have Ice, and Ice is like an open book. You look at this guy, that's how the team is feeling. Okay, so if Ice is smart, okay, team vibes are good. If Ice is starting to show that like bushy brow and he's got a little bit of a frown happening, then it's like, oh no,
you don't want to see that.
Something's going on. Yeah, so far at least, like for Rival, okay, things are good. Vibes are good for now.
They're vibing.
They've got to keep that
vibing.
going. I can't say the same for Scar. I mean, Scar generally looks pretty happy as well, so I don't think they're like too fussed about it. But I mean, all teams in general, they just want to get into the game too, so you can't blame them for just wanting to play Pokemon Unite.
Yeah,
it's kind of sitting there.
Patience, but I think patience is the key. But I think we've been talking about them pretty much. Let's try to talk about other kind of topics as well, as while we're waiting for their matchup to resume. So for those of guys you don't know, the champion team and actually the second placer team of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League finals would have a dedicated spot already for the World Championships this year. So that is going to be what do we call the eyes on the prize here for the 16 teams competing from around the world. They want to get that world spot as quick as possible, and we see ACL finals as a mini world. So this is really tough because this is one of the best teams across the globe, and there are just 2 spots available in this tournament for you to qualify to Worlds.
I mean, yeah, I think everyone wants to go. I mean, let's be realistic. Everybody wants to go to Worlds, right? It's just, can you get that top 2 spot with so many world-class teams competing? And I think for some teams, they're looking at this and thinking like, oh man, this is impossible. just looking at the names of the teams competing. But I think at the end of the day, you kind of have to just throw that to the wind and be like, okay, it doesn't matter who we're playing against. Like, as long as we try, as long as we play at our very best, maybe you make it through. Because it's not uncommon for other esport titles to have like a random team register for a tournament out of nowhere. It's just a mishmash of random players. They're just familiar with each other. They're not sponsored or anything. And then all of a sudden they do that Cinderella dream run that we always talk about.
Yeah.
And they're the ones going to their world championships. Like, that's something that we can also see happening here for Unite, especially ACL, because there are definitely some teams competing that are not really being respected enough. Like, definitely not respected on the same level as like Dignitas. Yeah, so not on the same level as like Dignitas or maybe Fennel, for example, because like those are two teams that I do suspect are going to be on the receiving end of a lot of research and a lot of homework when these teams go back to their hotels tonight. So yeah, if anyone's flying under the radar, I absolutely like capitalize on this and just do whatever you can to just surprise your opponents, because surprises, I feel like it's always been a legitimate strat in Pokemon Unite. Sometimes you just have to surprise your opponent with something that they're just not practiced against to win. So it might be a bit late to come up with a strategy like that now, but at least going into day 2, for any teams that do qualify for day 2, you definitely have to consider bringing in some like really crazy stuff if you want to stay in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, and of course, I believe that these teams have been having, a real tough time being able to analyze all the possibilities that could actually happen here in the tournament, because there's just too many ways for them to face an opponent. So knowing that this is a double elimination, multiple possibilities. But of course, before we head on over to our match between Scars and of course our other team as well, which is Rival Esports, we will be taking a short break, and after everything has been resolved, we will be back with more Pokemon Unite action here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals. We'll be right back. Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League Finals. This is Big Eels and still with Dan Lee, and I know it's been a rough road for us, everyone who's been tuning in into the live stream, but we are finally back.
We're finally back. I do believe we are ready to jump into our game as well. So quick recap in case anyone did not really sit through the wait, I suppose. You kind of popped in a little bit later. So we were in the middle of Scars versus Rival Esports. We haven't been briefed whether this is going to be completely remade or if they're going to continue from where they left off. But we did run into some technical issues, unfortunately, with that matchup, which was what basically explains the delay. So to everyone that did stick around, we do appreciate you sticking around. Thank you so much for being patient. Hopefully we're able to jump right into our next game, because this was a matchup that Pika and I are really excited about. Like, we've got two great teams. We have a very, very exciting lineup as well. Yeah. So it was just a bit of a shame that we kind of had to wait around for it. But again, we do this for competitive integrity because we want the players to all have that equal playing field. So again, we do apologize if there are any technical issues, but we do this for the players so that we don't run into any problems later on. So I guess, do we kind of go over the teams again, Pika, just to give anyone that might be a bit late to the broadcast a quick rundown of who these two teams are?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we introduced the teams a while ago, but for the newcomers, Scars is the second placer team from the Pokemon UNITE Japan League from the ACL, so they got the second spot, while the other team, Rival Esports, did qualify for the ACL finals via the winter tournament in APAC West. So for those of you who doesn't know, Rival Esports, well, they are the formerly known Paper Rex, so make sure to jot down those familiar names out there, because Rival Esports is ready to show one of a game.
They're ready to show you this stuff. I think at the same time, this team is ready to pop off. They're ready to really leave a mark in their competitive careers, because we did kind of talk about this beforehand. Rival are so close to winning something big, okay? And the first step is for them to win this game, which we're going to jump right into game number one. Very quick update for the drafts. We do have Scar on the purple side, Rival Esports on the orange side, and for the drafts we have for Scar, Dodrio, Zacian, Inteleon, was this Vaporeon or Umbreon? I do not recall. Umbreon, okay, and then we have Sableye, of course.
Yep. Oh, ooh, almost a KO. Actually be able to make it out with those basic attacks. So that is the mobility of a Sableye that could actually offer in the fights. But I'm loving this kind of disruption that Scars is actually trying to maintain, just to be able to make sure that Rival Esports will be not on their 100% comfort zones.
Yes. Okay, looking at the lanes, we kind of spoke about this, I think, beforehand, Pika, but just between the two drafts and what we know from the teams right now, whose draft do you like better? Who do you actually think is going to take control of this early game?
I mean, for the early game, I feel like Scars has the better potential to take on into the early game, simply because of the amount of disruption that their composition that could actually offer. And seeing it, they could actually push back this powerhouse all-rounders here at the top lane.
Yeah, so a bit of a push happening in that top lane, and look at this again, more aggression from Scars into the central area, and oh no, they've caught HT. That's a big knockout. That's the central laner for Rival Esports. So this invade pair that we saw before the pause, it's coming into play. This is what Scars wanted from the start, and if this snowballs, if this continues, and if Rival Esports can't find a solution for this roaming, this team is going to be in big trouble.
Yeah, absolutely a big catastrophe for the team. But Rival Esports so far, they've been getting multiple XPs despite losing a little bit of a team fight a while ago because of the aggression and disruption Scars has been offering. They are making sure that they get bit by bit of the experience on the side of their central area, just to be able to get an opportunity to punish Scars down.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you're Rival Esports, you really need anything to punish Scars to slow down the progress, because right now, Rival, they have not scored any points on the board yet. So if anyone is stacking, they have stacked absolutely nothing. They have basically zero map control because all objectives are currently being tied up by Scars. So with 20 seconds to go, Rival Esports, they only have 20 more seconds to go to get their experience before things are going to be done. But it looks like right now we do get one knockout onto the Sableye, which is huge. And now Rival Esports looking to jump onto Scars here. Scars, they're going to back out a little bit. Yeah, almost getting caught, but beautiful dash out of the Dino walks into the snipe shot. Big misplay there. And now with two very low health Pokemon, there goes the Slowbro. We still have the Mew, who's going to try and buy some time. But by himself, there's really not much you're going to be able to do as this Mew to stop the scores.
And I just love the play that Scars has been actually doing. Just being able to make sure that the Inteleon stays on the tall grasses, be able to use the snipe shot free on his will, because there has been so much frontliners that is able to, you know, just provide a lot of disruption for the side of Rival Esports.
Yeah, so we have the Regice up top, and you can see Rivals, they really want this. Oh, there we go. Beautiful teamwork there to catch out the Zacian, almost losing one of their own there. Regice, though, will be secured thanks to that Mew, so we get a bit of experience as well as that health regen buff for Rival Esports, still sitting on a 0-point scoreline as Scars continue to just take over the game, taking the Regieleki down bottom, getting all of the points on the map as well. This is tragic for Rivals because this experience that's being farmed up by Scars, it's not going to Rivals Pokemon. They're not getting this experience, they're missing out on all these points as well. And I mean, Scars, the whole point of this lineup is to run around, get experience, and score as quick as possible. Whereas for Rival, their lineup is more built for team fight. They only picked up the Meowth as their final pick in the drafting stage, which is the only Pokemon, maybe alongside the Lucario, that might be able to compete with these very fast speedsters. But aside from that, you can see they are struggling because of this constant movement. But the Meowth almost getting the Sableye, doesn't have enough damage to finish that though, so the follow-through isn't quite there. And I think we're starting to see a bit of weakness here for Rivals lineup because, you know, they do have team fight and teamwork being the advantage to their composition. But the problem that they have now is that they are behind in levels. They're missing out on some extra damage, extra levels in their skills as well. And we're seeing them miss out on knockouts that they should be getting.
Yes, and the utilization of the Unite move as well, the Moonlight Prance just being able to delay the push that Rival Esports was actually eyeing a while ago because they knew that they have the prowess in terms of team fight, so might as well go in as a unit. But the defender, the Umbreon, was able to well-time that Moonlight Prance just to be able to stop them on their tracks. You know, Rival Esports, they have been prioritizing a lot in objectives just to be able to catch up, but in terms of team fights, Scars has been controlling the tempo.
Yeah, Scars have been on point, and Rival, they're struggling. They can't really find any opportunities to really grab anything aside from a Regice. They haven't been able to get a lot of experience in that central area. They haven't really won any major team fights as well. They need a breath of fresh air, and at this point, anything is going to work for them. The only problem is that they can't really find it because Scars, they are so great with their positioning. They haven't really been in any awkward positions. They're always paired up with each other, so if anything goes wrong, they have their backup player to help escape from the danger. And yeah, Rivals, I think at this point, they just decided, like, okay, we've got to bunker down. We actually have to rely on the late game to win this. And wow, even using the Unite there on the Hooper too to bring the entire team in. But the the Regirock getting secured by the Zacian, so that doesn't even go to Rival Esports. Oh, that is not what they wanted. They are committing Unites because they want to get anything. They need buffs, they need experience, they need Aeos energy, anything to help bring them back into this game.
This has been a one-sided match so far.
Very.
Scars being able to control the whole map as a unit, and Rival Esports so far hasn't been getting the timing that they actually need in order to steal or snatch some opportunities up against Scars. They can defend, that is for sure, but you can't just defend. You have to go offensive as well for you to be able to score down those points.
Yeah, they really need anything at this point of time. And it's kind of crazy too, because I actually do think if Rival Esports didn't have this Hooper, I actually think Scars would have been able to score a lot more points. It's just because that the Hooper is on Rival Esports' side that's the only reason that they've been able to deny some of these scores coming through. because they're just so quick. They're so quick to jump onto those goal zones, to score those points. And you know, if they're not scoring, they're fighting. So with 25 seconds left to go, right before our final 2-minute stretch, Rival Esports need to find something. They've got to dig deep within themselves to find that opportunity, find an opening. If Scars makes the tiniest mistake, Rival Esports is going to have to grab onto that with both hands.
Yeah, the game is still flippable at the side of Rival Esports. They just need a timing here. But look at those visions being provided as well from the Sableye. Big disruption here, Danley, and here comes the Groudon being able to flip the game once you get the last hit. But the front line not working for Rival Esports. Look at that, almost 3k damage, and he was actually forced to go back into the hyperspace hole. This is not looking good for Rival.
Yeah, Rival are struggling, and look at this, they're trying to go for a bit of a sandwich maneuver. The Dodrio is on the right-hand side of the map, going to be using a Unite here for the Hooper. They're going to go for the full commitment onto the Groudon, but who gets the final score? It's going to be the Mew! Mew gets the final hit, so maybe, just maybe, this is what Rival Esports are looking for. They go immediately into scoring mode. You can see the Dodrio going to try and go for the deny. They get the deny there onto the Slowbro, so no scores have been deployed yet by Ice. The rest of the team still have access to the buff. Down bottom, though, we see the Meow stopping the Umbreon going in for the score. Lucario is going to be jumping into the top lane as well. But again, even though they had the buff, look at Rival Esports struggling to even get on top of the goal zone. This is the power of that level difference.
Level difference. Bottom lane looking very vulnerable for Scars. There might be a backup that could happen, but Tunnel Vision, Rival Esports is trying to aim at the top lane. They need 55. They need more points. 80 goes in at the bank for the side of Scars. They would have to retreat back. Keep the pressure on. 4 members has the Groudon buff. Can they get the hundo? Not quite. They got it. 35 is all they need. 35 points. Can they get it done? 20 seconds. The hundo. The
100.
No one is actually
HT has to score.
Scars.
He gets it. He got the 100. That's all that they needed, and now all of a sudden, Scars with 10 seconds left to go, unless the Sableye is able to drop 80 in right now, which you absolutely can't. That is what Rival needed. We said that they had to find that opening. They had to identify that one little mistake, and they found it. And look how late the points come in, Pika. Incredible play. This is what we've been looking for from Rival Esports for such a long time.
Patience is the key, and the proper timing for the Mew is all that they needed in order to seal away the game up against Scars, and that was actually a full-blown team fight. They just gambled everything. They knew the timings of their moves and just be able to do that kind of damage and trust their instincts that they would get the last hit on the Groudon. And, you know, we've been talking about, or we have been debating this for quite some time between the differences of our major objective between Rayquaza, between Groudon, and of course the Kyogre. And we all have the same sentiments that Groudon is actually a closest thing to a Rayquaza as well, wherein you could definitely flip the game if you get this objective compared to Kyogre.
Yeah, from an aggressive standpoint, Groudon is way better, right? From an aggressive standpoint, because you're able to score so quickly. We had the attack buff as well, whereas we've seen during the league, right? We actually had Kyogre as our meta back then. We didn't have Groudon, where even though you got Kyogre, that didn't guarantee that you were going to win the pushes. You still had to fight really hard for those. So I think Rival also identifying that, you know, it's Groudon that's going to be the map, that they realize, okay, maybe we don't fight into Scars directly. We're going to have to rely on that Kyogre buff, sorry, the Groudon buff. And boy, was that such a great decision for the team. Like, they really needed something to give them that breath of fresh air. And they found it. I think Scars at the same time didn't expect how fast Rival Esports were going to go for that. And I think that was ultimately the downfall for this team, because yeah, they did a great job defending their goal zone, but at some point, like, their defense did crumble.
Yeah, it was a one-sided game for the first 8 minutes, and last 2 minutes is all that they needed. I mean, Scars, yes, for sure, they did a great defense, but they were forced to push back the reinforcements of rival esports and left the bottom lane very vulnerable to someone who could actually backcap, which is HT, which is the Meowth, which is a speedster who has the mobility and the capabilities to score as quick as possible.
Yeah. So, anyone out there that struggled to believe in rival esports, that's myself included, I'm feeling a little bit better for this team, right? After that game, feeling a little bit better, especially with how Scar looked like they were playing with their food for the first 8 minutes. Rival esports very much in the game, and now the ball is really in rival esports' court to basically take this set because they have that 1 game advantage. And because these two teams have played against each other now, rival esports, they had a bit of a taste of what Scars is capable of doing with their lineup. Obviously, vice versa as well. Scars are probably going to be a little more acquainted with how Rival play. So moving forward, we have to talk adaptations. What kind of changes are we going to be seeing going into Game 2? Because Scar has to force the game number 3. Whereas for Rivals, they do have a little bit of wiggle room in this next game number 2. Ideally, they don't. They take this game number 2 and they move forward. But what would you do differently going into Game 2 if you're Rival Esports? Like, can they reliably just pull off the same strats? Do they have to do something different? Or do maybe we see Rival Esports play classic Rival Esports? Because I can say with confidence in that last game, Rival does not typically play like that. They were playing very reactively because of Scar's composition.
Yeah, actively, reactively, that is how we saw Rival Esports a while ago. And I'm not quite sure if Scars could actually do the same kind of playstyle that they did a while ago, simply because we have a knockout draft here. And those Pokemons that they used during game number 1 cannot be used for the entire series up against Rival Esports. So they have to pivot into a different playstyle, or if they actually can, use different kind of Pokemons and be able to do that same kind of strategy as well. Maybe a Snorlax defender who could invade the forest as early as possible would definitely fit their playstyle. Same thing with the Machamp, who would just have to submission in and out just to be able to dish out some damage, provide some setups for the team, and be able to get those KOs as well. Knowing that Scars does really love to play a Gengar, but the thing is, would Rival allow the Gengar to be on their hands?
If I'm Rival, I think you just get rid of the Gengar every single time, right? Like, if you know this is a signature Pokemon of theirs, get rid of it. Get rid of it. Don't deal with it. You don't want to give a team their signature Pokemon, especially on the main stage of a LAN event. So I'm kind of expecting another ban. But moving forward, I'm really glad you also brought up the pick ban rule, right? Because like Scar, they can't use the Dodrio Sableye anymore. So I am, that's a mistake. We will probably have to remake the lobby because of that, unfortunately. I'm sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. That was a bit of a misplay on our behalf. But I'm kind of curious to know, like, what else is sort of in the draft pool here for Scar if they wanted to do something differently. Alternative Pokemon that could maybe do something similar. I don't like bringing this Pokemon up. Galarian Rapidash. We know this was buffed, I think, before ACL playoffs and group stage. We saw teams try to make this Pokemon work, and it just, in APAC, it didn't seem to stick. Or maybe teams in the region weren't able to really make this Pokemon work. Although it does function in a similar vein to Dodrio, where you're very fast, you do damage, you can also attack while moving. Great candidate for also scoring points as well. So Galarian Rapidash is going to be an option. I think back in the day, in some cases, I have seen teams, this is APAC by the way, teams use Zoroark actually to be a back capper, because Zoroark is also extremely agile. Nowadays, we don't see Zoroark as much anymore just because the classic combo is just not popular. And at the same time, like the general meta, like at the moment, thicker Pokemon are in the meta, right? And Zoro doesn't really like playing up against bigger lineups because you've got a bigger room for error, I suppose. So I don't know if we're going to be seeing that Pokemon again. Did we see a Comfy ban in game 1? I thought it was was it Comfey, or was that a previous set? I remember seeing a Comfey ban.
Yeah, I think that was a previous set. Since you know, in order for you to maximize a Zoroark, you definitely need the assistance of a Comfey, and if you don't have a Comfey, definitely it would be much more difficult for you to use the Zoroark into the matches heading in, especially on a crucial one, knowing that this is a must-win game for Scars for them to be able to force down to game number 3. So they have to think of a very much of an independent Pokemon that could actually go head-to-head. Since you've talked about the meta here, Danily, the all-rounders have been really dominating it, and all-rounders by the book here in Pokemon Unite does offer crowd controls as well. So you have to say you have crowd control and you definitely have the damage. Speedster won't be able to last the team fights that much.
Yeah. Going back onto bans from our previous game as well. Sorry, I just had to pull up the screenshot that I had. So bans for our last game from Scars was Mimikyu, I think that's Buzzwole, and Blastoise. On the side of Rival Esports, it was the Sirfetch'd, Mega Charizard Y, and Gengar. So it wasn't Comfey. I think I must be thinking of a different game. But knowing these Pokemon are banned, I have a feeling there's a good chance that we might be seeing more or less similar bans, unless maybe someone wants to let something slip through. Like, let's say whoever gets that second pick, they just decide, okay, we're going to let Blastoise and Charizard Y through. Whichever one goes through, we can take it, and we're happy with our opponent taking the other Pokemon, for example. Just drafting mind game things, but yeah, I'm kind of keen to see like what the approach is going to be for both of these teams going into game number 2, because like, yeah, the pick ban rule, it's not friendly for everybody, right? Yeah. There are teams that are very specialized in certain Pokemon, certain play styles, and as many Pokemon as we do have in Unite, there's only so many to go around, and especially if you play a certain style that is very niche, which in the case of Scar is very, very different. We don't have a lot of Pokemon that can sort of perform the way that Scar needed that previous lineup to do. So yeah, I don't know if they're going to go for something similar, same but different, or if they just go in a completely different direction. I kind of think they have to go in a different direction because yeah, the lineup that they had in that last game, it was perfect for what they needed. Like, they had a defender and a support at the same time. You had the Inteleon dishing out huge damage with the snipe shots. You had Dodrio and Sableye running around together. And then you had the Zacian, who, if you wanted to, can also contribute to the roamers, or even just sit in the backlines and just be that late game securing Pokemon. Like, there's just great drafting all around from Scars for game number 1. So yeah, game 2, I think this is going to be a test for everybody to see how both of these teams kind of adapt moving forward. And if we go to a game 3, that's where we're going to be in for a bit of a marathon, because these teams are going to have to dig really deep into their strategical pool, as well as what they're capable of playing.
Yeah, and before I dig in deeper on what actually Scars might be able to do here in game number 2, actually we do have another winner that will be proceeding into the upper bracket quarterfinals, which is going to be Dark Peach winning up against Reckoning Esports in 2-1. So that was actually a big win for Dark Peach. Congratulations, but we still have more matches along the table, because GMU and T1 is actually happening aligned as well in our game number 2 with Scars and Rival Esports. Now, going back here with Scars, I talked about a while ago that they have, or I think you think that they should pivot into a different direction, into a different kind of play style, but you know, if they tried, or if they manage, or if they want to do the same kind of strat that they did during game number 1, then what if they win? That would be great, but they would run out of Pokemon who could actually do the same kind of playstyle as well, because I don't see any kind of Pokemon right now that could actually sustain 3 sets of games that has disruption.
Big changes already in the picks and bans. Okay, so Zacian, Mimikyu, Ceruledge, Mega Charizard, Y, Hoopa, and Gengar. Now, Sirfetch'd is through, and we have been seeing teams back to back banning Sirfetch'd, and we're going to finally get it, but this time it's going to be on the side of Rival Esports. So I think we are about to witness why Sirfetch'd has been so stubbornly banned by teams in all of our games today.
First Sirfetch'd of the day on the ACL Finals. Quite unfortunate that we don't see the legendary birds here, Moltres and Zapdos, but definitely we'll see it in WCS. But Sirfetch'd I'm quite interested what would be the moveset here. We have Brutal Swing and the Tech, and the other one is going to be Fury Cutter and the Leaf Blade. So I've been seeing a lot of Fury Cutters lately during my ranked games, but I'm not quite sure what will be the case here. Delmice being harbored as well here for Scars. I definitely see the same kind of play style when it comes to Disruption. They have Machamp that could run around the map, and if they go for the Delmice or the Meowth, it's the same case as well. Taking control into the game, being able to disrupt your opponents. And this is just it, Danley. They are running back the same playstyle that they did in Game 1. It's just different Pokemons, different form, but still Disruption and Hindrances will be their priority.
Disruption, Hindrances, and to a certain degree, a lot of small skirmishes. Now the thing is, I'm very sure Rival Esports, like, because they've won game number 1, they've already felt that play style. So I think they're pretty comfortable actually, because Dragonite, okay, I'm so glad we are going to be seeing Dragonite today, because this Pokemon has been absent from the competitive scene for such a long time. And Dragonite is the perfect answer to this kind of playstyle. And yes, we're also going to talk about the Cinderace. Okay, so don't worry. I want to talk about the Dragonite here, because I feel like this Dragonite might single-handedly counter the opposite side. Now, the reason being is that on Scar's end, right, they want to have small skirmishes with as little Pokemon as possible. They want to go for single Pokemon pickoffs. They want to go for quick scores. What does Dragonite do best? Maneuverability, using the Unite to basically cross the map in a fraction of a second to make it there to defend a teammate, to go for the back caps, is very tanky as well. I think HT's Dragonite is about to absolutely shred Scar's team composition. This Pokemon is a full-on hard counter because they already know how Scar play, and we already get the hint, right? The Darkrai pick. This is already an indicator that Scar want to do more or less the same thing that they did in game number 1.
Yeah, but I'm quite surprised as well with the Cinderace pick. What could be the win condition here that Scars is actually thinking? Being able to use such an attacker, I mean, Cinderace, yeah, for sure, it deals a lot of damage, but this Pokemon can be caught off guard, especially when you do those crowd controls, and once that Dragonite lands in with the Draco Impact, definitely you don't have your way out.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into game number 2 here between Scars and Rival Esports. At the moment, Rival Esports are leading with a win in this best of 3. So for us to go to a game number 3, we're going to have to see Scars try to win this matchup. Otherwise, if Rival Esports is able to take it, they will win the set 2-0 and continue on their way in their upper bracket, whereas Scars is going to be going through the lower bracket, as this is a double elimination tournament. And already we're seeing a bit of action down in the bottom lane, right? Lots of poking there thanks to the Darkrai. We're also going to be seeing the magic of this Surfetch'd. Still a Farfetch'd at the moment, but it won't be long until he gets that full evolution. And I think, as you said, right, this Cinderace pick was a very interesting one, because Cinderace has been very absent from the meta for such a long time. Can you kind of explain, like, why you think Cinderace fits here? Is a Cinderace supposed to replace the Inteleon from the last game or something?
It could have been that way as well, but what I feel like where the confidence is coming from is the amount of crowd control that is actually available as well for Scars. You know, the Delmice, the Darkrai that could put him into sleep, and the frontline Vaporeon could actually provide it just so that the Cinderace might be able to do those basic attacks and Pyro Ball off the range. But as we speak, it is Rival Esports who's putting up the pressure.
And this is a vastly different game to last game, right? Because we saw a lot more movement from Scars in that early game. This time, it's, if anything, it's a lot more even. We're seeing more presence from Rival Esports on the map. And I think this is where the draft is really coming in to hurt Scars, if they were hoping to replicate that strategy from game number 1. So I think Scars, they're starting to get a feel of how this lineup functions, how it's just not the same as that last game. So they will have to start to adapt. But if they don't adapt soon, we're going to be in for a whole lot of pain, as the Surfetch'd is trying to go for that knockout, but will not get it because the berry gets picked up by the Machoke. We have the Dragon Air coming in. The basic attack will finish him off though. But with 2 Pokemon here, very, very dangerous here for HT to go for full commitment. Look at the Cinderace though, hiding in the bush, trying to bait in. The Dragon Air. Oh, Cramorant coming in. What? The basic attack gets the Cinderace. You thought you could get away. Not this time.
Cramorant has been so consistent, just dives in and out, basic attack, and everyone can be taken down. But as we speak here, 22 seconds left before the first set of objectives will actually appear. And this is such a huge pressure towards Cars because, you know, Rival Esports was able to scale ahead of time up against them, and the disruption is already missing. So Scars, the playstyle, the strength is already missing in action because they have a gap that they must catch up against Rival.
Was Umbreon having to back up, getting a bit too deep in enemy territory. We do have the side dog here, but without any of their core Pokemon, this Regieleki is going to be secured by Scars. So we do have a push happening down here. We only need 24 points to break this goal zone. Regieleki walks in, so that's going to be a free score to whoever wants to break this goal zone. But actually, Scars hesitating. Too many Pokemon here going to be going in as well. The Sleep is there. They get the pull back there onto the Umbreon, but Umbreon is still sticking around so dang tanky. Unite's going to be used, including the Gatling Bolt missile as well from that Cramorant. They will get one knockout there onto the Cinderace as well as that Darkrai. And this Cramorant is on fire. Oh, the boosted attack, the fish to the face. What a way to get those knockouts.
Oh wow,
Scars,
look at the Hyper Beam.
So Scars is pushing very hard, but we can see Rival Esports, they are doing amazing in this matchup. And yes, as you said, Hyper Beam is going to be the build on that Dragonite, so we have an ability to secure on the side of Rival Esports. And most importantly, it's a lock-on ability. So anyone on Scars that gets locked on by that Hyper Beam, that's going to hurt.
That's gonna hurt. Just see the damage that it could do. Could be a problem for Scars. I mean, they have been keeping up with the scoring department, but the team fight is not looking good on their side. Rival Esports always make sure that they get the advantage. They get the firepower because the disruption is already missing, and they know the weakness of the timing that they actually must do in order to steal the fights. Oh, but Kenson! But look at the pull from the Delmites! But it's not quite enough for them to take down the KO, and here comes full power Sai in order to dish out the damages and crowd control that they actually need. But the Cinderace might be able to take everyone down. There's 2 down, making 3 KOs for Scars.
The level 12 Cinderace is coming in and paying off here for Scars. Big knockouts too, because they got knockouts on 2 core Pokemon and a support as well. So we are starting to see a light at the end of the tunnel here for Scars, because they had to commit so much time and energy into ensuring that this Cinderace was able to get this experience. Now all of a sudden, Rival Esports, they can't simply ignore that Cinderace anymore. They will have to address this personally in these upcoming team fights. And if they don't do it quickly enough, Cinderace hurts. Those basic attacks are painful, and especially that Unite move, amazing snipe ability if anyone's trying to make that retreat. So yeah, Rival Esports, this game is not in the bag at all. It is still on the fence for both of these teams. We still have another 4 minutes to go, but my oh my, this Cinderace, this Pokemon might be coming back into the meta.
Yeah, it might be because of this performance that we are seeing so far. It's just a 2-point deficit. Scars might be actually able to flip things around if they know the proper timing. Psyduck is almost caught off guard. The hook misses. Very unfortunate from the Delmice as he gets punished, and that is a big KO that actually Rival Esports might be able to, you know, that is what they needed for them to be able to reform themselves and be able to steal some goals on the other side.
Big overdunk there for the Umbreon as well. Going to use the Midnight Prance. Oh, Gatling Bolt missile committed as well from the Cramorant. They should... Oh, they won't be able to get rid of the Vaporeon there. A bit too tanky thanks to the shielding as well. So Unites were committed. You can tell that Rival Esports, they're trying to get whatever they can in these fights, but the Cramorant almost going up the Cinderace. We do have the Marchamp there to protect his teammates. So again, Rhyme being an absolute menace on this bird. Honestly, incredible plays coming up from the Cramorant. I feel like if Rhyme just gets the perfect combo in the middle of a fight, that's going to be an instant KO, which is what Cramorant actually did back in the day. When Unite first came out, Cramorant, I believe, was actually a Pokemon that teams did pick up in the competitive scene. And the Hurricane combo is deadly. Like, it's a great setup ability. It's on a pretty... It's not that the cooldown for it is not too long. It's enough to be significant in these team fights. Like, you can get several hurricanes off. This is also a dive Cramorant as well, so you're going to be getting those bouncing fish as well. So yeah, this Cramorant pick, I think some people are at least underestimating the Cram. And I think after today, we're going to be seeing a lot more respect for the little blue bird.
Yeah, and not just that, I think we're underestimating as well the Cinderace that is actually being used here. But look at that, the Umbreon fell into the trap. But nothing has been converted so far. That was a tall grass check here. Not being able to secure the KO. Scar's gonna have that one, trying to hook someone in the grasses. But still, not quite enough here. Scars wants to steal the game away. There goes the submission. And the hook! It might be actually enough to take down the Umbreon, but not quite. The Moonlight was actually able to sustain himself. And here comes Rival Esports. All in, all eyes on the objective. They are pressing the crowd on. And here we go. Scars is pushing in, but not quite enough. The Psyduck comes in. He gets the last hit. One Pokemon take him down, and Scars has to defend this one.
They have to defend it, and this is going to be without the Dhelmise and the Darkrai. And it's up against 4 Pokemon. All cores are here. It's just the Umbreon that has come back from that Pokemon Center. They're going to have to hide in the bush. They'll have to do whatever it takes to defend this goal zone, because right now, Scarlet, they're still leading. Oh, they just deleted the main port on the living point. That's the play of the game. Oh my gosh, I think the damage might just be too much here, Pikachu's.
Too much with a ground and buff indeed, and that is why Rival Esports wants to push things down, but still the Cinderace is actually defending with everything, but the pull for the Psyduck is actually enough to catch him off guard. Everyone pushing in. There goes the Hundo. That puts Rival Esports on the lead.
Puts them in the lead. We've still got another 50 seconds to go, so if Scars have anything at all to maybe turn this game around, they might be able to do so, but big point gap between these two teams. We're looking at a 400-point difference between Scars and Rival Esports. We do have the Machamp over here, just gets quickly demolished by Yamu on that Surf Fetch. Yang almost going down, but I'm pretty sure his teammates have gotten covered. This Psyduck has survived so many initiations, it is not funny. I'm surprised this Psyduck still has not been nerfed to Oblivion, because we've seen time and time again in this match, right? I think it's been 2 major initiations. Psyduck has been hooked in, or Umbreon has been hooked in. Neither of these support Pokemon have been taken out.
Yeah, and I do feel like it's because of the Umbreon being able to provide that huge amount of healing with the Moonlight. Just make sure that everyone would still be able to make it out alive in those crucial team fights. I mean, yes, there has been a lot of crowd control, but the sustain is absolutely at its finest for Rival Esports. And we've been talking about a while ago that is 2 months actually enough to fix their problem? And the answer is going to be yes.
Oh man, I love seeing the brother vibes between these two teams. Like, even though they're going up against each other, there's just so much love between them, like so much sportsmanship. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's what I love to see. Oh man, I swear Ice is friends with everybody.
Yeah.
He's like every tournament, I always see Ice with like someone. I'm just like, wow, this guy really, really is friends with the entire scene. Oh my gosh. But I have to say, I am very happy with Rival Esports' performance in their preliminary matches for today, right? This is just their first best of 3. They look on point.
Yeah.
Hi.
On point, definitely. I do agree. So I think we do have a little bit of an interview segment here. So we'll try to listen and understand what they will be, what are the questions that will be asked, and what is going to be Rival Esports' statement moving forward into the tournament.
カイリーキーからね、
we'll find out if we do get an
ブラッキー
interview.
は助かるという、
I don't.
はい、素晴らしいチームワークを見せました。改めて勝利はライ
But
バル
I
イ
think
フ
we
ォー
do have to sort of break down that previous matchup, right? Like,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Rival looked great.
さあこのまま駆け上がっていくんでしょう
And
か。
this is, we're
さあ
talking about
次のメイ
Rival
ンステージ
Esports as
の
well. Like, this
試合
is
は
the
ですね、
team
ア
that
ッ
we
パー
were
ファ
kind of
ースト
hesitant
フェンネ
coming
ル
into
vs ゴッド
ACL
ライク e ス
because
ポー
the
ツの
team
試合
looked a
をお
little
届
bit
けして
shaky
まいります。
coming into the
それでは試合
tournament.
再開まで今しばらくお待ちください。それで
I'm
は実況
seeing
席に
people in the
お
chat
渡しください。
say it might be a slash diff. You know, if you have coach
Could be.
slash, that's the probably a very big advantage to have in competitive Unite. Is absolutely going to be a factor, I do think, right? Like, if you have the right coach for the team, then this coach is going to be able to help guide the team in the correct direction, and at least the team's confidence and morale is going to go up because they're with somebody that they trust, that they look up to, and somebody that they're going to listen to, because that is an issue I do see with teams sometimes, where they'll have a coach on the team, whether it be a player or someone from management from their organization, and there might be some miscommunication between the two parties, and then all of a sudden everything that the coach talks about, suggests, the team talks about, suggests, and there's just no alignment, happens all the time, and teams feel that they wasted their time with the coach. Whereas like in the case of Rival, like they seem like a really great fit so far. So yeah, good job, Coach Slash. Did fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rival's looking great. They still have obviously more games to go because this was just round number 1. So it's absolutely not over yet for our competitors for today. But dang, Rival. I thought Onyx looked good. I think Rival actually looked better in their match today.
Yeah, I mean, there has been a lot of skills polished into the team, and you know, I heavily agree on what you said. Like, I feel like what they need was a veteran and a leader that could actually guide the team towards their victory, because this is such a talented pool of players. Rival Esports for sure. Comes to individual talent, you cannot doubt them. It's just being able to polish and hone those skills and be able to put it together as a unit so that they could be a team that is really tough to be in a matchup.
Yeah, and this was a really scary matchup as well because Scar doesn't play your classic game of Pokemon Unite. Like they went for drafts and Pokemon that are very uncharacteristic, but then again, we also really don't know what is the current meta, right? Because this is the international tournament, so things are a bit different over here. But just from a general standpoint, Scar play very unnatural Unite in terms of like the way that they play the game. So it does tend to throw some teams off, but to see Rival deal with it so well, it makes you want to look at this team in their upcoming matchup and think, okay, if that's how they dealt with Scar, who played unconventional Unite, how do they deal with classic Unite? And against a strong team, because their next opponent is going to be a very strong team. If I'm not mistaken from the stats here, Rival's next opponent is either going to be GMU or
T1.
I don't think we have updates for this matchup, right?
All right, let me check the other stream for the broadcast. So yeah, all right, here we go. I got the update here, Danielle. So apparently,
okay, let's go.
GMU is 1 win towards winning the whole series. So it's currently 1-0. T1 is a little bit struggling here, but you know, there is still an opportunity for you to go back on track into this tournament. So we just have to wait what would be the final result. But quite surprising here, Danielle, so far in the first couple of matches here in ACO finals, we are seeing the potential of the other teams outside the Japan region.
I think it's a good thing. I think...
Yeah, it is.
I'm not trying
to
like hate on Japan. I think we're all very happy to see like Japanese Pokemon Unite because the region itself is just so competitive.
Absolutely.
But I think it's exciting for an international tournament to have everyone have a bit of a chance, because it's not just this region versus this region anymore. It's not like Japan versus Japan. I think we all want to see like different regions going up against each other, because you're basically challenging the foundations of that particular region. And I think it's more exciting for us too, because we normally cover APAC. And we are seeing so many APAC teams make it through to the upper bracket, which is a very exciting time for us. Maybe not so much for the Japanese fans, unfortunately, but we are still going to be seeing Japanese teams. Like, don't get us wrong, we still will be seeing Japanese teams. Maybe more so in the lower bracket. I'm kind of curious to know how the lower bracket's going to turn out, because like upper bracket matches, they're good. But once you start going down to lower brackets, like that's where it's do or die for everybody in the lower brackets. You really can't afford to lose down there, and maybe that's where we start to see some of the Japanese teams really shine. Like maybe they need that extra pressure to start to perform, because you feel that level of safety, you know, in the upper bracket. Like, oh, it's okay, we can lose one game. Don't just assume every game you play you will get eliminated. Okay?
Yeah. Just
assume every game matters. Because in the grand scheme of things, it kind of does. You know, if you go easy in the upper bracket and you think like, okay, we're going to try hard in the lower bracket, one mistake, and all of a sudden, that's a year of regret.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to go into the lower bracket, you'd have to play more games, which is definitely not ideal if you're a team competing in a tournament setting like this, knowing that there are lots of competitive teams out here. Everyone is a world's capable team, if I must say. So definitely you have to give it all to give it all you've got and just be able to win more games as much as possible. But for our remaining teams who haven't been decided yet or haven't played for today, it is going to be Fennel and GodLike Esports, and the upcoming matchup right after this is going to be Full Sense and CACM Esports, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, so that's correct. So on this broadcast, we are going to be covering Full Sense and CACM. I supported this matchup all day because Full Sense is just okay. Peak is the same,
team.
But Full Sense, it's okay. It's not about Full Sense and CACM being strong teams. It's the fact that Full Sense, if we were going to describe the team, you know how people say like, what is it? It's like neutral, chaos, chaos. I don't know the full names for everything.
Yeah.
Full Sense is like the max level chaotic. Okay,
Yeah,
that
I
team,
agree.
you think you know them, and then all of a sudden it's like, what did I just watch? Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. But it's really just a case of like, what did I just see? And to put them up against CACM, which, in case anyone is watching on the Asia broadcast and you're not familiar with who CACM is. So they qualified to the ACL finals because they came second at LAIC. So they came right behind Dignitas. Great team as well, but okay. I don't know if they're ready for Full Sense.
Yeah.
Because they're going to need their Full Sense to play up against Full Sense, because that craziness, that chaotic play style from this team, it messes with you mentally.
Oh well, I mean, we'll just have to, you know, be able to make sure that we get to see this kind of Full Sense later on, because just like what JJ said a while ago, whoever Full Sense is going up against, they make sure to scale up one step ahead towards them, making them such a formidable team competing here in Pokemon UNITE, because there has been a lot of conversation before that Full Sense is a team that is really shaky, but they proved everyone wrong during the ACOC League we're in. They were able to make it out, be able to be the ones standing in the finals up against Onyx, and they really did climb in the King of the Hill format.
Yeah. Oh, we just got an update as well. So apparently we might be jumping into game number 3 of the sub-stage match, which, in case you didn't know what that matchup is, isn't it the T1 matchup?
Yeah.
That is right.
Yeah.
So we're going to see game 3. So we got it's a 1-1. T1 actually won that second game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that is by far my knowledge. Unless the game is going. Yeah, it's ongoing. Final stretch here, Dan.
Game 2. This is game 2.
Yeah, game 2. All right.
So we're just gonna very quickly see how T1. Wait.
Well, wait. Yeah. All right.
Wait, this is game 2. Hang on.
Game 2, and GMU actually got the crowd on with 50 seconds left.
Okay, I might have misread the production message. So this is the second game of our third round game. Sorry. The number 3s are really messing with me. Unless we are going to be seeing that third game. Hang on, wait a minute. Oh no, Maridon's gone down. Oh,
yeah.
It's a bit of a shaky one. It looks like it should be a GMU game.
Yeah, possibly a GMU game. Knowing that the Talonflame is guarding the bottom lane, so there's just no opportunity for T1 to do the back caps.
Yeah, that looks like that's going to be the case. So really unfortunate, actually. That means T1 will be dropping into the lower brackets, and then GMGU will play Rival Esports in our next round of upper bracket matches. Okay, that's interesting. That's good to know, actually, Pika, because now we know the matchup.
Yeah, and mind to tell you, in case you don't know or you're not familiar with the team GMU, then we'll be introducing GMU to you guys, so just so that you have a brief idea on who are the teams competing here, especially if you are new into the Pokemon UNITE scene. So I have here my notes. Okay, I'm looking for my notes. I don't have it yet, but here we are. So GMU is actually the champion from the Japan Winter Tournament. So their roster is composed of Wu, Kiryu, Mary, Nana, Yama, and CTR as their substitute.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we actually have no notes on their past
Upper
record
first.
as a
選手の入場です。
So
初めに登場するのは
very little
日本リーグ優
of
勝
this team coming into this best of three. So we'll focus on that one a little bit later because we need to focus on this next matchup, folks, which is going to be. Oh wait, they're showing Fennel and GodLike here. I think we're just going to be doing a team intro. As far as we were told, we would be looking at Full Sense and CACM. We might be looking at a different game. We'll find out for you guys as soon as we can.
Oh yeah, just have to wait and make sure what will be the broadcasted match. But for everyone's brief background here, Fennel is actually considered to be the strongest team during the ACL Japan League, which is, in which the results came in. They were actually the team who got the gold in that matchup. So Fennel actually as well is a former world champion as a unit. So if you're not familiar with that, then that is going to be a big trivia to everyone. That was during 2024 World Championships, and they came in second during the 2025 Japan League for Asia Champions League. So make sure to take down your notes. But I'm quite excited here because we get to see Mashio once again back on the stage. And as far as I can remember, we didn't saw Mashio competed last year. I think that was due to health reasons. But aside from that, we have GodLike Esports here making their entrance representing India region. Here we go. I am so excited. Actually, I don't know what would be the featured matchup for this one, but I would love to see Fennel as well be on the action here, knowing that it is one of the biggest names in the Pokemon Unite scene, not just in the region of Japan, but in the world as well. But I do believe that I do have here my partner, JJ. Are you up and ready to go and have a champion time here with me? Oh no! Okay,
No.
Okay, okay. You know, okay. I accept that one. Come on. Okay. Come on, JJ. We gotta do this, JJ. We gotta do this.
GodLike Esports.
No, yeah, I mean, yeah. So, what do you call this? For the main broadcast, it is going to be Fennel versus GodLike Esports. However, what we're going to have here, what we're going to have in the broadcast, at least on our schedule, is going to be the sub-stage, which is Full Sense versus CACM Esports. But it's interesting, we're going to be pushing through with the at least the opening, right? The opening for Fennel and GodLike Esports. And as we've mentioned, there's still quite a lot that we haven't seen for the India region, where we know how strong the the Japanese teams are. Fennel, no introductions are needed at all for this team. But GodLike Esports, definitely they have to. Whoa. Oh.
Why are you?
Whoa. Still have to we're still changing things up a little bit.
There you go. You're back.
I'm back. There we go. Again, like India as a region, it's the region where there isn't really a lot of how do I say this? We haven't seen a lot of India. Sure, there's a lot of public information about India as well. Their competition and all that. However, them going up against other regions is a totally different thing, because given how the geographical differences, not differences, but rather gap between each other, they tend to not have the best environment of playing against other regions. Whereas, for us in Southeast Asia, we can play with those, say for example, Philippines to Indonesia to Singapore to Malaysia, so on and so forth. However, with how far away geographically India is with each other, it's going to be a lot for us to go up against them. So we don't really see India playing a lot against other teams. So if they do get the chance to have some scrims, say for example going here, obviously they have to arrive earlier than usual, then they get the scrim. So I'm sure it's not their 100%, but for us, it's going to be the first time where we're going to be seeing them going up against, well, not the first time, but rather how they have fared off, thus far, going up into the international scene.
Yeah, but we're talking about GodLike here, JJ, and for the record, GodLike, they have been once the champion of India League, but right now they were forced to claw their way back through the winter tournament. And as far as I can remember, there are actually 12 invited teams from Asia region for their ACL India League as well. So there has been a lot of teams, but I think the fans are really keeping an eye on other regions as well. But India, they have been there for I would say day one in Unite, and they were being overshadowed. So I really do hope that they shake things around here and prove everyone wrong. That hey, we're here. We can be one of the very best region in Unite.
No, yeah, I mean, again, they are one of those regions where we haven't really seen a lot of results against other regions. So this is definitely the place for them to prove themselves that hey, we are not just India. This is India, and especially going up against Fennel. Fennel, one of the most known teams, a huge powerhouse in the entirety of Pokemon Unite as a whole, is going to put them in such a spot where this alone may put them on the map.
See, I'm excited for this one, JJ. I've been keeping an eye on the India region as well, simply because for some of you who don't know, aside from being a caster here, I do manage some small teams in the Philippines region, and I've been getting a lot of news as well, getting a lot of updates on what is the current state of Pokemon Unite in the India region. So I've been getting scrims left and right with India region way back then up until now. So they are a growing region, that's for sure, and some of the teams out there in different regions, they have been able to go head to head with the teams out there in Asia. But against a team like Fennel, probably one of the best teams around the globe, and a former world champion as well, I'm quite very cautious here, or I'm quite concerned for GodLike Esports, knowing that this could be one of their toughest obstacles. And for sure, no team does want to spend a long time into that lower bracket, and if ever they do fall at the hands of Fennel, that will be really tough for them.
I mean, look, man, it's within their name. It's GodLike Esports. If they are truly godlike, then they don't have anything to worry about, going up against Fennel, even if they won the previous world championships, if they're godlike. But speaking of which, that's just a little joke, okay?
Yeah, I mean, I understand where we're coming from. Come on.
I know, man. Like, maybe for the viewers doesn't get it, you know what I mean? Like,
we're brothers by by those kind of things.
Yeah. But anyway, okay, so we just got an update as well. And it seems as if we're not going to be seeing full sense in CACM esports anymore, and we're going to be proceeding through this matchup we have on the screen right now. It is going to be Fennel versus GodLike Esports, which, well, we've been talking about them anyway instead of us talking about the substage. So might as well continue it, right? Like, again, this is going to be a statement game here for GodLike Esports if they are truly godlike, or would Fennel just Fennel up?
I'm just excited on what's about going to be the results here, JJ, because this has been one of the much awaited games as well. Not just on our end, but we are hoping full sense to be on the live stream a while ago, but we have Fennel here. Might as well enjoy the show together with GodLike Esports. And for sure, those fans who's currently watching in Yokohama, BUNTAI is definitely waiting for this matchup. Fennel, lots of expectation. Mashio coming back into the action because we didn't saw him for quite some time during the last season of ACL due to some problems that he experienced during the ACL stage. So hopefully everything will go fine on the favor of Fennel and be able to go in at 100%.
Oh yeah, and here you go. setting up everything. And as we mentioned earlier, right, like for them to be able to set up, they need to use the device provided by the organizers and log in, log out, and from there and out. That's why it kind of takes a while for that to set up. With, I believe, the exception of like Nintendo Switch devices, I'm not entirely sure if they have to like log in and out or if they can just like use their own. But either way, that's how it is for LAN events for Pokemon Unite thus far.
Yeah, loving those Pro controllers as well. I'm seeing a lot of Nintendo Switch players here for Fennel. Are we gonna have another debate between Nintendo Switch and mobile phone here, JJ?
Well, not really, but we're gonna be able to. We were able to see that some of them were using a Nintendo Switch 1 Pro controller, and there were some of them that were using Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controllers. The difference being, the big difference being that the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controllers have that metal-looking, silver-looking thing on the top, whereas the original Nintendo Switch Pro controller doesn't have that.
I'm not quite sure what's the difference for now because I haven't tried Nintendo Switch 2 controller. I'm still stuck with my OG Nintendo Switch. I might be able to, get something soon. Get a Nintendo Switch 2 soon because
you want to know the difference between the controllers?
Yeah, just get it right.
No, the difference between the two is aside from the aesthetics, the silver metal looking thing on the top of the controller, is that the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller can do two things that the Nintendo Switch Pro controller cannot, and that is one, to use the chat button, and two, use the chat button, and the second one being that it can turn on a Nintendo Switch 2 using the home button. You know how you can use it on your Joy-Con, right? But if you connect a Nintendo Switch 1 Joy-Con or a Nintendo Switch 1 controller on a Nintendo Switch 2, it's actually disabled for you. The controller is actually disabled to wake up the Switch pressing the home button. So those are literally the only two reasons, the two differences between the controllers. It's just opening up the Switch via the home button and using the chat button. That's it.
I mean, I'm trying to consider if I should get Nintendo Switch 2 already, knowing that there's a lot of Pokemon games, that you could actually play with, not just Unite, man. So, who knows? Right after the broadcast, I might run into, a shop wherein they have Switch 2 and get my copy of myself just to be able to play Unite there and other games as well in Pokemon.
No, yeah, I totally agree with you, and I can always, get you a win. Hey, get Nintendo Switch. I mean, again, like Pokemon.
What do you mean?
playing Pokemon Unite on the Nintendo Switch 2 is just buttery smooth, dude. Like no drops, no dips whatsoever. You get to see all the action in glorious 60 FPS.
Oh yeah, that's what I'd love to experience because as a gamer or as a player, you want the best experience once you're playing in order for you to be able to perform more than 100% because of the smooth graphics and everything that's under or what the Switch 2 is actually capable of doing in playing Pokemon Unite.
Yeah. And speaking of which though, it seems as if everything is almost set and ready. We don't see the technical admins within the player area anymore, so we might be able to see them play very soon. As you can see as well, if you zoom in a little bit, we can see that they are already in the lobby. So that is something, amazing. That not only means that we're going to be heading into the game very soon.
Yeah, and by the way, JJ, right after this set of matchup, we also have our show match, as far as I can tell. And I'm quite excited for that one because we do have, again, just like what you've said a while ago, we have the combination of the pro players from Japan, and same thing with the entertainment industry and content creators from Japan. So really, really excited to see those come into action later on. But of course, we do have to watch this action as well between Fennel and GodLike Esports first, and able for us to determine who would be the other teams that will be climbing up into the upper bracket.
There you go. There you go. He is. We are now currently ready for our match number 4 of the day. It is once again Fennel versus GodLike Esports. Starting off with Fennel being the one that would start things off. That is with the first band. That is the Hoopa. Then the Zacian, and of course the Mimikyu.
Surfetch is actually banned right now. We saw Surfetch a while ago, and the contribution was a lot, and I'm not quite surprised why it is remained banned here for the matchup of GodLike Esports and Fennel. So, taking a look at the initial picks and rather the bans here. Still, it is pretty much focused on the all-rounders, knowing that this is actually the current state of the meta, JJ.
Starting it off, though, with the Mew. Again, a really strong pick in any situation, but that also means that they won't be able to use this on game number 2 and game number 3. So that's something that needs to take into consideration moving forward as well. But here we go. It is going to be GodLike Esports, starting off with Blastoise and the ever so amazing Psyduck, which could disrupt team fights later on in the game.
And Latias is actually available as well for Fennel. We haven't seen that much Latias during the ACL C-League and Winter Tournament at least. So I do believe that this is actually, I don't know, not the first time. I mean, we've seen it once in a while, but it wasn't quite used that much. So I'm pretty excited. We're going to be seeing it here in ACL Finals. But Buzzwole is actually back here in the matchup. Obito is actually going to be using that Buzzwole, hopefully, because Buzzwole is probably an alternative, I should say, of a Machamp. So definitely having Machamp on the other side, same thing with the Buzzwole here for GodLike Esports, is just a matter of mirror matchup in my perspective.
No, yeah, I totally agree with that. But at the same time, you know, this is quite an amazing set of picks right here. It is going to be the Buzzwole. We haven't really seen a lot of the Buzzwole thus far, but we are going to be seeing the return of the Greninja. And look at this, though. As you have mentioned, it seems as if they have mostly the same kind of comp. Look at this. We have the Mr. Mime and the Psyduck. That's almost the same. They have the Machamp and the Buzzwole, almost the same. Greninja and Lucario, difference is one is a melee, one is a long range attacker. And then of course we have the Blastoise and the Latias rather could work on the same, and the Mew and the Espion. So most of which the same kind of comp for both of these teams. So what's going to happen here is that it all boils down to how they are going to be able to outmaneuver each other.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing a lot of mirror matchups. Just that's how you explained it here, JJ. And you know, being able to see those kind of mirrored matchup will all boil down on the execution and of course the timing of the teams. But you know, I do feel like both of the teams out here does not have a dedicated crowd controller wherein he could set up in one go. He could set up 5 Pokemons in one go. This is more focused on one versus one. So I'm quite concerned there because there's nothing much of a Pokemon that I could see who could do it except for the Blastoise, which is GodLike Esports is using. So I think that might be a slight edge for GodLike Esports if they could actually maximize the potential of the Blastoise later on.
No, that is true, and at the same time, they don't, as you mentioned, they don't really have a lot of Pokemon that could provide any way to displace their opponents with the exception of the Buzzwole. I mean, I guess there's also the Blastoise, but then they would have to position themselves properly so they can align everyone else for, you know, this Greninja and the Espeon to take out. But the problem is, would they be able to do that before they are taken out by Fennel, as we see right now?
Right now, focusing on the Narus, and this is looking good for Fennel. They have been controlling the XP department so far, being able to get that mid as well. But here comes submission in order to get the KO against the Psyduck. Very successful ambush and pressure towards the side. Fennel, look at that combo. Not quite done yet. There comes the submission in order to take down the Buzzwole. Such firepower from Fennel here, JJ.
Oh man, it's the RKO out of nowhere. Definitely is really will get you in a surprise.
Yeah. I mean, those surprise attacks were quite powerful and efficient, JJ. All they needed was a straightforward ambush for them to be able to take the KO. And here comes, look at that, Mr. Mime is actually doing its job. Look at the damage from Masio and the combo with the Mr. Mime just to be able to make sure that they get another KO and delay the other Pokemons from GodLike Esports.
And look at that. That was actually quite an amazing way to, you know, displace your opponent. But here comes another RKO, but they're going to be able to be taken out here by Surf, which we haven't seen in quite a while. Mostly just Water Shuriken. But going in for Surf is actually a very, what do you call this? A very smart move. However, again, they would need to align everyone for them to be able to make use of Surf and quite, you know, a lot of times. You know, this kind of moveset is one moveset that we haven't seen a lot in recent years for Greninja.
Yeah, I heavily agree on that one, JJ, because they are trying to heavily mirror the composition here of Fennel, which is the Greninja would mirror the Lucario and the Espeon would mirror the Mew. So it's pretty much we're looking at the same team, but when it comes to the execution, we can see the difference that Fennel is one step ahead of them.
Oh, here you go. War Turtle gonna be able to try to get away. Yes, they will get away. Gets in the Registeel as well, recovering a little bit of HP, but now was able to get some refreshments back at the base, and now it is going to be Regieleki gonna be taken out down here by Fennel. 141 to 72 is gonna be the name of the game here. You know, a little bit, almost half the points of Fennel. They're still in the lead, and the ball is still in the court of GodLike Esports.
Oh, nice way to use the Surf in order to go back into the gold zone and push back the Regieleki. And Fennel is just actually stalling their time, just putting up some pressure out here while dishing some damage as well against GodLike Esports, just to be able to make sure to dismantle their formation, take away their future plans, and immediately get those wild Pokemons on their favor just so that they could maintain the lead here. But that Greninja is looking great for GodLike Esports. This could be the primary damage dealer for GodLike Esports, but once it gets KO, they will be punished really hard. But here comes Psychic Solaire just to be able to do the setup, and look at that,
close combat
punches coming in from close combat, and they actually got 2 KOs out of it. Make that was 3, and GodLike Esports is falling 1 by 1.
Oh no, the R-Jab. They miscalculated. Yeah, they miscalculated. Dude, they miscalculated the scoring. That the Lucario was able to destroy this score goal with only, like, I believe only 1 or 2 overcap. But then, you know, what matters is that they were able to destroy all of the score goals down bottom, allowing them to just focus up top for later. Especially that the Regieleki is down bottom. That should give them a lot of breathing room should they be able to secure it for themselves, that is being Fennel. And now look at that, the Solar Beam does so much damage at this point into that of the Greninja. The Greninja is the only one with 2-digit levels right now for GodLike Esports.
Yeah, but I'm quite concerned here as well from Fennel. You know, they have been giving away those Reggies at the top lane, giving those buffs onto GodLike Esports could be a problem later on in the late game stages of the game, knowing that it is quite possible for them to get the third Reggie. And I do feel like that is going to be the time where Fennel has to deflect that at the hands of GodLike Esports, because yes, they have been putting a lot of pressure in the XP department, in the scoring as well, but they will be needing those buffs as well, because that Greninja is going to be the hard carry of GodLike Esports, and if they let them be alive, that could be a big problem.
And here we have it, close combat. To be able to secure the Reggie Elecki, and now look at that, another submission into the cross shop. Are we going to be able to see the cross shop? Not quite yet. Here comes the smack up.
Oh, Boswell not looking good out there. Oh no, gets the last hit, and he was pinched down. JJ.
Yo, this the Machamp didn't care about that. The Buzzwole, they're like, hey, you know what? You're gonna get KO'd anyway. Might as well go away. And look at this. They're gonna get the pinch down up top inside their own score goals as well. GodLike Esports not looking godlike right now.
Not looking godlike, and they even invested the Psychic Solaire to nothing, but at least they got the late KO onto the Mr. Mime, but not much of an XP has been rewarded to them, and still the map is being controlled by Fennel.
Ooh, Fennel right now, we have it. There's a little bit more that for them to be able to get. I mean, yeah, sure, they might have been able to use the Psychic Solaire, but at least they do have ample time to recover that going over to the Groudon pit. But look at this right now, submission. You're not going anywhere. You're not going to be able to displace me, but I'll displace you. And look at that. Lucario's going to be taken down here. Oh my goodness, the Solar Beam as well into the submission. Ladies and gentlemen, all change the leg. That's going to be 3 down into the side of GodLike Esports. 3-2 in favor of Fennel Esports, and now they're not going to be able to take it. Well, they're not going to be taking in the Reggie top right now, as they are currently positioning themselves to be ready for that of the Groudon pit. And look at that, forced into use Surf just to be able to get away. But unfortunately enough for them, they're not going to be allowed to go back and get some refreshments, which will delay GodLike Esports going into the Groudon pit.
That would really delay them, and it is actually Mashio who is zoning them out despite being an attacker, because of the range of the Solar Beam and the Electro Wall that could provide for the team. Not looking good here for GodLike. They're trying to overwhelm them by going in from top to mid. Groudon has been actually flinched down, starts to move in, but here comes the submission, and it will caught someone off guard. Solar Beam from the back line. There goes Hydro Typhoon. It will not hit anyone. It hit nothing. And that is going to be a big trouble, JJ. Here comes Fennel. They're going all in. Psychic Solaire. We're going to set up, but not quite enough to take a KO. And there's just one Pokemon left. It's only the Greninja to make it in, to keep the dream alive in game 1.
Is this going to be an Ash Greninja? No, it is not. And they're going to be able to wipe out GodLike Esports. And just like that, Fennel right now getting in the Groudon and possibly the win as well if they can put down the points. Or will GodLike Esports be able to defend? No, not quite yet. 360 to 112 is going to be the name of the game here. GodLike Esports still has 30 minutes to catch up. 30 seconds, not
30 seconds. That's too long, JJ. 30 seconds, yo. That's a whole best of 3 series, JJ. But as we speak, I feel like GodLike Esports is just planning to give away the game right now, because there's just too less of a time for them to be able to come back from this deficit, knowing that there is an attack buff and a scoring buff coming from Fennel.
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, and all change alike. It seems as if we are going to be seeing the first winner of the first match between these two teams. It is going to be Fennel.
That is just too much for GodLike Esports to handle. I mean, yes, they have been getting those objectives, but there is always an exchange, and not just an exchange, but a big exchange from Fennel, making them always be above GodLike Esports. I mean, yes, they got that Greninja being able to scale up in those XPs, but it is really funneled into the Greninja, making the other Pokemon from GodLike Esports not on very par with everyone from Fennel.
No, that's what we were talking about earlier. That's what I was talking about earlier as well, where GodLike Esports is in a region where they don't really get to have a lot of scrims, though. You have mentioned that you were with your team scrimming with them as well, but again, it's not definitive of an experience to say that, hey, this is enough of a scrim for them to be able to go up toe-to-toe against teams like Japan's. And we saw how it was. They were quite, I'm not going to sugarcoat it anymore, they were quite struggling going up against Fennel. However, this is why this format is good. You know, this is a best of 3, and game number 2 is definitely where they should adjust against that of Fennel Esports. But before we head into game number 2, I believe we're going to be seeing a bit of what happened earlier, but right now it is just that. I think they're currently setting up game number 2 as well, trying to talk to each other just a little bit how they're going to be adjusting going up against Fennel.
I'm quite thinking what would be the next set of Pokemons that we will actually see here. Knowing that Machamp and Buzzwole, at least Machamp has been used already for the side of Fennel, so I'm quite curious if they would go for the same composition. Then definitely they have the capacity to get that Buzzwole, or maybe try a different composition as well. But as for Fennel, I feel like everything is working for that 10-minute game that we witnessed in game number 1. I don't see any kind of resolution that GodLike Esports actually did onto the mid game, so I'm quite confident if I were in the hands, or if I were at the position of player in Fennel, that the same kind of strategy or the same kind of composition might actually work another game up against GodLike Esports.
I mean, it's they have a long road ahead of them, you know? They have a long road ahead of them adjusting, going to that of Fennel. And as I mentioned earlier, depending on what's going to be the result here, this could potentially be their statement going into the Asia Champions League. I mean, we've seen India time and time again. Every year, actually, we do see India. But in terms of results, that is something that they have not gotten quite yet. So I really want to see them, you know, succeed. I really want to see them give out results going up against, you know, these teams.
Real do hope, you know, they need to, just like what you said, they need to get more access into those kind of scrims. They need to be much more exposed into a whole different level of Pokemon Unite, because they are very limited when it comes to getting access onto those kind of level of difficulty. So they are really falling behind, especially when it comes to a team like Fennel. So yeah, they could be the strongest in the region. They could be probably shake things up in the region as well. But we're talking about a world caliber event already, such as ACL finals, where it's not just Asia, it's not just Southeast Asia, but this is how should I put it, into a mini worlds, or one step backward to worlds, simply because we do have teams coming from LAIC, to have teams coming up from India region, from APAC, and as well as Japan.
Yep. And I look at them just at least they're just trying to like chill right now. They're not letting that game 1 loss get into them. At least not as much, you know. They're just chilling, just waiting for the match to happen. And I'm okay, you know what, I'm actually not entirely sure what's happening right now. I think we're seeing some testing right now, control tests, as we head into game number 2. And look at that, I think all of them are ready now.
Yeah, well, we might be hopping into game number 2 in just a moment here, JJ. But I want to ask you, like, how are you, or how have you been when it comes to playing Pokemon Unite? Not just Pokemon Unite, like Pokemon as a whole. I mean, we have been together, last week. So how are you doing?
I mean,
just a little bit of a casual conversation while we're waiting for the teams to start the game, and as well as be able to give some tips to our viewers on what are the things that you could actually do, especially when you're kind of want to look into other Pokemon games.
No, yeah, I mean, Pokemon Unite. We've been playing Pokemon Unite together, and obviously. Pokemon is such a huge brand as well that it's not just Pokemon Unite that there's for the games there has been quite a lot, and we have been playing the trading card game together as well, so that is something that we can we can dive into, but we're not gonna go. This is the Asia Champions League for Pokemon Unite, dude.
Yeah, right.
But speaking of Pokemon Unite, it's been quite a while, really. I'm always revisiting Pokemon Unite. We now have Zapdos and Moltres into the game. Unfortunately, we still can't use them, so we're not going to be able to see them in this tournament. But dude, Zapdos is really strong. Zapdos is really strong.
Oh yeah,
dude.
I saw how strong Zapdos is.
Yeah.
Zapdos could just delete you in the map in a glimpse.
No, that is true. I mean, especially in the early game. When you still aren't online, it's quite a menace to go up against. And if you're not ready, if you're not online yet, then you will be removed from play. But speaking of removing from play, we're going to be able to see the first sets of bans right now. It's going to be the Mew and the Hoopa. And into the side of GodLike, it is going to be the Zacian and the Sirfetch'd.
Sirfetch'd automatic ban, definitely a huge threat in the current meta here in Pokemon Unite. So I'm quite excited what we are about to see here. So no more Mega Lucario and the Machamp, at least for Fennel. So I just have a gut feeling that we might be able to see a Mega Gyarados once again if GodLike Esports decides not to proceed with it.
Oh yeah, but we're going to be starting off with the Vaporeon, which could be a bit of a sustain, and of course the Defender into the side of Fennel as well. But
no, are they doing it? I thought they were doing a full Defender lineup.
Are they a triple Defender lineup? But I mean, again, you have to be wary of the Umbreon as well, especially that it can use Mean Look. So you need to be able to have a way, or some sort of way to get out of the range of that Umbreon, especially that they do have some displacements as well that's coming in from the side of the Machamp. But at least we're gonna be able to see the Cinderace, which you were casting earlier as well. Cinderace is such a good pick. It's one of the original Pokemon in the game, part of the original roster is what I mean. And even if you do get Mean Look, Cinderace can still attack you from inside the radius, especially if it's using Pyro Ball instead of Blaze King.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a huge amount of range that this Pokemon could actually offer, and at the same time, it does have a little bit of ability, though if you get caught off guard, you can be punished really hard. And I'm quite concerned simply because there is an Umbreon available here for GodLike Esports, and if this Umbreon could actually do the foul play up against Washio, that could be a huge problem for them. But they have a backup. They have a Dragonite here who could tank down those damages and deal lots of damage at the same time. So there is always an answer back in the lineup of Fennel.
No, I mean they have to choose, right? I think they are going to go in for the Mean Look, mainly because they don't have any other displacement Pokemon aside from the Machamp. And going into the composition, it seems as if we're going to be seeing a little bit of a very, very old composition for India. I mean, look at this. It is the Umbreon. We have the Machamp. Mega Mewtwo Y, which we haven't really seen a lot, and then of course the ever so viable, comfy Zoroark, which it's going to be a funneled Zoroark with the help of the comfy, but then how much what else would it be able to do? That's why we're going to have the Umbreon as a displacement. You know, we have some disruptions here, allowing the Mega Mewtwo Y, the Zoroark and the Machamp to do as much damage. Unfortunately for them though, there are a lot of mid-range attackers into the side of Fennel. That comes into the form of what we call this, the Dragonite, the Dragonite, the Cinderace, and of course the Leafeon as well.
There's just a lot of sorts of damage as well from Fennel. That is one of the toughest challenge that GodLike Esports might be actually to experience in the latter part of this game. And knowing that the composition here from Fennel is has a lot of possibilities. There is a early game centric Pokemon just like the Leafeon, and the mid to late game centric Pokemon with the Dragonite and the I was about to say and the Pyro Ball, but yeah, the Cinderace rather. Yeah, because it's iconic. You know, the Pyro Ball is definitely the signature move. But as we see here, quick rotations from GodLike Esports, making sure that the Zoroark would apply pressure towards Fennel.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're still at the early game. 8 minutes and a half mark right now. Nothing yet is still happening, but at least we can see how both of these teams are making, trying at least, you know, trying to poke each other out, trying to see where they can extend a lot so that they can take advantage of resources, taking resources away from the other teams.
Yeah, and this is actually a lot better start here from GodLike Esports, making sure that they won't get punished immediately by Fennel. I mean, they have been taking knockouts bit by bit, which is actually rewarding as well for the team, being able to make sure that they are going to stand on the same ground with Fennel as for the XP.
And here you go. It seems as we're going to be able to see a bit of a power reaction here from that of the Zoroark. But then again, the thing is, with the Zoroark comfy, you need to be careful of babysitting that Zoroark, because once it's down, well, Zoroark might have a huge damage, but then, oh, there you go. They're going to be able to take down the Leafeon. They might have a huge attack power, but then it is very squishy.
Very squishy indeed. And there goes GodLike Esports being able to destroy the first gold zone in the Sky Ruins. And not just that, they were able to push back the offense and defense of Fennel, which is actually looking great. That would give them more space to get those wild Pokemons and get those buffs that they will be needing, especially as this game goes deeper.
And there you have it. It is going to be the first set of major objectives, ladies and gentlemen. All trainers alike. We're going to be seeing a little bit of a clash here, but unfortunately, Emerald 2-Step is not going to be able to hit anyone at all, wasting that one up. But still, they were able to get in that Reggie and Leggy. And look at that. It is going to be another whiff of Unite move. That is the Zoroark, and that's what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. All trainers alike. Sure, you might have been able to funnel, but what comes afterwards? And just like that, they're going to go in for the foul play, actually. And are they going to be able to secure it, though? That is the big question.
Yeah, there's a 40 right off the bat. 39-point over cap, but in exchange, there goes the submission up against the Dragonite. But look at that, he was able to paralyze it, knowing that the gauge is already full from that basic attack. And they keep on pushing forward, being able to KO the Umbreon, and Fennel is bouncing back.
And there you have it. Both of them is just trying to get as much resources. This has been quite a very slow game.
But a better facing, I would say, for GodLike Esports.
You'd say it's better facing rather than slow game?
I mean, compared to game 1, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, compared to game number 1, definitely GodLike Esports is has a better footing right now. But all I'm saying is just like overall, it's quite a slow game.
Quite a slow game, and that might actually be a tough challenge, knowing that this evolutions does need that power spike, but we haven't seen it quite yet because they are just on the same footing as the Pokemons from GodLike Esports, so they cannot maximize the potential of a Leafeon who could hit hard up against the Pokemons of GodLike.
Well, we'll find out in just a bit, as there's still we're now on the mid game, half game of this match. Fennel, if they do win this, then it's going to be a 2-0 against them, and they're going to be heading towards that of the upper bracket. But of course, you know, GodLike Esports, that would mean that they would go down the lower bracket. However, it might not be the case should they win this one up.
They have to win it. They have to force the games. And look at that, 40 points canceled immediately by the Umbreon. But here comes the response from the Zoroark, being able to take 2 KOs to grant them the XP that the team needs. But the Umbreon whips the Snore that was actually used to protect his teammates. But still, the combo from the Zoroark and Comfy is too much to handle from the Pokemon of Foil. And Umbreon was able to make it out alive as well, JJ. And in addition, 2 KOs has been granted to GodLike Esports.
They were able to survive that. It was, you know, the Umbreon was 1 hit away from getting knocked out. And they were able to maneuver so well that they were just able to, well, survive another day.
Survive another day and push down the limits so that they won't grant their opponents more experience to level up. And this is such a huge threat. Look at this overcap, 42-point overcap here from GodLike Esports, and that puts them up on the lead. And not just that, JJ, that would signal no one will know who is going to be on the lead on the last 2 minutes if the scoring department keeps retained on the last minute.
Yeah, and look at this right now. In just a few seconds as well, we're going to be able to see the Groudon coming back up. Still have 45 seconds left here. And of course, they do still have an ample amount of time here to take down the Reggie bot and the Reggie top as well. But it seems as if they're just going to go in for the Reggie bot, and it is going to be the Reggie Lucky, of course, which would provide a team that would be able to get this some spacing going towards that Groudon.
Look at Mashio, he's putting up the pressure, but speaking of pressure, there goes the Moonlight Friends being able to take Mashio down. The bot jump with the submission is actually available as well, but it is going to be Fennel that's getting punished in the picture. 2 KO streak for the Mega Mewtwo wide, and it is just 2 evolution that is left to be able to steal away the game. Groudon HP ticking down. Where is
Emerald
the
two-step?
Emerald 2-step, not quite enough to do the last hit, and GodLike Esports might actually force game 3.
Yes, sirree. And look at this. It is going to be another minute and a half, actually. Another minute and a half left into that of the game. So as long as they can put in maybe just 1 point, sure, 1 or 2 points here, then they would be able to secure this. But look at that, backtopping into the top path. That is the Machamp. They need to defend this very well if they want to steal away the win from them. Umbreon going to have their buff taken away. Yes, sirree. It is now going to be, you know, Mashio. Mashio does have it. Are they going to be able to secure it? A minute left. A minute is up left, and they still have a chance to get back up. And there you have it, 297 to 366. There's still a lot here. The Machamp was able to put in some scores up top, but then 86. There's no one. There's no one. There you go. They're going to be able to put down here. Should they be able to take them out? Never mind. They're going to be taken out. That's going to be 3-4-2. They were able 397. 30 more seconds. 30 more seconds of defending is all they need. Man, Fennel.
Mashio was the MVP of the fight, JJ. I don't know if you saw it in action, but Mashio was the main focus of GodLike Esports, and it just milliseconds is all that they actually need in order to disrupt the attention of GodLike Esports, because he used feint and he was invincible for around 0.73 seconds if I'm not mistaken, and that made it possible for them to get a leeway, to get a spacing in order to dump those points.
Dude, if I were GodLike Esports, right? If I were GodLike, I would be so crushed right now. I would be frustrated because like you already won against a team fight going into the Groudon, right?
Yeah.
You were able to take down most of those in Fennel, and then you were also able to take the Groudon for yourselves. You were on that winning edge, and then everything just flipped away. If I were a part of them, I would be very, very disappointed, bro.
Yeah, and that is going to be very tough for them, knowing that this is a double elimination format from the tournament. They would have to play another game later, and having that kind of defeat during game number 2 on their series up against Fennel might be dragging their performance down later on, which is very tough for them. And we want the best result, or we want them to be on their best form moving towards a lower bracket. But with that kind of game, definitely hard to recover from it, JJ.
No, yeah, and at the same time, it's them being into the lower bracket now means that they're just one loss away from saying goodbye to everyone else in the tournament. So hopefully that doesn't become the case. But we have to give props still to Fennel. They played phenomenally despite them being on the deficit. They are on a setback. They were still able to bounce back and steal away the win from GodLike Esports. However, what I want to know is the results of the sub-stream, Full Sense and CACM Esports, because anyone going up against Full Sense makes it quite an interesting game. Especially that if it's going to be Full Sense and Fennel, I myself might not be able to say anything regarding Full Sense, because again, Full Sense, they become a different monster depending on who they're up against.
Alright, I'm looking at the sub-stage right now. I currently want to know CACM getting the lead in their matchup. So their second game has just started, so we'll just have to wait a little bit and find out what would be the results of their matchup.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, all trades alike. See the set CACM Esports is leading, and potentially if they do get a 2-0, then they will be up against Fennel. Up against Fennel, which would put them into the second match of the latter half of the day. Because immediately, because after this, right, since we've already just finished Fennel versus GodLike Esports, I'm looking at the schedule right now. We are going to have the upper bracket round 2. We still don't know whether it is going to be Onyx Rise and Team Nemesis, or the other one, Dignitas versus, I believe, Dark Peach, was it?
Yeah, Dark Peach.
Yeah, Dark Peach coming in from the China region. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, before we head into anything of those matches, we still have some exhibition matches. Again, this is not just competitive, but it is going to be some fun matches into the mix as well. So before we head into that, we're just going to have a little bit of a break here. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back only here at Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League Finals 2026.
1秒マッチを行いたいと思います。
はい、さあ芸能界最強と言われている宮田さん対するはユナイトファンの高野さんとサポートマスターの白洲さん。もうこの日のために練習を重ねてきたそうで、
はい、
もう気合入りまくりだということです。
そうですね。
はい、
いよいよね、ここから登場する両チームがいますので、応援ボードもありますけど、ぜひ拍手でお迎えください。さあということで、初めに登場するのはチーム
And here you have it, ladies and gentlemen, all tradition alike. We are back, and before we head into our tournament, we're going to have our some exhibition matches.
PUACL 2026応援リーダー、キスマイフット2宮田俊也。
Here you go. So we have Miyata Toshiya-san. Is a member of Kisumai Futsu, one of the top male idols in Japan's entertainment industry, which is going to be, one of the team leaders for our show match. There we go.
And under Team Miyata here, JJ, we do have Vitopo, Utakazu, Kaki, Goya, and of course Bacon, as far as I can tell. And for Team Takano and Shirazu later on, we'll be having Gigi Lemon, Rom, and Obuyan. So quite excited for this matchup because for Team Miyata, we do have 4 professional players from Japan, while for Team Takano and Shirazu, we do have 2 professional players from the Japan region as well.
Yeah, going into side of Team Akira Takano-san and Shirazu. Actually, Takano-san is an actor. There you go. He's an actor, he's an artist and a dancer, and he's actually a former member of Dream 5. It's what do you call this? It's a group. It's like an idol group as well in Japan. And he's a top tier actor apparently for anime and game based stage productions. So that's cool to hear. Shirazu on the other hand, Shirazu is a game streamer affiliated with a Blue Sea, and he has over 1 million Instagram followers and 3.5 million subscribers on YouTube.
Yeah, definitely. So, guys, if you haven't followed Shirazu-san yet, and of course, Miyata-san and Takano-san, make sure to check out their socials because definitely they are one of the biggest influencers and biggest icons in the Japan region. And I'm quite excited to see them going to, going here and playing some Pokemon UNITE show match, Jay.
No, yeah, I mean, again, this show match is essentially the, what do you call this? The bridge, the intersection between the Japanese entertainment and esports, and that's why they are currently, what do you call this? Doing this, right? To make sure that, hey, we're still, it's part of entertainment. Esports is part of entertainment. And just to mention as well, like, this is, Toshiya-san is, well, he's an author and an original creator behind an anime. He's a light novel author as well, so, so that's really cool.
Yeah, 100,000 copies sold if my data is accurate here. That shows a huge amount of figure, and Toshiya Miyata-san has been doing a lot of things in the background, not just on the entertainment industry, but being an author in the light novel. But for everyone who's quite wondering, how did Toshiya Miyata-san ended up being one of the tournament ambassador and of course being able to play in the show match as well? It is because he is a hardcore Pokemon UNITE player who even plays in the bath. That is a big trivia. So if you think that you have done all of the unbelievable stuff in playing Pokemon UNITE, Toshiya Miyata-san has a way different perspective playing Pokemon UNITE, guys.
Yeah, and at the same time, right? Like, why are they actually having this? As I mentioned, this is a bridge between the entertainment industry and esports. It's actually more to attract audiences that may not normally watch competitive esports play. Especially that we're also going to have Pokemon Unite in the upcoming Asian games, you know, which is going to be hosted by Japan as well. That is in where's that again?
September, October. I feel like those are the dates, right?
Yep. And what do you call this? It is actually what's actually interesting about this is that the national team for Japan has already been selected, if you didn't know.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet. Care to share it to everyone, JJ?
Yeah, so the team for the Asian Games in Nagoya, there you go, in Nagoya 2026 is going to be B1 from Fennel, Mame from Fennel, AK1 from Fennel, Pui from Fennel, Shia from Fennel, PY1 Fennel, Pui from Reject, and their head coach is going to be GG from Reject.
Ooh. Powerhouse team, that's how I put it, you know. Definitely Japan is one of the best, or actually I must say best region in Pokemon Unite, and being able to get to host that in the Asian Games this coming September to October is definitely a huge honor, not just for our Pokemon fans, but to our players as well, to get to represent their region in a whole big tournament such as Asian Games.
I mean, I believe we only, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there's only 2 regions as of the moment that has their official lineup, roster for the upcoming Asian Games. That of being Japan, as I've just mentioned, that was announced February 20th, and obviously we also had our the national qualifiers for the Asian Games in for the Philippines, which actually Nemesis is going to be our representative for the Philippines in the Asian Games 2026.
All right, I think let's add up more teams to that, JJ, because as far as I know, there are teams actually who has their initial roster as well.
Oh yeah.
Because I think I feel like Shindy's team is going to participate as well. Ooh. I think they had their qualifiers way back then. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just trying to check back. Hold up. I'm not. It's impossible. I'm not dreaming that day. I definitely did saw that one. I'm checking Shindy's social just to be able to make sure that I am correct. But let's get back to it that one later. I'm just confirming the details. Oh yeah, there we go. I just saw it. Yeah, for the Hong Kong region. There we go.
So there's 3 so far that we know of that's actually playing, and 2 of the 3 are two of the 3 teams that we know of are playing here in Asia Champions League 2026. So I guess what we can say here is that this could be potentially a more of a preview of what might happen, especially if we would be able to see a Nemesis and Fennel go up against each other. I believe that is going to be for tomorrow, should they be able to win their respective round 2 matches.
Definitely. I'm really excited for those upcoming tournaments, but as well as the show match that is about to happen here, JJ, because let's give everyone a more trivias or more information on what to expect here in the show match. So I think I'll have to start off with Shirazu-san. As far as I can tell, if my research is correct, his favorite Pokemon is going to be Eldegoss. So we might see Shirazu-san use Eldegoss, especially in this show match, in order to prove into the world that he is one of the best Eldegoss player who focuses on healings. A support player indeed.
No, yeah, I mean, it's actually one of those positions, right? One of those roles in the game where not really a lot of players play, because most players want to play the core role. They want to be the attackers, they want to be the main damage dealers, but like being able to play support is a skill in and of itself.
Yeah, I mean, that perspective wherein you want to be the star, you want to be the center of attraction, you want to be those kind of people or those kind of Pokemons. You want to be the ones who get the most attention by dealing a lot of damage. But, you know, let's not deny that probably one of the main focuses on team fights is going to be the support. Supported Pokemons are just on a completely different level. You get to support your team, you get to make everyone look strong because of the moves that you do have or that are actually available on your kit, and that is why I love playing supporter role.
Yeah, I mean, I play Wigglytuff. You know this.
Yeah, you play Wigglytuff, and I play a lot of Blastoise as support.
And here we go. I think we are just going to be setting up the show match. I believe we don't have the exact details on this, but I believe this is just going to be a best of one.
Yeah, as far as we're concerned, right? It is. Yeah, as far as we're concerned, but well, we'll just have to see that one later on, JJ. I'm not quite sure if this one will be the traditional draft as well, but I just hope we do get to see the Eldegoss from Shirase-san because that makes everything complete here in the show match, man. Come on.
That is true. That is true. And now, look at them. Most of them being that of pro players going up with the, with our content creators, with our idols, into the stage. I think everything is all up and ready. This has been, if this is going to be, thus far, quite funnily, going to be the fastest setup in the main stage.
Hopefully it will be, JJ. Hopefully, I think they're trying to, jinx everything down. Come on, man. Please don't.
No. All I'm saying is that we started earlier, right? With a bit of a rocky road, but now if they are able to, do it quicker now, if we're gonna be able to get the things up faster, then that only means that we're gonna be able to do more later. Right, we're going to be faster later as well, going into the matches.
All right, I'll take it, JJ. But yeah, I'm excited to hear. Come on, man. I gotta show some love. What do we have? Why do we have a prediction here? Why don't we have a prediction on our show match here, JJ? Because I think
I think this is quite impossible to make a prediction of. Okay.
All right. Hear me out, JJ. Let's make a prediction. Come on, man. Like whoever wins the prediction gets a booster pack. Come on.
Oh, I'm down. I'm down.
You're down. I'm down. No. Wait.
No take backs. No take backs.
No. Not a booster pack. I know everyone has been looking for a lot of Pokepads.
Okay.
How about I put 2 Pokepads on the table.
Okay.
What's in for you, man? Come on.
I'll give you a pack.
All right.
The same, dude. All right, my prediction.
All right.
I think for me, given the roster, I'll have to give it to Team Miyata.
Okay. I'll go with. Regardless if you haven't said that to me, I will originally go with Akira Takano-san and Shirase-san. So, guys, if you're watching the live stream, make sure to clip this one. Make sure to remind us that if Akira Takano and Team Shirazu won, I get a booster pack, and if JJ wins his prediction with Team Miyata-san, he gets 2 Pokepads.
There you go.
There we go.
See
we
later,
have a deal, man.
Yeah. We'll see you later. We're gonna make some. We're gonna make some updates on our own social, but
yeah. I mean, for those who don't know, JJ and I plays a lot of Pokemon Unite and Pokemon trading card games, so this pretty much explains it, man.
Going back though, it is still Pokemon Unite. They're still trying to set everything up. And it seems as if our players are ready. You know what? Okay, this is a show match, Henry, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna be biased here, bro. I'm gonna be biased here. Okay?
It's fine,
this is my
team.
This is my team. You see the cameraman? You see the camera?
Yeah.
They're always on Team Miyata. because they know Team Miyata's gonna win.
No, they just need to equalize the screen time, man. Look at them pivot later on to Team Takano and Shirazu-san. Come on, man. Look, they're even visible despite their catching camera on Team Miyata-san.
Did you know that there are actually a lot of people who bought tickets or were, who went into the lottery, because the people who were able to buy the tickets were done in a lottery because there was so many people who wanted to go in, but most of them actually bought and tried to get tickets just to be able to see Toshiya Miyata-san.
Whoa, that is huge.
So all I'm saying, man, is balls are in your court, bro.
All right, we'll just have to wait and find out, JJ. Come on. I am excited for this show match. Come on, man. I cannot wait. Come on. Please. Let's go, Team Shirazu-san. Let's go, Team Takano-san. We got this. You are my team.
No, bro. You're gonna lose.
No, you're gonna lose, JJ. No. I say I win, man. Come on.
Here we go. We're just
My analysis here, JJ, is it's always the team who's on the right that gets the win.
No, bro. My analysis here is that who has the higher follower count wins. So here we have it. We don't know who's playing who, but here we go. Miyata-san here. We have Usakazu. We have Kakigoya, Bitoppo, and Bacon into the purple side, into the left side. That is going to be the left side. And on the right side, the orange side, it is going to be Takano and Shirazu-san. We have Gigi Lemon, we have Obion and Rom.
Wait, I'm currently taking a look at the follower count. Hold on.
Shirazu-san's camera.
Hear me out. So apparently, Shirazu-san has 3.53 million subscribers. Come on, man.
Okay.
Oh, man. You know what I mean? And Eldegoss is not banned, JJ. Come on, man. This is it. This is what we've been waiting for. And this is probably a winning point. Get the Eldegoss.
Yeah, but like, Miyata-san has sold over 100,000 copies of their light novel. So, just saying. And they're one of the members of one of the top idol groups in Japan.
Oh, what if Shirazu-san pranks everyone out just like his 1 million views showcasing an exceptional level of performance in heartwarming prank content?
I don't know, man. I don't know about that.
This debate is not gonna end, JJ. Oh yeah. So there's no Eldegoss here, JJ. So it is going to be a Vaporeon. Okay. This is going to be fun. This is what I call how do I put it into words right now? Cap. This is how I put it. This is a cap. No Eldegoss, so it is a cap, JJ.
Well, I mean, even if a Pokemon is your favorite, doesn't necessarily mean that you have to use it. You know what I mean? Like, you can.
Yeah.
But would you? It's a totally different matter altogether. But here we have it. This is going to be the match, this show match between Team Miyata and Team Takano and Shirazu.
Yeah. And for those who are wondering, Akira Takano-san is using the Ice or the Venusaur. So for those who are wondering, there you go. And Shirazu is definitely Shirazu-san.
Yeah.
How about can you guess who is Miyata-san there, JJ?
I'm trying. I'm trying.
From that perspective on, I already won, JJ. Come on. No, yeah, we're starting already. Here we go, guys. Come on. It is our show match for Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League. At the purple side, it is going to be Toshiya Miyata-san's team going up against Team Akira Takano-san and Team Shirazu-san at the orange side. Here we go.
Here we go. Let's see what's gonna happen here. obviously we have some pro players in play as well, so they do know what they're doing. But of course, our team leaders here do know what they're playing up as well. So let's find out what's going to happen right here, right now. It's going to be 2v1. We do see the Lucario putting in some sacks up top. So here we go. Ooh, wow.
Ooh, eject button. Those are my boys, JJ. Eject back to get back on track.
Still early, you know. They're still trying to. Well, they're still trying to pull each other out. Nothing's happening just yet, but we do see the Dodrio. Well, now a Dodrio getting ready to get in some points down the line.
50. There we go. Tons of XPs falling at the side of Team Miyata-san. As for Team Takano and Team Shirase-san, you know, keeping up with the tempo here, JJ. This is pretty much of a safe play. I mean, you know, I'm expecting a lot of KOs when it comes to show matches, but this one looks very competitive.
They are looking pretty competitive, and the thing is, they're not letting each other get resources, not XPs at all. Nobody's getting KO just yet. There was a close call, but oh, the extreme speed! There we go! Ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike, booyah! Miyata, Team Miyata getting in the first KO of the game.
First KO, and that was after almost 2 minutes, which is actually huge. We're definitely seeing the competitiveness and the safest play possible, JJ.
I am already 1 KO away from the Pokepad.
No, man, it is too early. Despite not getting the KOs, you might be able to win the game by scoring more points.
Oh, there
but
you go.
here
Randy
comes a
Draco
KO.
into Team Miyata. Let's go.
Quite too early, JJ. Quite too early.
No. We're seeing some difference here. Early game goes to Team Miyata.
So early to the side. Here comes Dodrio. Gonna go for the ambush.
You see my team right here? They are communicating perfectly, impeccably, and that's what they're getting in most of the resources. Look at that. Okay, never mind. Actually, fine. All right. Okay.
All right.
But Poirier almost KO'd though. Low on HP.
He is getting his health back here for Shirase-san. That's why they are playing this one very safe as possible. Just trying to poke him some damage though. But there goes Obuyon's Rock Tomb with an X Scissor. Beautifully made, but not enough to follow.
Get the KO. Oh my goodness, the Dragon Pulse is going to be 2 down into your team. 3. 3. Man, what can I say? Like I know my teams. Okay, I know my teams. I know who I'm rooting for. 1 score goal away from the Pokepad.
1 score goal, not quite enough yet. There we go, another KO. Once again, Team Miyata-san is doing everything that they have, scoring tons of goals, but there goes 39 points at the other side as well. Make that one 61 to Team Takano and Shirase-san.
Oh man, 177 to 61 is the name of the game here. It looks pretty bleak for Team Takano and Shirase-san, but I'm just having fun. This is exhibition mode. We're supposed to have fun here, and I'm definitely having fun for the wrong reasons. And look at that, another extreme speed getting into KOs, make that 3 into the top path, and they're gonna be able to secure the Reggie Lucky as well.
Oh my god, that is too much pressure for the Team Takano and Shirase-san. They have to defend top, but it is quite too late because the tier 1 Gozo has been taken out.
Oh my goodness. 253 to 75 is going to be the name of the game. It's like Solaire, and they're going to do another KO on top of the 2. That is the curse is going down. Oh my goodness. Still no burden anger for the Venusaur.
Oh no. Here goes defense. Dodrio trying to force his way in. They went inside there trying to outmaneuver everything. They don't want them to regain back their HP. That's why they're forcing the team fight. The burden anger will be there, almost taking down the Creamy. Extreme speed from the back, and it returns into the tall grass. Team Takano.
I'm so glad. I'm so happy right now.
Man. Not too late though.
281 to 75. It's 4 minutes and a half left into the game.
Not too late, JJ. You still have time. My team still has time here, JJ.
Oh, wow. Espeon trying to get away. Yes, they will store power to get in a little bit of mobility out. And look at that. That is going to be the Serena going out. Sure.
Oh, Rock 2 from Obion.
Oh, yeah. I love the Rock Tomb. It just pushed them away, you know? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, push back immediately just to get a refresh. Though this is going to be a good-looking Regice, I'd say, for Team Miyata-san. You know, this is literally a giveaway, but as you can see, level 8 Crossel and level 8 Vaporeon not looking quite good for my team.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
I
Gap
agree.
is so huge.
I'm not
Gap is
disagreeing.
huge.
I'm not disagreeing.
I'm just being honest, JJ. Just being
Here
honest
we
here.
go.
Solar Beam. Not gonna quite
Ball
hit
rush
that
into
much.
the extreme speed one more time. There you have it. 2 KO. Yeah, the Unite move, the Aura Cannon might have whiffed, but it didn't really matter. They're gonna be able to do one more. Oh my goodness, are you gonna get KO? No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not getting KO. Never mind.
No
Call
way.
the ambulance. Call the ambulance. But not
Call
from the.
the
Okay, never
ambulance.
mind.
There we go.
Never mind.
There we go, huge chunk of XP granted, level 11 immediately onto the Venusaur. And right now, the Regieleki is looking great at the eyes of Team Takano and Shirazu-san. There comes the Solar Beam, there goes the last hit, triple trample has been used. Same thing with the Draco Impact just to get away. But multiple KOs still landing, very favorable here from Team Takano and Shirazu-san. But the Dragonite has been doing a lot of damage as well.
It's actually quite. It's actually quite smart of them to just allow the Regieleki to go into the score goal, mainly because of the fact that there's only like 5 more points needed to destroy that, and that would basically allow them to have a little bit of refresh, just like what 15 points over cap. I love that.
Yeah, it's not that big, and if you try to give it away, definitely you have more wild Pokemon on the side lanes, but Vaporeon taken out by the Psyduck. Still got ground on. We still got ground on.
Yeah.
We still got ground on, JJ. Don't get too overconfident.
Yeah.
Serena trying to get away, but it gets pinched down.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Takano-san, Shirazu-san, help us, please. But here comes those waters being spitted out.
Yeah.
Team Takano and Shirazu-san, they're forcing it to bind, but the anger was actually used in order to take the Lucario down. Oricana was actually used, but he takes the KO from the Venusaur. And Vaporeon, Shirazu-san is running away, but he gets punished immediately. The trio has to back away. You need to get a refresh. Obuya-san, no.
Yeah. Let's go.
No.
Let's go.
1 more minute, JJ. 1 more minute.
No.
1 and 10.
Sure, man. Keep on dreaming. Keep on dreaming.
Yeah, I will. Mega Dream. Keep on dreaming. Solar Beam use.
Wait, look, you grabbed
Wait.
Yo, the ground on.
JJ! The ground on!
The ground on.
Come on! Go get it!
Oh, here we
Take
go.
the last hit! No!
There we go! Yes!
20 seconds, please!
Let's go!
Obion, save the day!
There we go. Team Miyata taking in the ground on. So. Why are you so funny now? What did you say? What did you say? What did you say? Clip the broadcast. Clip the broadcast. That's what you said, right? That's what you said. All right, then clip this. And clip this. Oh wow! There you go. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah. You see that? Use brain, bro. Genius.
Where did heels go?
さあということで皆さんお疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。
素晴らしい試合をありがとうございました。
Team Takano-san and Team Shirase-san.
前の方にお越しいただきたいと思います。
両チームの皆さん前へお願いいたします。
Dude,
チー
check
ム
the
のね、
replay.
掛け声っていうのがありますけど、序盤から押せ押せムードのチ
You're
ー
the
ム宮
ones
田
who's
と、
dreaming,
ちょ
man.
っと
Come
ね、
on.
ここからいけるんじゃないかっていう。
Check the broadcast. Come on.
中央の部分で、結局
Yeah, sure. We just won, man.
中盤。
Oman did so great with
いうところ
Shirase-san.
不思議版のレベルが上がったところはあったんです
Come
が
on, man.
押し込まれてしまいま
レ
し
ベルはねかなりね。
Look, they are taking their final exit, Team
た。さあ、早
Miyano-san.
速お話を伺ってまいりたいと思います。まずはチ
But
ー
speaking
ム
of which,
宮
though,
田
this
リーダー宮田さん。
honestly, just setting aside all the jokes, right? This has been quite an amazing way to showcase the entertainment industry, and of course, you know, the casual audiences towards and the more serious competitive scene. And really, it's things like this that allows Pokemon to be for everyone. You know, like, it's not just for those who are into the competitive scene, it's not just for kids, it's not just for the adults, but it really is for everyone, whether you're casual or super competitive.
Yeah, and this just goes to show again that Pokemon Unite is really wide open for everyone. This is just such a phenomenal game for you to play wherever you are, since it is very accessible, whether you're playing on your Switch, on your mobile. Definitely super easy to access. It's free to play, and it could definitely bring out the joy to every Pokemon fan around the world.
I think they are giving their remarks as well, the experience and how it is to play Pokemon Unite.
Yes.
Is there anything else that they would like to say?
Care to translate it, JJ?
My Japanese is very limited. I'm trying.
Yeah, I'm trying as well, but mine is very much more limited compared to yours.
出ましたからね。スコーンといきました。
はい。
さあそしてかきごやさん、ママホイップを使っていきましたけどもいかがでしたか今日の試合は。
いや気持ちいい。
シンプルなコメントありがとうございます。はい。さあそして
さあでは高野さんのね惜しくも負けてしまいましたが、
ちょっと悔しすぎますね。本当喋れないですこれ。悔しい。いやもうルカリオが入ってくる入ってくる。
Care to translate, JJ?
強すぎましたわ。
Yeah, they're essentially saying if I get it correctly, that the Lucario is really strong. That's what really got them.
本当に最高のゲーム、これからも続けていきたいと思います。
What is the Pokemon name of Lucario in Japan?
さあ
Lucario.
Lucario.
Okay, there we go.
It's just the
pronunciation. It's kind of different, right?
Yep. ちょっとお話をね、
Japan
してまいりたいと思いますが、はい。
You'd say so
次は
yourself.
最後のね局面、ちょっとこうレベルが上がってチャンスがあるんじゃないかというのがありましたけれども、戦ってみていかがでした？
You know, memorizing every Pokemon's name in Japan. All I can remember is Pochama, which is Piplup.
Piplup, yeah.
Saramite, which is Gardevoir.
Gardevoir, yeah.
What else? I mean, Pikachu is Pikachu, so.
Yeah.
What else?
はい、ありがとうございます。
I forgot the Garchomp. I
気
can.
になるであろう
Gabrias.
こちら
Garchomp.
マルマインバレー
Gabrias.
Yeah, there we go.
当選者の方を発表していきたいと思います。はい、それ
And
で
what
は
else? I'm trying to think of more of
お呼び
a
いたしま
Pokemon
すので
name.
はい、
That's
その
different.
皆さんは後ほどご案内をさせていただきます。それ
Yeah,
では
go for it.
発表いたします。
Yeah, I'm thinking. Wait.
アリーナ席
I'm trying to.
北側
I'm thinking of my
7 列 39
my
番
other
の方
mostly used Pokemon.
おめでとうございます。
Blastoise is
お
Kamexu.
めでとうございます。このようにですね、
Yeah, there we go, there we go.
15名の方いらっしゃいますので、次々と読み上げさせていただきたいと思います。
Lizardon, Yeah, Lizardon. Yeah, there we go,
ア
there
リ
we
ーナ
go.
席北
For
3列
Fuser, I
45番の
forgot.
方、
おめでとうございます。
アリーナ列北9列17番の方。
Oh, look at that crowd, man. Look at that crowd, man.
Yeah, this is what I was asking for earlier, right? Yeah, this is what I was asking for earlier, for us to be able to see more of the venue as well, so that we are able to see how many people are actually going and watching Pokemon Unite, and we can see that Pokemon Unite is very much alive, not only in the rest of the world but also in Japan.
Yes, and for those of you who are wondering who might want to watch for tomorrow, this is at Yokohama BUNTAI. So if you want to watch out for tomorrow's Pokemon Unite, actually make sure to come.
I think they did the lottery.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They already did?
Yeah, I believe so. And whoever got chosen for the lottery can buy the ticket.
Oh.
I believe that's what happened.
Sold out. That was huge.
おめでとうございます。
スタンド G ブロック3列16番の方、おめでとうございます。あと3人ですね。スタンド G ブロック3列18番の方、おめでとうございます。
Care to translate, JJ?
I'm trying. I told you my Japanese is very limited.
Here, JJ. You are my translator. Come on.
H ブロック
I'm trying.
13番の方です。おめでとうございます。以上の座席の皆様は宮田さん、
Was that a raffle or something?
No, it's more
白
of
さ
I
んと丸舞バレ
believe
ーボールをプレイすることがで
they
きます。
are
この後ですね、15分後、
thanking everyone who was a part of
17
this
時
show
10
match as
分
well.
から、席番号を証明するチケットの半券およびスマホの画面を用意してインフォメーションにご集合ください。
はい、さあこの後はアッパーセカンドのね戦いにもなりますけれども、まずは宮田さん注目のチームありますか？マイクを持っていただいて。
いやでも本当にどこのチームが勝ってもおかしくないくらいのなんか実力のあるチームなので、本当にでもなんかやっぱり僕はフェンネル好きっすね。
グラド捉えてからね。
If he was to choose any team, he really likes. He's okay with every team, but he likes Fennel after all.
注目のチームありますか？
やっぱ日本のチーム
Who couldn't like Fennel? Fennel is probably the strongest team by far in the Japan region, and majority of their Pokemon trainers will be representing their region as well in the upcoming Asian Games. So
また展開がどんどん変わって
you would definitely have to love Fennel, man.
めっちゃ楽しみですね。
そうですね。はい。ありがとうございます。白さんいかがでしょう？
いや僕も日本のチームを応援しております。
ありがとうございます。ぜひね皆さんも日本のチームを応援していただきたいと思っております。
はい、ぜひ今後の試合にもご注目ください。
はい、それでは素晴らしい戦いを見せてくださいました両チームに今一度大きな拍手をお願いいたします。素晴らしい試合ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。皆さん盛り上がっていただいて本当にありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。
Congratulations to Team Miyata-san for getting that big victory. The show match and definitely it was a fun day that we get to unite, professional esports from Pokemon Unite, and of course the entertainment industry through Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those things that allows us to be with each other. Doesn't matter where you're from, where if you are a competitive player or you're a casual watcher, or if you just want to be together. It's uniting all of us through Pokemon. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, before we head back to our competitive action for Pokemon Unite, we're going to be having a very short break, and when we come back, we'll have matches 5, 6, 7, and 8. That is going to be the upper bracket round 2s and the lower bracket round 1. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we are once again back here at the Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League Finals 2026. My name is JJ, and with me is Stanley once again. Goodbye, Yules, but we'll see you again later. So here we have it, back into the competitive scene of Pokemon UNITE.
Back into the competitive scene, back to our next best of 3. And I think the most important thing here that we're all excited about is the fact that we are now going into our second round of upper bracket matches, right? We've done all of our first rounds. We have our teams in upper and lower brackets. And I'm leaning towards these upper bracket matches right now because these are our winners, playing against winners. So now is a question of who's going to be making it to the next stage of those upper bracket matches. For today's broadcast, though, on this stream, we are going to be broadcasting Dignitas going up against Dark Peach. So, I mean, I think we all know Dignitas. We did cover their game in our upper bracket match. As for Dark Peach, this was the match that I think happened off stream against Reckoning Esports. And in case you don't know who Dark Peach are, this is the team that's actually coming from the Chinese region. So I think we've all kind of wondered like where this team kind of sits in the Unite ecosystem, and to play against Dignitas, it's a tough match, but if they can somehow win this best of 3, it would be a huge statement for the region moving forward.
That's true. And before we head into that as well, we just got an update as well that apparently Onyx and Nemesis have already started their matches. I am inclined to believe that GMU and Rival Esports have started their matches as well while the show matches were happening. So we are doing Dark Peach versus Dignitas for this one, and for the next match it's going to be Fennel versus CACM Esports.
Okay. So that means, unfortunately, we will not be able to cover GMU and Rival Esports. That's going to be the other match happening off stream. So just keep an eye on the brackets just to kind of see what the results do end up being for those matches. But as we do cover Dark Peach and Dignitas, we will keep you guys updated on what is happening for Onyx Rise and Team Nemesis, because I know a lot of people are wondering who's going to make it out of that best of 3 set. Now, we do have our lower bracket matches here, JJ. Unfortunately, we do have teams down here. Give us a rundown of who's playing against who.
All right, so for our first lower bracket round, it's going to be Ender Force 36 versus Force Skip. This is actually quite amazing. Both of them force us into the first lower. It's quite unfortunate that they met in the lower bracket, but that's how it is. Next would be Reckoning Esports versus Reject. T1 versus Scar. And of course, to end things up, it is going to be GodLike Esports and Full Sense, which two of these matches will be happening at the same time. One of which is going to be on the sub stage, and one is going to be on the main stage, which we will be watching later together.
Yep, so we will be covering round 1 of the lower bracket matches, and then I believe tomorrow we're going to be doing the rest, in case anyone is wondering what's our schedule for today. So today is more or less the preliminary matches, you know, the ones that kind of kick things into gear. It's going to be tomorrow where we have the high stakes matches, right? The lower bracket matches where we have the eliminations. We're also going to find out who our first grand finalist is going to be. But the grand finalist thing, that's not happening today. We're just kind of getting a feel of the competition because it's a double elimination bracket format, and we kind of have to go through as much of these games as possible so that we have time to play all of the games tomorrow. Because if I'm not mistaken, I saw the schedule correctly, grand finals is best of 5, so we could be in for a marathon of a grand final matchup. But keep in mind, okay, there is going to be no reset for the grand final. The team from the upper bracket is going to have a 1-game advantage in the grand final. And don't forget, JJ, the global pick ban format is going to kick in for that final as well. So a lot's going to happen tomorrow. We can worry about that tomorrow, okay? Let's worry about today, which is who is going to be proceeding through our upper bracket matches.
No, that is actually quite a detriment for the team that is coming in from the lower bracket round, because again, they need to win 3 times, whereas the team that is coming in from the upper bracket only needs to win twice. You know, so that's already huge. And add to that is going to be, as you mentioned, the global pick ban. So if you've already picked it, if either of the teams already picked it, they won't be able to use it again on the next 4 matches, potentially. But with that being said, though, for those who still don't have the Twitch chat badge, please make sure you go watch us on Twitch as well, not just on YouTube. And you might be able to get an exclusive chat badge for Pokemon Unite, and I believe this is also the first time that we're going to be able to see an official Pokemon Unite badge on Twitch.
It's our first time. It's a pretty big moment. We have a lot of people, I think, co-streaming with us on Twitch. So
yes,
go grab your badge. It's a pretty big deal. It's a Pokemon badge. I'm pretty sure everyone wants to collect one of those. Okay, and it's a Charizard one too, so it's a little extra special.
That's true.
So moving forward, so I am actually just having a look at the results for our other match that's actually happening, Onyx Rise and Team Nemesis. I'm about to get the results for our game number 1 because that one is actually already concluded. So give me a second as I collect the information for this.
Go ahead.
But I believe what I'm looking at right now could be a bit of a shock because if I'm not mistaken, the first game of that best of 3 is actually going to Team Nemesis.
Oh wow, they've studied so well.
That's a huge deal. Yeah.
It is.
I don't know if it was you or if it was Pika. One of you guys told me. So, I mean, this is also common knowledge too. Based on the the statistics for Onyx Rise and Team Nemesis, statistically speaking, Onyx generally, and this is very common too, they generally beat Nemesis in a lot of their competitive matches.
Yes.
So, for Nemesis to take game 1 over Onyx, that's a huge deal in a best of 3 set in the upper bracket too. Now, not to say that this is guaranteed, a guaranteed victory for Nemesis yet. We still have 2 more games to happen for that best of 3, but for Nemesis to already put themselves at a 1-game advantage, that's going to help them moving forward in that best of 3 set. So to our Filipinos out there watching the broadcast, yes, we are not broadcasting that best of 3, unfortunately. It is actually happening on the other English broadcast, so go check that out if you want to watch that best of 3. But Nemesis are leading 1-0 against Onyx, so very exciting times here.
It's again, as we mentioned, just like to reiterate that Onyx Rise generally, and for the most part, I haven't seen a match where Nemesis actually won against Onyx. At least the first map, right? Like, sure, they might have they've already won against Team Rise, but being the first one to get a point hasn't happened before. And generally speaking, Onyx Rise is always usually on the top of Team Nemesis. And so, again, just to reiterate, this is actually a huge win for Team Nemesis, boosting themselves, their morals up for this upcoming match. And if they do win, I mean, that only means as well, right, that they have the first foot forward going into the upper brackets, the semis upper brackets. And, that's already huge for them.
It's a huge deal for Nemesis. So don't worry, folks. I'll keep you updated because I'm very interested in this matchup as well. Because whoever wins this set is going to play the winner of this best of 3. So we also need to kind of keep tabs on who's still in the tournament, right? But regardless of who wins between Onyx Rise and Nemesis, these are 2 really great teams. And who wins in this best of 3 that we are covering, which is the Dark Peach and Team Dignitas, it's gonna be an exciting match for this upper bracket match tomorrow. This match I'm talking about will happen tomorrow. Dark Peach and Dignitas will happen soon. We're kind of waiting for the intro because I don't think we've had the stage walk in yet for these 2 teams. So yeah, just be very patient. We're kind of waiting for this game as well. But thank you all for being super patient with us today, especially with all of the technical difficulties that we have been running into. It looks like it's all smooth sailing the rest of the day. I totally did not jinx that, but I do think we should be good for the rest of the day. Okay, so amazing work to our technical team that has eventually sorted all of these issues. And speaking of issues, don't turn this into an issue for yourself. We are doing daily giveaways for the broadcast as well. So today, today, you still have another 4.5 hours to grab this. You are going to be able to claim a free Pokemon UNITE ACL 2026 sticker, frame, and background in the game. If you want to grab that, the instructions are on the bottom of the screen, but just a quick heads up, open your game, go to events, PUACL 2026 spectator event, watch and claim. Click that button, you'll be able to grab all of these goodies today. These are exclusive for this year, so if you miss it, you are out, you are dunzos, you are too slow, and you're going to have to wait for our goodies tomorrow, which will be different. Tomorrow's goodies are going to be an in-game t-shirt and cap.
Yes, and it's for the, I mean, it might look similar to the previous years, but the difference is that, again, it's 2026 this time around.
Yeah, I think I have the in-game 2020, I bought it, so I have that, and I have not seen anyone else wear that t-shirt, so whenever I play, I feel a little special.
you will feel special.
No, I
with
do.
That.
I'm telling you, I do feel special because I don't see other people wear it, and I'm just like, haha, suckers! I got this T-shirt. You can't get it. There's this thing about exclusive cosmetics that make you just feel a little, you feel a little, great in your games. So if you want to be that little extra somebody in your matches, go grab those freebies. Exclusive freebies. Now, speaking of exclusivity, JJ, it's time to welcome our two teams.
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. We are now finally going to start things off for our next set of competitive matches, and this is actually quite interesting because we don't see a lot of female players in the competitive setting for Pokemon Unite. Sure, there are some, but like not in this stage of Pokemon Unite tournament. So to see them play here is a huge win for all women.
Yeah, so we have Dark Peach and their opponent. They're a deadly bunch. It's Dignitas. It is our first place LAIC champions for 2026. If I'm Dark Peach and you see Dignitas be your opponents, I'd be shaken. I'd be shaking. They looked great in their preliminary matches today as well. So this is going to be a very tough match for Dark Peach, and also a test of the skill of the players coming in from the China region as well. So I'm keen to see how they actually fare up against Dignitas, because a lot of people are looking at China, like the region in itself, and thinking like, is this region going to be a powerhouse in Pokemon Unite, or are they just kind of testing the waters to see, where the region stands? Because for Dark Peach, they actually came in through the China invitation. So kind of have to keep that in mind compared to Dignitas, who actually managed to get this slot by basically beating everybody in LAIC 2026, which is a very big tournament if you didn't tune into that. Essentially, the best teams in the whole LAIC region were there.
And at the same time, right, like we saw what happened on last year's Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. We were able to get some information that, the game mode that, the Chinese region was playing on is a totally different game mode than what the global players are playing on. So definitely they were playing, you could say that they are playing a totally different game. So I'm pretty sure they were taken aback going into the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. But this time around, they are not kidding around. They have practiced our game modes and they are ready to take on. I mean, they are now currently in the second round of the upper bracket. So it all just goes to say that they are ready and they are strong. And at the same time, this is what I said earlier as well when we opened the tournament, when we opened the broadcast, that I'm really excited to see the Chinese region play out here, because this is one of those regions that we don't really have a lot of information about. But to be surprised is what we're here for.
Look, I think we all want surprises. Everybody likes surprises. There's a reason why we like Christmas morning, right? You have no idea what to expect from Santa. So I'm looking forward to seeing Dark Peach's performance here against Dignitas. And I would love to see some surprises. I would love to be proven wrong, because right now, I think the consensus for Dark Peach has been it should be a 2-0 for Dignitas. I think that has been the community response so far, because, I mean, to be fair, Dignitas, it's a strong team. You can't look at them and be like, oh yeah, this is a 2-1. Like, Dignitas can very well beat, I think, almost all the teams here today. So for Dark Peach, I said this earlier on, it's an uphill battle for this team. So I hope they're ready for Dignitas. If they had the chance to watch Dignitas' matches earlier today, that would absolutely help them in being able to formulate a plan coming into the draft, and also help them just basically in the laning stage, because I think that's where this team is going to struggle. They're going to feel Dignitas in that laning stage, because we know for a fact that Dignitas, very, very strong laners independently as players, and obviously you get the support coming in from the central area as well. Like, this is a team that really goes after your throat as soon as the game starts. And I would not be surprised if Dignitas, they decide to actually go for a similar draft like they did in their first game today, right? They went for something very fast, very quick, especially Toon on that Talonflame. That his Talon surprised me. I didn't think he was going to play it as well as he did, because we saw in their preliminary matchup that they looked like they were being thrown around a little bit, right? They looked like they were being thrown around a little bit. They didn't look as strong as I thought they originally would have been, but when it counted the most during that last 2-minute stretch, they got the KOs they needed, their opponents underestimated them, and they capitalized on every single mistake that their opponents made, which honestly, I feel really bad for Reject, but at the same time, I think this team probably also identifies that, oh, okay, we're playing Dignitas. Okay, you can't really give them an inch because they take a mile.
No, that is totally true. I totally agree with you. And again, the dark horse of this matchup is definitely going to be Dark Peach. But then this is also the place for them to show us what the Chinese region can actually do, because the edge that the Chinese region does have against the rest of the world is that China as a region is one of the most competitive region in all of esports, not just Pokemon Unite. So possibly we might be able to see them put this team, Dignitas, into the edge of their seats.
Yeah, look, this is game one. Anything can go. I'm just thinking for Dark Peach, like, is there anything that you can kind of pull off in game number one that might surprise all of us? I don't really think surprises are going to be something that they can really aim for, because we're also going up against veteran players, right? Like Dignitas, we have seasoned veterans here. I think they've seen basically everything that you can see in competitive Pokemon Unite. And to start off with a first pick Charizard Y, that's a red flag.
That's that's a strong statement right there. The mere fact that they were able to get into Mega Charizard Y, that is already a huge one against that of Dark Peach. Now, to be able to answer back against this Mega Charizard Y, I guess one of the good things that we can look up for this is that at least they won't be able to use Mega Charizard Y anymore in the next game.
It would be funny if they do pick 2 Charizards though. Inter was like highlighting it, like I'm gonna mess up with the fans a little bit. No, besides go for the Alcremie, and also the support of a Marchamp. I do like this, right? We've been seeing a lot more Marchamps recently.
Yes.
I mean, JJ, what are your thoughts on the Marchamp? Do you really think Marchamp's gonna come back into its own as a Pokemon in competitive Unites? Because we've seen a lot of it today.
I mean, in this level of playing field, I'd say, especially when the the Buzzwole isn't really as strong as it was before. I think Machamp really fits and fills that hole that Buzzwole left when it got nerfed down.
Yeah, that's true, right? Buzzwole got squished, basically. They just decided, nope, you're not allowed to play Buzzwole anymore. So yeah, Machamp. I like Marchamp coming back. Marchamp's also very annoying to play against if you have any Pokemon that try to rely on Unstoppable, especially Blastoise, right? Like we remember, back at the original ACL, Blastoise and Marchamp was like the matchup Pokemon in top lane, right? Because Marchamp was there to counter that Rapid Spin Blastoise, which was better back in the day. So I don't think they picked it up because of the Blastoise. Maybe they did to discourage Christy from actually using Rapid Spin, although looking at this lineup, this does look more like a Surf Blastoise. I don't think Rapid Spin is going to provide a lot of value in this particular matchup. But can we talk about the Desi? That's the last pick here for Otter.
No, yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting to see the Decidueye pick here, especially that there isn't a lot of mobility in the team. Normally, from time to time, we do see it being picked if the team would be running in the Lapras, perhaps, so that it can, go for the knock-knock while it's actually moving. But then again, knock-knock in and of itself is already a very strong Pokemon, a very strong move, along with its arrows, which can be very, very high in range, very long in range, that it doesn't really matter if your opponents would be able to go out, try to escape when they're almost KO'd, that Decidueye is going to knock it off.
Yeah, also, I totally forgot to check Otto's items. Do you know if he may have built for Razor Leaf or for Spirit Shackle?
I wasn't able to. We'll see in a bit. We'll see in a bit.
Okay, my bad.
No.
I forgot to take my screenshot of the items, so it's okay. We'll see what ends up being the build here for Otter on the Desi. But in the meantime, though, we've got our laning stage happening. Nothing too crazy for both sides. I actually kind of expected Dignitas to, you know, play a little bit deeper.
Right.
I mean, they did get the knockout onto the Darkrai though, so that's already a great start for the Orange team.
No, I actually think that it would make more sense, right? It would make more sense for it to go for the Razor Leaf instead of Spirit Shackle, mainly because we have two disposition Pokemon. That is the Mamoswine and the Machamp as well, allowing the Sidewite to just really do some damage. And it's not the kind of composition you'd see that you want for a long range either, because if you want a wide attack, you know, the Mega Charizard Y is there for that.
Yeah, that's actually a really true statement. Oh, actually got a bit of a knockout in that top lane. It looks like the Marchop ends up being knocked out on the side of Dignitas, and we do have a bit of a push happening thanks to the Gibble and the Psyduck. So Dark Peach actually making a little bit of magic happen up there.
And at the same time, you know, it's quite interesting to see as well that the Gibble is not actually alone. You know, you normally see, right, for the rest of the world, for teams to isolate the Gabite, the Gabite, to allow it to get its maximum possible XP for it to become a Garchomp as early as possible. But no, that is not the case here for Dark Peach. They want the Roamer that is going to be the Psyduck to be along with it, so that the you know, the Machamp is the Machoke is not going to.
Ooh, look at that though! Beautiful play coming in from the Piloswine though. That was a two-player connection too. Cerulet and the Psyduck getting caught there.
There you go, 2KO.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's beautiful stuff coming in from the Piloswine. They're gonna go for the dive onto that tier 1 goal zone, because with only just a Squirtle and a Darkrai, there's not really much these two players can do against 4 Dignitas Pokemon. So great stuff from Dignitas. They do get some points on the board as well. And back up top, we have a bit of a stalemate happening with our two top laners, just kind of waiting for the next spawn of Pokemon. But Regidrago is going to be eaten up here by Dignitas.
I also just noticed as well, I was really putting all my attention towards that of Dignitas, but Dark Peach's composition requires a lot of XP. You know, there is the Garchomp, but at the same time, there is also the Blastoise, which would require them to do a lot of XP, need to get a lot of XPs, and I'm not entirely sure they would be able to get it in time, not with this kind of composition against that of Dignitas. But look at that though, it seems as if they're going to go in for the Spirit Shackle instead of the Razor Leaf, as I thought would make sense with this kind of composition, but no, they're not going to do for that. Unite was going to be popped up here, but not quite yet.
The Darkrai doing whatever they can to try and slow down these scores, but as a solo Darkrai, there's not really much you're going to be able to achieve against 4 Pokemon just scoring into that bottom T1, and look at that huge overdunk by Otter. So that's going to rocket Dignitas into the lead there with 115 points on the board. But Dark Peach are pretty close by too. They got 92 points on the board themselves. So the gap between these two teams is still very much within reach. I have to say, okay, this is big compliments to Dark Peach. They're actually keeping up in terms of level with Dignitas as well, which I have to say is really impressive against a team such as Dignitas' caliber.
No, I totally agree with that. And at the same time, they were also able to take in the first score goal down bottom here. Sorry, up top into the side of Dignitas. So they were almost right there at the even playing field for both of this team. Going for the Dark Pulse though, just to try to get away, but there goes the Seismic Slam as well, coming from that of the Mega Charizard. Why? Gonna be able to put in some points, but are they gonna be able to survive? That is a big question. Knock Knock is gonna be popped up. That's gonna be 2KO, calling in the ambulance, but not for them. Here comes another Dark Tier into that of the Darkrai. Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, that is the Dark Pulse trying to do some damage, but unfortunately not going to be enough.
Yeah, not really enough after losing the Garchomp and Blastoise in that top lane. They really don't have what they need to kind of lock these Pokemon down. So now we're starting to see Dignitas sort of build up that lead for themselves coming into that mid game. They've broken that bottom goal zone. They've got 138 points on the board. They're also slowly starting to creep forward in the experience gap between these two teams as well. So yeah, Dark Peach, they've got to figure out a solution to either keep up in these levels, or they're going to have to try and figure out how to win one of these upcoming team fights, right? Because we saw just now, Livid Outrage, they did commit this onto the
Submission.
Charizard. They really needed one more hit to land, it didn't. So if they can grab a knockout on a big Pokemon such as the Charizard, I dare say even the Desi or the Machamp, maybe that's how Dark Peach sort of crawl their way back into that level equilibrium. But they're doing the best that they can. They're grouping up towards that bottom lane. That Regice will go down though, so this is the beauty of Decidueye. The fact that Desi hits pretty hard with its basic attacks, it's so fast when it comes to taking down those objectives. And I think Dark Peach, realistically, probably haven't played much against a Decidueye, so they're not really aware of what this Pokemon is capable of.
No, I can totally see it as well, because this Decidueye can almost always place itself quite greatly, that it actually gets Dark Peach. They catch Dark Peach off guard, but look at that right now. Going to go in for their Unite was going to be popped up as well. It's going to be 3 down. Either side of Dark Peach, no, possibly make that 4. Yes, it will be 4 right there. That is going to be a wiped out Dark Peach into that team fight. Dignitas definitely putting down their dignities into this game.
Just a methodical game here for Dignitas. So the game looked pretty close early on, but they've capitalized on everything in this game. They've taken both of the Regis so far. They are on track to maybe take another one as well. So all 3 is going to be going towards the orange side. They're leading in terms of levels. Their Mega Charizard Y is 14 at the 2-minute 50-second mark. Yeah, so that's on track to being level 15 coming into that final objective. And sure, Dark Peach, they still managed to actually get some decent levels on their Pokemon, but I wouldn't say they're comfortable with where they are just yet, right? Like, they need to be very, very careful with where they initiate this fight coming into that last 2-minute stretch, because one mistake and this team is going to get wiped, I think, to say as gently as possible.
No, yeah, but at the same time, the thing is, they would need to have the side-up be the initiator of the team fights just to disrupt Dignitas. And that is such a huge wall to climb, mainly because of the fact that there's a lot of dispositioning Pokemon into the side of Dignitas. And here I have it. We're going to be able to see the initiation, the first KO of the game here. Not quite yet, actually.
Yeah, but it could be anytime soon. Here's the final 2-minute stretch. They get the immediate pick up on the Darkrai, so that's going to be a Unite used, and it's not going to be wasted at all. And now Dark Peach, they know they're on the back foot. They've got to make something happen. Garchomp is down, Psyduck is down. We've still got Blastoise and the Ceruledge, but Blastoise, he has to walk away, and this is going to be really tough for Ceruledge to even get anywhere near that Groudon. And Dignitas, they know that this Groudon is essentially the last lifeline for Dark Peach. They take it themselves, they've got the buff, they're going to score those points, and they're going to try and lock in game number 1.
Yeah, and you know, as I mentioned, you know, the composition definitely played a role here into the side of a Dark Peach. Having 2 Pokemon that is really, really slow in leveling up, that is the Blastoise and the Garchomp, and the fact that they got their level 9s quite late into the game, that's already like 5-minute mark. It put them in a detrimental spot, and look at this right there, level 14 Charizard just before the Groudon came up as well. All of the points went into that of Dignitas in terms of the levels, the prowess, the power spikes, the scores, everything is aligning towards Dignitas.
Yeah, I mean, everything went their way because they know the timings. They also know the weakness of Dark Peach's lineup is that, unfortunately for Dark Peach, like, yeah, I guess their Pokemon hit the timing windows that they needed to hit, but we never really saw Dark Peach try to take the game their way, right? Like, they didn't really try to initiate any team fights. They didn't go for any expeditions to go for those knockouts. They kind of just left Dignitas to their own devices. And because of that, Dignitas were the ones to get all of the objectives. They got all of the experience on the map as well. And they also got some pretty great pickoffs on Dark Peach Pokemon as well. So they slowed down the progress of that Garchomp. And I don't think at any point we saw the Garchomp land a nasty Livid Outrage. Like, we saw it popped, I think, twice or 3 times. I think it was twice in this game. And we didn't see any major impact, unfortunately, with this Pokemon, which is something that really limits the potential of Garchomp, right? Like, this is a Pokemon where you have to land the Livid Outrage to get the full efficiency out of this very deadly late game Pokemon. So because it didn't really land the way that they wanted it to, Dignitas kind of just danced around them, flew around them, that everything just went in the way of Dignitas because that's how they planned the game, right? Like they had the map control, they had the Pokemon, they had the levels. What was Dark Peach really meant to do? The only thing that they could do is capitalize on mistakes, but Dignitas didn't make any. So how do you come back from that?
No, I totally agree with you, but it's quite a tough road here for Dark Peach, especially with how, as you mentioned, and this is something that I've been saying a lot of times as well, they're not being careful of Dignitas. I'd love to say that they're observing Dignitas so that they would be ready for game number 2, but the thing is, I would like to add up to your point that it didn't really seem that they were trying to seal away objectives or even team fights against that of Dignitas, that the moment that they saw Dignitas was able to position themselves over, say, an objective or a team fight, they just let it happen. Dark Peach, on the other hand, I would love to believe that they're just observing Dignitas on game number 1, and they would have a lot to adjust going into game number 2, especially when, again, one of those biggest problem is having 2 Pokemon at the same time with very high level XP requirement to evolve to go online. But at the same time, right, looking over the good parts of this, at least they won't be overwhelmed with this positioning, with the Mega Charizard Y anymore going to this game because, well, Dignitas already used those Pokemon.
Yeah, so that could go to Dark Peach. However, just looking at how the team plays, right, I don't think Dark Peach can really afford to play a lineup with such a heavily investment required Pokemon, unless maybe they have one. Like, let's say it's their bottom laner or it's just the central laner, then okay, they can funnel their resources into that singular Pokemon. But once you start to hit 2 Pokemon, you really need to balance the experience shared amongst your team. So yeah, I think I 100% agree with you there. Like, Dark Peach, the concept was good with their lineup. They just weren't able to properly balance the experience between all of their Pokemon. And by the time they were kind of ready to go, it was a bit too late, right?
And at the same time, right?
Everyone at Dignitas was just too highly leveled.
Yes.
Too many resources that if you tried to just fight into them, it's like running into a brick wall. It's just not pleasant.
I mean, at the same time, like, there's a reason why we're always seeing these Pokemon, the Blastoise, the Garchomp in particular, those 2 Pokemon in particular. That's the reason why we're seeing them alone in the top half, is so that they are going to be able to get the XPs on the top half alone, so that they don't have to share it, so that they can go online as early as possible. However, what happened with Dark Peach is that there was the Psyduck sharing that XP with the Gabite, which really delayed it to go online.
Yeah, it really did delay it. I'm just thinking though, like, could anything else really have changed in that matchup? I hate to be that kind of person, but I think it was just the nature of their lineup. They really wanted to play reactive. And even though they did get to play reactive, we didn't see a lot of success with that play style for this team. So I think for game number 2, they're going to really have to change things up a little bit. I think if you want to have a chance of playing up against Dignitas,
they need to be aggressive.
Yeah, I think they have to change their tune. They've got to change their tune, and the best way to do that, surprise Dignitas. You know, you're the underdog team. Most people assume that underdogs will kind of bow down to the favorites of the tournament. If I'm Dark Peach, you got to rebel. Rebel.
That's true.
Be the ones try and take the driver's seat, and then try to win from there on out. Now, of course, what I'm saying, they're just all words. It's really gonna come down to Dark Peach and their capabilities as a team, what they're comfortable with, and are they willing to step out of their comfort zone to try and do something differently? Because with how things are going, I think if they just play game 2 like they did game 1, it's going to be the exact same story. Both teams are going to play passive. Dignitas is going to farm the entire map and more, and then they're just going to overwhelm them coming into that final 2-minute stretch.
No, yeah, I mean, it didn't really feel like, and I'm just going to be frank here, it didn't really feel like Dark Peach tried to, you know, go in on Dignitas. Sure, there might have been some pickoffs, but like, there was no follow-up afterwards. It's just that.
Yeah, there really wasn't. There wasn't anything. But it was like they filled up the gas tank for their car, and the car just, there wasn't enough gas to move, right? So, yeah. Look, we've got plenty of time for us to theorycraft. I hope the players have enough time to theorycraft as well to really make that very difficult call, because I don't envy Dark Peach's position at all. I wouldn't want to be in their shoes to play up against Dignitas on the main stage. You know, that's already a very daunting matchup to begin with.
Yeah.
Even though you're in the upper bracket, I'd still be sitting there like, I'd be sweating bullets. So,
yeah, I mean, it's
props to Dark Peach
Dignitas.
if they've actually still remained this calm.
And speaking of which, though, before while we are heading towards our banning, which, you know, this is actually pretty cool of Dignitas banning down the Mega Charizard Y, not allowing, you know, not allowing this Dark Peach to take it away from them. Before we head into that, Nemesis, we do have some surprising news. Nemesis actually wins 2-0 against Sonic.
That is shocking. I really wish we could have seen that matchup, because that that's very unexpected in that team matchup, because we already spoke about this, right? Like, Onic generally win that matchup, but for it to be 2-0, that is huge. So that means the winner of this set is going to play up against Nemesis in the upper brackets in tomorrow's matches.
This is scary. As someone who's following Nemesis as well, as someone who's a fan of Nemesis, obviously it's my fellow Filipino man. It's going up against Dignitas, hello. But then again, you know, it's still game number 2. You know, Dark Peach can be the dark horse of this tournament, of this matchup. Then they can still, you know, catch up into Dignitas. They can still take it. You know, but either way, it's going to be a very, very crucial match for Team Nemesis for game number 1 tomorrow.
It's a very scary matchup regardless who they're going up. I mean, at this point, I think we just kind of have to bite the bullet and say, with how things are going, it looks like it could be Dignitas, but let's see, right? We're in the draft. We're good to go. Dark Peach already drafting a pretty interesting opening. They actually locked in the Machamp themselves. They got Crustle this time, and they have the Alcremie. We have a big trajectory change here for Dignitas. They're going to play hard and fast. They've got the Cram, and they also have the Minikyu as well. Whatever they pick last, I'm terrified for Dark Peach. Latios is a pretty interesting choice here, actually, for Dark Peach. Look at the Meow. This is Dignitas saying, we're just going to win this game from 2-minute onwards. And Dark Peach, good luck. Good luck in the laning stage. This is going to be a terrifying laning stage, I feel, for Dark Peach.
No, yeah, I mean, as there's not much else to say. It's really just Dignitas wants to get in the early game, and from there on out, it's just their game. But for the side of Dark Peach, they still need a little bit, just a little bit. It's not a lot compared to before. This is actually a better composition than that of last games. But Dignitas wants to take it up a notch. You know, they don't need the power spikes. All they need is to steal away the resources, for the first resources from the early game, for the first bit of the game, and from there on out, it's smooth sailing.
I love how you say they take it up a notch. I'm pretty sure there's a few notches coming up here for Dignitas. So I hope Dark Peach is ready for this, because this is going to be an absolutely chaotic laning stage. With how fast the Pokemon come online on the side of Dignitas, you've got to stick your finger out more for Dark Peach. I know you were actually quite shocked with the Latios pick here. So what is it about the Latios here that's actually that shocked you, JJ? Like, what is it about this Pokemon that made you kind of go, oh?
I mean, for one, we don't really see a lot of Latios in any level of playing field for Pokemon Unite. So to be able to see a Latios, especially in this stage of the tournament, and on the moment at the stage where you are on the detriment of points, is quite interesting to me.
It is, yeah, I have to agree there. Just a quick skirmish happening in that bottom lane. We have a Cramorant and Snorlax trying to beat down at this duo bottom lane for Dark Peach. Now, unfortunately for Dignitas, they don't have enough damage yet, but they will hopefully be able to come in and clean up, because we can see the Meowth actually making their way down towards that bottom lane as well. Although Latios is also here, so we could be in for a bit of a trap if Dignitas try to make anything happen down there. We'll have to keep an eye out on that bottom lane. Although, actually, no, I think they revealed the Latios, so change of plans here. Meowth actually rotating up into the top lane instead.
So really trying to be able to get and, you know, picking up these gold coins for the Meowth, which actually is one of those I'd like to say that is more of a troll character, more of a troll Pokemon, but it's actually at the right hands is a very scary Pokemon. It's like those Pokemon like the Sableye and the Greedent.
It is. It's like an annoyance that just kind of freaks you out. You see a Meowth, you think, oh gosh, what is happening here? And this is what I was talking about, right? Dignitas, they're gonna turn up not just one notch, they want to push up several notches, and they're also going for the central area invade as well. So denying experience away from any Dark Peach Pokemon that are trying to get that experience in the central area. So that's going to slow down their progress, unfortunately. And unless Dark Peach do something about this, they're just going to kind of give away this free experience.
Oh yeah, and Meowth here is just strolling, trying to find some gold coins here as well. It's like, you know, like Dignitas knows and are very confident as well. It's quite rich. I mean, if I were part of Dignitas and I'm playing like this, I would be very well reassured from the get-go. And I would be so confident that I would be able to win this. I mean, we can see how much they are playing as of the moment.
No, Dignitas are feeling pretty confident. Like, the team is not shaken at all. They look very, very calm in their player cams, actually. I've been having a look just to see their perspectives, and yeah, so far it's just all according to plan. We do see a Meowth actually hunting around that Leafeon in the central area, whilst the rest of the team is pressuring that bottom lane. Mimikyu secures the Regidrago as well, so again, more resources being denied from Dark Peach, and actually the Meowth ends up winning that 1v1 versus the Leafeon as well, so even the central laner on the side of Dark Peach is not having a fun time at all.
No, for sure. And look at this. So Registeel is going to be popping up. I mean, at this point, they don't really need that, but like, they will still get it just to be able to deny it away from Dark Peach. And look at this right now. We're going to be able to see a bit of a time here. There it goes. Move for the Meowth. Going to be able to once again remove the Leafeon from play. That is the third time this game with a 1v1 Meowth and Leafeon.
That is not a good feeling at all for Leafeon. Leafeon, I feel, should be winning these 1v1s. It's just the under-leveled nature of this Leafeon is really just making it very difficult to even compete with Toon. So Leafeon is still here, going to try and slow down these two Pokemon. We'll be able to get one knockout, though, which is huge on that Cramorant. And support is here, so Leafeon going to try and catch Toon here. But do they have enough damage, or is it going to be a trap after all? Toon going to win that 1v1. The Meowth slips away again.
My goodness, he was on the verge of getting knocked out, and then he said, not today, my friend, not today, because you're the ones going down. My goodness, that was a play.
It would have been possible if the Leafeon was probably the same level as Toon. I really think that just the fact that Toon was 1 to 2 levels ahead really played a part in the survivability there for the Meowth. So this is why levels are so important for certain Pokemon, especially those very squishy speedsters, because every point of health counts in those little 1v1 skirmishes. Up top though, it looks like they did manage to catch out the Meowth, but support is here thanks to the Mimikyu, and even going to be using the Play With Me there onto the Martrick, who's going to be able to get on out of there. We have the Gatling Bolt missile as well deployed, so that's going to stop Dark Peach from jumping onto the goal zone. They're trying to go for the score. Leafeon, they're running away again, this time going to be going down to that Mimikyu, so Leafeon just struggling to get any kind of foothold in this matchup. At least we get one knockout on the side of Dark Peach, but it's just going to be on a side double Pokemon.
Oh man, it's this is not a good look right now. Dignitas is, well, you know, Dignitas is has this in their hand. You know, everything's going according to Keikaku for them, and it's just smooth sailing. It's like smooth like butter. It's like there's nothing going wrong for Dignitas right now. It's like they're just walking through a park.
They're just walking through the park. Very calm, relaxing walk as well. They kind of say, oh, right? They're just going to pick some flowers, and those flowers might be in the shape of dark peaches. Now we are having a skirmish down in that bottom lane, though. Leaf not even going to commit the Unite as well, but everything, they're throwing everything and the kitchen sink at Dignitas, but regardless of what they're doing, they just can't take anyone down. They're too tanky, they've got too much damage, too much health, too much defense to cut through. And it's basically Dark Peach, they're at the mercy of Dignitas whenever they're nearby. Even Gatling Bolt Missile being used to just zone them away. Dark Peach basically just sitting on the edge thinking, what can we even do? They're gonna try and catch out the Meowth here. If they can grab this one, this will be pretty big. It's a big injection of experience. A level 13 Meowth going to be taken down. So far, this is probably the best thing that has happened here to Dark Peach. Is it going to change much of the game? Unfortunately,
probably not.
I don't think so. If the levels went to the Leafeon, or maybe even the Latios, maybe. Unfortunately, most of the levels went to the Machamp, who's level 12.
At the same time, right? Like, you saw how much resources they expended just to be able to get that Meowth down. You know, they went in for a lot of their moves, popped in their Unite moves as well, and all that just to be able to take down Meowth of all Pokemon. How much more if everything is there for Dignitas? Right?
I mean, just looking at how the game is going, you would think Dignitas should be able to take this game, but let's not count out Dark Peach yet, right? Like, they are behind in levels. They, unfortunately, haven't gotten anything else yet. If they could grab a buff coming into the final 2-minute stretch, that would be great. Regieleki would be nice as well, but if they lose Pokemon for a Regieleki, that would absolutely not be worth it at all. In the backlines, that we see a Crustle trying to fight up against a Meowth, but the rest of the team right next to the Regieleki get shredded. The Crustle is going to be the last one to go down. We still have a Leafeon who managed to get back home to base, but the Regieleki gets taken. To 10 seconds until Groudon appears in that central section of the map, and we have a Regieleki barreling down that lane. Someone's gonna have to deal with this. If they leave it, back caps galore for Dignitas. Oh, they let it go through.
The final stretch. The final stretch, though, going into well, they're just trying to get it done.
Play with me getting used, so Leafeon didn't even get to use the Emerald 2-step, so that's going to be a denied knockout thanks to Zealot. Now all of a sudden this Leafeon at the mercy of both a Snorlax and a Mimikyu. We have a 100-point dunk thanks to that side dunk because the central area, it's wide open. The difference between the two teams is 700 points, not even a full team score from Dark Peach is going to bring them back into the game. Groudon, though, going to be burned down. Who gets that final hit, though? It's going to be the Crustle, but where's the rest of Dark Peach? The Machamp is gone. The Alcremie is still down. The Latios falls as well. And with just 2 Pokemon left on the field, now down to 1. Dark Peach, I mean, they take the final objective, but they just don't have enough Pokemon on the field with the Groudon buff to help bring them back.
I mean, look at this, though. Like, Dignitas was just using the Groudon as a bait. They don't really need the Groudon anymore at this point. It's already like 700 points ahead, and even if they do get the Groudon, even if Dark Peach gets a Groudon, gets all of their points, it's just 500. They're still in the lead, and if they do allow them to score in, they can just score for themselves as well, you know, increasing the gap.
Gosh, the gap's so big. I think at this
too
point,
big, too huge.
It's massive. If you're Dark Peach, I think you're already just thinking about your lower bracket matches now. Like, to be fair, we have to give praise to Dignitas where it's deserved. Like, there's a reason why Dignitas won LAOC, and because the team looks very polished coming into ACL. The synergy is there, the drafting is there as well, the deep playable Pokemon, I think, is a very big one, especially with the format for ACL this year as well, where we are starting, I think think we did technically see some teams kind of struggle with the format because we're so used to playing standard Unite where game 2, you can just pick the same old thing over and over again. You can just go for the same strong defenders and supporters and central laners. That's not an option for you coming into the tournament this year. You have to be prepared with a pretty deep ocean of playable Pokemon. Otherwise, if you can only play 3 Pokemon, you're in trouble. You're in big trouble.
No, I totally agree with you. And I mean, I think for me, right, like I want to see this format moving forward because then it would allow us to see more Pokemon that isn't really pegged a lot compared to the previous tournaments. Because again, as you mentioned, we get to see the same Pokemon here and there, the same bans, but if they are banned from being used again, hey, we get to see more Pokemon like this.
Get more options, more strats, more drafts, more. I think most importantly, we just want to see more Pokemon play.
That's
we like
true.
to see variety. You know, as humans, we don't like to eat the same thing. Okay, we like to change it up every day. So let's have a nice variety of Pokemon to play. But with that said, JJ, we have already guaranteed our team in the second round of upper bracket matches. So Dignitas is going to be going through in the upper bracket, and I believe based off of the bracket, that means they will play Nemesis tomorrow. Am I correct?
Yes, they are going to go up against Team Nemesis tomorrow, which is going to be, I believe, the first match as well of the day, if I'm not mistaken. So it's going to be quite a tough order here for Team Nemesis, especially, you know, you're going to be waking up and thinking to yourself, hey, we're going to go up against Dignitas for our first match.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm just having a look at tomorrow's schedule. I don't think we're going to be seeing the upper bracket. Oh wait, it's that's upper semi, isn't it?
Yes, it's upper semis already. That's going to be Nemesis and Dignitas.
Okay, so just a quick recap of how the games are going to happen tomorrow. That match won't be until after all of the round 2 and round 3 lower bracket matches. Sorry, I'm just looking at the schedule. So that's not that's not the beginning of the day. That's later on. So, but it will happen. At least we get to see the match. I think that's the most important thing here for all of our viewers at home. Everyone wants to see that particular matchup. So look forward to that for tomorrow. Not at the beginning of the day, it'll be towards the end of the day, leading into our best of 5 grand final, because that's going to be a bit of a doozy, you know? But I love grand final weekends. That's where all the fun is, JJ.
I mean, at least, right, they still have some sort of, some more time for themselves to prepare themselves mentally. Whereas it's quite unfortunate for those who are coming in from the lower bracket that they have to play from the start of the day. Really, and it's going to be quite a mental toll for them as well, going to, because they're going to play non-stop from the start of the day going into the grand finals, should they be able to get into the grand finals.
Yeah, so it's a long day. I mean, if you think about it, Nemesis and Dignitas, they can actually just kind of relax, watch the games on broadcast, I guess, go to the stadium a little bit later. I don't know what the player schedule is, if they need to actually be at the venue the whole day, but at least they get to actually watch all of the matches leading up to the semis, because like for everyone competing, right, they want to see like who's their potential opponent going to be. Can they watch their matches before they actually have their game against them? In a competitive format, you want to have as much information on your opponent as possible. So that's probably going to be what's going to be happening tomorrow for Big Dignitas and Nemesis. But we already have our first it's our upper semi-final match.
Yes. There you go. And at the same time, you know, we're still waiting for the results for GMU and Rival Esports. We still don't know who has won that match, but for the next match as well, as we have just watched, Darkfish and Dignitas, the next game is going to be Fennel and CACM Esports, which I think is going to be quite interesting as well, because this is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing CACM in the broadcast for this tournament.
Yeah, so we unfortunately didn't get to watch that earlier today due to scheduling. We kind of wanted to try and have the teams, you know, move on. We didn't want to have the broadcast be held back. So just a quick recap. I believe the score for CACM and Full Sense earlier today was 2-0. I don't think Full Sense was able to take a game off of CACM. So
CACM, yeah.
that's a pretty big statement already, because we did kind of expect Full Sense to be, I want to say, a threat coming into the tournament. So for them to drop 2-0 against CACM, now it's gotten me excited to see how they're going to do against Fennel of all teams.
Of all teams, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, Fennel is one of those star teams in the tournament, and then at the same time, you know, CACM is one of those top teams as well in the LAIC. So this could, that matchup alone could very much be an indication of where Asia is against that of the you know, the western regions. Because again, if CACM Esports wins this, there's a high chance, there's a really high chance that we might be able to see a rematch of the LAIC teams over the grand finals.
That would be pretty devastating if you think about it, right? You have the ACL, and then we have Western final. Not to say it's a bad thing, okay? But
and
I think
it's a high possibility of happening too.
Very high possibility. I think it would be interesting because everyone would think, oh, it's the ACL finals, but we have a Western finals. Like, where's the logic? There is no logic in competition, folks. Okay, you get what you get, so enjoy the games. So yeah, we are going to be getting ready for our next matchup in just a second, folks. So if you need to do anything, best time to do it now, actually. So if you need to go grab a quick toilet break, if you want to grab some snacks, drinks, go do that now, because we are having our teams get ready for our next matchup. And if you've just gotten back, okay, if you did not listen to JJ and my monologue for the last 10 minutes, our next upcoming matchup is Fennel versus CACM. It's a best-of-3 matchup between these two teams. In the upper bracket, loser is going to drop down to the lower bracket. Winner is going to continue through the upper bracket run and will make it to the upper bracket semi-finals. And I think now everyone wants to kind of see how good's Fennel and how good's CACM, because right now I think all eyes are on Fennel to potentially win this best of 3, but I do think CACM is in a really good position to upset as well.
No, yeah, I mean, it's man, the Western region, LAIC is a totally different world, a totally different universe than what we have here in Asia. And thus far, we have been seeing, you know, these teams coming from LAIC winning their matches against our teams here in the Asia region. So really going to be devastating for us as well, of course, if Fennel does get a lose here. But then again, it's still not the end of the world for everyone here, whoever gets taken down, because this is once again a double elimination game. So there's still something to, you know, look forward to.
There is absolutely something to look forward to. Just a quick update as well, because we have another game currently happening at the same time. So we are not broadcasting this one on this stream, unfortunately. GMU and Rival Esports, that match is actually currently happening right now. They're in about the 5-minute mark on the sub-stage stream. So we're just going up there. We're going to go jump into that matchup whilst you get ready for the main stage. Okay, let's go, you know, let's go and watch Rival and GMU, because I actually want to watch that game as well. All right,
wow, we're just starting. Well, so, we're actually going in the middle of the match.
I said they were 5 minutes into the game. So JJ, give us the quick rundown of the Pokemon from both sides and the levels. Like, where is everyone currently at in the game?
Yeah, I mean, like, this is going to be the, what do you call this? Where are we? Here we go. First match of the round 2 of the upper bracket. You know, GMU going in for the Town Flame, the Water Bear, I think you see that? The Miraidon, the Psyduck, and the Eldegoss. But into the side of Rival Esports, it's going to be the Blastoise, the Darkrai, the Latias, which we have seen more than that of the Latios. The Greninja, once again, back into the action, and the Umbreon. As of right now, still, we are currently at the 3-minute mark, but still, it's what do you call it? An equal footing for both of these teams, actually.
Pretty equal footing. We do have a level lead for this Greninja though, and right now Rival Esports, they tried to fight into GMU, but the team is low on health, and unfortunately they don't really have the quickest way to heal up their Pokemon. We're going to see the first one go down though. The Latias is down, but it's going to cost up a double knockout. It looks like both supports and the Talonflame are going to go down on the side of GMU. So great repel coming in from Rival Esports. That could have actually gone sideways.
No, yeah, but here you go. A 100 and 110 again. Both of them equal footing. They're not. There's not a lot of gaps for both of these teams. The levels are quite similar as well. So this, we were just thrown into the middle of the match, but still could go either way.
Yeah, it could go either way. We do have a bit of an experience boost going in the way of Rival Esports, picking up that red ice. So they have obviously the health regen. But I think most importantly for this matchup, they want to grab those levels because the focus for Rival Esports really is going to be the end game. They've got the Greninja. They really want to have that Greninja be as strong as possible going into that last 2-minute stretch. And this is classic Rival Esports. They've got a buff. They really want to try and capitalize on this. And Talonflame isn't here. Groudon is there. There's still no Talonflame, but the dive is going to happen.
And here to have it, this is going to be the Groudon fight right here. That's going to be the Milo into that of the sideline, going to be able to take it out as well. Miraidon trying to do some charge beam here. Low HPs into the side of Rival Esports, but they are still alive right here. Here comes the flame sweep, but they're not going to be able to do a lot as they got taken out. That's going to be 4 down to the side of JMU. No, that is now a team wipe.
Team wipe. That's going to be a buff going to Rival Esports as well. And yes, they might be behind in the points department, but Groudon's buff is going to fix that for them all together. Now up to 310 points over 201. And I think for Rival Esports, they have the level lead, they have the shield as well. They're pretty happy to just kind of take things easy now, right? Like just keep an eye on GMU, see where they kind of want to go with this game. But at this point of time, it looks like game number 1 should be going to Rival Esports unless something absolutely dire happens.
No, yeah, I mean, again, JMU still has a minute left though, so there's still a possibility that they can catch up into Rival Esports if they can defend this well. But then again, we have to remember that they also have the Groudon. Oh, beautiful Milo though to stop them from stopping the score.
Stop them from scoring. They're gonna get the defense in. I mean, the points go in anyway. 86 thanks to the Latias. And I think this might just be where GMU run out of gas as Rival Esports just step over all of these Pokemon looking to score, widen the gap, and solidify their position in game 1 of this best of 3 against GMU. Already with 1 game in this best of 3, they're basically in position to 2-0 the set.
There you have it. Rival Esports is going to be the one winning game number 1 of this matchup.
So with that said, JJ, are you worried for GMU?
I am quite worried for GMU. I mean, if they're not going to be able to have an answer back against that Rival Esports, then this might as well just be 2-0.
Yeah, it could be 2-0. Thoughts going into game 2? Do you think we could see maybe a comeback, you know, in game 3?
Well, possibly going into a game of, I mean, with how, okay, wait, or what's happening? What's happening? Okay, here we go. There we have it. That is now Fennel coming in. I think we have just started the games as well. For sorry to answer your question, I think it's quite less likely to happen given how well dominated the fights for Rival Esports. But if somehow JMU would be able to get in the XPs, then I guess they would have a good time going into game number 2.
Yeah. All right. So I think we're jumping into the next game. Hang on, I'm gonna have a look at production here.
Yeah, we are now setting up Fennel and CACM Esports as well. So in just a bit, perhaps we might be able to jump in there. We just got a little bit of a glimpse of what's happening in the substage, and now we're going to be heading towards that of the main stage. We're just having a there we go. We are now going back to the main stage as we just got an update.
Okay, so I also think we might be going in for a bit of a swap as well. So here we go, CACM Esports. All right, we finally have the matchup we've been waiting for on the stage. The players are getting set. We're gonna have this game happen any moment now, but it should be a really exciting one here, ladies and gentlemen. So get hyped for this one if you have no idea what I am talking about, okay? This match happening right now, it is gonna be Fennel versus CACM. One of my highlight matches of the day, actually. I'm most excited about this one because this is a statement match for both of these teams. If Fennel win this, it's a statement for them to say that they are effectively one of the teams to look out for the entire tournament. As for CACM, if they knock out Fennel from the upper bracket, that's going to show everybody that CACM, this is a dark horse that you have to keep an eye on. Now, for this best of 3, we're going to be giving JJ a little bit of a break, okay? We're going to be bringing in PUACL for this best of 3. Pika, welcome back to the casting desk. I'm so excited for this matchup. I want to hear your thoughts on this. Who do you think is going to clinch this best of 3?
I am always excited if the team who is going to play is going to be Fennel, and definitely I think that Fennel might be able to win this game. I wouldn't say dominate because, you know, knowing CACM, they have been a great team by far in their tournament run, not just in ACL, but also from their previous tournaments. So, you know, it's going to be a tough road for them, but I personally feel like Fennel has been much more of a consistent team, not just in Japan, but as a unit and as a team into the world level of Pokemon UNITE.
Yeah. Okay, so let's start getting a little bit technical with these two teams because we are effectively looking at two of the best teams in two completely different regions. Not the best, I suppose. CACM did come second at LAIC, but a strong team nonetheless. What do both of these teams kind of bring to the table that the other team needs to be very wary of? And I think we've got to start with Fennel, right? Like, this is the team that everyone's kind of looking at here. This is the #1 Japanese team coming in for ACL. What makes Fennel special this year? Because this is not the same Fennel that I think we're all kind of familiar with last year. Yeah. We are looking at a completely different iteration of Fennel, but regardless, they still came first.
Well, I think, well, according to them, they were highlighting B1, which is primarily the defender of the team, and due to the fact that B1 has a wide variety of Pokemon pool, which does really excel in a format such as this one in ACL Finals, which is the knockout banning system, wherein those Pokemons that you've used during game #1 cannot be used at the whole duration of the series anymore. So I feel like the flexibility when it comes to Pokemon that this team could actually use makes them such a strong team as a competitor here in PUACL Finals. But for CACM, what do you think, Dally? What can they actually have, or what is that they do have something in return in order to go up against Fennel?
So, okay, this is personal. I mean, this is a personal opinion. I've also heard conflicting opinions from other people. The Japanese teams generally don't look outside of their own region, and obviously there's a reason for this. They tend to sort of focus on their own region because they know that they have a lot of very strong teams, right? And because we don't have a lot of international tournaments, Japan doesn't really, you know, tend to put their focus on teams in the Western scene, unless maybe it's Worlds, right? That is the only exception. Aside from that, Japan tends to focus on Japan, maybe sometimes APAC, but aside from that, they don't really look outwards. Now, coming into this tournament, I feel like CACM, this is a team that I don't think Fennel would look very deeply into CACM outside of maybe their run at LAIC. And so because of that, this is a personal prediction, I think Fennel is going to be lacking some crucial knowledge in CACM's general playstyle, right? Which is going to be their regional playstyle. Now the question is, like, is CACM's playstyle going to be compatible with Japan? Because Japan tends to play pretty quick, right? They tend to be pretty quick. They want to get on top of you during the 9-minute mark once they have their central laners kind of drop on into those side lanes. Can CACM keep up with Fennel's playstyle? Because I think this isn't something that is outside of everyone's knowledge either. CACM can also play fast themselves.
Yeah.
The thing I might worry about could be their pool of playable Pokemon. because a lot of the Fennel players, I mean, we know a lot of them as well, right? They've been around for forever. They've played multiple metas of Pokemon Unite, meaning that they had to master a pretty big pool of playable Pokemon. CACM, because they're coming in from the Western region, the all-ban format actually isn't applied over there. So they're not forced to play as many Pokemon as we are over in Asia. So I kind of wonder for CACM, first, one thing, can they keep up with Fennel? Two, do they have the Pokemon pool to also play up against what Fennel is going to be throwing at them as well?
Yes, and I do believe that Fennel does actually have that wide variety of Pokemon pool. As for CACM, we don't have much kind of an information, as I would say, but you stated a while ago that they can also play aggressively, which is probably, I would say, one of their signatures as a unit as well. You know, making sure that pressure are always applied no matter what duration of the games are, and they have been watching or keeping an eye on, that's how I put it, into Fennel and Reject as well. They are the primary targets of CACM esports heading towards ACL finals. So definitely, I think they did their best research in order to take down Fennel. But as for Fennel, they have better Pokemon pool, or they understand the tournament structure or tournament format here in ACL finals, because this might be a shock factor for CACM. Maybe they have not prepared for this kind of format, or maybe they just want to completely sweep this game away so that it won't come to a point wherein they are actually being forced to use such Pokemons which are not beyond their comfort zones anymore.
Yeah, to add on to this as well, since we haven't actually covered Fennel or CACM on the English broadcast here, so just a little bit more of information for CACM for our Asian viewers that might not follow, you know, Unite outside of the APAC and Japan region. So most recently, for CACM, the last tournament that they played was actually the AOS Cup, the most recent AOS Cup, which was back in February. They came fourth in that tournament. So they unfortunately dropped to Tuzzy Esports in the third place matchup. The winning team for that was actually Team Peps, followed by Evil Geniuses in second place. Dignitas, believe it or not, in that tournament actually came in the 5th to 8th bracket. So Dignitas didn't actually do well. So I would even argue to a certain degree, depending on how CACM is feeling with the current meta, maybe they got some extra strats up their sleeve, that this team could actually be better than Dignitas coming into the tournament today. Now, unfortunately, because we didn't get to watch their game earlier today, it's really hard for me to really judge where CACM is on the, I guess, like power level for ACL. Fennel's a great way to test their skill. Okay, I think this is why I'm so excited to see CACM play here, because if they beat Fennel, that's a huge statement to everyone else competing in the tournament. Now, going back onto the matches that CACM played, I'm going to focus more on the last couple games that CACM played. I thought I had data for this, and now my data is going to fail me. So CACM, notable Pokemon that this team plays, okay? Gengar. They play Gengar. Yeah. They play Mega Gyarados. And they love the Hooper. Okay, so they play, aside from the Gengar, they tend to play a lot of like a very meta Pokemon. So they're not a team like Scar that goes for this very crazy Dodrio, fly strat. They tend to sort of play in your face. They want to go for the pickups with the Gengar, but assuming Fennel has done their homework, I am suspecting Gengar bans. If those Gengar bans don't happen, I think this could be a really big wake-up call for Fennel if CACM is allowed to play their style of Unite, which is having a 4-man unit cooperating with a Gengar that's going to be roaming around.
Yeah, aggressiveness, being able to make sure to apply those kind of pressure, that is the best capable Pokemon that team could have, which is going to be a Gengar, because of the amount of damage that it could actually do in just split amount of second. That is the best Pokemon that you could insert into their kind of playstyle. And if you don't have enough time to sync them, definitely that will be a big obstacle for Fennel to actually cross down the road as they head into this series between CACM. But We haven't seen that much action yet from CACM. We are not quite sure how they have upskilled going into this tournament because their match was off stream a while ago versus Full Sense. But they were able to take down Full Sense in 2-0, and not just 2-0. I do believe there was a huge difference when it comes to their playstyle and gameplay, making them the team who's actually shining the most out of their matchup. So we gotta expect more here from CACM, and same thing goes from Fennel because they actually did well again during their matchup with GodLike Esports, but they're facing a different team right now, and I heavily do believe that CACM Esports is much of a stronger team compared to GodLike. So it's all about testing the waters right now, Danley, and this is really tough to predict. But overall consistency, I feel like Fennel does still have it on the table, but CACM for sure, they have come prepared for this one, just like what they said, and Fennel is the team that they are watching for into this tournament.
Yeah, I think this first game is really going to set the tone for both Fennel and CACM because everyone's trying to establish where they are on the Unite hierarchy right now in the tournament. I mean, the imaginary hierarchy is Fennel. I wouldn't say Fennel is at the top. They're one of the top teams, but I can't definitively say personally that there is a team that is like the go-to team, right? Because as great as Japan is, I don't think Japan is actually the absolute best. The region has its pros and cons. Pros being they get a lot of competitive practice with a lot of teams of equal skill, but at the same time, you're kind of practicing within the single region. You're not playing a lot of international tournaments, and international metas can kind of throw off regional metas in a lot of cases. So it really comes down to how everyone is going to be approaching the tournament. Like, does everyone just like, I forgot what year it was. I think it was like, was it last year? It might have been 2024, where everybody...
Yeah, 2024.
Yeah, so back in 2024, where everybody really respected, right, the Fennel meta, the Fennel playstyle, that everyone kind of adopted Japan's playstyle. Is that what's going to happen today as well? Or is it going to be more of a mix of how these teams play individually? I think teams have suddenly realized, like, no longer is it a case of like Japan is the ultimate draft, the ultimate playstyle. It really is also personal taste and what you're comfortable with. And already we can see homework has been done. Gengar has been banned by Fennel, so they have done their homework. But the question is, how much homework has CACM done on Fennel?
Absolutely. I feel like they did all the digging that they actually have done, especially if they are looking forward to face Fennel specifically in Asia Champions League. But here we go, just like you've said, respect ban from the Gengar and as well as the Surfetch, you know, one of the most staple bans that we have been seeing as of for today. I do believe like there's only one appearance from Surfetch by far from today from the broadcasted matches, so pretty strong Pokemon that they do not want to appear into the fray. But you talked about a while ago that CACM does love to play a lot of Hoopa, and it is going to be Fennel taking it onto their hands. So this is a great response, not just to deny pick it, but at the same time be able to show off those Pokemons or wild pool of Pokemons, because for sure they might take this away later on together with the Gengar, knowing that this is one of the signature Pokemons as well from CACM. So I think that Fennel, what they're trying to prioritize from now is to take away the comfort Pokemons from CACM and for them to be able to maximize their utility usage from it.
Okay, interesting. So Mega Charizard X is going to be the choice here for game number 1 for CACM. And they're going to finalize everything with the Ceruledge. So main damage dealer, obviously going to be that Ceruledge in the front line. You're going to have that Mew coming in from the back lines, coming in with the Solar Beams, the Electro Balls. You also have that Charizard X to be in that front line to cause quite a lot of problems. And of course that Crustle. I kind of wanted to talk about the Crustle before because this is another Pokemon that CACM is very comfortable playing with. We actually see this quite a lot in their games in the Unite scene. So I hope they know that they're giving away a very big comfort pick to the other side in that Crustle, because we've seen what teams can do if they really know how to handle a Crustle. Now on the other end, Fennel, they've got a lot of map control, right? They've got the map control because of the Hooper, they have healing, they also have a Blastoise that's going to be there to cause quite a lot of issues with the disruption. We'll have to find out if it's going to be the Surf build or if it's going to be Rapid Spin. Serena's a bit of an interesting one. This is a bit of like a, I want to say a APAC Asia special. We don't see this a lot, but the Asia teams love to kind of bring this in every now and again. Really great disruption, single target disruption as well. Very annoying Pokemon that has to be addressed eventually in these fights because Serena just starts to really ramp up if you kind of leave her unchecked as well, right? So CACM, they have to really decide their priority targets in these fights. Who is it going to be? Like, do you really want to focus all your attention onto the Serena? Do you need to bring it back onto the Mimikyu? Because Mimikyu is also going to be quite a big issue in these fights, especially for the backline squishies. The Mew needs to be very aware of where it's going to be because if that Mimikyu jumps on top of Mew, game over.
Oh yeah, game over. That is going to be very tough. Knowing that Mimikyu is an agile Pokemon, despite what moveset it does actually go for, it could be the Trick Room, it could be
Trick
the
Room's been popular today.
Absolutely, you know, it gives a lot of mobility, and at the same time, you could definitely spam your Shadow Claws if you want to. So there's just a lot of options that you could juggle around with a Mimikyu, and this is such a strong Pokemon into the early stages of the game. So if you're going to be taking a look at Fennel, they have 2 Pokemon, or actually 3 Pokemon, that are actually good with the early game, and on the late game stages, they do have the Serena and the Blastoise to assist them as well.
All right, both central lane is rotating up into that top lane. We do have the Lucario backing up, and I think once they've seen that Cerulege, they say, okay, they mean business. It's going to be a battle for those central lane Pokemon. They're even bringing Frank in as well, so big respects to CACM realizing that this experience is going to come in very handy if a fight breaks out. They do have the Mew support. They managed to grab it super quick and get out of there as well. Cerulege looking to dive in deep, but they also realize the Squirtle is here as well, so nice backup there for CACM to not go for a full commitment onto that tier 1 goal zone.
Yeah, and I think they also felt that rotation might happen on the Naru, so they just want to maximize the XPs that this team or CACM could actually get around the map, because they know that this is a very early game reliant Pokemon from Fennel, so they want to make sure to scale up, make sure to get that Charizard online as quick as possible, because if that Charizard and Cerulege are together as a unit, definitely the front lines would be very much difficult to handle for Fennel, because they're not just tanky, those damages are gonna hurt as well.
Yeah, the damage adds up. I think that's something we do need to sort of bring up as this game goes later and later. We do have Regidrago appearing in the central area of the map as well, but I have to say quite surprisingly that no one's really decided to focus that down. Regidrago is there, but the focus seems to be on the side lanes instead. They are slowly rotating in the Cerulege, the Crustle's coming in as well, but you can see Fennel, they're also wanting to take this Regidrago themselves, committing the Mimikyu to this. Psyduck is going to be there as well. We've got the Crustle nearby. Already Trick Room going to be deployed, so that is going to kind of chase off the Cerulege, right? Like, you see that Trick Room, you need to be very aware. Charmeleon of all Pokemon, they're getting the secure there, but what is it going to be? It's going to come at the cost of not just his life, also the Ceruleges, also the Psyduck, and CACM. They might have gotten the Regidrago, but it was a very, very expensive purchase.
Very costly indeed. That is a total of 4 Pokemon knocked out in the process for a Regidrago. Quite unfortunate for them, and not just that, they will be sacrificing their first tier goal zone at top half in a bit of a moment. So there has been a lot of exchanges. An objective for Pokemon not looking good for CACM. That is why they want to secure this Registeel as quick as possible, and now they have the attacking prowess here, Danilee.
But they want to back up though, they're just not in position to fight this. Crustle goes down, so the frontliner is down. Looks like the Charizard X is there to play. Mimikyu a little bit too low, having to escape away from that Trick Room, and thankfully Charizard, if it wasn't for him, they would have actually been in pretty deep trouble there on the side of CACM. So right now, props to CACM, right? They've taken 2 objectives. They got the Registeel down in the bottom lane. They stole away the Regidrago as well. And I think Fennel, they're kind of thinking like, wait a minute, we should have gotten those 2 objectives, but we kind of lost in that department. So because of that, CACM, they're keeping up in levels. And look up top, they're going for a full-on fight in that top lane, but the Mew, first one to drop, the support coming in clutch there for Fennel. We still have the Psyduck sort of sticking around, going for a score, trying to just waste time here with the Lucario, probably going to be knocked out as well, and will go down unfortunately. CACM, interesting play style, right? They're not really scoring points, they're getting a few here and there. It's mostly been objectives keeping them in the game.
Yeah, and that Registeel did help them for quite some time, but Fennel, on the other hand, making sure to control the map to defend their goal zones. And I don't know if you saw that PY1 was actually waiting for reinforcements, was forced to use the Aura Cannon as well, just to deflect those scoring capabilities that CACM might actually be able to do up against them. So the priority here for Fennel is to cash in those points and be able to defend their goal zone and just get those XPs up and online. As for CACM, they are patient, they just want those XPs and be able to punch them through into the later stages of the game.
That was such a quick reaction time from the Serena, like bush checked the Crustal and just got out of there immediately before CACM were able to get the collapse. Beautiful timing. And unfortunately, because of that, CACM, they're not really able to get anything after such a big commitment going into that bottom lane. We are going to be seeing the Reggie here in that bottom lane. Up top, Reggie Alecki gets secured by the Lucario, so that's going to have to be dealt with eventually. Cerulege is there ready to take that, but for the rest of the team, they're going to have to sacrifice that Reggie Rock in the process. I'm not feeling too good here for CACM because they've given away these objectives back to Fennel. This is experience that they're not getting under their own belt, and they're slowly slipping in the experience department. They can't really afford to fall too far behind, especially with the kind of Pokemon that they're running. We're going to be seeing some scores happening in that top lane, so have to try and buy some time as well. But CACM, do they have any follow-up to try and deal with that bottom lane? They're kind of just wasting time, but that's it.
That's it, just being able to solve the fights and the scoring.
Oh, the
Here
Serena
comes the Blades Ascendant in order to lift someone up. Hydro Typhoon actually used to buy some time, but the Blastoise will make it out. B1 actually does! Despite the catastrophe that he had faced, he was able to make it out into the 4 members from CACM.
I mean, best case scenario, they did get the Serena at least, so that was a high priority knockout, removing the Serena from the map, and obviously the experience as well. But CACM are not really where they want to be for levels yet. They really need to get some more on their core Pokemon, in particular the Cerulege and the Charizard. Really would love to be at level 12 here if possible. But, you know, look at how Fennel are playing. Like, they're playing very far forward, but they're not exposing their core Pokemon. Looks like Hooper going to be committing the Unite here at the 3-minute mark. Charizard's going to be punished there by the Lucario, so that's going to be a great knock there. Goes to Psyduck as well. Big score, and these scores are going to expose that central goal zone for CACM. That's big trouble because that's going to be up against a team that has Hooper. And we all know what happens when you're up against a Hooper and your home base is exposed. You are leaving your team open for those central base Hooper Unites.
Yeah, and this is actually what we've seen before, Danley. Fennel could actually just take those Aeos energies and totally ignore Groundhog later on and score 500 points onto the base of CACM. But on the other side, CACM trying to score some points here all the way in top lane, just to be able to make sure to minimize or, let's say, lessen the gap here in the point department. But I'm not quite favorable in terms of their exchanging of priorities, because they have been sacrificing a lot for little things only that would benefit them.
Yeah, they're really far behind in levels as well. Like, Cerulege is level 13, but this Charizard X really wants to be somewhere else if possible. Gonna commit the Unite, they're under the Serena, and they're gonna go for the rush. They're gonna say, okay guys, it is a dire straits, we're going for the ground on, but the thing is, like, look at this, right? Fennel, they just go straight for home base. They have the Hooper there, they're gonna bring the team back in. They scored the point, 664. Even if it was a full team score here for CACM, it's not enough. They're actually going to have to look for more. So this is the last hurrah here for CACM. They have to go all in, farm as many points as possible, and hope that they're going to be able to outscore. But instead, they're going to go home instead to try and stop Marshio, but he gets the points in. The gap is 730 to 269. I think we've actually hit unreachable territory, Pika Yules.
They need to score more than 500, even though they are a unit. It will be difficult for them to catch up. They're still taking pressure on the top lane because this Lucario could actually back cap. But what can CACM do at the last minute of the game? There's just pure defense as well from Fennel. 4 from the bottom, 4 from the top, Pat, and 1 at the bottom.
Yeah, unless the team is able to score together, they just don't have a way to score enough points to outscore Fennel, because Fennel can ignore them. They can score themselves. They also have points in their own pockets. So the Fennel, they can defend if they want to. They can ignore this. Look at Hooper going into the bottom lane. I think they've almost got the Unite move as well, so they can just bring in the whole team whilst everyone is currently defending. Just waste CACM's time. But the Hooper has been spotted out by the Mew. 92 points have been dumped by that side up. They're still looking for more. Another 18 seconds to go. But look at this Fennel. They're just going to join the Hooper, go to the enemy base, score even more points, and say it is impossible. See you in game number 2, CACM.
Yeah, totally. See you on the next one. I mean, we've seen this multiple times, Dandelion, not just in the Worlds, not just in ACL finals, but I think one of the most recent ones is during the ACL in Southeast Asia. I think it was Team Nemesis who actually did the same strategy wherein they just have to get those 500 points being online and just use the Hoopa to have the mobility to go and defend that goal zone. And that is the same thing that actually Fennel did. They don't care if that Groudon will land at the hands of CACM simply because you're not unstoppable. You can still defend it as long as you hit the opponent Pokemon. So with that kind of gap, huge gap that is around 500 point gap, definitely you need the whole roster to score hundreds so that you can win.
Yeah, this is the issue when you play against Hooper. This is a strategic issue because if you're playing up against a Hooper, you can't really afford to leave your home base open. Like, that's why the tier 2 goal zones are so important. You have to defend that essentially with your life if you're playing up against that Hooper, because as soon as that back door opens, that's strat. The only way that you can deny that is maybe if you have one of your core Pokemon kind of waiting for the Hooper to try and go towards that back cap. If you manage to intercept him before he's close enough, you can maybe get the knockout and then things turn. But usually Hooper's capable of popping the Unite before they get knocked out. So it's tough. You know, this is the reason why Hooper is one of the most high priority supporters in the game, because it provides so much utility to the team. The mobility, the healing, the ability to save the teammates, and how strong Hooper can be in the laning stage as well. So supports, some people look down on supports. They say, oh, supports are for sissies. I can promise you a lot of supports win games for their team.
Yeah, we just saw one with our eyes, and that is actually Fennel getting their first game up against CACM. Now, the question here is, Danley, would they ban the Hoopa just so to avoid from CACM using that Pokemon? Because you mentioned that CACM does use a lot of Hoopa as well with that Gengar combo, and due to the fact that Gengar is somewhat of an automatic ban for Fennel, is it really possible for them to ban away the Hoopa and, just so that they could seal it out in 2-0? Because Fennel doesn't want a game number 3 here. They want to take a break as fast as possible and be able to make sure that they can scout whoever their next opponent would be for tomorrow.
I think the safest bet here for Fennel, if they want to win this game, and if they want to avoid a situation in the game that we saw just now, Gengar has to remain banned. I think that goes without saying. You do not give CACM a comfort pick. I think you got to ban the Hoopa. You got to ban the Hoopa. But let me have a look at the VOD. What is this potentially going to come at the cost of? Because we also have to consider, like, what else did they ban in that previous game? So Fennel also banned Zacian and Slowbro. I would say you could probably give the Slowbro away, swap that out, put the Hoopa ban there instead so that you can avoid the Hoopa. I think Zacian can stay banned. Yeah. I don't really think that really needs to change. Unless... Hang on, I'm just trying to think. CACM's going to get first pick, right?
I mean, they do have the option, as far as I know.
I wish we knew
if they want to go for
get.
first pick, yeah.
Yeah, I wish we knew what they'd actually get, because then we can kind of predict the bans, because I know in APAC, a lot of the teams actually like getting second pick because you get the next two. Like, it's great that you get the first ban and the first pick, but the advantage of second pick is that you get 2 Pokemon during your initial picks, and then you also get last pick. So you get the surprise element to add onto your team. So, okay, if it's first pick for CACM, I'm just thinking here.
Could be a Mega Gyarados, since they haven't locked in a Mega Gyarados, and if they want the firepower, it could be a Mega Gyarados, but there's just a lot of things to consider as well here, Daniel, because Gyarados would really struggle in early stages of the game, and knowing that the composition of what Fennel used a while ago is heavily reliant on its consistency, not just in early game, but it was consistent all over the course of the 10-minute mark of the game. You know, just being able to see the Mimikyu, the Lucario being able to defend and attack as well. It's just difficult for you to have that Gyarados as your main all-rounder, not unless you have dedicated someone who could babysit that Gyarados and be able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I don't think Gyarados is going to be first pick material, because we also have to remember, so CACM loved Gyarados, but that was when Gyarados was meta, right before the nerfs. So Gyarados isn't as strong as it used to be. So I don't know if we're going to be seeing Gyarados as maybe first pick material. Maybe like, okay, hang on, let's see what they've decided to go for picks. First ban is, find out in just a second. Is it Fennel first ban, or is it, okay, so we have first pick for CACM.
CACM.
So I don't think it's Gyarados. If I'm them, I might be hoping to get the Hooper if it doesn't get banned by Fennel. If not, we could be in for a bit of a surprise pick. But I'm just looking at their previous matches. Like, what else would they kind of want to grab in that first pick spot? Because you have to pick something significant. I mean, maybe if you don't get the Hooper, maybe you go for, I don't think you first pick Vaporeon and Umbreon anymore.
Alright,
okay,
Hooper's open.
Slowbro's banned. Okay, Hooper's open. I mean, that means Fennel's happy if they pick Hooper first, because Fennel can't pick it anyway. So if I'm CACM, I'm chilling. I'm chilling. I don't worry about the Hooper. It's going to be another support option. CACM wants the opening pick, and it's Cram. This is worth first picking. I actually really like this opening.
We're gonna see a Dragapult. I just saw a Dragapult over, and I don't know, for some reason Dragapult is a good attacker that doesn't really have much of a meta appearance, so I mean, it's a possibility, but depending on the composition that Fennel wants to run, I think it doesn't kind of fit them. But Dodrio for AK1 here for B1 is going to be a Snorlax, so we might see a Scars 2.0 here, Danley.
It might be. I mean, this is not really a Scar thing. Japan actually just loves to play a little bit loose sometimes, so yeah, this isn't new to me. And we also have to remember, this is Mame on the roster. Mame, I think, if I'm not mistaken, on his old roster, he was like one of the first players to kind of popularize the Dodrio Sableye playstyle. So it could be his idea. We kind of don't know. I have to actually check who's the captain of Fennel. I'm gonna have a quick look, see. Just give me a second. Captain is AK1 actually. All right, second round of picks. How are we kind of feeling with the picks here, Pika? Is there anything that's kind of sticking out to you?
All right. I feel like it's looking pretty great for Fennel as for starters, but I feel like they do need another all-rounder here, Danley. But for the side of CACM, I feel like it's much of a standard draft. That's how I put it. This is much more similar to what they have used during game number 1.
And also, I want to add this on as well for CACM. They, every now and again, they also like to bring out, I presume this is Scyther. I don't think this is Scizor.
Yeah, it's Scyther. Yeah,
so
Scyther.
This could be a bit of a surprise pick as well, because I mean, we've seen teams when they randomly whip out the Scyther. I think the last game that I saw for CACM, they actually won with the Scyther last pick. So this is an ace up CACM sleeve. They want to bring this to a game number 3. They have great setup for this as well. They've got Hooper for the sustain as well as the save. They have Umbreon to help set up. They have the Machamp as well for setup. The only issue I can kind of foresee this Scyther running into is that there aren't any easy targets outside of the Dodrio. Snorlax is pretty big. Vaporeon is even bigger in a lot of regards.
It's even bigger.
Yeah, so it's not a case of like the Scyther's gonna come in, get an insta KO, and everything's done and dusted. Like they actually need to be very surgical with how they decide to use the Scyther in these team fights. It's actually a lot of pressure on the rest of CACM to create the opening for the Scyther to either come in and clean up or have Scyther start and also come in to finish. Scyther's job is not there to start and finish on the spot. He's going to be there to start things for the team. The team comes and follows through. Once they're at lethal damage, then the knockout comes in with the Scyther. But Japan is very, very well versed in the generic playstyle for Scyther, so this isn't going to be a case of Japan not being ready for this. Fennel, they've played against Scyther plenty of times in the past, so I think it's going to come down to the skill of the Scyther player. Can he find those openings to surprise Fennel in those skirmishes?
Just have to watch and find out here, Danny. But I'm a little bit concerned on the Scyther here for game number 2, knowing that a lot of Pokemon from Fennel are so tanky. So I'm not quite sure if they could dish out those big damages right off the bat, or, you know, everyone would just have to tank it in and punish that Scyther really hard, knowing that there is actually a Mega Charizard X that could just Mega Evolve later on with its Seismic Slam and be able to dish out those really big damages.
Yeah, I agree. That Charizard is actually a pretty big threat if he manages to lock on to that Scyther. But I think we also need to kind of bring in an extra effect of the Scyther. If Scyther snowballs, I think that's it. Because you have a lot of resources that have to be invested on the side of Fennel, especially onto that Charizard. So if they can kind of hit them hard and fast before that Charizard comes online, they could hit Fennel when they are essentially at their weakness. Now, it's going to be quite difficult with a Dodrio on the field. Hooper, the hole is just a little bit too late there, so that's going to be the support out of the picture. Scyther's level 6. We're still waiting for a play to happen, but we haven't seen that move happen yet, and I kind of wonder if maybe that's a little bit of hesitation coming in for the Scyther. They're trying to rotate into the top lane, so they're kind of hoping that they can catch AK1 here. Instead, going to go for the buff instead, just make sure the Dodrio does not steal that away. They need that buff on that Scyther. They need every bit of advantage that they can get on their speedster.
Absolutely, you know, in order for you to be an efficient central laner, you just have to get every single buff for you to be able to help your team out in this kind of fights. But I feel like the Dodrio AK1 is much more efficient compared to the Scyther now, because it does get an invade a while ago into central area. So there has been an exchange already in the top lane, which is looking good here for CACM. So a little bit of a handshake that is looking great, but at the same time, look at the push from the Lucario. Wow.
You can tell they played a lot of Lucario. They were ready for that hyperspace hole. So this is the Hooper effect. Hooper is such a popular Pokemon. Everyone knows the timing for when Pokemon are going to be coming in from the hyperspace hole. They do get the pushback though onto Lucario. Going to jump onto that goal zone, but just gets completely overwhelmed in the process. Hyperspace hole is there to bring the team back into the fight as well at full health. And Fennel, they still need to be very, very aware of the aggression coming out from CACM, because if they don't slow that down, the resets are there, the Scyther is there to set up as well. So Fennel, they're not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, but I'd have to say that the tempo right now is leaning towards CACM after that successful team fight on the bottom lane. And not just that, they were able to secure the Regice as well here and there. But in exchange, it might be the Regieleki, simply because they have sacrificed their powers all over that Regice. So a push in exchange for HP regain. This is actually that we must look forward to see, knowing that this could actually be simply deflected. If they have the defense capabilities, then they could push back the Regieleki. And I think they'd have to go for offensive because they want to tear everyone down.
Whoa, the Charizard managing to catch out that Scyther, but are they going to be able to escape in time? The Scyther are actually going to be going for the Unite instead. Just turns onto Fennel, rips them to shreds, and the last one remaining is that Snorlax, who's already back home. And this is the magic that you can bring out with that Scyther. Yes, this Pokemon is squishy. Yes, can be vulnerable to that Charizard, but if you don't have the burst to bring this Pokemon down as that Scyther hits the ground, he can turn on your team. And I think Fennel, they learned a very painful lesson today.
Yes, and the snowball is already happening here, Danny. And if you're at the side of Fennel, you want to make sure that that Charizard must be able to get those huge chunk of XPs so that it could be at the same level as the Scyther. Simply because it is the only Pokemon I see who could lock him down with a Seismic Slam, and it would cost your Unite move and your Mega Evolution just to be able to take down that squishy Pokemon. So you need those XPs as much as possible, and you need to make the first move simply because this Scyther could take you by surprise.
I mean, he's already surprising us, right? He's level 11. He was actually behind, I think, in levels in that team fight. He was level 9, so picked up 2 levels after essentially almost a full team sweep as well. So if that's how Scyther is going to perform at level 11, equalize with the opponents, imagine what the Scyther is going to do once he starts to eclipse that Dodrio, who is the leader on Fennel in terms of experience. We've still got another 4.5 minutes to go in the match, so it is not over yet, but we are starting to see a bit of a clearer picture as to which direction this game is going to go, because originally we were worried for CACM because Fennel, they're running a very big lineup. They have a little bit more room in terms of making mistakes because they have bigger Pokemon with a lot more abilities to be able to disengage if things do go awry, but I think we're also starting to reach that point where CACM, they're also picking up enough utility to really make them a very threatening bunch. Like, if you're Fennel, you have to commit in these fights. Now, look at this. Like, you are so desperate. You're actually going to commit a Unite onto a Machamp. I mean, they get it. Machamp was level 12, so we do get a big boost of experience on the side of Fennel, but that means they're not going to have access to that Charizard Unite up until around the time that Groudon's going to be on the field. So CACM, they got to commit that information to memory, because that means all of a sudden this Scyther is actually free to do whatever he wants for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, and I think that Unite move from the Mega Charizard was really on purpose, simply because he wants to get those huge chunk of XPs as much as possible and play the last 2 minutes of the duration of the first 8 minutes as safe as possible. So just have to make sure to get something in return and avoid getting knocked out, then he should be fine as it is.
Oh, look at that. Unite going to be used by that Scyther right before that 3-minute mark. Does not get the knockout though. Bit unfortunate, but they did threaten Fennel.
Yes, but that Unite move will be on cooldown, but does have the energy amplifier though, so he can get that online as quick as possible. So it's all about a battle of resources for the last minute before the final stretch, and just so that those Unite moves will be online for both teams.
Yeah, Vaporeon gonna try and steal as much experience as possible. Might be able to escape. This is Mame we're talking about as well. Muddy Water is there. Is healing up with the Aqua Ring, but no, the Scyther, just such a great chaser in this game. So that's going to be Mame down, and also a level 13 Scyther coming into that 2.5 minute mark. So yeah, we've got to pay attention to where Reggie is going to be in these fights, because this Scyther is going to be huge, especially with a Reggie Steel buff, the extra attack. This is overkill, PPs.
Absolutely, this is not looking great for Fennel. Have to watch out for those surprise attacks coming in from the Scyther. And I do feel like the win condition here for Fennel is, number 1, to take CACM by surprise, and 2, stall that buff away, but it will be less than 1 minute before the game ends, and they cannot afford to play safe simply because they don't know who's on the lead.
Yeah, no one knows, and it's a 1-point lead here for Fennel, so if these teams know what the situation is for the game, they would have to fight really hard for this. But look at this, the Charizard is down, the Snorlax was knocked out immediately as the battle began. Next, the Lucario, the Vaporeon, CACM, they are not here to play, they are here to win. They lock up that Groudon as quick as they came. And Mika, we have a match. We have a game number 3.
We have a game number 3, 1:20 left, but they decided to retreat already because they want to defend. Would this be for the betterment of the team, or would this actually shake things up for CACM? This is not the way it should end. CACM wants to force things down, but same thing goes from Fennel. They know they're just toying around with them.
Yep, they're toying around with them. They also have the Groudon shields as well, so that's also the extra attack damage Oh man, CACM, they're looking fantastic in game number 2. The thing is, they have to make sure they also don't make mistakes. Now, here comes the Snorlax, uses the power nap, will finally be able to get that Unite move, managing to get a big grab there onto the Machamp. There goes the Hooper as well. Oh no, CACM, are they starting to slip? Their Scyther very low as well. Fennel fighting hard. They really want to win this matchup. All it takes is one, but I don't think they have enough gas in the tank. 321 points to 344. Reggie is there with 50 points. The Dodrio is being chased up by the Cramorant as well, and with 20 seconds left to go. If you're Fennel, I think you've got to score somehow, but the Dodrio is gone. Their hopes, their dreams are gone and done and dusted. Another 100 points in. CACM lock in for game number 3.
A close call for CACM, but they were able to finish the job. And right now we are heading towards game number 3. What a match we've seen so far. I think this is far by the best game, in my opinion, that we've witnessed for today in the broadcast matches so far. And this just goes to show how competitive these two teams are. They are at the equal footing now, definitely, and this is going to shake things off. This is actually game number 3, and whoever loses the series would have to play much more, simply because they would have to travel all the way to the lower bracket.
I think we also need to mention that I believe Fennel is one of the essentially the last Japanese team in the upper brackets. And I think a lot of spectators, and I think we also kind of expected at least one of the Japanese teams to be able to make the group, but CACM are about to dash Japan's hopes and dreams by staying in the upper brackets after a monstrous performance for game number 2. And this is the second place team for LAIC up against the first place team from Japan. So I think Fennel, are they shaken? I don't think this team is going to be as shaken as another team would have been if they were taken down by CACM. But it's game 3. This game is actually on. It's a reset between these two teams. Loser goes down to the lower bracket. Winner's going to continue to the upper bracket semi-final. Everything is now on the line for these teams because you do not want to drop down into losers brackets territory.
Oh, that will be a tough road, especially that all teams out there are hyper-focused just to get that one single opportunity for you to claw your way back into the grand finals. But a little bit of an update, though, between Rival Esports and GMU. It is actually Rival Esports being able to get the victory up against GMU 2-1, and GMU would have to fall back into the lower bracket. So let's have a little bit of visualization on what the upper bracket looks like for tomorrow. So it will be Team Nemesis versus Dignitas, and then Rival Esports versus who is going to win between CACM and Fennel. We are going to determine that one in just a bit. So we are seeing one team from APAC, one team from, I do believe, Dignitas is from NA, and then CACM is from... Is it from Brazil or Mexico? I forgot the region.
Okay, give me a second.
Let me check. All right. Wait. Yeah, I'm checking as well.
It's a Chilean esports organization.
Mexico.
Yeah, the teams, the players are Mexican. The org is Chilean.
Yeah. And then the one who is in Brazil is actually Force Gaming. There we go. I'm having a little bit of confusion on their region. But yeah. It's going to be Mexico, so you're seeing an EU, NA, Southeast Asia, and potentially an APAC team if Fennel does actually get the victory here. But CACM so far, they have been so phenomenal in that last matchup, but we definitely do not see Fennel dropping the game as well. They were consistent all throughout. There were some exchanges as well, despite losing a little bit of team fights, but heading towards game number 3, the Pokemon pool keeps on shrinking. They haven't used the Gengar yet, which is automatically banned by Fennel simply because they respect CACM. But right now, they don't have Hoopa. They don't have Scyther. What is going to be the next Pokemon? What is going to be the X Factor? Because we had Hoopa and Scyther a while ago. Would it be the Leafeon? Would it be a Comfy Zoroark? Or would it be an unexpected showdown or show-up of Pokemon from CACM?
I don't want to talk about just CACM. I think we also have to consider Fennel too, right? Because Fennel is also at risk of dropping down to the lower bracket. This game is even. Just looking at how these two teams play, Fennel, CACM, I think in an even matchup, these guys, it can go any way. It depends on the Pokemon that they pick, what they let through, what they're not capable of playing. So, I kind of need the draft screen because we need like a visualizer of like what is available for both sides and what's potentially going to be banned. But you're right? Hooper is banned. Both teams don't need to ban the Hooper at all because that has been exhausted by both sides. Scyther has been exhausted by CACM, and I do wonder if that might be something that Fennel might want to consider going into game number 3 themselves. That's assuming that they're actually comfortable enough to actually play the Scyther here up against CACM, because if your opponents are good with a certain Pokemon, that Pokemon, you can grab it yourself, but I bet you CACM, this team knows how to play against a Scyther as well, so they could potentially brick wall a Scyther if one does happen to pop up on the side of Fennel. So what is going to be the opening pick here? Because I do think this is going to set the tone for both of these teams on what to expect going into game number 3. We have our bans happening right now. There's going to be no Gengar, Inteleon is gone, Mew is banned, Mega Charizard Y is banned as well. I have to say the Slowbro ban has been sticking the Fennel. They just do not want this Pokemon to go through, and the Sirfetch'd is banned as well. So, pick ban phase. Bans are over. What are we going to expect for first pick here, Picky? It's going to be the Zacian for Fennel.
I mean, I kind of understand why they keep on banning Slowbro, simply because the meta really revolves on all-rounders and bruisers, and you don't want that Slowbro to stop your tracks in. So, definitely understandable, and you gotta respect that decision, Danley. But we've been noticing that both teams are actually narrowing down the option when it comes to attacker. But might to tell you that Fennel hasn't used an attacker here in the game. So if they do want, they could go for that Cramorant, and actually the Mew is banned. So they could go for the Cramorant, go for a similar age just like the other teams. Greninja would suffice as well. There's just too many options to consider.
They're really thinking. You can tell they're really thinking. I was thinking Leafeon actually for Fennel, because that's a great speedster for the team. Comes online really quick, does a lot of damage, can quickly rotate around the map as well. So you can play this Leafeon either aggressively or defensively for the team if necessary. So if you're CACM, you do need to be aware of where Marshio is potentially going to be if Marshio is the pilot for this Leafeon. On the other end though, we have not seen a Suicune, I think, all day today. This might be the first Suicune on broadcast. I don't remember seeing any in my games anyway. So this one is a bit of a surprise. But at the same time, could be a bit of a shock here for Fennel, because they also now need to be aware of the presence of that Suicune, because we have seen in the past how impactful a Suicune can be in a team fight, especially if you're able to get those timely freezes.
So definitely, I think that, instead of going for the rages, they want to be more aggressive here. So it's full of melee Pokemons here from Fennel. So they want to go head straight into the fights, be able to provide those aggressive plays as well, and heavily rely on B1 when it comes to setups, because that is the only Pokemon capable to do the setups with the Moonlight Prince, and that is a little bit concerning on my part, since what if B1 is not around in the fight? Definitely it will be difficult for you to set up. Mame could go in independently, but what comes in right after that? It will be very tough for you to do the follow-ups, for you to do the combos, and that is just quite the opposite for CACM. They're looking quite in sync with the heavy slam of the Snorlax, the freezes from the Suicune, and maybe eventually the Dragon's Current from the Mega Gyarados. So there's just a lot of option from CACM, but for Fennel, they would have to rely on to the Umbreon when it comes to setup.
I feel like Fennel is coming into this game and they're playing a game of dodgeball. There are so many skills and abilities that they have to dodge, because they have so many squishies where if you get caught by any of these abilities, like, that's an instant knockout. I have to say, Fennel, they are going in very deep. I think they're trying to pick a next level strategy to try and outplay CACM. The fear I currently have is that CACM, I do think they have a little bit more of a forgiving draft. They have a more forgiving draft, they have more health, they have more utilities, where if they just catch somebody on Fennel, that's it. There's no Chansey, there's no Clefable there. Sorry, no Clefable. No Blissey there to provide a safeguard to help you. At most, I think some of these Pokemon are running full heal, but that's it. You don't really have any other get out of free jail cards. And with the amount of disable that they're going up against, I kind of wonder if Fennel are going for a going to sound silly, a 3D lineup where they look like they're going to play aggressive, but in fact, they're actually trying to go for a bit of a semi-back-cap lineup where if this aggression fails, they can resort to that Sableye Dodrio play style where they just decide to go for back caps because they have a lot of very quick, very agile Pokemon that can quickly traverse the map.
Yeah, that's very quite possible, especially with the Galarian Rapid Dash, the Leafeon being available. You've talked about the agileness of those Pokemon, so pretty much we could see that in the picture later on, you know, and just get the pick-off knockouts because that will be the most efficient way for these teams to actually get to be on the starting point or be able to get a head start. And knowing that Fennel is an aggressive team as well, just like CACM, they definitely do have the capacity to do that, especially in an early game, simply because that Mega Gyarados won't be online by 8-minute mark.
Yeah, they need a little bit of time before that Mega Gyarados is going to be a factor. I'm nervous for both teams. This series, I think, is my favorite so far today. Very close. Yeah. Both of these teams showing their potential in ACL this year. And really, if anything, I think these teams are proving that they are very much champion quality this year. Like either of these teams could be our champions. Like we could be seeing essentially the grand final, you know, for ACL 2026 with how well both of these teams are playing. But let's hope that we can have this technical issue sorted as soon as possible, because it looks like we do have something kind of plaguing Fennel at the moment, as we do have one of our tech engineers over here kind of helping them out just to sort out this problem. So I know we've had smooth sailing here, folks, for, I want to say, half the day. We did have a bit of a rocky start at the beginning of the day. We do want to say thank you to everybody that has stuck with us this far. But we're getting very close to the end of today's broadcast. I'm pretty sure the players as well want to try and wrap up their games because they want to prepare for their matches tomorrow. But let's just give our last little bit of energy to our teams that are still playing our last couple of games today, because it has been a long day here at the Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League 2026 finals.
I just can't wait. I want to see the match right now, Danley. This is
We all want to see the match. What do you mean? Oh yeah, I want to sit here and pause. Pauses are fun. I don't need to watch games of Pokemon UNITE. I'm joking, but oh man, these pause gamings, like it might seem like it throws us off. I promise you, it throws the players off more than anything.
Yeah, that is what I was about to say here, Danley, because you got the momentum already, especially for CACM. They are hungry. They just want game number 2, and they want to keep that momentum coming back on track. So it's a domino effect. Once you have a little bit of a cooldown, your focus might shift already. So you need to stay focused, have that kind of composure, because if you get distracted just one bit, that could be a domino effect already and might drag your performance down.
Yeah, we don't know if it's going to have a negative opponents on Fennel or maybe even CACM more, because teams tend to react differently to pauses. Like, some teams are fine. They vibe, they get back into the game, it's okay. But there are definitely other teams that definitely get a little bit more emotionally involved in their matches, so pauses like this are way more detrimental to their performance. I'm not familiar enough with CACM as a team to really be able to make a judgment call as to how they are emotionally in the game. Fennel, I can tell you, at least for Mame, this man is very emotionally invested in Pokemon UNITE. So whenever we have these pauses, it does impact him quite a lot in the past.
Let's just hope that those kind of emotions won't take over into a negative way, because those kind of negative way when it comes to emotion definitely drags the performance down of the player, not just in Pokemon UNITE, but every single Pokemon game that you're about to play. So let's just hope that this one will be resolved as quick as possible. And I think we're getting a little bit of a go signal from our technical officers. I'm not quite sure what would happen, and there's just some conversations happening around the background.
Yeah, I don't speak the language, so I wish I could lip read what the admins are saying here, because that would be really helpful for us too to see like what's kind of going on for the teams. I think they're just briefing CACM on what's happening, because I mean, looking at, yeah, I don't think they're the ones having tech issues, or maybe they are. Yeah, it's hard to say because we're not also getting updated on what is happening. We're also kind of just making judgment calls on what we're kind of seeing here. So, yeah, hopefully this does get sorted out soon. Okay, so it looks like some of our stage admins are kind of backing up. I would love to say we're ready to go, but unless we get the green light, we're not going to go yet.
Yeah, and again, for those of you who are actually curious on what's happening on the substage as well, we currently do have Enter Force 36 versus Force Gaming. Wow, such huge forces are, you know, playing in the background. But they're currently on their game number 1, so the loser or the team who would not emerge victorious in this matchup between eForce 36 and Force Gaming would have to end their journey for Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League final. So this is actually Japan region versus Brazil, if I'm not mistaken.
I am not familiar with some of the regions, so I am
going
going to agree.
I got it correctly. I got it correctly.
I'm going to agree. I'm sorry. I focus more on Asia because all the other games, they all happen when I'm sleeping. So I wake up and it's like, oh, they played their games. Okay, I guess I'm going to watch the VODs over coffee.
Yeah. I mean,
that's my life.
Quite opposite. I mean, we do have the same time zone despite we're from different regions. So I understand the sentiment.
Yeah. Just happens. Maybe it's a good thing though, you know, it's like too much Unite on the same time zone. It's probably a little bit overwhelming for the average person too, so it's very good to have a little bit of a break here. But looks like the players are kind of just vibing, getting ready, drinking water, just yapping, talking. I'm just thinking, what would you kind of talk about during a tech pause like this? Like obviously you want to talk about the game, you want to talk about how to do the lanes, but I mean, we didn't really start the game, right? So there's not much to report. Yeah. It's like we're walking into lane, folks. That's it.
That's it.
If I get this matchup, let's do this. If I get this matchup, let's do this. I don't think the depth of conversation is going to be quite there for these teams. I guess we can start our own discussion actually, Matt Pika. I have a question for you.
Oh, what is that question?
Let's kind of sit in the coaching booth here for both of these teams, for both Fennel and CACM. Who are problem players that we're going to have to pick apart on the opposite team?
Okay, if I am going to be the coach here for CACM, I feel like one of the I have two players that I have to get a keen eye for. So number 1, I think it's going to be B1. Specifically, B1 has the capacity to control the tempo of the game. And number 2 is going to be Mashio, because Mashio is just such a good Pokemon trainer who could dish out them, just has some wonderful timings as well, despite of what Pokemon is actually being used. So B1 and Mashio, definitely a huge combo from Fennel. Very big hitters, I have to tell you that.
Yeah. Okay, we are back into the game, so discussion is officially over. Let's jump back into this, ladies and gentlemen, and Pokemon trainers from all around the world. We're seeing quite a bit of firepower being deployed by CACM in that top lane. They tried to go for the commitment there onto the Mimikyu. This Eevee really wants to grab them, but maybe getting a bit too greedy there. Escapes with just a sliver of health, and at the cost of 2 Pokemon there for Fennel. They get both the Eevee and the poor little Froakie. So big win in that top lane for CACM.
Big win indeed, and look at that. AK1 trying to invade the mid or the central area of CACM just to be able to make sure to get those resources, and he is nearing towards level 7, which is actually very ideal as a Leafeon in order for you to dish out those kind of damages. And everyone is actually suffering from the Sword Dog, from the Leafeon. It's just too much firepower at the first 2 minutes of the game.
Hey, let's not forget that Galarian Rapidash as well, right? You're going to get that little bit of burst every now and again from the Rapidash as it dashes in to provide assistance to the team. So CACM, I hope they know what they're getting into, because Fennel want to play this really hard and fast. Now, there is an advantage here because they did manage to get rid of the Frogadier, so that's going to slow down Mashio's progress on that attacker for Fennel. So CACM, they are also trying to get a bit of a foothold in this matchup because they also understand how scary Fennel is if they give that experience away. Giving away the Mimikyu is not the right play though. Yeah, the Gyarados gets that one. They will at least manage to get a consolation knockout there in the Galarian Rapidash. Leafeon though getting a big knockout on that Suicune and a score as well. So that's a pretty big one. The Gyarados they would love to counter knockout, but by himself, there's just no way that he's going to be able to catch up AK1.
And that was actually a huge Emerald 2-step just to avoid the freezes that the Suicune could actually do. Such a phenomenal timing from AK1. But here comes the Gyarados, still trying to contest the Regice. Dragon Breath not going to be making it on time, so you have to pivot back to another objective, which is going to be the Regieleki at bottom.
Regieleki down bottom, and you can see already CACM rotating as an entire team wanting to grab the objective. But look at that though, Suicune getting a very quick punish onto both Suicune and that Mimikyu, thanks to Fennel's very smart rotation. Yes, Gyarados did come in to pick up that Leafeon, but I think that might have actually hurt CACM a little bit more than it did for Fennel, because it kind of stopped any kind of maneuvers there for CACM. I love how the Reggie is still sitting in the middle of the map. Both teams are kind of hesitant to take it because they're scared of being punished. But I think once they realize that this has been deprioritized by both teams, maybe we could see a bit of a change here for both of our squads. But right now, it's just being completely ignored. Lane experience is currently being prioritized.
And I heavily do understand why they're not prioritizing the Regidrago, simply because it provides scoring speed, and the state of the game tells them that they have to kill experience for now. So yes, it does provide a little bit of experience, but the main objective is to get that scoring. Godlike is actually used in order to jail them down, and that is 2. Make that was 3 KOs. A huge setup from Fennel just to be able to take down this goal zone at the top.
And it's going to be completely clear as well. So if they want to be as efficient as possible, they absolutely can break this. It's going to be a 36-point dunk here by the Galarian Rapidash. So 33-point overdunk. Fennel means business in game number 3.
They want business, they want to finish things off, they want to be the last team from the Japan region to advance even deeper into the upper bracket tournament. But here comes the Mimikyu, trying to pour his way in. Sword Dart is still up, and you gotta love the composure of Fennel just to be able to make sure that they stay up in the fight and sacrifice a little bit of points here at the bottom lane, because they don't want those experience to be granted for CACM.
Yeah, now we do have the Regieleki in this bottom lane being started upon by CACM. You can see Fennel wants to do something, but there's just far too many Pokemon here, so there's going to have to at least be one sacrifice made, but at the cost of what? They're clearing out the map as they're rotating down towards the bottom lane. They're actually going to just let this go on through, and instead they're going to go for the backline Pokemon instead. Emerald 2-step committed to get rid of that Mimikyu right in the middle of the fray. That Suicune dropping very low. Icicle Spears, though, connecting onto that Leafeon, but thankfully it's healthy enough to tank all that damage up. Galarian Rapidash going to be playing with this Snorlax, and it's very, very dainty, very agile horse Pokemon. A bit too much for a Snorlax to deal with right now.
This is looking tougher and tougher for CACM. The Glacial stage has actually been used. Same thing with the Shuriken. Coming in from the Greninja, but it gets frozen at the middle of the map. And Fennel has been punished. 2-1 exchange though, not quite over yet. 3 in exchange of 1. CACM was actually able to make something in return.
I have to say, CACM, they are dealing with its aggression really well. They've only lost a tier 1 goal zone in that top lane. They are keeping up pretty well in the experience department as well. If they were really suffering against Fennel, they would actually be, I want to say, at most, level 11 across the board. So the fact that they're still getting experience is a miracle in itself. And they are having some success with some of these team fights. So they're not out of it yet. Fennel might look like they are predominantly leading, but we have to remember this is an early game lineup. If we talk about scaling, that is in CACM's department. This is the team that is going to be running that late game monstrous draft. Up in the top lane, 42 points going to be dunked in by that Gyarados. So a very big score that's also going to break that tier 1 goal zone. So removing that goal zone from Fennel in that top lane.
Oh, and look at the position of CACM. This is going to be the Registeel at the top lane. This could cause huge problem for the side of Fennel. And that is going to be the Registeel. Very quite unfortunate. Fennel has to give it up. Yes, they do. They still have 29 seconds. So, Fennel, they have to catch off guard their opponent, because if they don't, this could cause very huge problems for them.
Alright, so you can see right now CACM trying to grab up as much experience as possible. Look at this bush. This is the bush of knockouts. Anybody that tries to jump onto the Zacian is going to be in for a whole world of hurt. It's going to be the Suiker, and runs and gets deleted by Fennel. So that's going to be the defender out of the picture. They still have that Snorlax though. They do get the off onto that Umbreon, who is leaping forward. Gets caught by the play with me. Moonlight Prance will connect to the team as well. Do they have the knockdown? Do they have the damage though? Looks like the Zacian getting a knockout there as well. 3 Pokemon down for CACM. They still have that Mega Gyarados and that Snorlax. Suicune is back up on the field. Fennel though very low. They still need to either finish that final objective, or they have to finish off CACM. But maybe is it too much? Leafeon gets that Gyarados. They get the buff, but have they run out of gas?
They ran out of gas. It's only the Sword Dog that is left up in the map together with Greninja. Do they have enough buff? Do they have enough time? 40 points is not a comfortable lead that Fennel doesn't want to sit in.
Is there anyone on the side of Fennel that has the shield? I feel like there might be one Pokemon left.
Sword Dog.
It's okay. It's PY. He has a job. He has a job to deliver the most important package of his life, and it's going to be to the other side of the map. The rest of the team, they have to somehow defend against a full roster of CACM. Instead, Dash is going to come and provide support for the team. If anyone scores, it is over. They're all down bottom, and you can see CACM, they are hesitating to start this fight. And look at the Greninja sitting in the backline, waiting to jump onto that jump pad if necessary. They're going to catch out that Snorlax first one to go down. There goes the Suiker. Umbreon is gone. I think this is enough for Fennel to stay on the throne. Full team wipe, and Fennel, they get rid of CACM, and they're going to secure their spot in our semi-final match tomorrow.
The way they control the front, the back row from Bolivia to get the Emerald 2 set was a phenomenal teamwork from Fennel, making sure that they are the better team at the last minute of the game.
That was so scary. Fennel could have fallen for the trap and tried to go for that back trap with the Zacian, but I think they realized that they needed the entire team there to defend that bottom tier 2 goal zone. And catching out the Snorlax there, the Greninja coming in, having that extra second, I think that may have been what won them the game, because we have seen in some of these fights the Snorlax played such a pivotal role for CACM to set up for the rest of the team to get those knockouts. So getting rid of such a pivotal Pokemon in such a crucial fight created the opening that Fennel needed to take this game and to secure their spot tomorrow in the upper bracket. CACM, they're not out of the tournament. They are still very much in it, but they will be playing in the lower bracket matches tomorrow.
素晴らしい試合でした。改めて勝利のフェネルに大きな拍手をお送りください。
From Fennel was actually on point, knowing that there are a lot of players left from CACM who does have number 1, the Registeel buff, and number 2, the Suicune has the Groudon buff. You cannot be hasty as much as possible, because they also have the potential to score against you. Despite you having the buff, despite the Sword Dog having the Groudon buff, you could back up for 100. But at what exchange? That is going to be very heavy reliant towards the side of CACM, and they have the capacity to completely wipe them out. So defending the goal zone was the best case possible for them to take the win.
Yeah, that's... I think we really have to emphasize the decision for the Zacian to not go. I think if Fennel sent Zacian to go for a back cap there, they would have lost. So the fact that they made that very, very dangerous call to say, hey, we need you to defend the goal zone, that basically won them the game. And also, of course, catching out the Snorlax, again, I have to emphasize this, was so important in winning that matchup, because the defenders, like we saw for CACM, right, a lot of their victories came because they were able to get the appropriate lockdown on some of these very squishy, very agile Pokemon. So you remove a Snorlax out of the equation, who is one of the most reliable Pokemon on this lineup to actually catch these squishies. You're giving free reign to Fennel's core Pokemon to start running down your backline attackers, because what's Glaceon going to do? It's an Icicle Spear Glaceon as well, so you really are relying on your front line to create that gap, that space, so that your Glaceon's able to do what it's supposed to do in that back line. So Favorite game of the day? Yes. If you are just tuning into
definitely.
the broadcast, go rewind the broadcast. Start from game number 1. This set is well worth watching.
Definitely the best set so far, but we still have more action here, Danny, because we're just going to be taking in a short break, and right after that, we'll be back with more Pokémon Unite action right here in Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League Finals. We'll be right back, trainers.
all trainers alike. We are once again back for more Pokemon Unite action only here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals 2026. My name is JJ, and with me is Yules. We are now down to the last 2 matches of this day, and it has been quite a wild ride. I mean, it's only we're like an hour and a half left before we reach like 12 hours of being in the broadcast. So that's wild.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Pokemon Unite actions a while ago. 6 best of 3s, and as far as I know, 1 show match. So that's around how many games already? 12 to 18 matches already. That is such a huge action here in Pokemon Unite, and it doesn't end there because we do have another kind of matchup coming right away here, JJ. And I might tell you, we're going to be going down a little bit into the lower bracket just so that we have an ample time for tomorrow's upper bracket semifinals.
No, that's actually what the interesting part here is that the last 2 games, as you have mentioned, the last 2 games that we're going to have for the broadcast would be matches from the lower bracket. We've been watching matches from the upper bracket, so this time we have to give some, some highlights to those teams that were dropped off to the lower bracket. So as you can see here on the screen as well, we do have some of our. I'm trying to take a look as well. It was quite quick too. So right now we're going to have our first. Round 1. It's gonna be round 1, bracket 1. It is we might possibly have Enter Force 36 versus Force Gaming. I am not entirely
well, their match is ongoing.
Oh, their match is ongoing
right now. Yeah, you're currently in game number 2, so definitely we might not be able to see them. So that
could be Reckoning.
Reckoning Esports and Reject.
There you go. Which, honestly, we haven't really seen Reckoning Esports just yet in the main broadcast, so it's actually a good thing for us to watch as well. But then again, we have Force Gaming, which I haven't, another team that we haven't seen in the main broadcast as well. And then immediately afterwards, we're going to have the second bracket, the second round 1 lower bracket match, which is either going to be T1 Scars or GodLike Esports and Full Sense. And then whoever's going to be winning that will be proceeding to the lower brackets round 2, which will be kicking off for tomorrow and then leading up to the upper brackets.
Yeah, I'm just quite excited on what's about to happen, and especially this is actually the stage wherein we can determine who would be the first 4 teams who is about to bid farewell into the tournament, because as much as possible, we want to see more actions between the teams competing here in the tournament. Definitely, we only need 1 champion, and we are going to determine that tomorrow. But hey, it's not just being the champion. The goal here is JJ, because aside from the champion or the rights for you to say that I am the king of ACL, we also have a dedicated slot for the champion and the second placer team for them to go directly into Worlds 2026.
No, yeah, that is one of the things. It's more of a reward, but really it's what you're after here. It's just like any other qualifying grounds, qualifying tournaments, right? Like, you want to win this, possibly the first and second placements, just like the upcoming Master Ball League, especially in the Southeast Asia regions for the trading card game and the video game championships, right? Where if you win, you go directly, a win or second placement, right? You go directly to Worlds, just like what's happening here for Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026. So again, as we mentioned, it's not just the crown of being a winner for the Asian Champions League 2026 finals, but also being directly invited. You don't need to play no more national qualifiers, because we're still going to have some national qualifiers, right? Especially for the regions in Asia. We still are going to have that, but if you do win this, you don't have to go through that and just have the longest practice possible preparing for the World Championships.
And that will be really fun as well, JJ, knowing that there are other regions who has very limited slots for Worlds, just like the Philippines region and I do believe Indonesia, as far as I know. They only have 1 slot for Worlds, so being able to if those regions would win here at Worlds, definitely would be great to see multiple teams coming in from the same region.
Here you go. We are just waiting for
the thing to come back again, as we are having the teams, playing right now to be what do you call this? To be introduced, right? So again, we're going to have Reject and Reckoning Esports.
Oh, there we go. We are back. Right, to apologize for the delay. And here we go, Reckoning Esports, ladies and gentlemen. One of the representatives from the India region. They're actually the champion team from their ACL qualifiers. So, India League, top team so far in India. Definitely, you'd have to give it to Reckoning Esports.
Oh wow! Terribly sorry for that. Yeah. So again, this is going to be Japan versus India, and oh, we're going to have a reintroduction.
Yeah. I feel like there was a problem a while ago on their end, but yeah, we got Reject here. Overlord, Haruto, Favon, PU, and the screen was so fast. All right, let me read it via my notes. So. Reject, we do have PU, Haruto, Overlord, Pavone, Satake, and Yume Nyan as their sub. So, Overlord, another world champion, has appeared in the fray here, JJ. And Reckoning Esports, not so fresh. That's not how I want to put it. But we're taking a look at homegrown veterans already, or veterans in the league of Pokemon Unite, which is in the form of Overlord and the other players of and. A little bit of a fresh team here in the international stage is going to be Reckoning Esports. And this is going to be a huge obstacle and pressure for them, knowing that they are going up against one of the best teams.
Did you see that? They get sorry, I was trying to focus towards what's happening on the screen, and we did see that Reckoning Esports actually, since Reject lost the coin flip, Reckoning Esports actually went in for the second pick for the game.
Well, it all comes to better decision makings and the priorities of the teams as well. And let's just trust their judgment. Maybe they do have something up on their minds, at the back of their minds, that hey, maybe if we do this, we'll win more games, or we'll do better on these games. Because there are factors that you have to consider as well, JJ, as a team or as an analyst perspective. And let's just trust what the judgments are here. Knowing that it is, yes, you want to get that first pick because you want to get that priority Pokemon, but I feel like they're prioritizing much more of having two Pokemons at the same time as the first pick and be able to get the last pick as well.
No, yeah, I mean, it is definitely a way for them to be able to counter whichever Pokemon Reject is going to pick up for themselves. But then again, for Team Reject, they don't really need to do a lot. We know that they can we know for a fact that they are really strong here. So still, the pressure is on the side of Team Reckoning, right?
Yeah, Reckoning Esports. That's a huge pressure for them, JJ, especially that this is the lower bracket. So if you definitely lose this game, then you are out for the duration of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, and that would be dimming the chances of you as well qualifying to Worlds via ACLs, because not just you want to be the best team in the Asia Champions League, but as well as get that slot into the Worlds. And knowing the India region, by far my knowledge, they only have one slot as well from the regional qualifiers. So as much as possible, they want to have a lot of teams from the region represent it in the Worlds.
Of course. And here we have it. Of course, they are now just trying to set things up. They are now currently at the lobby. Not everyone is at the lobby just yet, but they are now preparing. And really, this is what we're talking about earlier. There might be some hiccups at the first few games of the tournament, but as we go along, we are going to have that out of the way. And look at this right now. It's actually quite clear that they are set up now faster than they were setting up earlier today.
And actually, I think we do have a result as well on our substage. So it is actually Force Gaming eliminating Enter Force 36 in the lower bracket. So for those of you who doesn't know, Enter Force 36 is actually a team in Japan region, and the other one, which is Force Gaming, is actually a team based in the LAIC, which is in Brazil. So we have one Japan region team is already is already out in the tournament. Sorry for that. So we'll definitely see a lot of variations when it comes to regional perspective here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League.
And possibly as well, we might be able to see another team from Japan to be taken out in the tournament, depending on the results of this specific match. I mean, this is Reckoning Esports and Reject as well. Reject coming in from Japan. One is already out. You might be able to see another one here, but it all depends on their performance for this match.
All depend there. There's just a lot of things to consider and a lot of pressure ticking on their shoulders here, JJ. But one thing is for sure, definitely both teams has the same goal. That is to win the match and be able to advance at the latter part of the tournament. But, you know, as you keep on progressing, definitely it will be a much more tougher road for your team to experience. And by the way, if we're going to be taking a look at the upper bracket once again, the undefeated teams are by far Team Nemesis, Dignitas, and those are the only teams that are undefeated so far, because Fennel actually lost to CACM a while ago and Rival Esports as well to GMU. So far we got two teams being undefeated in the tournament, and they would have to face each other right off the bat tomorrow.
No, yeah, I mean, I guess the thing is, right, they are at least not going to have to fight off at the start of the day tomorrow. You know, they still have some time to prep themselves mentally and emotionally as they study their potential opponents for tomorrow, since they are not going to be into the games, not into the tournament until the latter half of the day.
Just excited what's about to unfold here, JJ. Quite curious what would be the measures here for Reckoning Esports to be able to emerge victorious as well up against Reject. But we actually got an update here, JJ. So GodLike Esports versus Full Sense will start momentarily in the substage, and right after this matchup between Reject and Reckoning Esports, we will have T1 and Scars as our live stream game here.
Yeah, that is still something that we need to be excited about, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's T1. Come on, it's probably one of the best teams in APAC, and Scars is one of the best teams as well in Japan region.
No, yeah, but like that's the surprising part. Like, we are most definitely excited for that, but it's quite surprising to see that, hey, it's Scars and T1 on the lower bracket. On the lower, I mean, at the upper bracket, sure, you know, but like in the lower bracket, that is surprising.
Yeah, knowing that T1 as well did perform well in the ACL C League together with Scars on ACL Japan League, it's just very surprising that we get to see both of these teams are actually falling into the lower bracket immediately. And full of surprises here, JJ. Rival Esports, Team Nemesis, they qualified via Winter Tournament, and they are the team who is actually up and running here at the upper bracket.
Oh yeah, and there has been quite a lot of like results, even just on day number one, which were very, I wouldn't say concerning, but rather surprising. You know, like those are kind of the results where we didn't really expect to happen.
Yeah, just a lot of upsets, unexpected, and of course the preparation that the teams actually got. Because just imagine, right after the Winter Tournament, they have at least almost 2 months for them to prepare for this tournament. You know, for sure there has been a lot of practice, a lot of scrims, and be able to study the meta and the Pokemons that has been actually quite banned for a very, very long time. Just like Umbreon, it was banned for like almost the whole duration of ACL C League, and we're just so happy that this Pokemon is coming back in the fray in ACL finals, and we are definitely seeing the effect of an Umbreon as well in the games that we have for today.
I mean, you know, with the kind of format that we have, it's almost inevitable that we are going to be seeing the Umbreon, especially that they cannot use the same Pokemon over and over for the matches. So, but especially tomorrow though on the grand finals, where we are most definitely, if we do get game number 5, yeah, if we do get game number 5, that's like what, 5 Pokemon out, 25 Pokemon out, right? Wait, no. Wait. 5, 15, 25, 35 Pokemon out.
Wait.
Assuming that the one with the advantage, 1 game advantage, gets to ban 5 Pokemon outright. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I kind of get it. But here's the thing: as far as I know, the team was actually playing for the upper bracket, or who will emerge the champion of the upper bracket will get 1 game advantage. So technically, at max, you'd have to play 4 games because you have one game advantage. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the question is whether or not the team coming in for the upper bracket, right, will get to ban game number 1. Because they already have that as an advantage, right? They already have that in the bag. Don't need to worry about it. But do they get 5 bans ahead before going to game number 2? That's what I'm talking about. So technically, you still have 5 games going to game number 5, which is going to be the 4th match, right? By then, there would be 35 bans.
Wait, my math is not adding. Hold on. How did that become 35?
Yeah, go ahead, dude. Like, catch up.
Yeah, wait. So technically there is 20 ban, 15, 30. Why did we get 35? 15. Wait, hold up. What? 15?
Dude, man. Come on, man.
5 ban.
5 for the first match, right? 5 for the first match. Second match, that's the first actual match, which there'll be 5 for each team. That makes it 15, because there's going to be 10 bans. Game number 2 gives them another ban, so that's another 10. That's 25. Game number 4.
Why is it divisible by 5? Wait.
That's why I am asking, dude. Like, if the team with the advantage gets 5 bans on game number 1 before heading into game number 2.
It's a what if. Right.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like,
oh
catch up, dude.
Oh my god, JJ, I haven't heard you say that. My apologies, man. I was thinking, how did it become divisible by 5? Hold on, wait up, and it increments by 10. But all right.
Advantage. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, all right. Let's just go back into the action here, JJ. Let's talk about that one later. That is for tomorrow.
Go ahead.
We have a match for today, and that is going to be Reckoning Esports and of course Rejects. We've seen, haven't been seeing a lot of Darkrai bans for today, but at the same time, Darkrai has been not that frequently used in the tournament by far. So I'm not quite sure, is this some kind of respect ban towards Reject? And if it does, can you give an enlightenment to me, JJ?
I mean, we saw Darkrai being used earlier and didn't really do a lot of impact. So I think that's one of the reasons why in this current meta, they are, and especially in this composition as well, in this format as well, Darkrai doesn't really do a lot of impact as of the moment. So they are just making sure to do as much as they can with the options that they have, which has more which has the most viability as well, competitively, right? So I'm not entirely sure we're gonna be able to see Darkrai anymore. Maybe if Dark Peach uses it, but well, tomorrow, right? But other than that, I don't think we're gonna be seeing any more Darkrai's moving forward.
All right. we'll just have to wait and see for that one, JJ. But what do you think of the draft right now? Because I see it as a little bit shaky here for Reckoning Esports. Yes, they do have very reliable defenders. They have the Garchomp, but I think they are very squishy. Unless this Vaporeon goes for the Aquaring, then they would have enough sustain. But the setups are looking quite phenomenally better at the side of Reject, simply because that Blastoise with a Surf is so powerful.
I think I do have to agree with you. You know, the what do you call it? The comp here for Reckoning Esports seems a little bit shaky. I have to agree, especially that they have to babysit the Garchomp as well, and at the same time, right? It's very setup heavy, if I say so myself. It's very setup heavy. It's very for them to be able to dish out a lot of damage into the side of Reject. Because if you're going to make use of and only the Snorlax to align everyone else, then it's going to be a difficult time for you to, you know, it's gonna be they're going to have a difficult time taking out Reject as well. But this is actually pretty good. You know, Snorlax invading, Overlord is going to, you know, is getting pushed out as well, just to deny some of those XPs. Beautiful stuff here from Reckoning Esports, acknowledging that they need to deny it and delay Reject so that they can have a little bit of a, you know, being ahead against them.
Yeah, and I think that Snorlax is actually one of the best Pokemons to actually have the capacity to do that, you know, delay, disrupt your opponent. And Reckoning Esports really saw that one through, and they respect Overlord a lot, because if you see Overlord being over-leveled, then definitely that would be a different story already. But here comes Reckoning Esports being able to successfully take those Swablues and Altaria at the bottom lane, giving them a little bit of a lead in terms of XP department. And Overlord so far has to share those wild Pokemons at the central area just to be able to make sure he evolves on time as well.
Yeah, and I really like the fact that Overlord here is playing as a flex. You know, we've seen them play as a supporter, we've seen them play as a you know, as a defender earlier, but this time around they are playing as the secondary core into the team. Of course, we still do have the Lucario up and running, the Mega Lucario up and running right there, but then at least there's still a follow-up damage from that of the Lucario if they won't be able to finish a job going into that of Reckoning Esports. But again, I still do have the same sentiments. I think Reckoning Esports here would have a hard time aligning Reject, especially this kind of composition, knowing that they have a lot of mid-range attackers, and there's also the Hoopa with Hyperspace Hold that can essentially disrupt them as well to push them out.
Yeah, and we haven't seen enough effect yet from the Gabite, which will be a Garchomp later on. So that would cost them a lot of time just to be able for them to get the damage that they do desire in order to convert this into a win. But Heavy Slam comes in, it would lift up the Hoopa, but Hoopa would just come back from the hole. So there's nothing much of an impact, but this is, I think, a way to delay things down and almost catch the Hoopa off guard. So Reckoning Esports, they want to challenge every single wild Pokemon just so that they could get a lot of XP, but Overlord with a Solar Beam actually takes the Gabite down.
It's actually a good thing for Reckoning Esports as well, that while the XP is prioritized here by Team Rejects, at least in terms of points, they have a little bit of a lead against that of Team Rejects, so at least they are not currently losing everything else. So as we can see there as well, Vaporeon is using Muddy Water just to be to put up a lot of crowd control into the side of Rejects.
And Muddy Water and the Aqua Ring, the supporter type of Vaporeon, is going to be used here in the game. Look at the rapid spin just to be able to push back the defense from Reckoning Esports, and finally Reject was actually able to score a huge chunk of points. But same thing goes for Reckoning Esports. They have a handshake here at top lane, but on the other hand, Reject is not quite done. They are maximizing the idle time that no one is in the goal zone of Reckoning Esports.
It's also good that they were just using good communication for the team of Team Reject that they are just using the hyperspace hull as a, well, to bluff out, you know, bluffed out Reckoning Esports, which actually dispersed all of them back out from doing some points down the second tier score up top.
Someone's actually getting the Rage of Draco halfway there. I feel like this is going to be an all-out blow, JJ. Oh, the heavy slide got cancelled! They just saw that! It just stopped mid-air, but it's not quite done. Livid Outrage is going to be dealing a lot of damage, but gets to avoid it immediately by Reject. The Blasphemous is inside multiple members of Reckoning Esports, but will not be successful to do the ideal setup. And it is a 2-for-1 exchange. Reckoning Esports safely be able to track down those KOs for their favor.
Oh my goodness, that is actually quite good for Reckoning Esports because again, they are making sure that they're maintaining their rejects, you know, stays on their lanes. They are not allowing reject to get more wins for themselves. Sure, they might have the lead in terms of XP, but that's just about it. Even on team fights, they are spacing themselves very greatly, you know, they are spacing themselves well enough that Reject won't be able to reach them.
To reach them, but here comes engagement once again from Reckoning Esports trying to read the situation. Blastoise goes away because he does know that a lot of members has been isolated, just like what you said, JJ.
That was beautiful isolation going from Sure, earlier I was quite doubtful because, you know, only having one Pokemon to realign everyone else, but then, you know, there's the Muddy Water, there is the Heavy Slam into the block as well. I think it's working out pretty well for Reckoning Esports despite having not a lot of those, but look at that. Coming in for the block into the Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw combo, they are putting in a lot of damage. And look at that, Livid Outrage is going to be popped up once again. Oh, they're going to be able to take down the Hoopa as well. No more sustainability inside of Reject. That's going to be 2 down as well. That is going to be the Mew taken out. But here comes the response. That is the Mega Lucario with the close combat into the Orange Jab and the close combat again to take them out. It's going to be 2 for 3 in favor of Reject on that one.
24 points as well at the bottom lane. Dragon Rush just to be able for the Garchomp to back down, but there are just too many members from Reject who is going to chase for the KO, and the bottom lane objective is looking quite free for Reject to take.
Yeah, you know, it's no longer the power-up punch, it's Orange Jab now.
Wait, did I hear that one then?
Orange Jab? There you go. Whirlwind going to pop up for more crowd control, allowing Reckoning to just dish out more damage. But the thing is, Reject still has some chance to, you know, just one team fight is all they need, especially going towards this grounded pit, right? Now that they have the Registeel as well, it's about like a minute of a buff, if I'm not mistaken, and they would be able to bring this up towards that ground buff. So definitely the detriment is on the deficit is on the side of Reckoning Esports right now.
Big deficit indeed, JJ. But 24 seconds, all that's left for that crowd on to be online. But look at the pressure. Cramorant, despite diving away.
The damage of the hyperspace, it didn't even hit the Cramorant. Did you see that? Like, the Cramorant was far away from the radius. And still.
Very unfortunate. Oh, look at that. Checking the tall grasses with a solar beam. Reject does know where Reckoning Esports are. That's why they were able to dismantle Deformation. This is actually huge. And that Cramorant gets caught off, but once again, it gets knocked out at the very most important part of the game.
That's what we're talking about, right? Like, sure, Reckoning Esports might have the score, but in terms of the fights, one fight is all Reject needs to be able to secure this win. And look at that, no response! They need to go back, and look at that right now. Reckoning Esports forced to back down. No more response. Livid Outrage. Are they gonna be? They are scattered out. They don't know which one to focus on at the moment. Oh my goodness, they need to retreat in just a bit for them to be able to take this one out.
Hydro Typhoon and Verdant Anger is still available for Reject, while all Unite moves has been expended at the side of Reckoning Esports. The Unite from the Greninja is already offline. It is almost knocked out. Hydro Typhoon used to lift everyone out. 3 members down. Just Greninja and the Snorlax. Greninja would have to go away from the fight, and the Groudon is looking great for Reject.
Oh, here we
go. Just trying to put in some scores. But the Groudon goes into the side of Reject. 236 to 132 is going to be the play of the game. Unfortunately for Reckoning Esports, there isn't enough time for them to respond back to be refreshed and defend their score goals. Now the lead is on the side of Team Reject.
And this is not looking good. 25 seconds is not quite enough for you to score a 2-hundo because you don't have the Groudon buff. And here comes more pressure from Rejects. They are going to score more. They want another 100 to seal the deal. There goes 72. Another hundo might fall in. And Reject gets game 1.
I think the main issue here for Reckoning Esports is they were a little bit too focused towards putting in the goals in comparison to Reject, where they didn't really mind the score and just focused up on getting in their XPs, and that alone allowed Reject to be ahead of Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, I mean, that is just one of the most important key factors as well in the game. Prioritize on XP, get those objectives, just so that you always have the upper hand in terms of fights. I mean, yeah, sure, the points, it does win the game, but that alone cannot win you the game as well, because if you don't have enough firepower, then definitely you won't have the capacity to score the goals.
I mean, look, man, I really think that they do have the firepower, the prowess to take up Reject. It was really just that last match when they weren't really coordinated. They didn't know where to focus on. They didn't know where to put their eyes on. They were scattered around and no coordinations whatsoever at the final match. Because I really do believe that they had a chance towards that Groudon. It's really just that when things were not going their way, they didn't know where to focus on, put their eyes on, to pinpoint, and just like that, they were, well, scattered about by Team Reject.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for Reckoning Esports, but hey, we do still have game number 2. This could be the comeback that they wanted to happen, but Reject looking great out there in game number 1, but I wouldn't say they are an unstoppable team. We saw a glimpse of hope as well for Reckoning Esports. It's just, number 1, I think the composition did not work really on their favor. Reject being able to analyze the situation as well on how they would prioritize things down on the game, which is getting the objectives, being patient, being to scale up those XPs and punish Reckoning Esports really hard when there is an opening.
Here you go. It's going to be quite interesting to see how Reckoning Esports would be able to answer back into Reject, because again, this is going to be their final chance. They are already 1 game away from getting taken out of the tournament.
Not looking good. Reckoning 1 step backward, and that is going to be the end of their journey here in Asia Champions League. And I just hope that we get to see them once again in Worlds if ever they do not advance even further here in the tournament. But India as a region is stacked as well. There has been a lot of talents lately. GodLike Esports, they managed to take GodLike Esports down, which is actually the champion team from last year in the ACL India. So definitely a tough regional matchups from their end, but at the end of the day, you have to face the Worlds as well. You need to be on the world caliber, and they are catching up by a lot. They almost had Reject, but there's just a lot of things to polish on their end as well. The draft, the consistency, the shot calls, and those greedy plays, they have to fix those kind of factors as well in order for you to convert wins and be able to advance even further in the tournament.
No, yeah, oh man, it's really just that, they need to be able to do their 100% in this next match, or they are going to be the second team. Oh wait, no, the first team really to go out of the tournament. Although we already have an update as well. We already said this before, but for those who are not tuned in and want to have an update for the first
lower bracket round, it is going to be Enter Force 36 and Force Gaming, where Force Gaming actually wins 2-0 against Enter Force. That is the first Japanese team to be taken out in the tournament. And of course, after that, for tomorrow, they're going to go up against CACM Esports, which is actually quite interesting as well, because those teams are both from LAIC.
Yeah. And, there's just a lot of interesting stories that that is forming into shape here in ACL finals, and I just cannot wait for tomorrow and the upcoming matches, or the remaining matches rather, for today, because we are here at game number 2. Reckoning Esports would have to stick on the first pick. They want that first pick to be on their favor, and just to be able to get ahead of it and be able to force game number 3 here, JJ.
They really need to force game number 3 here, or it's the end of the road. They would need to go and compete once again to the national qualifiers for India, for them to be able to have a chance to go into the Worlds. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we are now going to game number 2 of Team Reckoning Esports and Reject.
Surfetch still banned together with the Darkrai, Leafeon as well. So they're taking out the explosive type of Pokemon when it comes to damage department, which is actually a great response as well for Reckoning Esports, because they want to take things patiently as much as possible.
No, yeah. And of course, the Machamp, we're going to be able to see that once again. Latios is getting hovered in. I don't think it's going to be the name here. There you go. We get the Blissey and the Psyduck for the side of Reject, which actually are great picks as well. We have the Sustain, or it's either they go in for the Sustain and support, or they do get some objective taken, or crowd control rather, into the side of Reject. That is, of course, the Egg Bombs from that of the Blissey.
Would it be an Egg Bomb? I'm not quite sure. I mean, yeah, for sure, right now it would be an Egg Bomb, because there's nothing much of crowd control that we can see here from Reckoning Esports, so... We'll see, we'll see. Scissor.
Here we go.
Oh, it's a Scyther. It's not a Scissor, it's a Scyther.
It should be a Scyther, no? It should be a Scyther for Overlord, because it really wouldn't make a lot of sense. As of the, I mean, I guess it depends on the last Pokemon that they're gonna pick. Right now they do have the GPS, that is the card trump. But what would they? Oh! Wow!
Okay.
A triple all rounder. Wow, this is actually quite interesting.
We have the same sentiments, I guess.
I still think that this is going to be a Scyther. It just makes sense. Scyther does have more mobility, does have more sustainability than that of Scyther, because going in for the what's the move again of Scyther? Sorry, of Scissor. Bullet Punch. There you go.
Yeah, Bullet Punch.
it's channeling, so that means they can still take damage while using Bullet Punch. So I think this is going to be a Scyther, but this only means that there's going to be a lot of firepower into the side of Team Reject in comparison to the side of Team Reckoning Esports. I think this is the kind of games where teams are essentially saying, hey, you know what, we want to finish early and we want to do it now.
Let's do it now. Reject must do now is to win. Same thing with Reckoning Esports, but that is for them to force game number 3, and Reject does want to stay alive in the tournament, because it is just one Japan region team that's left at the upper bracket, JJ, and definitely Reject wants to stay up in the tournament because one has been eliminated already a while ago.
And here we have it. Of course, we have the wow, the Chansey actually invading with the X speed as well to ensure that they can get in and out as early as possible. And the thing is, X speed did receive a bit of a buff here. It's not as long as before for you to be able to activate again, so it's really great for you to use. But look at this though. It's not quite, yeah, you know, both of them just trying to, well, paying each other out.
And this is not looking good. Level 6, almost level 6 rather, for the Scyther. Not looking good for Reckoning Esports as well. And this could actually be a way for them to scale up that little Gibble there, which will be a Gabite eventually. So everyone would just have to tank in those damages that Gibble backs away, because that Water Bear could actually be a threat as well, knowing that this could hit hard eventually.
Yeah, and here you have it, a bit of an invade here once again for the Water Bear Earthshifter. You're gonna be able to take down 1, no, possibly 2 with the help of the Alcremie. Yes, sirree, not quite yet. Dual Wing Beat is gonna be popped up as well. Alcremie almost going to be taken out, but was able to get away just there. But look at this, Overlord is still not done. They're overextending right there, and got punished through by Reckoning Esports. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, sure, they might have a lot of the firepower, but to be able to maneuver through that is quite the skill. Reckoning Esports needs to take advantage of this, because the moment that they get, you know, Reject gets their power spike, especially the guard jump, and this arena is going to be, well, crazy city right there for Reject.
Wow. I mean, this one is a back and forth, JJ. There has been a good way to punish things as well, but Reckoning Esports still more. They need more consistency as much as possible, because Reject, they can bounce back as quick as possible. But Reckoning Esports, yes, they see the loopholes of Reject. They can take advantage of that, but they need consistency among themselves as well.
And there you have it. Submission's gonna be popped up as well. Gabite, still a Gabite, not a guard jump just yet, and they're gonna be taken out here. Submission is gonna be popped up again. Mew gonna be able to take down that Gabite, denying them the XP that they need, delaying them as well. There goes Overlord once again down into the side of Reckoning Esports, and another KO here as an answer coming in from that Reject. That is the Serena taking out Camacho.
Regice, priority right now. Oh no, the Crosshill, it might actually be taken down. Yes, it does, because of the assistance of the Regice. And this is looking good for Reject as well, to be able to get additional buff for the team, additional XP. And the Alcremie is just not in a great position to defend the top tier gold zone.
Oh yeah, and here you go, having it, destroying the first skull goal up top. Both of them have lost a first tier skull goal. Down, Reject down bottom, and Reckoning Esports up top. But then, you know, in terms of team fights, both of these teams still is on the equal footing as of the moment. Penguin Ascendant is going to be popped up, but not quite enough of the damage to take down anyone at all. But there it goes, the Water Bear going down. The guard jump, low on HP, but trying to survive. But no, they will not be able to survive. Submission into the cross chop is going to be the name of the game here for Reckoning Esports.
Going to be the name of the game. But if that be enough, Psyduck actually trying to stall some time here. There's just too many Pokemon just to be able to take down a Psyduck. Yes, it's a knockout. We'll take it. But at what exchange? There's just too many spots left wide open for Reject to take advantage of.
Yeah, that is for sure. But Reckoning Esports is gradually and steadily going up as well. You know, going toe-to-toe against them.
Going toe-to-toe. I'm just quite curious, how can Reckoning Esports, you know, they have a close gap when it comes to the scoring department, and this is actually the same case that happened a while ago. The scoring department, yeah, sure, no problem for Reckoning Esports, but the team fights are looking still quite shaky for their team, and the scores are actually not enough for you to control the rhythm of the game.
That is true. Now, Reject though, trying to position themselves well. Unfortunately, Solar Beam not going to be able to hit the Crustle, but it doesn't matter. Still going to be able to pick
them off, and now we're going to be able to see that Reggie Likey is getting shredded here by Team Reject. They want to do it faster. They want to pressure out Reckoning Esports, and there you have it. Another 40. That is going to be a lot of overcap as well down bottom, but 219 to 188 is going to be the name of the game here. That's our Water Bear down again. 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah, 4 minutes. And this would get things critical here, JJ, because defense buff will be available for Reject if they manage to get this red rock. And I think like they're trying to solve a little bit of time just to make sure that this red rock would eventually reach the last stretch of the game, just to be able to get more buffs and be able to be much more consistent team later in the ground on fight.
Yes, Zari, and there you have it. Trying to survive here. They're not going to be able to do so. That is going to be the Crustle going down from the hands of Team Reject. 3 minutes and 30 seconds is going to be the time right now. Well, this period is just them trying to get in some XPs, preparing for the Groudon pit.
Yeah, gotta prepare as much as possible. 3-minute mark. Oh, look at that, sliding into the tall grass, almost catches it off guard. Not going to be expending the Queen's Ascendant though, because Reject does know that they might be needing this later on at the final stretch.
I mean, a minute is already a little bit too risky for them to expend that Unite move. So obviously you want to have that whenever the Groudon pit comes out. So in just a few seconds, that is like 45 seconds, we're going to be able to see the Groudon, and that's when they are going to pop off their Unites, as they should.
Pop in the Unite. I'm still thinking, what could be the best case possible for Reckoning Esports to do? Because definitely the back cap won't work later on. So I think they're just trying to build up the lead for now, JJ. But there's just too many pressure points coming in from Reject, which is really hard to solve. So I cannot see a potential yet, as of the moment, that Reckoning Esports will emerge victorious in the team fight.
Well, let's find out. They are quite even in terms of the team, in terms of the XP. So they also have the lead in terms of the points. So just one good positioning is all they need to be able to take down Team Reject, forcing this to game number 3. But then again, Reject does have access to, you know, those positions to get in on Reckoning Esports whenever they do want to.
Do want to indeed. Reckoning Esports does want to push things up here. Oh no, there comes in. One taken down already. There's no Machamp to be able to do the setup for Reckoning Esports. They only have the Crustle and the Urshifu to rely on. There's just no spacing for the team to come in and get the crowd on, and everyone is forced to come in, but still manages to get it. Reckoning Esports gets the last hit, but at to what extent? That is quite unfortunate. It was almost a game, but not quite enough for them to take it. They got the objective, but wasn't enough. The firepower is just too strong here for Reject. That Reckoning Esports cannot actually eventually handle it because the level gaps are too strong. The firepower is there. The Scyther is still alive. Definitely a tough situation for Reckoning Esports, but still they do have the lead. 30 seconds. Can Reject sneak in something? Can they sneak in? 30 seconds. This will be a heartbreak to Reckoning Esports if they lose the game, but this will be a clinch down.
30 points. Just 30 points is the lead.
Still possible, JJ. The 50 is just guarding the base. I think they don't know that they're on the lead. That's why they're not forcing it in.
Oh no.
Psyduck, 50, 100, there he goes! Victory for Reject!
They were not able to put that down, and they do not know that because, again, the notification that they were up with is that they are in the lead, but there you have it. They very closely almost loses it, but then Reckoning Esports, unfortunately, this wouldn't be their reckoning. They are
Whew, wow, they are going to have to say goodbye to the tournament, and look at their reliefs. The sigh of relief for the team of Reject as they almost got rejected from the tournament.
That was, I mean, you know, analysis wise, you know, I think a lot of people expected Reject to get this victory, but the amount of heartbreak that it actually did to Directly Esports was really huge. But at the same time, this will be a big motivation for the team to achieve even greater heights, because they almost had the game. They got the crown on despite being on a big deficit, and they were able to maintain the lead not until that Psyduck was able to put down the 100 points. So
yes,
a close call indeed, JJ, but the buffs that were stolen away against them backfired on their team.
No, yeah, it is definitely PUE being the MVP of that match, saving their team from going into game number 3. I mean, look, man, they had like 50 points, and at that timestamp, like 17 seconds left, it's and almost having your plate full of defenders. It's one of the, if not the impossible tasks to do, but man, it's just amazing. You know, it's just amazing that they were able to get that one, and they are still alive for the tournament. You know, they still have some matches for tomorrow, and again, whoever's going to win that is going to go up against, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to go up with GMU. There we go, going up against GMU.
Yeah. So there's just a lot of matches waiting on the table, but of course, for today, we only have one match remaining that is going to be live broadcasted, which is going to be T1 from APAC region, Korea region to be specific, going up against Scars, which is actually from Japan region as well. So by far, there's only one team eliminated in the Japan region, and it could be 2, it could be 3 Japan regions still alive, just because we are just about to determine what will be the outcome of the last set of match that we are about to witness in just a short time.
No, yeah, and you know, with that being said as well, we are now going to go to our last match for the day. It is going to be the second lower bracket round, which is going to be T1 versus Scars. And as a little bit of an update as well on the sub stage, we do have GodLike Esports and Full Sense, where Full Sense has already won one game ahead of GodLike Esports. So there have whoever's going to be winning that will have to go up against Onyx Rise. And the next game that we're going to look at to would be T1 and Scars. Whoever's going to win that will have to go against Dark Peach, the team coming in from the Chinese region, the China region, and whoever loses that will have to say goodbye to the tournament.
Goodbye to the tournament indeed. Definitely not the road that every team does want to happen, but there can only be one champion once again. But there are actually 2 teams that would qualify to Worlds in this tournament. So we're not quite sure what will be the outcome yet. There's a lot of potential teams to win the whole thing, but gotta wait and see up until tomorrow on who will be the victorious team in the tournament.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. All trades are live. We still have a lot of matches ahead of us. There is still like what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah.
Before they head into the grand final. There's a lot of matches. Again, this is a double elimination in comparison to the previous matches that we've had before. Prior to this tournament, where we're playing only like what, round robin, if not a round robin, if not single eliminations. This time we are going to be running a double elimination, so they need to be defeated twice before they can be eliminated into the tournament.
Yeah, there's just a lot of second chances that we do get here in the tournament, so we're just waiting, we're just hoping for the best outcome for every team, the best performance coming in from them, because definitely these teams have poured in a lot of time for them to practice here in the tournament.
Yep. And here we have it. We are now just waiting for the next matches to be set up as well. It's the
it's been exciting, you know. It's been quite an exciting day. Yeah, that's what I want to say. It's been an exciting day. It's been an amazing day for Pokemon UNITE action. Again, we are about 10 minutes away, like 15 minutes away to reaching 12-minute mark in this tournament.
Yeah.
Look at this right
look
now.
At the fans.
Look at the fans. I mean, again, there are fans here buying the tickets just to see their teams, their favorite teams, the teams that they're cheering for to play. And of course, we have our idols as well, and content creators, right? They have their fans who bought down, watched the tournament, went to the stadium just to see them as well.
Yeah, and we actually got an update as well on the matchup of Full Sense and GodLike Esports. Full Sense winning in a dominant fashion 2-0 against GodLike Esports.
Wow.
So definitely we can conclude that the injured region team, both of them has already been eliminated in the tournament. But, you know, I'm really looking forward to the region as well in the World Championships 2026. Definitely a region that you have to watch out for.
Yes, sir. And again, Full Sense is one of those. It's not. Is it still appropriate to say that they are the dark horse or the underdog at this point? Because again, it's not really, right? Like they are just that great that they adjust their play style depending on who they're playing up against. However, I guess the biggest difference now is that during the group stages, they were able to play with the teams that they can study for and that they have been playing with them for quite a while. In comparison to the Asian Champions League finals, where they haven't really fought up against them, and it's only this time that they are up against these teams that are new to the tournament, rather, that they are only going to be seeing in the finals.
And I'm just excited to see the remaining matches, man. I cannot wait. I mean, you know, we've been here since like around 8:30 in the morning, I think, and there's just a lot of Pokemon UNITE action.
Oh yeah, everyone's been working really hard, and it's going to be the culmination of the day right here as we are going to be introducing the last teams. It is going to be T1, one of the strongest teams in the tournament, especially in Asia, and the next one, of course, is going to be none other than Scars.
All right. Apparently, there's a wild Danilee coming into the broadcast because Pika Yules is out. I've kicked him out. Sorry, folks. You might have missed him, but it's okay. He'll be back tomorrow. You're going to finish up the day with JJ and Danilee for today. I'm excited for this matchup with JJ because I have been looking forward to this matchup all day, considering that, you know, we saw these teams in the lower bracket, which is, I think, is an unfortunate reality of competition. Like, not everybody is going to make it through. And it's T1 and Scars. We know T1. T1 has done fantastic in the APAC region. They are one of our top performing teams. Scars is also a top performing team in Japan as well. So I think it's kind of devastating that they're down here, but the competition has been so fierce today. So I think this is a great way to kind of end the stream, I suppose, for day number 1, right?
No, yeah, I totally agree with you. But again, it's just the caveat is really just that it's quite saddening to see these teams that we expected to be on the upper bracket to go home immediately, day 1. Well, not go home literally, but you know what I mean.
Well, this is what happens when you have a 2-day format, right? Like, we don't get to decide who gets to stay, who gets to go.
That's
you have
true.
to play for your position. So, you know, it's unfortunate that T1 and Scar both lost their preliminary matches earlier today, but you know, they're not out of it. But only one of them's going to make it through. So if you're cheering for somebody, cheer for the right team and put your fingers together and pray that they're going to make it through, because they need to win this game if they're going to make it to tomorrow's matches, because we are effectively looking at our second round of elimination matches. We've had to say goodbye to teams already today.
Yeah, and again, these are the teams that we were looking forward to. It's T1. It's quite surprising. T1 and Scars is one of them is going to be out of the tournament by, well, in perhaps in an hour.
Yeah, it could be as early as 30 minutes with how quickly things go too, because it could be a 2-0. We might not even get the full 3 games, you know?
That's true.
And it's just going to be a case of who is ultimately going to be the better team. And I also want to say maybe accumulation of what these teams have kind of learned playing their matches today, because I'm pretty sure everyone competing here, they would have watched some of the matches. Obviously, they had games that they played themselves. And I think if you haven't had that epiphany yet, when you realize, okay, this is what's going to work for us in the tournament, we have to stick to this. If you haven't had that yet, you're in danger.
That's true.
Especially this late into the tournament, you need to find something that works for you if you're going to stay in that tournament. Now, the problem is we didn't cast any of T1's games.
Yes.
I mean, we didn't cast any, right?
Not for today.
We missed. Yeah, so we missed T1's upper bracket match, which was against GMU. So
Yes.
I have no idea what kind of T1 we're looking at today. Whereas we saw Scar. We did see Scar's broadcast against Rival Esports.
Yeah, you were with Yules for that, yeah.
Yeah, I was with PUACL for that one, and they looked pretty good. You know, yes, they lost to Rival Esports. That's unfortunate, but I think Scars as a team, like, you can see where the cohesion is. You can see where the team is really strong. So knowing that, I do have confidence that Scars can potentially take the set, but it's going to be game one where I take a look at T1 and see, okay, is this T1 tournament ready, or are they going to be kicked out today?
No, yeah, I mean, at this point though, all I want to see is Kami be able to use the Miraidon, because Miraidon into the hands of Kami is just, man, there's no words for it.
Yeah. I'm looking at T1 right now because I don't know what to expect from this team. I mean, we've seen them during group stage, playoffs, but I think that was so long ago that if we tried to just rely on that information, I don't think that paints an accurate picture of what T1 is kind of walking into the tournament like today. But we do have to give T1, you know, the credit that they deserve, because we also need to remember, if I'm not mistaken, during the league and the playoffs, that T1, they came second, but they also were playing on high ping, or at least higher ping than most of the other teams competing.
Yes.
So that alone, like, you can say for sure, this team is skilled. So to be skilled with high ping, like on a LAN setting, obviously there's going to be some level of expectation for T1, right? Yeah, so there's going to be that challenge. At the same time, though, we do need to kind of talk about the relationship, I think, with Korea and Japan. Not a bad thing, actually. It's kind of a good thing. The Japanese teams actually scrim with the Koreans quite frequently. So these two regions are actually very familiar with each other, very great relationships across the board. So I kind of wonder if T1 and Scar have actually met each other in a scrim session as well.
It's more than likely, yeah?
I think so. So also having that kind of extra knowledge, you know, there's going to be some internal mind games that we're not going to be familiar with, because they'll have info on each other that we won't know about, right? Because you have scrims, like there's going to be strats and Pokemon and plays that never come to surface because we never get to see those. Just the players will see them behind closed doors.
No, that is true. I mean, at the same time, right, like, what we do see are those results and plays that we publicly see, but then we go to these scrims, right, which, as you mentioned, only they know. So, and factoring in that they are already playing on high pings with the Southeast Asia teams, I think, I totally and definitely think that we might be able to see a stronger, better version of, well, honestly, not a better version, but rather the version, the actual T1 in this tournament. Because again, in the ACL group stages, it's sad to say, but they were nerfed.
Yeah, it happens, JJ. It happens. What's in the past is the past.
That's true.
Okay, what's in the past is past. We gotta leave that here. Sorry, we gotta leave it over there. We gotta focus what's at hand. What is at hand is that I think the players are just still getting set up. You know, land things. We gotta make sure everyone's gonna be on an equal playing field. But ladies and gentlemen, you are probably tuning into one of the most exciting matchups of the day. If you are looking for really cool matches that happened on our broadcast for today to go back to and watch VODs off, JJ, what are our recommendations? I think an easy recommendation is Fennel CACM. That was amazing. That was a really fun game today. What's another game that we can kind of recommend to our viewers at home to go back and watch from today?
I mean, really, for me, I'd say the first match with Dignitas could be a highlight.
Yeah, Rejects and Dignitas. Yeah, I think that was a pretty cool. Yeah, that was a pretty cool one as well, actually. Yeah, good recommendation. It was a good showcase of like what Dignitas kind of brings to the table here in ACL. I think I want to recommend Scars and Rival Esports as well. Even though Rivals, like, ultimately they did. Okay, I'm not gonna spoil it in case you haven't seen this. Maybe this is already a bit of a spoil because we're in the lower bracket. But Scars and Rival was a really fun set to watch as well because we did see a really great example of, you know, adapting on the fly and also seeing the evolution of a team that actually has been struggling up until this point, which is Rival Esports. And if you actually head on over to Twitter as well, or x.com, you know, Slash is the coach for Rival, and he has been praising the amount of improvement Rival Esports has been making over the past couple months. And the results are speaking for themselves, right? Rival is in the upper bracket tomorrow.
No, yeah, I totally agree with you. But, you know, one of the reasons as well why I wanted to recheck with that of Dignitas game number 2 of the match number 2 of the day is that as someone who is in Asia, it's really quite interesting to see how much you know, the LAIC or the Western teams is going to be able to fare off against teams in Asia, and we definitely saw that Dignitas is really on a whole nother level. Whereas everyone else is just there trying to be stomped on by Dignitas. And again, going into the first match of the lower bracket as well, 2 of the teams right there are going to start off coming in from LAIC.
Yep. We've got some really scary teams in the tournament. I think some teams are kind of looking at the bracket and some are probably thanking the bracket arrangement. Others probably looking at it and thinking like, oh man, I should have played better in my group. But you know, it's just the nature. It's the luck of the. Is it really the luck? Not really. I mean, all the brackets were kind of predetermined based on your placement. So, I mean, everyone kind of did play to the positions. Okay, you can't really blame anything. It's really only yourself, I suppose, if you've got an unfavorable group. Okay, so I do believe we're almost ready here with T1. I think it looks like I'm just checking one of the admins there. They're kind of doing a final check. Yeah, I think admin's doing the final check. So we might be ready to go soon, folks. T1 versus Scars. Let us know in the comments. Who do you think is going to take game number 1 of this best of 3? Do you think it's going to be a 2-0? Is it going to be a 2-1? And will T1 or Scars take this best of 3 set? Let us know in the comments. I'd love to hear your thoughts here as we get ready for our final game of the night before we close on out and get ready for game number 2 tomorrow.
I think we're going to be seeing a lot of hashtag T1 win here. But then again, this is Scars what we're talking about. They are one of the strongest teams in Japan as well. Again, it's Japan and Korea getting united through Pokemon once again. It's going to be a very interesting game for all of us.
It's going to be interesting for everybody. I hope it's a 3-game set. I'm about to curse everybody. I'm having somebody from production curse me here. But I want us to close out with a bang. You know, we've got a really great set. We've got 2 really great teams here. And someone's going home. I think if you're in this position, you do everything that it takes to win. I don't care what strat it is. It can be clean. It can be dirty. It can be something nobody has ever seen before. Just give us good games.
That's true. That's true. You know?
Give us those good games. Yeah.
And here we have it. Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. We are now getting set up. I think we can see that as well. For both of the teams, you know, doing some final checks here. And immediately as they are ready, as they get ready and set up, we are going to head into the lobby, the first draft, potentially the first of 3 games, the final games of the day.
Yeah, game 1 of our final game of the day. Is there any way we can do some kind of analysis, I suppose, for these 2 teams? Like any signature players, I suppose, or the rosters that we should really be focusing on? Hang on, I think let's do that since we're still waiting for the match to start. Let's revert back to what we do know for Team 1. Okay, so let's go back to T1. Who on T1 would you really need to pay attention to if you're Scars?
I mean, again, as I mentioned, I really think they need to take note of Kami being their core player. It is Kami that enables everyone and deals much of the damage and allows T1 to really go online. I think if they cannot mark down Kami, then Scars will have a hard time.
I can kind of see where you're coming from. I'm just thinking, oh man, I'm kind of leaning a little bit towards Epee. I kind of feel like Epee also causes quite a few issues, and I kind of noticed that some teams kind of ignore him, which is a bit of a mistake, especially if you're going up against T1.
Right.
So maybe Epee is someone that Scar's gonna have to focus on. I would honestly love to see the notes here for Scars to see like, okay, who are the problem players? What are the problem Pokemon? What do we ban? What do we let through? So we've identified Komi and Epee as issues here. Let's swivel on over to the other side. Okay, let's talk about Scars. At least we have a little bit more recent data for Scars because, you know,